Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have got AI Jack, and we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Deal Breakers Thursday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. So much for you here on this Deal Breakers Thursday. But first, we talk about the Chicago Cubs. Cubs are 54-38 this morning, Cap, after losing to the Twins by the score of 4-2. Twins have won the series. The Cubs, again, not enough offense to be able to overcome.
Yeah, the Cubs were not good offensively the first 2 days. But, Johnny, can we please have an intervention with a large number of I didn't say the majority, but a large number of Cub fans who are so pathetically soft that immediately they have jumped off the bandwagon after 2 days. I mean, go to my Twitter account, and it is the annual June swoon merely got pushed back to July for the Cubs. It's over. Get on the phone. This is it. Team is worse. I mean, it's just embarrassing. It really is embarrassing.
Okay, so this is what you're getting on your social media because here's the thing, Cap, and we'll go back and have a circular conversation about this again. Cap, there is passion for the Chicago Cubs. People care about the team. People want what's best for the team. They want the Cubs to stack series and win series. So on one end, you're like, oh, yeah, I know it's annoying because you're still a first-place team. You're one of the best teams in baseball. But on the other side, the Cub fan does not want to see this team fail. You've been out of the playoff hunt for a while. So this is why the fan feels this way.
I get it, but it's amazing that somebody sent me a tweet yesterday. I think I shared it with you. That when the Dodgers lose 6 in a row, swept away, they blow the game in the 9th, lose it in the 10th to the Brewers. That's baseball, man. Long season, it's going to happen. Or the Phillies get outscored 40 billion to nothing and lose a bunch of games.
Yeah.
And that's baseball. It's a long season. The Mets go 1-9, gets outscored 30-4 by the Pirates. The Pirates, 30-4. Long season, just got to hang in there. The Cubs, they suck. They're overrated. They're not good. We knew it. We knew it was coming. Like it's pathetic. It really is.
Well, here's what's funny about that. Just that one part of saying, well, we knew it because we see this all the time. Actually, you don't see this all the time. Either the Cubs are out of it or the Cubs fall short of their goal of getting to the playoffs. But it's never the in-between that you just described. For the Cub fan to say, oh, it's the usual June swoon for the Cubs, it's a Cap. Usually they are able to get to the playoffs, from a few years ago, or they grossly underachieve. So the idea that, well, this is the typical June swoon for the Cubs, that's not necessarily the case, is it?
No, this is not the June swoon that was pushed to July. It's a long season, man. It's a tough season. It's not for the faint of heart. That's what baseball is. You just every day show up, grab a cup of coffee, and try and find a way to win a damn baseball game. It was like the other day you played some audio of our friend Bruce Levine asking Craig, did you talk to the team about not losing or trying to beat teams with a winning record? And he was exasperated. He said, we're just trying to win games, Bruce.
Yeah.
No, we don't talk about it that. Like, oh, well, our record says we haven't beaten a team with, when we played them, had a winning record.
Yeah.
Guess what? It's not easy over 162. And all of a sudden you go, oh, man, we just lost 2 to the Twins. The Twins came in and looked terrible when they played the White Sox. I watched the Twins look like a team that had zero chance. I watched the Guardians lose, 9 in a row, 10 in a row? And then I look up and I'm like, well, the Guardians won a couple in a row. That happens. That's what baseball is. So Jed's working, trying to make deals. Eventually there will be some breaking news alert that you will play. and we will say, wow, they picked up who? Oh, wow, they got that guy too. Just keep fighting every day.
The record against teams that are over 500, just a product of the schedule. You guys are obviously playing good ball, but this is the first time since April 8th you beat a team at that time in a series that was over 500. Is that just a product of the schedule? How do you look at it?
I don't know, Bruce. We're trying to win games. I mean, I have no idea. That's not part of any conversation or any thoughts we have. We just try to win games.
That's it. They don't have daily meetings. A friend of mine said, does he meet with them and tell them this series is a big series? I said, no, he does not. Teams do not have these daily meetings. They don't. They have a hitters meeting. They go over, all right, here's the pitching we're going to see. If we get to this guy, look at this. Jump this guy early. That guy you want to really try and grind. They have a defensive meeting. This guy's going to do this. The pitchers have their own pitching. Team meetings? No. They do not have. Guys, I was looking at the stats, and we haven't beaten a team with a winning record since April whatever, when we played them. Oh, really? Because there was a series in there we took 2 or 3 from the Brewers, and they didn't have a winning record at the time. I mean, it's just stupid.
Cap, I'm going to make sure that you understand that you cannot hold the dam back. You can have your hands up. You can say, Cub fans, just relax. Just let the season flow. But, Cap, it's been a while since the Cubs have been in the playoffs. And this is a very good baseball team. By every measure, they are a top 5 team in the big leagues. And when Cub fans are complaining that, hey, we only scratched out 4 hits against the Twins last night, that we have Dansby Swanson not being able to take care of the relay from the outfield and gun a runner home at home, that's a problem. You can understand why the Cub fan would be frustrated. You and I watched the game yesterday, and it was, again, the approach was different last night than it was the night before. But, again, the same result in which the Cubs did not score enough runs. Swanson was able to come through with a RBI single by happenstance.
On the ground towards the hole, backhanded, Correa to third. Everybody's safe, run scores.
At least a run scored in that situation. But, again, the struggles are there. You can understand why the Cub fan would be disappointed because whether you're gambling on the game or not, you see the Twins. Even with the Cubs on the road, you say the Cubs are a much better team than the Twins, and the Cubs haven't played like that. So I think, yes, it's a long season, but series after series, you take a look at it with the microscope and go, hey, we should be able to win these series. We should be able to be better than Team X. And that didn't happen so far in this series.
Yeah, no, that play by Dansby on the ball that I don't know if Dan Gladden on the Twins broadcast said he thought Tucker lost it in the sun. It was a high sun later in the day, obviously, in Minneapolis. And
I don't agree.
Yeah, I think he just played it. Like he's like, I don't think I can catch this, so I'm just going to play it off the wall.
See? That's what I thought.
Yeah, same here. But that's what Dan – and look, Dan Gladden, who am I to tell? He's a World Series champ, and he played outfield there. I didn't. But my point is Dansby – and Dan Gladden pointed this out. When that ball is hit off the wall, and then here comes Tucker, he plays it. Mm-hmm. He hits the cutoff man, just like you're taught to do. And as he hits the cutoff man, Dan Gladden said, you have to turn with your head. You got to look up. That runner's going to go. Mm-hmm. And you got to catch it, wing it, go. Dansby pauses. Oh, he's going. And then he makes a good throw, but it's, a click late. And it was a bang-bang play, and the guy was safe.
Yeah, so and in that situation, you want him to be a little bit more heads up over at shortstop and then gun out the runner. That did not happen. So the Twins go on to win the ball game.
Yeah.
Get through. There we go. Jeffers hit to left. Here comes Buck around third. Suzuki unnecessarily throwing home because he has no chance.
No chance.
With Byron Buxton running and 2 out going on contact. But that's that big 2-out hit. Those are huge. Twins get to play with the lead. We saw their record in the top of the first where they're able to do that. The hit by pitch comes back to Hunt. Horton. He got to that one. Oh, my goodness. That is an absolute moonshot from Matt Wallner. That'll get you back on track.
43-degree launch angle right now. Oh, my goodness, 112 off the bat. Hey, I'm struggling with heaters. Throw me a hanging sweeper. I'll put it in the seats for you. He's some kind of strong right there, Morning.
What is with this Twins TV booth? What the hell? Is anyone going to call the game? What the hell is that? Jack?
I was listening to that.
What?
And if you play the home run again, normally, I was always taught.
Yes.
And I listened to you do baseball for years. I know how you do it. That ball's hit deep or swung on and driven to deep left. That ball is high. That ball is far. It is gone. Something like that. You don't know what's going on that home run call, do you?
I don't. I'll be glad when the Cubs are done with this series. These highlights are terrible. Jack, you like the Twin Cities this time of year? So at least you give us an honest call, for God's sakes. What is that? Yeah. It's baseball observations. It's not a broadcast. It's just two friends just talking about, hey, you see that one? Call the game. What is that? Got their feet up like the Twins have got, like they're up, 30 games in the Central. We'll just talk about the game, not broadcast it. Very strange.
Very.
Odd broadcast.
So. But I do enjoy Dan Gladden.
On the radio side, yes.
Yeah, he's a good personality, so I enjoyed it. But look, they're in a little bit of a lull right now, the Cubs. And now they go from here to New York, where the Yankees need a win. And they just released a beloved Yankee. And so immediately, again, I go back to social media. Can we get DJ LeMahieu to be our third baseman and send Matt Shaw back to the minors? No, because he told the Yankees, I physically can't play it. I can't do it.
Man, that's a name. It's a blast from the past for a lot of Cub fans. That's a long time ago, generations ago, seemingly. And so, it shows you that he's at the end when the Yankees said, here's $22 million and leave. $22 million still on the books. And he goes, we just can't use you. You're a negative on the baseball team. We can't use you. Goodbye. That's something. There's a lot to discuss with this Cubs team. If you are on hold, you will be on the air. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number. We're going to hear from the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, and also a really strong look at Cade Horton over the last 5 or 6 starts. We'll talk about that coming up next on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Folks, I got to tell you about my friends at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. They've been a long-time partner of ours here at ESPN 1000. And one, some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one could stand for all. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Jay Moore.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
$9 million the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Country Thunder, Wisconsin kicks off next week. Country music with some of the biggest names in the game. Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Zach Top, Cole Swindell, and so many more. All in Twin Lakes, July 17th through the 20th. Grab your tickets now at countrythunder.com. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Glad to have you in on this Deal Breakers Thursday. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. As we talk about the Cubs and their loss against the Twins yesterday by a score of 4-2, Kap is correct when he says that this is a very long season. I think we all know that about baseball. There's ebbs and flows, there's ups and downs. But I am supporting the Cub fan as long as it's not over the top and angry and mean, Kap. I have no problem with the Cub fan looking at this team and say, hey, we can be better. Look at our team. We're a top 5 team in baseball. We got to start winning series. And listen, it may not happen right up to the All-Star break, but maybe after the All-Star break, maybe it does happen. But a breakthrough has to come where you can solidify the National League Central, Kap, and then move forward from there.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. It's the ebb and flow of a long baseball season. I mean, I'll just give you an example using me and Sylvie.
Mm-hmm.
It was like April 4th, and Caleb Thielbar gets a big out of Eugenio Suarez with the bases loaded. Strikes him out. Craig brings him back the next inning, and he gives it up. Cubs lose. Instead of taking 3 of 4, they split the series. I come in the next day, and I just go ballistic. What are you doing, Council? Typical bullpen. What are we doing? Going nuts. Sylvie in the afternoon basically doing the exact same thing. And guess what? It's April 4th. Relax. I'm not speaking for Mark. I'm speaking for me. I embarrassed myself. That was stupid. But it was the passionate Cub fan coming out because I love that team.
That's right.
I'm not this nonsense. Well, you're a sportscaster and you're not supposed to show any emotion. You're not supposed to be a fan. Stop. No, that's not who this guy is. It's not how I got to where I'm at. I am who I am. I love the Cubs. I love the Bears, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, there are going to be days where you're going to look and go, how did we just lose 11-1? And there are going to be a lot of days with this talented team. Wow, we just won 11-0 on Sunday Night Baseball. Wow, we just hit 8 home runs and just destroyed Miles Michaelis. That's my point. It's a long season. just please stop with the we suck again. I get that one with the Rob Schneider from Waterboy. And I get that all the time.
That's one of Jay Moore's favorites.
Here's the June swoon. Oh, wow, we went 13-13 in June. Not the best month, not the worst month. Not a June swoon. What's a swoon? A swoon is like if you go 6-20 in a month. Yeah, you swooned. You had a bad month. But guess what? I wake up this morning. I've got a cup of coffee in my hand right now. Right there it is. Take a look on Twitch or YouTube. And guess what? I'm talking sports with you. My favorite team's in first place. They may be down to a half a game if they don't win today.
That's right. Right now this morning, if you don't know, folks, Milwaukee won again. They've won 4 straight, and the Brewers are a game and a half behind the Cubs. St. Louis 5.5.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Thanks, Jim.
Cap, there's 2 things at work that you're not thinking about. 2 things at work. You know what it is?
Talk to me, doctor.
How many times have you heard Cub fans or Bears fans say, I'm so tired of my friends from Wisconsin, from Milwaukee, from Appleton, from wherever. Oshkosh, whatever, that's sticking it to me, the Bears fan, or sticking it to me, the Cub fan. Because there is a rivalry between the Cubs and the Brewers, as you well know. Last year was disappointing to you because you say, we got the fine manager of Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. We took Craig out of the small market, and now he's got money. He's in a big market situation, and the Cubs woefully fell short. No playoffs, and the Brewers went to the playoffs. Just remember, Cap, the other side of it is that the Cub fan is hungry. You have not won a playoff game in 8 years. So this is why the Cub fan cannot just sit back on the lawn chair on the patio and go, you know what, we're easily going to win this. Now, listen, I believe the Cubs are going to win the division. I believe the Cubs will be in the playoffs. You believe the same thing. But when you have not won a playoff game in 8 years, that's the equivalent of telling the Bears fan, oh, it's a mere bag of shells. We're going to be just fine. Well, you don't know that until you see it. And for some Cub fans, it's like, you know what? Even though you and I can see this is a much more talented team than last year, but for some Cub fans, they want to see it. And I get it. Absolutely.
Fair. I understand all of it. But I guess it's the reactive Cub fan.
Yeah.
And I've been guilty too, so I'm not excusing myself. They win the first 2 games of the season, and we're going to the World Series, baby! We're 2-0! And then they lose, 4 games in excruciating fashion, or the offense looks bad. Like a buddy, our friend, you and I, Joe. We do Windy City Bulls games.
Yeah.
Joe DiGiacomo.
Oh, my God.
He embarrassed himself last night. He needs to be called out. Like, he's a typical, lousy Cubs fan. And I love him. He's a great guy. He's last night. We don't hustle. We don't play hard. I said, have you lost your mind? Are you nuts?
We don't play hard.
They play exceptionally hard. Guess what? Dansby made a mistake. He didn't turn quickly enough. Guess what? When they got the infield hit, the guys were running hard on the bases, and it was an infield hit for Swanson that drove in a run. When you don't hit, you look flat. It does not mean you are not giving effort. This team gives effort.
Who was that, Horner going down the line at first base? The reason why one of the second run scored? Holy bleep. That you talk about respecting 90 and then some. If he doesn't run hard, then that's an out at first base.
And the Twins broadcast, if you go back and listen to it, said this should be 2 to third to second. Oh, safe at first. Are they going to chop? No. He beat it by half a step. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so they can't say the Cubs don't play hard because Horner was busting his ass down the line. I said, wow, look at that speed. We are amazed by Pete Crow. What I saw from Horner, I'm like, hey, man, tip of the cap. Because a lot of ball players are just like, all right, I'll give you 3/4 speed. He was busting it down the line, knowing that every run matters.
Correct. I mean, Joe would still be running to get the first.
We turn now to the fine manager, Chicago Cubs. Oh, God. Here he goes, Cap. Vintage Craig Counsell talking about the Cubs' performance in Minnesota so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quiet night again. We, against the Twins have a very good bullpen, so it's, it's kind of inherent that you kind of get their starters, and, the first 2 days of the series we have not.
Cap, why does he do it again? Again. Right in the middle. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now, if you're going to be exasperated, now's the time. You've lost the series against the Twins.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quiet night again. We, against the Twins have a very good bullpen, so it's kind of inherent that you kind of get their starters, and, the first 2 days of the series, we have not.
Right. So guess what Craig's going to do after last night's
Nothing.
game? He's going to go get something to eat. I don't know. Joe Madden would go have a couple glasses of wine. I don't know if Craig drink. I have no idea. Never had a meal with him. I had dinner with Joe. He enjoyed his wine. And guess what? Win or lose, drink the booze, as Tommy Waddle likes to say. And you wake up the next day. All right, I got some sleep. We got a day game. Give me a cup of coffee and let's go try and find a way to win a baseball game. That's it. And if you don't get it done today, you get on the plane, you fly to New York, you get in, you have a little dinner, you get some sleep, and you go to Yankee Stadium, who they've got their share of problems. And they may beat you too. Guess what? Just keep trying to stack wins. And can we forget DJ LeMahieu is not going to play third here because he told the Yankees, I physically can't play third. My body's beat up. So Jazz Chisholm at second says, I'm not comfortable over here. I'm a third baseman. Move me back to third. So already Snorling, who's on his deathbed, is telling me, damn. He texts me that,
he's texting.
The Yankees are going to be the biggest competition now to get Eugenio Suarez. Okay. And if they get Eugenio Suarez, you know what I'll do? I'll go find another guy.
That gets it wet.
Apparently.
Yeah, he's deathly ill.
Yeah.
Way to be here, AI Jack.
But the fingers and thumbs work, so that's always good to know. At least he's not completely dead,
That's it. By the way, we got to get into Jack, too, because he embarrassed himself on a 50,000-watt radio station yesterday on Waddle and Sylvie. Waddle and Peggy.
I was going to say I didn't know he was on BBM. You said 50,000 watt. Okay. So now we turn to Cade Horton. Cap, I think we need to have this conversation about Cade Horton. So his line yesterday, 4 2/3, 6 hits, 4 runs surrendered, gave up the home run, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. And so, again, against Cleveland, solid. The 1-0 victory for the Cubs against Cleveland, 5 strikeouts through 7, did not surrender an earned run. Rocky start against Houston, surrendering 7 runs in 4 innings. The Seattle game, which was a win for the Cubs, a 10-7 win, 4 2/3, 7 hits, 6 runs. And against Pittsburgh, the 2-1 loss, 5 2/3, 3 hits, and 4 strikeouts. What is your letter grade for the young short armor Cade Horton so far in a Cub uniform?
Probably tell you he's a C+, and the reason I give him the plus because that guy's never thrown. Go back and look. I don't think he's ever thrown 100 innings in a season. 125. I mean, he's not ever shown you a workload of a horse, and he was pulled up. Justin Steele's out. You got to go, kid. You're in. And we were worried. Like, is he going to make it to July? And guess what? He's still standing, taking the ball every 5th day. He had good stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
Like in the Paul Skeens game. I sat in the bleachers for that game. He outpitched Paul Skeens. He did. But guess what? In the end, the offense has got to support the young pitcher. And it didn't.
It's a mixed bag with him. It's a young pitcher. You can't rip him because he's pressed in the service. We didn't know if we were going to see Cade Horton. As a matter of fact, we wouldn't know if he was going to be a bullpen guy. Would he be a starter? How soon we'd see him? But because of the litany of injuries that the Cubs have had, we see Cade Horton. And you know what? Some good, some bad. But I expect that from a young pitcher. Everyone's not Mizorowski or Skeens. And so from Horton's standpoint, where he's get hurt, just for any pitcher, but for him in particular, when it's around the plate, Cap, there's not a lot of movement, and you can hit it hard. But there's times where, to the left-handed hitter, it just dives into the knees of the left-handed hitter, and they swing right through it. So the stuff is good. It's just about command and sharpening that command.
Yeah, and he's a rookie.
Yeah.
A year ago, if you can go back to your social media, at least mine, you're the voice of the White Sox fan. I'm more the voice of the Cubs fan. And if you go back and search, you should see the number of tweets I have. This PCA, just another fleecing. Jed didn't get anything for Javi Baez. All he uses is a glove. A year later, he's starting in the All-Star game. I mean, come on, man. We've got to let – who was it Theo said? What did he say? The progress and development is not linear.
Yeah.
It's not. Just show up every day, do the right things, have talented cats, and you will eventually win your share of baseball games. I still think they're a 94-95 win team.
Yeah, but that second half, Cap, they got to find a way to get hot. And, of course, you want to be able to have new bodies on that roster from the starting pitching standpoint, from the bullpen, and add an extra bat, sure. But the core of the team has to be able to lift this thing. And I just think that, just like any other season, I just think they've been flat offensively as of late. But doesn't mean they can't turn it around, though. You can't be a top-5 team and then just feel like you're just going to just lay out. Now, again, keep your eyes in the standings, folks. I mean, Milwaukee's getting better, 1.5 games behind. But this is why baseball is interesting. A lot of these races are tight, except Detroit, of course. But a lot of these races are tight and interesting. So let's keep our eyes on it. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Cap says that Jack embarrassed himself yesterday. We'll talk about Caleb Williams coming up next. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ank. And Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same-game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets, like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything, from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Oh my God, is this your house?
This is the humble abode.
Oh my God, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom, knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens?
I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
I can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults. Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
And there's just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins in Bolingbrook. August 8th through the 10th, DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com, livegolf.com. Jim.
Watch out now.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Appreciate you watching the show as well on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe what we do there. With you until 10 o'clock, then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie, right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Cleveland Guardians. And that's taking place tonight right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. We turn now to AI Jack McGrath with us here this morning. Jack, you were on the air talking about quarterback comparisons, and we understand as a young broadcaster, I mean, you're in the take bag. You must give the take. Whatever you see in year one is exactly what we're going to see, Cap, for the next 10, 12 years. So please tell everyone what you said about the quarterback scenario for Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
I don't know why this is being framed as a hot take, because I think nationally this is the opinion that everybody would go with. Sports Illustrated published a redraft for the 2024 NFL Draft yesterday, and they had Jaden Daniels going 1. And I said, I think I agree with that. If you were drafting today, you would pick Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I would not, nor would the Bears, nor would Tom Waddle, who I pray at the altar of the football knowledge of my great friend Tom Waddle. Guess what? Caleb Williams had 3 offensive coordinators, a boob as a head coach, who I'm not disputing that Eberflus could technically sit down and X and O with anybody. He's not a leader of men. He is not a head football coach.
That would be
period. That would be you. Horrible. Absolutely pathetic that guy ran our franchise for 3 years. Okay? Now we finally got a guy in here who's a monster, Ben Johnson. Let's see what happens. Right. If Ben Johnson isn't picking this job, he could have had basically any job in the league. The Chiefs aren't firing Andy Reid. Denver probably wouldn't fire Sean Payton. But you start putting together the number of teams that would go, I'll fire my guy to hire Ben Johnson, the hottest name out there. And guess which one he picked? He picked us. He picked Caleb Williams. He could have had the Washington job. They were on the plane to offer him the job a year ago with your beloved Jaden Daniels. And guess what he said? Nope, I'm out. And he waited, and he got Chicago. And he had his eye, he said, on it for a long time. So guess what, AI Jack? Don't follow what the rest of the media would say. They would all pick Jaden Daniels. That's a bad take.
Jaden Daniels led his team, which had won 4 games the year prior, to a 12-4 record in the NFC Championship game. We've seen it. The proof is in the pudding already with Jaden Daniels. We know he can lead a team to a Super Bowl because as a rookie with a team whose roster wasn't close to complete, he led them all the way to the NFC Championship game.
Really? Because Caleb Williams was the guy who took his team down the field in the final seconds in Jaden's building, by the way, and led them to what should have been the game-winning touchdown, except we had a guy having a party in the corner of the end zone with the fan base, and then he ends up giving up a Hail Mary. Guess what? How many yards did Jaden Daniels throw for versus Caleb Williams?
This season, didn't he throw for more?
27 yards more.
And he ran for 500
And
more.
he threw more interceptions. Yeah.
And
guess
he won
what?
Rookie of the Year and was 7th in MVP voting because
And
he led his team
I'm
to
not
wins.
denigrating him. I'm just telling you that if you're ready to jump off the bandwagon, then go get a job at WTOP in Washington.
Caleb Williams could still be better, but we have seen it already with Jaden Daniels. He had a better season last season. He had MVP
He had
votes
more
last
stability.
season.
Well,
he had more stability where he is.
If I
Period.
may, if I may, gentlemen, if I may, when we take a look at the numbers, Cap, it is true. Like Jack is correct. You take a look at those numbers. To me, Jane Daniels, as we well know, looking at the numbers and look at the infrastructure under Dan Quinn, had a better season than Caleb Williams. There's no question. So the numbers are what they are. But on your side, when you talk about the circumstances, imagine Jaden Daniels in a Bears uniform running for his life. He was running anyway with Washington, but imagine being able to be sacked behind the line of scrimmage or not being able to get the ball down the field, whatever it is. So Caleb Williams had a lot more to deal with this Bears team and the issues with coaching and all these different offensive coordinators. And Jaden Daniels had a really charmed season. And so, again, what I think Caleb Williams was chosen number one for a reason is I think that eventually we'll look at him and say, boy, that guy for a decade plus helped this Bears team reach higher heights. But Jaden Daniels, yeah, you give him all the credit in the world. But just like C.J. Stroud, just like other young quarterbacks, let's take a look year 2, year 3, whether the thumbs are in the middle, thumbs up, or thumbs down. But at this point, Jaden Daniels has played better, clearly.
Like you said, if Jaden Daniels was in a Bears uniform, let's just say that they drafted him.
Yes.
Would the Bears have made it to the NFC Championship game with all that went on with Caleb?
No.
It'd have been the same result, right?
Even with the don't forget the porous defense, too.
Right.
So it's all of it.
If you put Caleb in Washington, do you think they make it to the NFC Championship game, though? I don't know that I believe that because
Absolute chance.
Jaden Daniels went in more seasoned because he had played more seasons at the college level, and he was quicker in the pocket. He was able to get the ball out quicker. I don't know that Caleb was able to make those reads as well as Daniels did last year.
But when you're running for your life,
thank you.
It's kind of
Jay
tough.
Moore. And again, I'm not saying that Caleb doesn't deserve culpability for some of his sacks.
No question.
Absolutely. He had incompetence around him in the coaching staff. It was horrible there. Horrible.
Dan Quinn by light years is ahead of Matt Eberflus.
Yes.
By light years. And
Yes.
it's so funny because it's like, well, Kingsbury versus whatever the OCs were for the Bears last year. Okay, I'll take Cliff Kingsbury. I know he's a vagabond, moves around college and pro a lot, but he knows his offense, Cap. Hell, he could have been a head coach here at one point in his career. So he definitely knows offense. And I just think that's the right match for Washington right now. But that doesn't make me think that Caleb Williams is way less than. Caleb's got some ways to go, there's no question. But the idea that he's way down the list because Jaden Daniels had one successful season, I don't think that's fair.
A lot of people don't take into – I'm sorry, Cap.
Go ahead.
They don't take into account that if you look at what he achieved with all the stuff that went on, he still did pretty decent, with everything that went on, So I would say that, just look at what he did versus what he went through.
Yeah. Again, when you go to the University of Missouri, we have the journalism school. We learn to have hot takes on ESPN 1000.
Okay, you don't have to take a shot at this college. That's unnecessary. You don't have to do the low blow every time. Have a little class.
No, thanks.
First and finest journalism school in the world. What are we talking about here?
Wow, let's not go that far, pal. You're still in Columbia, Missouri. 312-336. Not quite the garden spot, Cal.
Are you really good friends with Mark in Buffalo Grove too?
Again, unnecessary shot. But Mark in Buffalo Grove doesn't bother you, right?
I just laugh at him. I have fun with it.
I see. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Yeah, this is the ongoing debate or hue and cry from Unsportsmanlike from Chris Cansey about Jane Daniels being way up here, and Caleb Williams is way down there. That's not – again, we're talking about two young quarterbacks, and I just think that after 3 years – especially with first-round picks, Cap, I think that's where you can get the keen evaluation on whether or not a player is going to be good or not. I think that's how you look at it. This whole thing where Caleb Williams, he's got to play better, but he's got an infrastructure now that it's on him and it's on Ben Johnson to get this right.
No excuses.
Yeah, no excuses here.
That's it. You've got all you needed. You've fixed your offensive line. You got to get blessed with great health. No question about it. But you've got Joe Tooney, and you've got Drew Dahlman, and you've got Jonah Jackson, and you've got Darnell Wright. And then let's see what they do at left tackle. And guess what? They got a lot of talent there.
You see that, Jack? I took care of both of you. I took care of Cap, and I took care of you. Again, your point is well taken about Jaden Daniels. But at the same time, Caleb Williams is not in the mud, and he's got work to do. Absolutely. You asked the question, how would Caleb Williams fare with Washington? Caleb Williams still had an issue with his clock in his head, but I'll tell you one thing, Caleb Williams would have been in the playoffs. Now, how far, I don't know, because he's a rookie too, but he had ability. There was some throws we had never seen before in the Bears uniform, and it shows you there's glimpses there. Him running the football, him being able to connect to his offense, working with Cliff Kingsbury, I think that he would have been better, obviously, than he was under the Eberflus regime. So,
yeah, that whole regime, man. Jeez.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday, too. It's kind of like almost RG3, how he came out with Washington and was so good right away, and everybody started to think he was the guy. But Andrew Luck the entire time as the number one pick had more potential and blossomed a little bit later than RG3 did. He was still good his rookie year, but he wasn't RG3 his rookie year. It could be similar to that, and then Caleb takes over. We'll see. We'll see.
How about RG3 now? How's he doing now?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right, but see, if AI Jack was running the Colts, he would have redrafted and taken RG3, and then we would have had Andrew Luck playing for Washington. By the way, Paul Cook from Canada is listening.
Hi, Paul.
He said, this is baseball, but he said 16 games above 500 and people already are jumping off the bandwagon. Damn, where were you guys in 2021 when Frank Schwindel, VR, Rafael Ortega. It's a long season. Any team in the effing world can have a bad stretch. I'm not even from Chicago, and I have more passion.
Yes, and totally fair what Paul says, but at the same time, I have no problem with the Cub fan. As long as it's an over-the-top Cap, I have no problem with them holding the Cubs accountable. It is getting a little warm when the Brewers are a game and a half behind.
Yeah,
that's
they're
all.
Good.
It's up to the Cubs. It's not even up to the Brewers. It's up to the Cubs just to play better baseball, more consistent baseball.
And we're going to be up there soon.
Yes, I look forward to it.
Yes.
They breathing like council on your neck.
That's some hot breath there. Jeez. Coming up, Cap and I have a pro tip for everybody. Do not fight a former hockey player on the golf course. That's next.
Oh, God, I saw it. Oh, man.
Kap and J Hood.
Doctor.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Whiskey University. I saw Carmen talk about this on his Instagram channel. Whiskey University is back in session, and this time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. So join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Sagamore Rye Whiskey on Wednesday, July 16th at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Sagamore is 100% Maryland made, blending high rye and low rye mash bills for a, let Carmen explain it to you, okay? This is going to be Whiskey U, and best of all, you can taste what he's talking about. Whiskey University, Wednesday, July 16th. If you're in Bloomingdale or in the area, stop on by Anyways Pub, 6:30, July 16th. Study hard and sip responsibly. Jay Moore.
Still dealing with knee, hip, or shoulder pain? You've tried the shots, and now they're talking surgery, right? Before you go down that road, hit pause. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to tell you about QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine. They use advanced treatments like cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma to help your body heal itself naturally. No surgery, no meds.
This goes beyond masking pain. It targets the root cause and works with your body to repair and restore damaged tissue. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. And that's not just a number of people. It's people getting back to moving and feeling better. There's no cost for a consultation. They'll review your x-rays or your MRI, and they'll even offer you a weekend appointment. Before you schedule surgery, call my friends at QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955, 312-809-5955. Again, that's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, a better way to treat pain.
Hey, I have a question for you. Why are you still paying full price to light up your building? It's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. We're a 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and we make it easy to upgrade to LED. We handle everything, install, paperwork, and best of all, your utility company may cover up to 70% of the cost. You get brighter light, lower bills, and no more changing bulbs. Call us or visit ulasaves.com, and I'll come out personally to show you how to shrink your energy bill.
Are you one in a million? Country Thunder Wisconsin is excited to be welcoming its 1 millionth fan in 2025. It could be you. The 1 millionth person to walk through the gate will win 2 reserved seats, camping, festival catering, and access to artist hospitality for life. Plus, awesome festival merch and prizes from our awesome partners. See Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, and Cole Swindell at Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. You can't be the millionth fan without your ticket. Visit countrythunder.com.
Evan Cohen here. Typically, you don't associate speed with quality. For example, you don't go through a fast food drive-thru and expect a gourmet meal to go. Well, here's an exception. If you're hiring, you can find candidates fast who are also extremely qualified for your job. Just use ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can proactively find qualified candidates in minutes. No wonder why ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
70 degrees, getting up to 84 today in Chicago. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap, I think we always have to give the Kap and J Hood Nation, our listeners and viewers, a little bit of a pro tip. And one of them today is that when you see a former NHL player on the golf course, don't fight him.
No, not when they're as big and as strong as the one that you're referring to was. Holy cow.
So a golfer was pummeled and thrown into a pond during a wild on-course brawl. The fight, according to TMZ, happened in Alberta Springs Golf Resort in Alberta, Canada. And apparently the group that was behind them was annoyed by the slow pace. Mm-hmm. And the quote was, they've been sitting here for 23 effing minutes. And so there's a guy in a Hawaiian shirt that was just on fire. It said an inferno inside of him, and he wanted to tee off against a guy that he didn't know was a former NHL player, Nick Taransky. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go back in time. Nick Taransky, he's in his golf outfit, and this guy in a Hawaiian shirt just wants to fight this guy. And then...
You guys need to get off the golf course. Yeah, we will. Go now. Pack up. Go now. Get in your cart and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I told you. Man, leave him alone.
You want to know?
You
want
to?
Leave
at me.
him alone, man. I got it all on record.
It's around the golf.
I got it all on record.
Record. Hey, you want to go? go, guys!
Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man.
Bang!
Oh, God.
How to get in there? Like, just quick.
Enough! I'm not cheering on you. Enough! Get out!
Hey.
Enough! Hey, get him the out of here! No, it's not going to go well for
It's not okay.
Take him home or get him out of here.
Get moving. I said stop looking like an idiot.
Cap,
Get out of here.
Cap, you saw this video.
Oh, God.
Why
First
does
of all-
why does this guy keep going after the former hockey player? Why?
Well, first of all, Nick Taransky, or Tarnaski, whatever his name is, that he is a big dude. Like, he's not a small guy. The guy who is egging him on, who's obviously intoxicated, is small. It would be like me going after, like, Jurko.
Yeah, pretty
And-
much, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to end well for me. Nick Tarnaski was cleared by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Alberta about the golf fight. They said he was defending himself. They watched the video. The other guy was out of his mind. He is 6'2", 224 when he played. He's obviously a little heavier now. And, dude, you hear him at the start. Stop. He's trying to defuse it.
Yes.
You guys need to leave the course. The guy who he's involved in the altercation with is hammered drunk. And he decides he's going to take a shot at the title. You come at the king, you best not miss.
Cap, he threw him into the lake.
And then he came back at him again. And he just pummeled him and knocked him down. It's like, enough.
Cap, if I'm taking on a hockey player and he throws me into a lake, that'll be all. That's the end of the fight. But he came out of the lake, and this guy in Hawaiian shirt wants to fight this former hockey player again. And the other thing, too, Cap, you know you're beating someone in the ass when you can add your own sound effects. Because when you hear, that is him punching and then bam. Yes.
Yes.
That is fist to face. That's what he's doing. He's got his own sound effects.
Yeah, he's also a coach for the U17 Red Deer Minor Hockey.
Sure.
In Canada, and it's, I guess, really good hockey. And they said in the video, as you talked about, the man appears to be under the influence of some substance. I think he was intoxicated, drunk, but maybe he was on drugs. I don't know. After Tarnaski repeatedly, despite the ex-NHLer shoving him away, throwing him in the lake, and punching him while telling the attacker, stop coming at me.
I said stop looking like an idiot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And all of it was on record, we heard. Also,
Yeah, not
record.
Record.
So Canadian. Well, I got it all on record, just so you know. Cap, after you're thrown into the lake and then you come out of the lake and then you want to, then he tossed his ass again, almost tossed him again into the lake.
Yeah.
Twice. Like, I'm not fighting a hockey guy. Those are the toughest people, some of the toughest people on this planet. I'm not fighting Nick Tarnaski or any hockey player. No shot.
No shot.
Holy
he was the
smokes.
287th overall pick by the Lightning in 2003. Played for the Panthers as well and the Nashville Predators. He had in 245 games, 297 penalty minutes.
I'm not fighting him. It reminded me of Jay Moore back in the day, before Peace and Love, when he used to beat people's ass and utilize his own sound effects when he would pin punch somebody.
Jay Moore, you got to save that. Bang, bang, bang. Like, he's beating this guy senseless, and while he's doing it, he's going bang, bang.
Oh, God. It was brutal, but you know what? That guy deserved it. Him with his no socks and his black shoes on the golf course.
Oh, my goodness.
Bad guy. Shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Bang.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
No.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target. That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. This is a Deal Breakers Thursday and still to come. Deal Breakers will be with us at 8:35, but first, shot or no shot. Here's AI Jack McGrath.
Good morning, guys. How's it going this morning?
It's going good, man. Going good. Looking forward to a beautiful weather day, and being with you guys this morning is a blessing.
Yes. And, Jack, I apologize on behalf of David Kaplan taking a shot at your university. I know you matriculated well. You also went to class there. And so
most of them.
Solid,
at least 75%.
Couldn't get in Northwestern or Syracuse, huh?
Oh, no. I got in to the Q's. Northwestern was another story.
Damn.
Yeah. Northwestern's a pretty good school over there, I will say.
It is. Couldn't get into Newhouse, huh? Damn.
There's no need. There's no reason for that. No reason. Just leave him alone, Cap. He's AI Jack. He's computer generated.
That's it.
He's better than Grok.
He better have a better day than Grok did the other day.
Don't spew out some nonsense.
Oh, boy.
I know that you and your computer brethren had a great conversation about that yesterday. You, Jack, and your ilk. So we turn now to Jack McGrath with this edition of Shot or No Shot.
All right. You guys see Adrian Hauser yesterday? Pitched quite a game again for the Chicago White Sox. He's been playing really well. The only run he gave up was on a bunt. He went 7 innings strong. His ERA is down to 1.59. He looks solid through 9 starts with the White Sox. Shot or no shot, he should be at the top of the list for trade deadline candidates for the Chicago Cubs.
No, not at the top of the list. No. I mean, do you want him starting a playoff game for you? I don't.
You do not know.
Probably not. If he keeps pitching like this, though, he's gone to his changeup a lot more. I could see him throwing a game 4 or something like that if you needed to use him.
Now,
this guy had an 8+ ERA in the minors for the Baltimore Orioles last August.
I think you should say yes if Katz comes with him, the pitching coach for the White Sox. Because he's unlocked the mystery of a lot of guys that were just lousy or
I love
underneath.
Ethan Katz. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the positives for the White Sox, is that Katz does a great job with pitchers and just trying to fix some of the reclamation projects and working with young pitchers on this team. So
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If the Cubs made a deal with the White Sox and they got Mike Tauchman as a fourth outfielder,
Sure.
or a fifth outfielder, because say it would be the fourth, and they got Adrian Hauser, what do you think they have to give up, AI Jack?
I read an article, I believe it was Jim Bowden, who said that if you're going for Adrian Hauser, you're looking at 2 mid-tier prospects. So it's not going to be Casey or Alcantara, your top guys. If you're going for Hauser, you're probably more in the middle of the pack. He said high risk, high reward guys.
We saw that, Cap, right? We both read that article.
Yep.
So can we get Owen Casey? Thank you.
No.
What? Well, what's the matter? You know that we're going to
Casey.
Well, here's the thing. You can have Tauchman and Hauser. You know we're going to win that trade, the White Sox. We specialize in that.
No shot.
Yeah, we're going to fleece you again. You can you're going to have a Buick in Tauchman who's going to swing through his ass.
In the end, Quintana actually performed better than Eloy.
We got you though. I mean, when you think about it, when Eloy was healthy, he was pretty solid offensively. He was never a left fielder really, but offensively, he was pretty solid when he was healthy, and that was very few and far in between. Let's just be honest.
Correct.
So, okay, yes, that's a shot that you could trade for Hauser, Jack, but he would just be in your rotation if needed. And I know that as we take a look at the baseball landscape, there's just not these huge number ones or number twos that will be available to teams that are trying to contend. It's going to be guys, we talk about this all the time in the morning, about guys in the margins. Hauser would be one of those guys. It's a shame that you're trying to win the World Series and go, we'll just settle for Hauser. But this is what it is. And so, as I've told Cap already several times this morning, it's about your core. Whatever you add on is just gravy. It's garnish. But really, it comes down to the core of the Cubs to push this thing through. Jack.
Fair.
Yeah, Jeff Passan wrote an article today, too, just to add on to that, and he said the best fit for the Cubs right now is Sandy Alcantara, whose ERA has ballooned. So it's not like there's a lot on the starting pitching market anyways. I'm going to ask about a position player, though, too, who was just released by the New York Yankees. Shot or no shot, the Cubs should have a little bit of a reunion with DJ LeMahieu, the utility man. Hitting hasn't been as good, but shot or no shot, they should pick him up.
No shot. What do I want DJ LeMahieu for? He said he can't physically play third. He did not take his demotion well with the Yankees when they said, we're moving Jazz Chisholm over to third. He wants to play there. You can't handle it. And why do I want him? For what possible reason?
Because he's better than Brujan.
And Birdie.
I'm not sure he's better than John Birdie.
What about Brujan, though? You'd agree with that.
But he doesn't run like Brujan. I at least need a speedy guy. If I'm going to go get another infielder, I'm getting something better than DJ LeMahieu.
I love the idea of the reunion because I know that a lot of Cub fans were sore when he was gone. You recall this, right? How could you get rid of DJ LeMahieu? How could he not be a Cub? He's at the end, Cap. I think you and I both know that. I think he's a good pickup for someone else. It doesn't have to be the Cubs. It's not very good when the Yankees say, here's $22 million, get out the door, DFA'd. And they still owe him that money. So you know that that'll be all for LeMahieu.
Yeah.
That'll be all.
Yeah, he may pop up somewhere, but he said physically his body is failing him.
Yeah, you totally get that. By the way, Cap, I mentioned this to Jack in the meeting, and I know this is probably one text or one call to like a Chris Campko or someone we know that's good with stats. Mm-hmm. We talk about Hauser and the Sox yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
Sox salvaged the series against Toronto. I would love to know what is the win-loss record for road teams on getaway day. I mean, I remember Joe Madden saying it. Well, Madden said a million things, as you well know. But Madden used to say, if you can recall, man, we just got to get better on getaway days. Like, we just can't take these games for granted. There's some managers that will just put out just, a lousy lineup. Some starters, some guys off the bench and just kind of piecemeal it together. But there's something to be said about the player that's got to say, okay, we played game 2. I got to get my clothes together. Where's the suitcase? Got to zip it up. All right. Get the rolling suitcase out. Got to put my suit on or whatever outfit. Get to the ballpark at 10 o'clock in the morning, play at 12 or 1 o'clock, and then you just kind of roll over, especially if you've already won the series. I think that's what Toronto did yesterday in some ways. The Sox were completely overmatched by Toronto.
Yep.
But then I think there's some teams that are just like, we won the series. Just put any lineup out there. I wonder whether or not you and I can get a gambling advantage on the one-loss record for road teams on getaway day. What do you think?
That's a really good question.
How often have you seen like a series and it's just like that third game, that day game, it's like, God, they don't look like they even are ready to play today. Maybe drunk the night before or whatever, stayed out late night, and then got to play the day game. I wonder what those numbers are. I'm very curious.
Yeah, that is a really good question. It would take a lot of work. If Chris Camp is listening, and I know he does, he's the best.
Yeah.
Maybe he can get us that number.
I just always think it's not all the time, but there's certain times you're just like, God, this team doesn't care. They're just rolling over.
Right.
All right, Jack, what else do we have, sir?
MJ's house, Michael Jordan's house, or this has been a long saga of them trying to sell Michael Jordan's house. Well, it's officially listed on Airbnb. To stay there, it's a minimum 7-night stay. You have to pay a $25,000 security deposit, and you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement before staying there, and it could be up to 6 figures in terms of price to stay there for a week. Shot or no shot, Camp will be buying us a trip to stay at Michael Jordan's house this summer.
Yeah, that's a no shot. That is a no shot. Thank you very much.
Show trip, Cap. It would be fun.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Cap, what does it look like in there?
I don't know.
That's
I've never
a lie.
been.
It's a lie.
I've seen video of it.
You've been in there.
I've never been in there.
He signed a non-disclosure agreement. Can you imagine having to stay at an Airbnb and signing a non-disclosure agreement before you stay there?
Okay, so what are you hiding? What is Michael hiding? Or whoever owns it now?
I don't think they're hiding anything. I just think they don't want certain things to go on. You know, somebody says, "Oh, they filmed a porn in there." They're trying to make sure that you cannot do crazy things and send it out.
Yeah, it won't affect Jordan's brand because an investor bought it for $9 million. So, well, whoever that investor is, he's just gonna try to make his money back.
I know he's a graduate, I believe, at the University of Nebraska because when Freddie Hoiberg brought his Nebraska Cornhuskers to town to play Chris Collins Northwestern Wildcats, they did their shoot-around there.
I see.
That's
okay.
correct.
Well, as long as is 23 still on the gate when you drive past there?
Still there?
Still Jordan's house then. Take the 23 down.
But the funny thing is, my son, this is a few years ago, Michael still owned the house, but nobody lived there.
Yeah.
Brett said, "Dad, can I take a picture in front of Michael Jordan's house?" I'm like, I guess. We'll drive by. Dude, we weren't there 90 seconds and a cop pulled up. He's like, "Yeah, we have cameras." Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, I got my photo. Got out
Did
of there.
you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So how long did you stay in jail? They lock you up?
Nah, they ain't like me up. But you could film a porn there, though.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah. It's a way to make more money.
Yes. I just like the idea that it's just like there's non-disclosure agreement there. It's just like, is there like a woman from 1986 that Jordan picked up back in the day? That's still in one of the rooms there? I used to be hot, baby. I used to be a hot thing, but Michael got married to that woman. She's still living there in the back? What's
Still there.
She's older and gray now, but there's a time that she was a hot fox. 86, 87, somewhere in there.
That's it.
So that's the non-disclosure agreement. Some of the women from the past still in that home. And so you cannot reveal what is going on in Michael's old home.
By the way, Hoodie, you asked and you shall receive. People listen to you, John.
Camp go? Who's reaching out?
My friend Jimmy C. sent me this. The Chicago Cubs record, it's not exactly on the getaway day. The Chicago Cubs record coming out of a loss is after last night is 27-10. That ranks them tied for first in MLB with the Houston Astros. Their plus 3.4 margin of victory and a plus 3.1 run line differential are number one in MLB, demonstrating exceptional rebound performance compared to their closest pursuer, a team like the Brewers, 23-17, sixth place, or the league average. Most teams hover around a 40 to 50% win rate after a loss. The Cubs, roughly 75%.
Okay, so I'm betting the Cubs today.
I would think.
Well, I just think the Twins got their 2 wins. It's Colin Ray on the mound. I think he'll have enough command, and the offense will come alive. Noon game, it's getaway day, correct? Yeah. 12-10 today. Cubs win.
I would hope.
I think that's how I look at it.
And if they lose, guess what? You get on the plane, you get to New York, and you tomorrow try and find a way to win a game. But let's worry about today. And by the way, Brian Rowe is not happy with you. Brian Rowe says, did Hoodie say the White Sox would fleece the Cubs again at the Cap Man? How'd that Sammy Sosa George Bell deal work out for you?
Just fine. Just fine, actually. Neither one won a championship. So just fine, thank you.
That is true.
Yeah, so thank you. Is it Rowe? Is it?
Is that
the guy that reached out to you that you want to share with us? What's his name?
Yes, Brian Rowe.
Okay, row.
These nuts.
Gently down the street.
That's it.
We go around the NFL. Next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Folks, if you're in the market for windows, call my guy Russ. That's the Chicago window guy. Don't get fooled by those buy one, get one free gimmicks or sketchy half-off deals. Russ keeps it real, offering the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. There are no subcontractors, no marathon sales pitches, just top-quality products, expert installation. And guess what? Like I did 2 days ago, you deal directly with Russ himself. I came home from the show. Russ was already there waiting for me. Talk about being on time. The guy was early. Chicago window guys are the guys I trust, and you should too. Call my guy Russ, 847-881-3060, or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Whiskey University is back in session, and this time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. Join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye Whiskey, Wednesday, July 16th at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Sagamore is 100% Maryland-made, blending high rye and low rye malt.
You know what? You don't need to hear this now.
I can explain it all at Whiskey U. And best of all, you can taste what I'm talking about. Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey you!
Wednesday, July 16th at 6:30 at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Study hard, sip responsibly.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitessox.com/2005.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This summer, let me tell you about a little secret. The Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. It takes place July 28th through August 3rd. The ultimate offshore high-speed power boat races on Lake Michigan. This is the spot. Think about this. A boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Make that short drive just a few miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and also at ESPN Chicago on TikTok. We'll have Deal Breakers at 8:35. Now time for AI Jack and around the NFL. Jack?
We have some headlines before we get into some lists of the top offseason winners. First, let's start with our big headline of the day. Kirk Cousins said he was misled by the Falcons in Netflix's recent quarterback documentary, saying that he might not have gone there and might have stayed with Minnesota had he known they were going to take Michael Penix with the 8th pick in the draft. Do you feel like Kirk Cousins was misled or got a raw deal going to Atlanta?
Well, Kap, let's just go backwards with Minnesota because we talked about this the other day. I just want to make sure it's clear. You and I have not seen quarterback yet, right?
We have not.
Okay. So what does that look like with the quarterback, Kirk Cousins, staying in Minnesota? What does that look like last year if he would have stayed?
Well, there would have been no Sam Darnold.
Yep.
I still think they would have drafted J. McCarthy, but maybe there's a chance if they got Cousins on, what did he sign, a 3-year deal or 4-year deal with Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
If he was happy, and his quote, Jack, he said how much he liked it there, right?
Yeah, correct. Yep.
So why leave then? Unless you're telling me the Vikings grossly underbid. If the money was close, why leave?
This is Kirk Cousins' exact quote. He said, I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high, which they both did.
Right. What? So what, did he get greedy? I don't know. Why leave? Why leave?
Well, at some point, you're going to be replaced. We all get replaced, Kap. And so, of course, you would draft a quarterback for the future. It didn't necessarily mean that he was going to be replaced by J.J. McCarthy, but the point is, like, it's going to happen at some point.
Well, I think his point was he signed with Atlanta thinking he was going to be the starter, and then they blindsided him.
Well, I mean,
he was going to be the starter in Minnesota, so why leave?
He fell off the table in Atlanta, though. Like
he blew his Achilles.
To his own quote, he was confused by the verbiage of the offense. If you recall, it's like he was confused by what was like. He's a good quarterback, sure, but he was confused of the terminology and all of that that he mentioned. So, like,
and wasn't he coming off a torn Achilles?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, Kap, I mean, like, there's been quarterbacks in the past that in which you have a Ron Wolf back in the day that would draft a quarterback every year. It doesn't mean that you have to be afraid. You have to look over your shoulder. You just have to do your job.
Yeah.
You recall this, right? Every year Ron Wolf would draft a quarterback.
He believed in every draft you take a quarterback. Maybe in round 2, maybe in round 7. You take quarterbacks because he said they're the greatest currency that you can have to trade.
I did not expect Michael Penix to be on the field last year. I did not. We could do revisionist history and say, some people say they knew all along. I did not expect to see him there. I thought Cousins, based on our predictions last year, we thought he would steady the waters because that's what Kirk Cousins does. He puts up tremendous numbers. He'll just easily guide the Falcons with a good tight end, good wide receivers, good enough offensive line to be able to be at least as good as he was with the Vikings. That's what we expected. We had Atlanta winning the division last year.
That's correct.
Yeah, I thought they would play him because they took him early. And since Cousins was struggling, it's like they had to do something.
At the beginning of the season, though, Jay Moore, we thought he'd just be just as steady as he was with Minnesota.
Right.
Unless there was some special set of plays that I was not aware of that they'd give Penix.
Right.
I didn't know. I wasn't enamored with him in college either, Penix.
No, he was a good player at Washington, though,
man. Fine. Yeah. He says he was a little bit misled. Brother, you had the world by the tail in Minnesota. At least
Shouldn't have left.
At least you were a double-digit winner. It seems like more times than not as quarterback.
Correct.
But
he should not have left. He got bad advice.
All right, what else do we have, Jack?
Joe Burrow is no longer buying a Batmobile. Poor Joe Burrow. After his home was broken into, he said his tenor changed on making the big purchase. It was previously thought Joe Burrow would buy a replica Batmobile, but he has decided against the purchase.
Yeah,
that was also
$400,000.
revealed in the documentary.
$400,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want a Batmobile.
What?
Joe, he can give it to me if he wants to.
You. Well, okay.
Pretty cool.
Now, what are you going to do with a Batmobile, Jack? Are you going to drive it to work every day? You're going to put it in this garage?
I'm going to save the city.
Oh, well, someone has to. Thank God it's
pal.
Thank God it's you. Thank God it's you. You've got a hero, Cap. We've got Jack that's going to save our city.
He is. He's going to be the crime fighter.
God help us all.
I want to be like that hockey player. Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, really? You're going to be punching people. Well, a violent crime fighter. Well.
Batman's not the least violent. He has principles, but he still is pretty violent when it comes to beating people up.
Batman still likes Caleb Williams over Jaden Daniels.
We'll ask Bruce Wayne his opinion on that.
Twitch says, Man Bat Jack.
Man Bat Jack. How about that?
That's your superhero, Chicago.
Wow. And by the way, this is why Waddle lives in Chicago, Cap. The violence and the stealing in Cincinnati, in that area. My God, stealing.
Horrible.
That's terrible for the Bengals.
Brutal.
That's why Waddle lives where he lives now.
That's it. You get out of that awful area where he was from.
Take that, Lance McAllister.
That's it.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Jack.
ESPN released some off-season grades for each team this offseason and also highlighted the biggest move and the move that they disliked. The Chicago Bears scored a B- for their off-season grade. Biggest move, hiring Ben Johnson. The move they disliked was signing Grady Jarrett that includes significant 2026 guarantees. There are also questions about the Jonah Jackson signing. To be fair, though, the Bears did score the highest in the division. Nobody in the NFC North got above a B-. Lions also got a B-, C+ for the Packers and Vikings.
Yeah, I'm look, is Grady Jarrett 23 years old, ready to blossom? No, he's a veteran player. But what I'm hearing, and I was talking to Hoodie about this yesterday, that dude is one of the leaders already in the room addressing the team and absolutely showing the younger players how you do your business, the whole deal. So I'm good. If he goes out and plays solid football, that we won't have to listen to whoever it is criticizing the move. We'll see. You got to play well.
It'll be more than a speech and a gold glove from Grady Jarrett, I'll tell you that. Now, here's the thing. I'm still not sold on a defensive line. I still think that you need more. But, again, Ryan Poles couldn't do everything. He did as much grocery shopping as he could. What was paramount is the protection of Caleb Williams and weapons for Caleb Williams. Cool. I still like to have a little bit more on the defensive line, and hopefully that grows into something. I'll put it this way. It'll be better than last year. It's better than last year, but they still need more. And I think that some of the – I can't wait to get to camp, Cap, because we're going to look at some of these battles on the depth chart on this defensive line. We're going to find out if Austin Booker's a guy. Is that a dude or not?
Yeah, and the other guy we're going to find out is DeMarcus. What's his name?
Dominic Robinson?
Dominic Robinson. I was saying DeMarcus. Dominic Robinson, this is his shot.
Yeah.
They think he's ready to have a breakout year. We're going to find out.
Seth Walder also says in this article the Jonah Jackson move was one of the most inexplicable of the offseason. What's a bigger concern for you, the defensive line or the offensive line?
It's definitely defense for me. They didn't get home enough for me.
Yeah, I'm with Hoodie.
They didn't get home enough. I know that that a lot of football fans follow the flight of the ball because of fantasy or because of gambling, whatever. I care about both sides of the football. the defense has been the distinguishing characteristic for the Bears for the majority of my life, about the defense and running the football. Hell, we've been a Big Ten team traditionally for a long time, Cap, as you well know. That's exactly what we've been. So the defense has to be able to be more tenacious. Got to get to the quarterback. Got to flush him out.
And what is so inexplicable, a year prior, Jonah Jackson was one of the top signings in the offseason, $51 million deal by the Rams. He got injured, didn't play much, and now a year later he's back with Ben Johnson, and it's inexplicable. I'd like to know why. He's healthy. He's a good player.
So he says in the article, in short, he couldn't get on the field at center or guard because of injuries, and he just wasn't playing well enough.
Well, if he couldn't get on the field, how could he not be playing well enough?
Well, let's put it this way, Jack. If right guard is going to be the problem for the Bears, if that's the only problem for the Bears, I think that the Bears are in good shape. If it's just right guard.
If it's right guard and left tackle, you have some issues.
I'll take Braxton Jones. And then you got Trapillo just in case. I know he's a kid, but look at that size. Size does not slump at that position. He's a monster. He's an NBA center at left tackle. Now, what is that? Now, does that mean he's all pro? I don't know. All I can tell you is that I'll take Braxton Jones, who was, as Cap will tell you, a guy that was, a fifth-round draft pick. We weren't sure what he would be, and he's grown into the position. Eventually, this will be Trapillo's job, maybe in the future. But I got Tooney, I got Dahlman, and I got Darnell Wright. If Jonah Jackson is a problem on this offensive line, I'm good because I got other guys that could fill the bill. It's just one position. And by the way, it's never going to be perfect in one offseason. Think about what you had last year. The five, broken chairs on the Titanic last year on the offensive line.
It's kind of hard to evaluate until we see them play together.
Then you also had Nate Davis, who didn't want to practice. I mean, it's a totally different environment around there. I'm hearing Ben Johnson is so hyper locked on accountability, he doesn't let anything slide. Nothing.
Amagaje's got to grow. Ozzie Trapillo's got to grow. Got to find out if Luke Newman's a guy or not as a backup left guard. And you got a couple of veterans in there like Ryan Bates and other. But the point is, though, is that if Jackson does not fill the bill, it's not like the offensive line will collapse like a house of cards. I don't think so. You got too much new there. But Jay Moore makes the point. Man, it all has to gel. It's all got to work together because it's so new.
That is it.
So we will give you deal breakers. That's coming up next. Kap and J Hood. Weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
No.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th. A day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Let me tell you about our friend. His name's Howard Ankin. He's the single best personal injury, rideshare injury, medical malpractice attorney in Illinois. He's won all the big awards, Johnny. That is our guy, and he is the best.
In Chicago, there's hundreds of personal injury law firms, but only one firm that's injury law made personal. That's our guy, Ankin Law. Howard Ankin, he explains the details of your case, and he helps you navigate the legal process.
312-6-million. When you call, you want to talk to Howard, guess who you get on the phone? Howard. They got over 80 attorneys and staff there to help you. You're in trouble. You got a problem. Guess what? You want to talk to your attorney. That's how they do business at Ankin Law.
Indeed. 312-6-million, 312-6-million for the guy that we love, Howard Ankin. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Jay Moore, have I told you about Grainger? As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy, but for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products you can count on to fast, dependable delivery, they're always here to help you keep things running smoothly. Plus, their technical product specialists are here to help you answer your toughest questions. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
We all have to make choices in sports and in life. It could be running on third down.
You ran the same third down situation, and you ran the same play twice. You're getting paid for that.
I cannot believe the call.
Or managing finances.
This country, you've got to make the money first.
Or it could be a deal breaker.
Time for Deal Breakers here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Deal Breakers. Here's AI Jack.
All right, this one is based off of a scenario that I saw at Sunday Night Baseball between the Cubs and Cardinals this weekend. I met a guy, and he was in a tricky situation. So his wife's cousin was in town, and it was his birthday. He's an out-of-town guy, right?
Yeah.
And they decide, as a gift, he's a big Cubs fan, they're going to buy him a ticket to the game to go with the husband. So it's just The wife's cousin and the husband going to the game together as a treat. They decide to get 12 tickets in the 12th row behind the dugout for Sunday Night Baseball, $450 ticket. Well, before the first pitch, the cousin had a little too much to drink before, and he got tossed before the first pitch from the game, leaving the husband alone at the game. Do you make him pay for the ticket even though it was a birthday gift? Because he basically ditched him at the game by getting thrown out before first pitch.
Oh. But he was having a good time for his birthday, right?
Yeah, at the bar before, but he was supposed to go to this game. They're buddies, and he's supposed to sit with his buddy at the game and watch the game. Now he's stuck at the game alone before the first inning.
Yeah, no, I don't ask him to pay for the ticket. I would probably have a story for the rest of our friendship, hopefully the rest of my life if we're that close, where, Hoodie, I bought you a freaking great seat, man. It was not cheap, and you got tossed.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I mean.
But no, I wouldn't go, hey, Johnny, you got tossed. I'm at the game by myself. Pay me for the ticket. No.
Yes. Yeah, Jack
That's
would be.
Something a Missouri grad does.
Jack would be fighting him.
Yeah.
You left me by myself. Bam! Bam! Cap, here's the thing, Jack, about this, and I'm just speaking for me. I think Cap feels the same way. When you are at a baseball game, you're never alone. It's not your buddy, but there's always someone that has a story like right over your shoulder, right? He's talking, some guy's talking to his buddy or talking to his son, and you can relate to that story. And you reach out, you rear back and go, yeah, I remember that game, or hey, how about that play, or hey, how about that player? I always feel like even though it may not be my buddy, I feel like I'm never alone at a ballpark. That fair to say, Cap?
Yes.
There's always someone you can relate to.
Yeah, and it's not because you and I work in the media so that someone may recognize. It's the fact that it's just, if you and I were a salesman and we went to the ballpark, but you're a diehard Cub fan or a diehard Sox fan, there'd be someone in your area, if something happened, you'd be high-fiving. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Or if a guy didn't hustle down to first and you were like, what is going on around here? There'd be other people that would be mad with you.
And as a ball buster, as a Class A ball buster, that story would last forever.
Yes.
He's nuts. I would be talking about that guy. Remember when we were supposed to watch the game together and you got wasted? Looking for your North Face. Oh, my God, where's my North Face? I mean, where am I?
I bought you a great seat for your birthday, and you ended up screwing me.
Wow. So, no, not a deal breaker. Jack.
All right, so 4th of July birthday party story. So somebody's birthday, a wife's birthday, is on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
And she's up for a trip with her friends and her husband on the 4th of July. They buy a big birthday cake, right?
Pause. That's actually the best time, Cap. I know some women whose birthday is around the holidays, either like Christmas. That's the worst. That's the double gift. Oh my God! Now on the 4th of July, you don't have to buy her anything besides just her birthday gift. You don't have to worry about the double gift for her birthday.
Wait, are you getting gifts for people on the 4th of July?
Just saying, it's great. It's a great deal. You don't have to worry about it. 4th of July is the most relaxing holiday there is. That you don't have to do anything.
That was one of the best things that Shea had in a long time.
That's right.
It's his favorite holiday because there's no level of expectation.
Absolutely.
And so I said that to my wife the other day. We're hanging out up in Wisconsin for 4th of July, and I said, this might be my favorite holiday. Like, I think it's awesome. She's like, why? I said, because there's no level of expectation.
Awesome.
None. And she's like, well, what about Christmas? And what about Thanksgiving?
Oh, it's always
what about
something.
I'm like,
yeah.
No. Thanksgiving. Ugh. All right. The so-and-sos are coming over. Would you like a drink? Mindy's got a whole meal put together. She's slaving away in the kitchen for 4 days, baking pies and whatever. 4th of July, we got burgers and brats and threw it on the grill.
Oh, so I just think that's great. No double gift. It's all good. And then one of those things where
Shea brought a good package this time.
Don't have to worry about bringing a package for the 4th of July.
That's it, man.
So
that is it.
So you were saying, Jack.
Back to the story. It's her birthday. She has a birthday cake, and there's a lot of leftovers, right?
Do it, lady. It's her birthday.
She doesn't have any cake at the party because she's having other 4th of July food. She's having the hot dogs, the ribs, the burgers and things like that.
Do it, lady.
So you're driving back with your wife, and you eat some of the leftover birthday cake.
Yes.
You get home, another day passes, and you have a slice of the birthday cake at night. We're up to 5 days passing. It's 5 days since her birthday.
Yeah.
She still hasn't had any of the cake, but it's the last piece left. You figure it's been 5 days, and you eat the last piece. She's upset because she didn't get any of the birthday cake, but you say 5 days have passed. Who's in the wrong?
You're both in the wrong, because if she's going to, 5 days past her birthday, all bets are off, but he should also have some respect and say, hon, I got this cake. It's for your birthday. I want you to have this. And if she says, I don't want it, okay, then you marry Danny Zetterman. And guess what? Then you just go to town on the cake.
What's that?
But what's that?
No, what's that? What'd you say? Go what?
I said if she's not going to eat any of the cake, then you basically marry Danny Zetterman.
And then go downtown? What'd you say? Go to town on the cake. That's what you said.
Go to town on the cake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, it's her fault. It's her fault. It's 5 days. Get in there.
I ate her placenta, though.
Well, yes, placenta, but definitely not a birthday cake for Danny. That is for sure.
That is correct.
So I would say, Jack, it's her fault. 5 days. So I'm pulling the trick of, hun, I ate the last piece of your birthday cake because it was getting moldy. So I took care of it for you. And you just become a hero that way. That's how that works, Jack.
Like over the period from the birthday to like day 4, I'd be like, hon, you got to have some of your birthday cake or it's not going to be around.
Yes.
And if she says that, hey, you know what? I listen to the armchair nutritionist. I just don't eat sugar. So
okay,
do what you want with it. Okay, then have at it. But if she says, yeah, I'm saving it for the weekend. I want to eat it on the weekend. Then don't be a jag and eat the last piece of cake.
Cap, it's on her. She's got to eat it, man. It's 5 days.
But she's got to eat it on her schedule.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
It's her birthday, not yours.
5 days is a lot of time. It's really not her birthday anymore.
We're trying to make room in the fridge, Cap. Take that.
We have a 24-hour rule in our house.
Oh, my
For
God.
leftovers. If you leave it past 24 hours, it's free game.
So let me ask you a question. When you go to a restaurant, do you take, can I get a box, please, to take this with? Do you do that?
Yeah.
I do not. I'm not a leftover guy. Like leftovers, if I cooked them, okay, put it in the fridge. If I go to the restaurant, like we were out the other day with our kids, and there was chicken fingers and whatever nonsense the kids eat, and the fries. And I'm like, you guys take the fries home? Oh, yeah, we'll reheat them in the microwave. I'm like, really?
Put this on the poll, Jack, at ESPN 1000. Do you do doggy bags from a restaurant? Do you bring home food from the restaurant? Yes or no?
Especially, like, if you get a great pasta dish at pick the great Italian restaurant, okay, you can reheat the pasta with the sauce. And French fries? That's disgusting.
No, it's not. You're going to tell people how to fry now. That's
I'm
great.
not telling them how. I'm just telling you, I don't get it.
You're unbelievable.
The fries are terrible reheated.
See, if I have something, I try to make like 3 meals out of it. I'll just take it home and keep eating it day after day after day.
But the fries?
Yes.
T-Cap, that's rich man problems you got.
Yeah, it's two Americas. No question there.
I take it all home.
I'm not going to give it. Give it to the homeless. I'm not going to have that. I had it once. F that.
There's a guy outside the restaurant.
There you go, pal. Have the rest of my scraps. Chase the fry, Jag. Take that. Come on, Mindy. Come on, Mindy. You think I'm gonna reheat these fries? No way. I had once. It's good enough. Twice? Absolutely not. Take that, hobo. More deal breakers right around the corner on the Kap J Good morning show.
Oh, my God.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
These nuts.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Outside temperatures are finally hot. When it comes to making your home or business comfortable this summer, I recommend you go with my friends at Automatic. Their motto is we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further and make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, and clean, courteous technicians who aren't pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is Automatic.com. Jay Moore.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Schaumburg Boomers Baseball. Friday night is Superman night, featuring post-game fireworks, and the first 1,500 fans receive a Superman bobblehead thanks to Amazon Fresh. Saturday night, the giveaways continue with another fireworks show. Plus, the first 1,500 fans receive a replica Schaumburg Boomers jersey thanks to Wintrust, Chicago's bank. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. J-Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Deal breakers. Here's AI Jack.
You guys ever heard of the show Survivor? Been on for 25 years, 48 seasons.
Absolutely.
That one. Where you vote people off and you make alliances and things like that. Well, we have a big family. So for the 4th of July, my cousin organized a family Survivor where we all played challenges and voted each other out of the games. It was a ton of fun. So much fun. Well, at the end, one of my cousins was in the final pairing, and like you vote at the jury, and everybody votes on who they think should win the game, and that's how you win the game is everybody votes for you. And my cousin anteed up a $50 prize for the winner, the cousin who was hosting it. And at the end, my one cousin gets up and says to the jury, I didn't know there was a $50 prize, so I am going to donate my money to the animal shelter, which with whatever I win from this survivor, if I am to win.
Okay.
Turns out later they definitely knew the entire time there was a prize, and they were using the animal shelter in order to get votes. Should they still win?
Boy, that's a cheap way, Cap. I mean,
wait a minute, I'm confused. So
people vote on the winner.
Yep.
And there's a $50 prize for the winner. And the person got up there and said, I didn't know there was a prize when I started playing, so I'm going to donate it to the animal shelter. Turns out they knew there was a prize. And they said that to get votes.
How about that?
But are they still donating the money?
Yes, that is the one thing. They are donating the $50 to the animal shelter.
Well, then they're just smarter than everyone else in your family.
You think that there's some chicanery? Is that how you feel, Jack? Like you were misled?
No, not misled, but I mean, it seems like a way to get votes. Like, I understand.
Why didn't you think of it?
Well, I'm not smart enough.
Why didn't you say, I'm going to give
Missouri.
the $50 to the homeless guy that Cap gave his food to?
There's still some meat on this T-bone. There you go, hobo. I'm not eating it. Take that. Good night. Let's go, Mindy. F that. That won't taste as good, but he can have it. Bon appetit.
Wow.
Take that.
Yeah, I have no problem with it, Jack. It's not a deal breaker for me.
I think that Jack felt like he was misled. Because now he doesn't look as good as the person says, I'm going to give it to charity. Correct?
Exactly. I feel like a bad person. I was going to pocket that money.
See?
That money was going straight in to ESPN Bet, and I was placing some parlays.
And a couple of 40 ounces.
That's where I would have put
And then
it.
I was going and picking up some fries and bringing them home for the next day.
Yes. See that?
Liquor Store Central.
Mm-hmm. I understand what you mean, Jack. Makes you seem less than. But someone wants to be able to be the hero and say, hey, I'm going to give this to charity. I get it.
To piggyback on our last segment, Chris Bleck just texted me and said he has the 24-hour rule in his house with leftovers.
Yeah.
So.
Because it's good. Like, he's a pizza guy. I'm not sure if all the pizzas smashed all in one night, but that next day pizza on a Saturday, oh, doctor.
Yeah,
it works.
pizza, I could co-sign.
Oh.
I could co-sign pizza. But my point is, like, fried stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not taking – if I go to Chicago Cut and I get a steak, I'm going to probably finish the steak. I'm not going to leave the steak there. I get the steak I want, and boom, I eat it. But I don't understand I'll give you an example. I came into the house last night, and now it's been 5 days, that Garrett and Jenny, son and daughter-in-law, they said, yeah, we'll take the bread in the basket. Yeah, put that in there. We'll take all the fries. David, you didn't eat your fries?
I'll take that.
I didn't want them. We'll take the fries. He left a piece of chicken. We'll put that in there.
That's right.
And I come in, and 5 days later, the freaking bread is still sitting in there, and I can pound nails with it.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. But, Cap, when you come from where I came from, where you'd be guilted in not to finish your plate, that's why I'm fat, is one of those things where they go, hey, you know what? There's starving kids in Africa that would love that food, and you get guilted into it. And so that's why when you have a restaurant, you just don't leave the food there. You take it with you, and that's why they had the doggy bag policy.
Yes.
And that's what was part of the Hood household. It's why I'm the way I am now. Actually, I'm better now than I was back then, but still.
And again, if you go to Rosebud and you get amazing pasta with sausage and sauce,
yeah,
and they give you a huge portion, you're like, I can't finish that, but I could eat that tomorrow. Yeah, I get it, totally get it.
What about the bread?
It's like the bread basket. Really?
And the sides.
So if you don't finish your
eat those
steak,
potatoes, David? No.
All right,
I
I'll
got
take it.
tuna. I got ahi tuna.
Hang on a
it
second.
came with mashed potatoes. I don't want the mashed potatoes. I just want the tuna and the broccoli I ordered.
If
We'll
you
take
don't
the
finish-
mashed
Cap,
potatoes. Do you have a container for that?
If you don't finish your steak at Chicago Cuts, you take it at home, right?
No,
my wife says, so I will 99.9% of the time I'm finishing the steak.
In one sitting, yeah.
Yeah. And if I don't, my wife will say, we'll take the piece of steak because she'll cut it up and put it on her salad for lunch the next day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes
God
sense.
bless you. Me? Like, I just, some of the stuff people take as leftovers, I don't get.
The condiments and also the Parmesan cheese that's in the container. You take that home, too. This is better than we got at home. Put that in the bag, honey.
The ketchup packet.
The ketchup packets.
Yeah. Throw when they bring you a cup of coffee post-dinner.
Yeah.
Do you have any sweetener? Wow, you put sweetener in your coffee? No, but I'll take it home. What?
Stealing the sweetened loaf.
Dude, we went out to dinner with someone
Hold on.
know.
Yeah.
I think we drank 2 bottles of wine. We get done, and I see him taking the paper napkin from his original cocktail at the start of the night and wiping out the wine glasses. I'm like, I can't drink any more wine. You can't order another bottle. He's like, I'm not. I'm taking the wine glasses home. I'm like, what? He's like, yes, I have to dry them in there, and then I'm going to wrap them in one of the napkins. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh,
You're
my
stealing the wine glasses.
Oh, my God, Cap.
And he said, it's not stealing. They brought them to the table, and I bought an expensive bottle of wine for us. I get the glasses. I'm like, no, you don't.
The Brewers are within a game and a half of the Cubs. Are you concerned yet? We have another layer of the Cubs that we have to discuss. We'll talk about that in 2 minutes. But first, station identification.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Select NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, our family has been helping Chicagoland bring the fun home with the best products for your backyard fun. And right now, during the Great American Sale, we're celebrating 4th of July. For 10 days only, get special financing for 60 months or cash rebates. But hurry, it's 10 days only and it ends July 13th. And you'll get free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
You got to that one. Oh, my goodness. That is an absolute moonshot from Matt Wallner. That'll get you back on track.
43-degree launch angle right now. Oh, my goodness. 112 off the bat. Hey, I'm struggling with heaters. Throw me a hanging sweeper. I'll put it in the seats for you. He's some kind of strong right there, Morning.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quiet night again. We
against the Twins have a very good bullpen, so it's kind of inherent that you kind of get their starters, and the first 2 days we have the series, we have not.
Craig Counsell, the fine manager, Chicago Cubs. As the Cubs lose to the Twins 4-2, they'll go back at it again this afternoon at 12 o'clock, the Cubs and the Twins. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have got AI Jack, and we've got Jay Moore. We've got you here in this Deal Breakers Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap, the Cubs are a game and a half ahead of Milwaukee. Milwaukee surging, somehow, some way, sweeping the Dodgers, and now the Brewers have won 4 straight, St. Louis 5.5. But more so than the Cubs losing yesterday to the Twins 4-2, not much to mention there. The Cubs only scored 3 runs in 2 games against this Twins outfit. The concern continues to be the injury bug hitting this Cubs team. We have to talk about Porter Hodge with a shoulder impingement. Amaya, Assad, Tyon, Steele to return in 2026, and a few others as well. But Porter Hodge, one of the latest injuries to this Cubs team.
Yeah, he did not pitch well the other night, and you thought, is there something wrong with this dude? Because, holy cow, he was horrible. He gave up 6 runs and could not complete 1 inning. And then, no surprise, he's on the injured list, which just heightens the need for Jed Hoyer to go out and get the, I guess, reinforcements is probably the right word, now. And then at the end of the deadline period, the 31st of July, then go see which team is in and which team is out. I keep watching the standings every day. Like the Cleveland Guardians, they have pieces the Cubs would love to have, Emmanuel Clase and some others. That said, they had lost 10 in a row. Cubs swept them away. Now they've won 3 straight. So all of a sudden they're 43 and 48 going, hang on a second. We navigated through a 10-game losing streak, and we're still alive. Maybe they don't want to make a trade. Takes 2 to tango, John.
No, there's no question about that. And this is a very interesting season. I mentioned to you that as a baseball fan, I find this very intriguing because of how tight some of these races are. And just that extra wild card, man, it just keeps teams alive through July into August. And someone's going to fall off the table, as you well know. Some teams just won't make it. But they are in contention because everyone's even. Outside of Detroit, I think Detroit is the best team in baseball. But the point is, though, is that there's so many tight races. And so I guess we have not asked this question this morning, Cap. So what's the next move for the Cubs with Hodge being out? What do they do in the minor leagues to be able to bring someone up to replace those innings?
So Ethan Roberts came up. He's okay. He's fine. He's a guy. That's all. He's a place. Use Shay's football term. He's a placeholder. Sure. That's it. Jed has got to make multiplayer deals, in my opinion, if they're out there to be made. And I think as we get closer to the 31st, they will be out there to be made. He needs 2 starters because you do not have Tyon for at least another month. You don't have tremendous depth. You never got Javier Assad back. Justin Steele's done for the entire year after surgery. So I think he needs to add 2 starters, a depth guy, Adrian Hauser, Charlie Morton, somebody like that. And then he needs to get the best available, yes, that guy could start a playoff game for me type arm. And he's got to add at least 2 relievers, at least 2.
The latest on Assad is that you'll see him in August, right?
That's the rumor, but again, we haven't seen him. Is Ben Brown coming back? He threw really well the other day in his first start in AAA. I don't know what their plan is with him. Is he part of a deal? I don't know.
I think we should say this, Cap, because I know that sometimes in baseball, if someone is struggling mightily, then they get an IL stint, and it's like, hey, we see something here. No, Hodge had been soaring fine as a reliever for the Cubs. He had that bad outing, and then they found this shoulder impingement. So this is not one of those things where they're just putting him on ice for a while. They could use him if he was healthy.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
They went into the season thinking that Porter Hodge had a chance to be their closer. They did. And it hasn't worked out. He hasn't been healthy. Multiple injuries this year. Thank goodness Daniel Palencia has stepped up. But you also, with no August trade deadline anymore now, just the July one, you better have redundancy at spots that if you don't have it and you get an injury, you're done, period.
Yeah. And so depth is just – it's key for anybody, but for this Cubs team, I think that is important. I still believe, though, Cap, when we see – and the numbers speak for themselves. It's not just us speaking in a hyperbolic sense. When we see Michael Busch at first base and what he's able to do offensively, hey, man, I know that there's a lot of great ball players out there, but Busch has been doing as good a job as anybody on this Cubs team of just keeping the line moving with his offense over at first base. Nico Horner, terrific as far as runners of scoring position or just getting on base percentage. With Ian Happ and Pete Crow Armstrong and Kyle Tucker, Seiya Suzuki, there's plenty. But I think it's time for the Cubs at some point to really start to get hot here, get some separation from the Brewers, and then you don't have to worry about this. I mean, again, you got a number of guys in the IL. The deadline will take care of itself, but the core is going to get you through. If you believe in this Cubs team before they even make a move, right, before they get to the deadline, then you should believe that they can be able to win the division, get to the playoffs for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I fully expect they're going to win the division. I do. Now, if they have, get ravaged by injury, that can change everything. But the team that they have, they're good enough to win the division, and they should win the division. But we're going to find out. Let it play out, and then let Jed cook. Let him do his job.
What about the Brewers?
They're good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you that the Brewers aren't good, but there are players that you can go out and get that will supplement what you have. Look, you're not getting another player better than Kyle Tucker, better than PCA. That's not going to happen. But you absolutely can add an impact arm at the top of the rotation or top three. You could absolutely add depth arms. You could absolutely add to your bullpen. You could add to your bench. Those guys are out there to be had. And a guy like Adrian Hauser the other night, did you hear what happened yesterday to Adrian Hauser in game?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, I want to read you something. This is courtesy of the fine folks at CHSN. You're not going to believe what Adrian Hauser did. First of all, he was superb.
Mm-hmm.
He limited the Blue Jays to a run on 7 hits in a 2-1 White Sox victory, ending Toronto's 10-game win streak. He's gone fewer than 6 innings just once in 9 starts with the White Sox, has pitched at least 7 in the last 3, and has a 5-2 record on a bad team with a 1.56 ERA. Right-handed hitters batting 186 with 0 home runs against Adrian Hauser. But no one wanted to be around him, they write, in the Sox dugout when he returned in the middle of the first inning. He got out of the inning, came in the dugout, and puked. He evacuated the contents of his stomach. He said he was not feeling well. This dude threw 7 innings. Sick. Puke and rally, he called it, while reporters said they regretted the hot dogs they'd consumed during the game. He said, the trainers knew. I told them when I came in, hey, there's a possibility that I might puke. Once I get it out, though, I'll be good, ready to rock and roll.
Oh, my
and
God.
And he did. Puke and rally. I knew puke and rally when you would go out drinking as a 20-some-year-old. Puke and rally and go 7 innings against a team that's won 10 in a row. That dude has got cojones.
And to be clear, self-induced puking. He makes himself puke, right?
Well, he just said, I'm not feeling well.
Yeah.
I told the trainers when I came in, there's a possibility I might have to puke.
Yeah.
So I don't think he stuck his finger down his throat.
I'm just
I
asking.
think he just went to the toilet. He said, once I get it out, it's all good, ready to rock and roll.
Ugh.
That's
God.
awesome.
So he's not former Bronco Darren Drozdoff that would just puke on command and then get the rally started. That happened. Yeah, that happened once. So this is, I'm not feeling well. I got it out, and now it's time to go. God
I played
almighty.
college football with a guy. His name was Paul Novak. He was our quarterback.
Yeah.
He was really good. Paul Novak, before every game, was like steaming Willie Beeman at any given Sunday.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you ready to go? and we're basically leaving the locker room to kick off, and he would go to the garbage can and just heave his guts out.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Every game.
Yeah.
I'm like, is that guy going to be able to play?
That's
They're
so
like,
disgusting.
Oh, yeah, he's fine. He does it every game.
By the way, Cap, just as a sidebar, because we're going to talk about the survey from The Athletic in just a moment. I just
Brought to you
want
by Ankin Law, 3126 million for the great Howard Ankin.
Sign my ball. A slight sidebar. I just want to approach with Exhibit A. May I approach with Exhibit A? Here you go.
Bring it up.
My Exhibit A here is Andrew Vaughn. I just want to tell Brewers fans, enjoy this. Enjoy it. I know what that looks like at the end of the tunnel. I mean, great story for Andrew Vaughn, who some would say took his position with the White Sox for granted. I think, Cap, you know that story?
Yep.
So it's funny how life works. Oh, Andrew Vaughn, first baseman. No one will ever take him out of first base. I mean, it's a bad ball club. He could be one of those veteran leaders. Nah, not much with the White Sox. He gets traded, and we broke that story right here on Kap J Hood, where Vaughn went to the Milwaukee minor league system, to the minor leagues. Okay, he spent some time there. And I hope that Andrew Vaughn learned that you never can take your position for granted. Don't just think, I'm in the big leagues. I'll never take buses again. Yeah, he took buses for a while. And now it's starting to turn around. Now he's with the Brewers, the big league ball club, playing for Pat Murphy. I just want you to know, Brewers fans, this is cool for now. But we know how this ends at the end. He'll let you down. That is maybe a bitter Sox fan talking to you right now, Cap, but Andrew Vaughn, I'm not rooting against him. I just know what that looks like. Good luck to him, and good luck to the Brewers with him on the team. I mean, great yesterday to help the Brewers beat the Dodgers, but don't rely on him for all that you need. Just telling
you remember? But what if he did learn? What if he was on the bus going, okay, this sucks.
Yeah, right, sucks.
I'm driving here on a bus trying to get sleep in this uncomfortable chair.
Okay.
I was living life at the Four Seasons, Ritz-Carlton, Peninsula. Well, what? Okay, I got to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with myself. I've got to be better. I've got to work harder. That's it. And then Pat Murphy said, I'm going to push you. We can get it out of you. Maybe that happens.
Jack?
I was just going to say, remember when Jake Berger went to Miami and lit the world on fire for like a week or 2 weeks, and everybody's like, oh, no, the Sox screwed up with Jake Berger. And now he's got, 0.3 WAR over our season?
I'm fine with the Sox kids. I'm just
now he's making burgers.
He's making burgers. I saw him with the Rangers, I think, the other day, right, Cap? Jake Berger.
That's it.
So I just want Brewers fans to know, don't rely on that too much. It's fine, but I'm just telling you. Maybe he has turned it around, Cap. I'm just telling you, like, he's let me down so much. He was a bust with the White Sox. A bust. No question about
terrible. That. No doubt.
For where he was drafted? Oh, no shot. He was a bust. So, good luck. Just so you know, good luck.
That's it.
A survey asked Bears fans to grade management. So, Cap has a surprising rating for Kevin Warren, and we'll get to that coming up next on Kap J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Do you have summer allergies, sinus pressure, trouble sleeping because you snore? I was that guy. My wife, Mindy, said, hon, enough with the snoring, please. If so, she had the solution for me. We have a friend. His name is John. His daughter works for Sinus and Snoring MD. She said, you got to go there. I talked to John. Absolutely, you got to go. These folks are the best. They're not part of some huge hospital system. They're just a local family-owned company, and they treat you like you matter. I walked in. I met with them. I said, let's do this. Oh, easy. All procedures done in office. No hospital referral needed. So call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today. That's 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox won their 7th one-run decision in 28 tries with a 2-1 victory over the previously hot Blue Jays on Wednesday. Adrian Hauser went 7 innings to end the Jays' 10-game win streak. Edgar Quero had 2 doubles, the game-tying RBI, and scored the game-winning run. Tonight, the Sox host Cleveland at 6:40. Sox fans celebrate 05 reunion weekend with us at the ballpark. Don't miss this Sunday, July 13th. The Sox play the Guardians at 1:10. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive a combined Southside Legends bobblehead featuring Burley, Garland, Garcia, and Contreras. Presented by United, Chicago's hometown airline. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 42424. That's HOT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, you know, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Now back to Kap J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and on YouTube, youtube.com. Like, share, and subscribe for everything we do on YouTube. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Bleck Abdalla at 3, in for Waddle and Sylvie. And then White Sox baseball to take on the Guardians at 6 right here on the home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. AI Jack. There is theathletic.com where they had their survey. Cap, if you recall, we talked to Tom Waddle about this survey from The Athletic about the Chicago Bears.
Correct. And there's some interesting findings there.
So one of the questions on here is, what letter grade would you assign Bears president CEO Kevin Warren for the past year? Mm-hmm. And so I clicked B because for me, it's change that we can see and there's change that we cannot see. What I mean is that you could tell that the mood has changed at Hallis Hall because Kevin Warren is there. Mm-hmm. I can't assign the one-loss record to Kevin Warren because he doesn't coach. He's not a player, but he's a president CEO. Now, I think the change that we don't see is exactly like how fast will this new stadium be put up? What has he done behind the scenes to change the culture, all those things? Some things written, some things not written, Cap. So from Kevin Warren's standpoint, it's not a disaster, but I still want to see more. So I don't have A yet because we got to see the stadium and see the shovel in the ground. We got to see other things. But for the things I see and don't see, I think it's a solid B for him.
Yeah, I would give Kevin Warren an A-. A- for these reasons. I can't give you an A when your team hasn't won yet. I don't mean a Super Bowl, but 5-12.
That's not on him.
He's the president of the club. He's the president of the whole thing.
I understand.
Not just football. He's the president of the entire thing.
But even
you haven't won games. Yeah. That's the bottom line. How's your team doing? Well, we're working on it. Okay. Well, I can't give you an A, but I can come close because I can tell you that organization, since Kevin Warren has arrived, is operating in a much classier, big boy market fashion than they ever have. There is no chance that if Kevin Warren hadn't gotten to Chicago, that the Chicago Bears are treating their players the way they do, that the Chicago Bears are spending $65 million on Ben Johnson. Oh, and another $6 million to get Dennis Allen, and paying off 3 years of Matt Eberflus, and whatever the rest of it is. There is no possible way, if Kevin wasn't there, that they would have fired Eberflus in season. They'd never done it. And Kevin finally said, that's it, enough. He's got to go. We'll pay that rest of last season and 2 more years. They're paying that dude like $12 to $14 million to walk away. George never operated like that.
No.
The Bears taking charter planes to go scout guys. Guess what? That's the way big boy organizations operate. So that Ryan can go, all right, I need to be in these meetings with our players because we got a game on Sunday, but I got to get to this game Friday night because I want to go watch this kid at Rutgers. Well, you can't take commercial planes.
Well,
you can't leave Hallis Hall at 4 o'clock and go, okay, I got to get to O'Hare. I got to get through. You're not going to make it. But guess what? You drive to Chicago Executive in Wheeling, wheels up, boom, land, car waiting, boom, to the stadium, back, so that you're back in the office the next day because you're in season. These are all massive changes. The Bears never operated this way. When he gets to have a winning team, I'll give him an A. When he gets a stadium built, I'll give him an A+.
Well,
but I've never met Kevin in my life.
Well,
I've never sat and had a drink with him. I've never had dinner with him. I don't know him at all. But I am the most honest dude. If I don't think you're doing your job, I'm going to call you out. And if I think you're doing a really good job, I'm going to give you praise. And I think Kevin Warren deserves a lot of praise for how the Bears are conducting their business.
Okay,
now it's got to pay off.
Let me say this. Number one, you and I have both met Kevin Warren. So we have met, and we have not sat down.
We shook his hand.
Well,
we never had any kind of interaction.
That's a meeting.
Oh, you might have. I did not.
Okay, well,
I think you did. I did not.
Okay.
I have shook his hand in that group setting.
Yeah.
There were 200 people in there. I never have had a conversation at all with Kevin Warren.
Okay. Well, let me just say this. As I just laid out for you, it's change you see or don't see. What you're talking about with the plane, the average 9 to 5 does not know that. I think that might be new information for the listener and the viewer right now because, as I mentioned, there's some things that you see or don't see behind the scenes. Everyone sees a 5-12 record, and what I would say is sometimes even with a boob as a head coach, you can't overcome that. Yes, I know that sticks to Kevin Warren, but it sticks to Ryan Poles even more so because this is his first choice, we think, as head coach. I feel like Bill Polian had something to say about that as well, but nonetheless.
Still not sure of that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, Poles had to sign off on it, but I feel like the old Colt had something to say about Eberflus being part of this organization. Just saying. I mean, Poles a neophyte at the job as a GM. It's just like, who's a good coach? Yeah, right. Yeah, this Matt Eberflus. Yeah, maybe you should hire Eberflus. Okay, so he's here. So, but what I'm saying is that it's a B plus or minus to me because the reason why the Kevin's here ultimately is to get the stadium built. His experience and his expertise from his time with the Minnesota Vikings to get that new stadium built. Eventually, it will happen. Jack, you feel like it's worse record than an A or B.
I give him a C. I think he's been average so far. Like, yeah, they got Ben Johnson, which is something we've never seen the Bears do, hire a head coach like that who's as paid as high as Ben Johnson is. But his job when he came in was to build the stadium, and we don't have shovels in the ground yet. Get shovels in the ground, and I'm happy. But he came in with a huge property in Arlington Heights. It's probably where they're going to wind up eventually, and he still hasn't done anything with it.
Do you know how the state works?
I know. But
okay, well, some of the stuff in Springfield, he's working with them to be able to get this done. It's not him that's got the keys to the bulldozer. This whole state moves quickly. You think Chicago moves slowly? What about the state as far as trying to get things done?
Correct.
I will tell you.
That's exactly right. Governor Pritzker. This is not a political statement. Governor Pritzker controls what's going to go on in this state. He does. That's just a fact. He's the governor. And if the governor and Chris Welch of the House, if these people are not on board yet, guess what? There's nothing Kevin could do about that part of it. He just got to keep his nose to the grindstone and find a way to get the stadium built. And he will. I think the next legislative cycle, you will find there will be some type of agreement and we'll get shovels in the ground in 2026.
Gov watches.
Gov watches. Shovels
Pritzker
in the ground.
Pritzker watches.
Shovels in the ground. They told me that the shovels will be in the ground.
The best shovels.
We got the best shovels. Golden shovel. But I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that grade up to a B for you, Jack.
Yeah, you're better than that, Jack.
It's because of what Kap laid out regarding Eberflus. Honest to God, if Kevin Warren's not here, Eberflus is still the head coach. We would have missed 2 coaching cycles. That's a fact. There's no way, because the Bears have never eaten that kind of money before for a head coach, let alone just moving along an offensive coordinator, having 2 or 3 of them or whatever. Like, we've never seen this before. So give Kevin Warren credit. There's a story that Kap could tell you, that I'm privy to as well, of players being able to just, at some point, bellyache so much that the higher-ups said, you got a problem with Eberflus? Okay, we'll handle it.
That's correct.
And all of a sudden, Eberflus wasn't here anymore. But if George heard that, George was like, well, we'll just have to just grin and bear it. It would have been right. because Eberflus is a good man. We got to see if we can turn things around, that kind of thing. But Kevin, no, he's about business. So I can raise that C to a B- just for him eating the money. To make the owner be able to say, hey, you got to write checks. And then to pay that much for Ben Johnson, do you know how usually that goes, Jack? You know how that goes? It's the 3rd or 4th guy in line to be a head coach. It's some tight ends coach or some DC that's getting his first opportunity in a market like Chicago. So give Kevin that credit, that it's not business as usual at House Hall. That can raise it up to at least a B- for you. Can it not? Can I talk you into a B-?
You can talk me into a B-. I'll give you that.
But don't blame Kevin Warren because this thing moves like a sundial, this state, to try to get things done. Seriously.
That is correct. That is not on him. I don't think he was aware how ridiculous the politics were going to be. I really believe that. I think if you could get him over a glass of wine and say, okay, when you got here to take the Bears up, did you really realize the political nonsense you have to deal with in this state? And I bet you he'd say, I never thought it would be like this.
That thing's still held up since 2015.
Yep.
Hasn't patched yet.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah.
Illinois.
And when he went in his first meeting, as someone told me, and they said, Kevin, this is great. You want to be on the lakefront. You better be ready to deal with Friends of the Parks. And he went, who? The Friends of the what? Yeah, it's not a bunch of blue-haired men and women that are like 79 years old. Well, we want to keep the parks pristine. No. Those people call the shots.
They're more powerful than the mayor's office.
That's in that area, that's exactly correct.
Which is crazy to me how that works around here.
Man, on West Side Brandon, boy, he's getting it.
All right, you leave West Side Brandon. All right, that'll be fine.
Friends of the Park ain't playing.
Jack, the next question on here, I want to know what you clicked there on this athletic.com piece as far as the fan survey for the Bears. Where will the Bears be playing in 2030? Did you click Soldier Field, New Soldier Field, or Arlington Heights? Because there's three choices, like the current Soldier Field, like a new Soldier Field in the city, which won't happen, or Arlington Heights.
I clicked Arlington Heights.
2030.
2030.
It's getting late here. It's getting late.
Yep.
Maybe half will be at Soldier Field and the other half will be in the new stadium.
Maybe the White Sox will be at Soldier Field.
Oh, God. 312.
Maybe Friends of the Parks are White Sox fans.
I'm Len Casper. We're at the old Soldier Field. Nobody's here. No one's doing the penguin walk to come into the ballpark to see the White Sox lose 8-2 to the Angels. God. Wow. Could you imagine?
No.
We go to the Sox game. Sold out 2,531. It looks like raisins in a bowl of cereal. Nobody here. Could you imagine?
No.
Where you going, Hoodie? Sox game. Soldier Field? Yep. God bless.
Good luck with that walk.
To the Sox game.
You'd be like Jay Moore the other day. Jay Moore was back and forth between the studio. He hit 10,000 steps by 8 o'clock.
Man, that walk is crazy.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
No thanks. Can't wait for Arlington Heights. 312-332-3776 is our phone number on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Do you have a baseball field, basketball arena, or football stadium named after you? Your insurance company might. While you're paying your insurance premium every month, do you ever wonder where that money goes? According to published reports, in 2013, the insurance industry was second in the nation in money paid to lobbyists. They spent even more on lobbyists than Big Oil did. When you're paying your insurance company every month, they're paying for TV commercials with high-priced actors trying to convince you that you're in good hands, they're on your side, and they're your neighbor. But are they really looking out for you? If you think the premiums you're paying every month are being kept in an account with your name on it for that rainy day when you get injured, you're sadly mistaken. Oftentimes, it's spent on lobbyists and sports arenas. If you want a law firm that will stand up to this trillion-dollar insurance industry, call the Verdoliak Law Group. We've been fighting for injured people for over 55 years. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. Two matches, one ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Exosomes, the newest scientific non-surgical advancement in treatments for thinning hair. I'm Dr. Yates, and we're excited to add exosomes to the options you have for treating your thinning hair. Make an appointment and learn more at DrYatesHairScience.com.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Foul down the third base side. Another get me off pitch. Yep. Get off me.
Absolutely. He definitely was getting that one off of him. It was right on his hand. Oh, baby.
Still 1-2.
How about that, Cap?
Wow.
That's a long season.
That was unbelievable.
One of those things, man.
Foul down the third base side. Another get me off pitch.
312-332-3776 is our phone number. To the phone lines we go. Thank you, Jack, for clarifying that city in Oklahoma for Wyatt. And he's with us here in Oklahoma, the whole state, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Wyatt, good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? I got maybe two and a half things. One, Jack, Jaden Daniels has not proven that he can lead a team to a Super Bowl because he's never done it. The second thing, it's time to stop writing off first-year starting quarterbacks. If we keep doing that, it's starting to get ridiculous. Peyton Manning, 3-13 his first year. Terry Bradshaw threw 24 interceptions. Troy Aikman went 0-11. I mean, the list goes on and on. These are not hot takes anymore. These are room temperature IQ takes. Like, you look at your AC in the morning and you say, this is exactly how I'm going to act this morning. Time to call Automatic, get that AC fixed, and make some better takes, man. That's all I got, guys.
Hey, Wyatt,
you're the man. Automatic. They make people comfortable since 1945.
Wyatt, are you in Broken Arrow or Lawton?
I'm in I've graduated from Broken Arrow, but I'm in Tulsa now.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Love
was just doing Jack's job. 312-332-3776 our phone number. See, when I go in the studio and I go, hey, could you just give me a clarification on the city of where Wyatt's coming from, so it doesn't sound like he's calling from the whole state of Oklahoma. I did that, Cap, and guess what I got? Wyatt from Oklahoma. Never got a city.
That's it.
It's amazing.
You're better than that, Jack.
Well, he's AI. I mean, it's forgivable. You should hear what he has to say about Hitler. We go to Dean in downtown Chicago.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Dean is with us here on Kap and J Hood. Dean, good morning.
Do it, lady.
Do it, lady. It's your birthday.
Isn't that what Kevin Warren said to Virginia? You know, probably when he first got there. Do it, lady.
He did not say that.
Okay, stop.
On your birthday.
Please.
Never be afraid to rub your meat.
Huh?
I got a couple of things for you. I'll be brief because I know you guys probably got other callers. I'm going to shoot through these. So I'll tell you something. I don't eat leftovers, but I'm taking it home 100% of the time, fellas. I guess I'm too cheap. My thought process is just, I'm not wasting this. I paid for that. So I got to wrap it up, but I also really don't like leftovers. And I wanted to tell you guys that it was the best when I heard Carmen DeFalco the other day. The great DeFalco described that golf video, and he said that the guy was calling his shots, which was great. And I told AI Jack that I loved that. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. That was my favorite part of the video here in the Canadian accents. And then second to last thing, guys, I heard Shea. He's pulling a Kaplan saying that the 4th of July is his favorite holiday. Mm-hmm. Getting ahead of their skis, recency bias. Like, that's like, the Masters, kids. It's the best time of the year. And championship weekend. Everyone knows Thanksgiving's the best holiday. The NCAA tournament's the best time of the year. You got to stick to your guns on these things. And the last thing, fellas, the wine glasses. I've never heard of anything like this in my entire life. It doesn't bother me. I think your friend's a lunatic, Cap. It reminds me of AI Jack when he gets the family-size fry at Fluky's hoodie. He takes the basket home with him. Take that!
Wow.
Enough! Bang! 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 Come on, man. Bang!
Oh, my God. The whole basket of fries. Boy,
That's
oh, boy.
awesome.
That's
absolutely spectacular.
Sidebar, may I approach?
Yes, brought to you by Ankin Law, 3126 million for the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois, the award-winning Howard Ankin, AnkinLaw.com.
Thank you, Jay Moore. So this is...
Sign my ball.
That's copyrighted. Would you like to pay me for that? Sign my ball?
You forgot.
No, I didn't.
You were on to Jay Moore.
No,
I forgot to sign
I could
my
do.
ball.
I could get to it. It's my.
There's your safety net.
Okay. You're gonna pay me for some of this stuff now. Just.
I'm your little tan mirror right here for you.
All right, tan mirror. This is more audio. This is more visual than audio, Cap. But we're radio professionals. We can describe this. You and I. Okay, so. This went viral, I think, for a little bit, but we're just checking off boxes here so that way Jay Moore can take some of this stuff off the screen because it's a lot now. This is a couple of days ago. So this is where the umpire is over his skis. It's a rainy day in a minor league baseball game, and there's a thunderclap that happens, and it comes out of nowhere, and it scares everybody. Runners are in scoring position during this game. There's a brother that's on the mound. And he's scared to death when he hears this thunder. And he balks, and the winning run comes home. A weather-assisted balk. Listen to the play-by-play. Listen very closely.
A huge crash of lightning as Contreras kicked. And it's a balk.
Wow. They're going to call that a balk, and everybody jumped.
Mother Nature gives Jacksonville a run. It's 2-1, and Norfolk is arguing the call, but I don't know how you can argue that. Unfortunately,
it's unfortunate timing. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Wow.
Cap, runner at third base. It comes out of nowhere, that thunder. And so the umpire jumps, the batter jumps, the catcher jumps, the pitcher jumps. Holy bleep, what is that, right?
Cameraman
jumps. Everybody in the field like, what the hell is that? And he balks, and the run comes in. Cap, should that be called a balk? It scared everybody. Come on.
Wow. Like, I would hope that if I was the umpire, I would turn and go, that's not a balk. Relax. We all jumped. I'm not calling a balk here.
I mean, it came out of nowhere. Come on, brother.
That was insanity.
I don't know if you saw that, but Cap, just this clap of thunder out of nowhere. Holy blip.
A huge crash of lightning as Contreras kicked. And it's a balk.
Wow. They're going to call that a balk, and everybody jumped.
Mother Nature gives Jacksonville a run. It's 2-1, and Norfolk is arguing the call, but I don't know how you can argue that. Unfortunately,
it's unfortunate timing.
I'm Len Casper. The White Sox lose in unconventional fashion to the Cleveland Guardians 2-1. A weather-assisted balk happened after a clap of thunder happened at the game. Out of nowhere.
Imagine, like, if the Cubs are they're tied with the Brewers, and it's like down at the end.
Yeah.
Weather-assisted balk. Game over.
Cap, that's crazy, man. If you're behind the okay, guys, listen. He just got scared. We all got scared because of the thunder and the lightning. That's not a balk.
Yeah.
But the umpire calls it, and he was scared too. Come on, man.
Yeah, I would not have called it.
What I tell you?
Bet the game.
Yeah, exactly. What if you are? What was it? Norfolk? Yeah, and Jack State or whatever it was. What if you're on the other side of that? That sucks. This is why, Cap, I tell you almost every day, This is why we love sports. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, the other day, we had a first time ever. Start of the game, Lawrence Butler of the A's leads off with an inside-the-park home run. Later that night, Patrick Bailey from the Giants ends the game with a walk-off of an inside-the-park home run. That's never happened. Start a game with one, end a game with one. Never happened.
Just never know. You turn on a game, you're just like, what is this? Jack, are you calling that a balk in that spot? Are you programmed to call that a balk no matter what, even if it's lightning that's going to kill somebody?
I don't know why they're still playing the game at that point.
But I was at the Cubs game one year.
Yeah.
Me, Mindy, the kids, my nieces, and there was a 3-hour delay because of rain. Cubs Astros. We went over to Cubby Bear and got something to eat with the kids. We come back, and there's nobody left in the stadium. They offer us to move all the way down. Hey, Cap, why don't you and your family sit in the first row? And it was scary because there was no netting back then.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, doctor, they foul one back. It's coming back to eat.
Yeah.
And we're there, and all of a sudden, lightning out of nowhere. Bam! Lance Berkman goes running off the field. He looks at us. There's not many fans. And he goes, I ain't dying for these people. I'm out. Ran in the dugout, and they called the game. That was it.
I'm not dying for these people.
Lance Berkman. Never forget it.
The Kap J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Come on, man.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, has a great selection of Whirlpool front-load washers, like the Whirlpool front-load washer featuring the Fresh Flow vent system. It's the first fan-powered system with antimicrobial protection designed to help keep your clothes and your washer fresh, including features like the dry drum cycle, Fran Fresh option, and antimicrobial protection on the rubber seal. Now that's putting freshness front and center, John. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop, my favorite store in the world. Apt, A-B-T. Apt.com, pleasing people since 1936.
Every home team win just got more meaningful. Postman Law is turning game day victories into real opportunities with the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship, adding $100 to the scholarship fund every time Chicago's Southside baseball team wins at home. Postman Law proudly supports students in our community, and now every cheer from the stands brings them closer to a brighter future. See how your city has earned and apply now at postmanlaw.com/scholarship. Postman Law, your hometown personal injury team. This is attorney advertising.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dutch Boys Durafighter is a premium interior paint and primer in one with a tough-lasting formula. It provides great scrub resistance and durability with remarkable hide and a smooth finish. Save big on Dutch Boys Durafighter paint at Menards and start your next project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Anthony Calerco and the Schaumburg Boomers are bringing the heat with back-to-back giveaways and fireworks on July 11th and the 12th. Friday, it's Superman bobblehead night. And Saturday, grab a replica jersey, and both nights end with spectacular fireworks. All the fireworks. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg. Boomers Baseball. J. Mark.
Kap and J Hood are back. Show me the money. On ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle. It's on the north side of the Chicago River. Gorgeous day like today. Treat yourself. Go sit on the patio and have yourself the lobster salad with the champagne vinaigrette, the burger, and the fries. It is simply magnificent. J-Mo.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
We have a 24-hour rule in our house.
Oh, my
For
God.
leftovers. If you leave it past 24 hours, it's free game.
So let me ask a question. When you go to a restaurant, do you take, can I get a box, please, to take this with? Do you do that?
Yeah.
I do not. I'm not a leftover guy. Like leftovers, if I cooked them, okay, put it in the fridge. If I go to the restaurant, like we were out the other day with our kids, and there was chicken fingers and whatever nonsense the kids eat, and the fries. And I'm like, you guys take the fries home?
Damn.
Oh, yeah, we'll reheat them in the microwave. I'm like, really?
Put this on the poll, Jack, at ESPN 1000. Do you do doggy bags from a restaurant? Do you bring home food from the restaurant? Yes or no?
Especially, like, if you had a great pasta dish at, pick the great Italian restaurant. Okay, you could reheat the pasta with the sauce. And French fries? That's disgusting.
No, it's not. You're going to tell people how to fry now. That's
I'm
great.
not telling them how. I'm just telling you, I don't get it.
You're unbelievable.
The fries are terrible reheated.
See, if I have something, I try to make like 3 meals out of it. I'll just take it home and keep eating it day after day after day.
But the fries?
Yes.
See, Cap, that's rich man problems you got.
Yeah, it's two, it's two Americas. No question there.
I take it all home.
I'm not going to give it. Give it to the homeless. I'm not going to have that. I had it once. F that.
There's
Here.
a guy outside the restaurant.
There you go, pal. Have the rest of my scraps. Chase the fry, Jag. Take that. Come on, Mindy. Come on, Mindy. You think I'm gonna reheat these fries? No way. I had once. It's good enough. Twice? Absolutely not. Take that, hobo.
And that's all, folks.
Oh, my God.
50-50 on the poll, by the way. 50% of people bring food home.
Oh, my God. That was hilarious.
I could just see it, though. Yeah. You and Mindy walking arm in arm. There you go, hobo. Otis, I'm not going to eat this. Go ahead. Rolled up bag. Take that. We thank you for listening.
Joking. Wow.
And calling in being part of the program. This ridiculous program here on Kap and J Hood. Thank you, AI. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about we do this
I always
tomorrow
dreamed
at 7?
of doing in my career. It honestly is. You have no idea. It fills my heart with joy to do this with you guys.
So long, everybody.
Feel better, Shay.
From Chicago.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pump-a-thon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with one-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90-NATION or head to windownation.com.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
First set 6-4. They're on serve 3-3 in the second. Anisimova looking to become the youngest American to reach a major final since Serena Williams.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Getaway Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and, of course, on Watch ESPN, where if you are tuned in, you can see I am wearing my All-Star Game hoodie that has a makeup stain on it from 2022 when that game was here in Los Angeles. I'm wearing this, obviously, because as soon as this program is over, I will be getting on a plane and heading to Atlanta for the Major League Baseball All-Star Weekend festivities that start off today, in fact, with a big press conference that they're having. So we'll be getting into a lot of that soon. James Steele is on the con, and Sam is on the board. I understand the Hardouts had a rain out today.
Correct, yeah.
So nobody showed up and got rained on, or everything went well?
Progress from our captain. Checked his email this morning to make sure the Hardouts had a game or didn't have a game, and notified everyone before anyone left to make it to the field. So that's
good to hear.
It's progress.
Absolutely, and we'll get an update on Sam's disastrous bunk at Camp CNF, which has just been one
blasphemous,
one miss after miss. But sometimes, as I like to say, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later?
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
Major League Baseball's All-Star Game is around the corner, and yesterday we got a headline that was not exactly unexpected, but to me was a little bit unnerving. Major League Baseball is going to use the ABS system during the All-Star Game at Truist Field in Atlanta, and I personally, you know my feelings on this. For those of you who are new to the program, baseball is what I cover. For the most part, baseball is what I like to play the most when I was coming up, and baseball is what I like the most as a sport as a grown adult. And my feelings about the sport have a lot more to do with the sanctity of the game, the progress at the lower levels, the development of the sport overall, rather than one team or another at the major league level winning anything. And at the heart of that feeling of mine is where this ABS discussion lies. Now, some details here. The automatic balls and strikes challenge system during the 2025 All-Star Game will continue to use the same rules that were being tested in spring training. Each team will have 2 challenges to contest ball or strike calls, with challenges initiated only by the pitcher, the catcher, or the batter immediately after the pitch by tapping on their hat or their helmet. The trial at the All-Star Game is seen as a potential step toward making ABS a permanent part of Major League Baseball starting next season. That would be 2026. Pending a decision by the league's competition committee later this summer, fans have responded positively to the system, favoring a challenge format over automatic calls on every pitch. Oh, where do I begin? There are definitely a lot of different layers as to why I have a problem with the pending doom that I think bringing too much AI, for lack of a better term, into baseball is. It starts at the bottom. Now, quickly, though, let's hear what Jeff Passan had to say, explaining this system and how it works within itself.
This is not full ABS. This is the ABS challenge system where either the catcher, the pitcher, or the batter can do something very simple. They pat their head. And when they pat their head, they're essentially challenging the ball or strike call. It defers to the Jumbotron there, and within seconds, up comes the trail of the pitch into the box. That is the strike zone as defined by your height. And it says whether the pitch was called correctly by the umpire or incorrectly by the umpire. It is very simple. It is very fast. It is very effective. And it's kind of fun if you look at it from the perspective of a fan, getting to watch something happen in real time. And this is just going to be a trial run for the expectation. It's not done, but the expectation that next year the automated ball strike challenge system could become the reality in Major League Baseball.
Viewers of the Watch ESPN app got to get a lovely look at Sam enjoying a breakfast sandwich there.
Why were they showing me during the passing?
I don't know, but I know that I had heard Passan say that before, and I was really invested as to whether or not you were going to get that full bite down without the entire integrity of the sandwich falling apart right in front of your face. So that aside, there is a value add to watching the Watch ESPN app, but let me break this thing down from a fundamental standpoint. To quote Kent Murphy, if you don't know who Kent Murphy is, get your internet baseball game up, kiddos. Here's the deal, is that baseball as a sport, over the past 20 years, we have seen the commodification of what the game is from a numbers and a statistics standpoint, all the way down to the lowest ages, rungs of groups who play, period, in a way that I don't think makes sense with what the average fan cares about when they try to experience or play baseball. I've been to some of these cage sessions where you see these travel players that are like 7U, 8U, and they've got Rapsodo machines and every statistic you could imagine on these kids in cage sessions. And the kids will swing, take a couple cuts, and run right to the monitor to see what their numbers are. That is for children that are yet to even be of age to play Little League Baseball. That filters up on through high school and on through travel ball, where these tournaments
are so out of control because things like Game Changer are all anybody cares about to try to record stats as opposed to just learning and loving to play baseball. When you multiply that up to the highest level and people start talking about, oh, well, the numbers this, the numbers that in terms of how much money is on the line, and you see gambling accusations for pitchers that don't want to hit the zone in the first pitch. And you see situations where you think, oh, wow, there's always that old joke. Guess refs got money on whoever. Guess the umpires got some cash on this batter. The thing about it is that if you commodify every part of the game down to the strike zone with a potential robot model, just ask the players playing the game. At that point, you're not even really playing baseball. And I know that that sounds old man and old manistanish, but I truly believe that. Look at what the players actually doing this say. Tim Kirkjian was on PTI talking about it. The Athletic had a nice little takeout story that I recommend, breaking down the different things that we found, we as in the baseball community found as a result of the testing in spring training. You got a lot of players that are like, I don't need this. I don't particularly like this. This makes me question myself, and I'm the participant. Just like at the lower levels that these kids that are more obsessed with what their spin rates are going to be or what their exit velo is or what they're getting on their fastball than actually just learning to play, if big league batters are worried about having to out-trick a machine because the way they've played the game with another human or two looking at it with their eyeballs isn't enough, that's beyond the pale to me. It's beyond the pale in the sense of, I don't know when this happened, but I'm guessing there's a corollary between, I don't know, the type of parents who are doing exactly what I mentioned before, obsessing over Game Changer and downloading that feeling into their kids. A corollary between this type of a person and the type of a person that sits around wondering whether or not an umpire got insert number of calls on an eighth of an inch or 2 inches outside of the strike zone every single night. I don't know when baseball let people who were more obsessed with the exactness of every single call take over the world rather than loving the game for what it is. Do I think accuracy measures could be increased at some degree for Major League Baseball umpires? Yes. You know how you do that? I've said this a million times. I'll say it a million more. Get better umps. That's how. The idea of the computing being the only solution to something that's really not even that bad continues to sour me as not just a baseball fan, not just a sports fan, but again, an actual human being that likes to enjoy my time with other humans. You will never see me siding on the side of a computer in a case like this. And I understand there's some level of inevitability to it. I understand that it doesn't take that long to tap your helmet, look at a monitor, and make a call. But a fundamental part of me just doesn't get why it's that serious at all regarding all of this work to potentially undo all of this brain trust and make it weird for that many more people and another generation of players who are already farther and farther away from what the core of the game is as a result of technology. It doesn't sit right with me. I don't particularly love the direction of how a lot of things have been implemented into the game and what has changed about the learning process, never mind the team building process. This isn't just a discussion for me at the top in terms of what happens in the bigs or what happens in Major League Baseball. This is about how we interface with the game and how we are rewarding various facets of that interaction as developmental strides are taken. That's what this is about to me. People who say, oh, tennis uses it. Oh, football should use it. Again, the whole point of those sports is a fundamentally different thing than baseball. Applying those characteristics one for one shows me that you probably don't know as much about sports as you think, or as much about the sport of baseball as you believe that you do. It's not the same by definition. The gray areas in baseball are literally the fun part. Never mind the hard part. Eliminating all of that from the entirety of the sport, I think, affects a lot more than people are willing to realize. Again, just ask the players playing the game. You'll note in that news bit that I read before, fan satisfaction is up with it. Okay. What? Fans? Okay, great. But if the guys actually on the field have an overwhelming issue with it, why would you decide to go forward with it? There's a real existential question here about what baseball is and what baseball is becoming that I think throwing ABS in doesn't answer, even if that tiny percentage of people that I'm just going to frankly call total dorks who care more about a K-zone being accurate than simply watching a baseball game to enjoy. Part of it genuinely makes me sick. The Lead is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll take your calls on this. It's not just about robot umps. It's not just about strike zones. For me, it's about the soul of the game and what that really, really means. We'll take your calls next. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Go eat a sandwich, Sam. You got time now.
I'm Scooby McGazza.
Nailed it. I'm Gary Streisky. Today on SC Plus, only on Disney Plus.
The Dodgers lose for a sixth straight time?
While the Yankees were listening to Jazz go deep twice.
And we show you Angel Reese's big day.
All that and more today on SC Plus, only on Disney Plus.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The legends of sports are celebrated daily on ESPN Chicago.
The legends of rock and roll.
They come to life once again at Paramount Aurora's new immersive Stope Island Theater. Make plans now to see $1 Million Quartet. A step into their theater is a step back in time to Memphis' Sun Studios in 1956. Sit back and experience tonight Johnny, Elvis, Carl, and Jerry Lee shook up the world of music. $1 Million Quartet at Paramount Aurora's Stope Theater. Now extended through January 2026. Visit ParamountAurora.com and look up events.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 312-6 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Whether you're a bird enthusiast or simply enjoy the sight and sounds of nature, our Enchanted Garden Songbird Supreme Bird Food is a must-have year-round. Get a 20-pound bag on sale now through July 13th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Whiskey University is back in session, and this time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. Join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye Whiskey, Wednesday, July 16th at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Sagamore is 100% Maryland-made, blending high rye and low rye malt.
You know what? You don't need to hear this now.
I can explain it all at Whiskey U. And best of all, you can taste what I'm talking about. Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey you!
Wednesday, July 16th at 6:30 at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Study hard, sip responsibly.
Being a caregiver for a family member can be very rewarding. It can be very challenging, too. Besides taking a physical and emotional toll, it can also take a real financial toll, especially if you're paying for home safety upgrades, covering medical expenses, cutting back on hours at your job, or having to leave your job altogether. In some states and in certain situations, you may be eligible to get paid for the care you provide, but finding reliable information about caregiver compensation can be overwhelming and very time-consuming. The AARP Foundation Paid for Care Hub can help. It's a free online tool developed with support from United Healthcare, where you can search compensation programs, explore your options, and get answers to frequently asked questions. Find out today if it's possible to be compensated for the time, effort, and care you're providing. Visit paidforcare.aarpfoundation.org to learn more.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and friends here on a Thursday. Your boy's getting away down to ATL, so good job on playing this, Sam, tonight. Talking about baseball, Major League Baseball is implementing the ABS challenge system in the All-Star game. I have a fundamental issue with how the ABS challenge system works and exists overall that I've been explaining over the course of this show. And part of the reason why it kind of bothers me so much is also like a very personal personality thing. I'm not going to lie. If I'm watching a baseball game with you, as in whoever I'm referring to, and you're sitting here telling me about how many calls the umpire is missing via the K-zone, I'm not watching a baseball game with you any longer. And trust me, I watch more baseball than most of you out there. You're the kind of person, perhaps, that shows up to things just to pick nits. about what's going wrong. That's the energy that the ABS has in terms of folks that are really trying to defend this. Big HOA energy. Ooh, I don't know. Your grass is a half-inch too long over there, Steve. We're going to have to dock you $100 at the next pool community meeting. Like, whatever these people that are so obsessed with the direct accuracy of the strike zone being uniform are, whoever these people are, I don't know you in real life, and I do not want to some degree. Because to me, that indicates a fundamental misunderstanding of what the actual nuance and, again, strategy of the game is. If you want a simulation, go cop MLB The Show and watch the computer play itself. That's an available option. No need to use real live flesh bag humans to run that simulation and strip them of everything that they are for the sake of actually trying to compete outside of just looking at a screen and telling them whether or not they did it right or wrong. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mardi Gras Bob, what's up? Notorious MGB, you're first on the show today.
Where you at, gentlemen? Pleasure to visit with you.
Thank you.
My gosh, I couldn't agree with you more. Baseball is the great American pastime. School's out. Put the computers down. Sit back, have a beer, couple of hot dogs, throw some peanut shells on the ground, and enjoy the damn game. Computers, look, I saw back in the 70s, Steinbrenner used to bring Billy Martin and the Yankees to the Dome for spring training games because Steinbrenner and Martin like to go to the French Quarter after. I saw Reggie Jackson hit a home run in the Superdome. I don't remember how fast the ball came off the bat, what the pitch velocity was. All I know is it was summer, and I saw Reggie Jackson hit a home run. Take those computers out. Boom.
Thanks for the phone call, Bob. I wonder how many times this summer we're going to get the Reggie Jackson hit a homer in the Superdome story from Bob, because we're on about 3 now. It's a good story.
Hopefully plenty more.
It's a good story, and he's exactly right. And I'm not trying to be like this. I'm really honestly not. But this is about more than just the big leagues. I'm telling you, if you're a part of youth baseball on any level, and you can see how much the robotics of the game have overtaken what is just regular gameplay, you'd be stunned. You really would be. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Glenn in Atlantic City, welcome to the show.
Yo, Clinton, I couldn't disagree with you more, man. Listen, I'm a lifelong sports fan, been watching baseball forever before they had the box up there. And umpires were blowing calls in. For MLB to put a box up there and tell us that's the strike zone and then let Phil Cuzzy and all these other umpires call whatever they want to is egregious. I mean, tennis had for years the challenge system where everybody looked up at the Jumbotron and cheered when the call was correct. And you know what tennis said? Get rid of the umpires altogether in their championships and just use the system, and the system in the tennis game couldn't be smoother. You don't have people arguing the calls. You don't have people getting kicked out of games. The game just moves. It just moves. I don't see where the downside is. You're talking about I'm not worried about exit velo, people, all that other crap the computer is generating. I'm talking about balls and strikes. For them to put a box up there and tell us that's the strike zone, and then we go and watch videos of guys missing calls all game long, making a pitcher have to throw another pitch, taking the batter's out wrong and making him have to swing a pitch that he shouldn't have to. I mean, it's just not right.
Glenn, you're making my point for me. Hold on. You're making my point for me. The box should have never been there. That's what I'm saying. If you need a box on the screen to enjoy the exchange between a pitcher, a catcher, and a batter, you just might not like baseball that much, and that's okay. There's no box on the screen when you're in the ballpark. There's no box on the screen when you're on the field. The box is the issue, and everything that has come with it since has been, again, a problem for me. I know this sounds ridiculous to some people, but that's the point I'm making. I don't need that at all. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bruce in South Carolina, welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm with you on that. I do not like the K-zone. When they implemented the K-zone, everyone sitting on their couch became a professional umpire. Oh, look, it's outside the box. Good for you. You know, it real time, take the box away, let the pitch happen. Let the game happen. Watch the game. That's what you're there for. Not to be your own personal umpire sitting at home on your couch.
Thanks for the
That's
phone
all I
call.
have to say. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, man. I'm being so earnest when I discuss that. Like, maybe that makes me some weird purist. But, like, again, if I'm meeting a new person and we're watching a baseball game on TV and I'm getting a lot of chirping about K-Zone, for lack of a better term, ain't going to be no second date. That's not happening. It's such a part of the game that is specifically designed to be discretionary. And if the kind of people who have a fundamental issue with that are the ones who are taking over and forcing the league to do things that even the players don't like, I don't like that, man. I really don't. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Todd in West Virginia. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, what's going on? Absolutely, the box has got to go. I mean, I'm a former player, current umpire, current coach. I work with high school kids and everything, and literally 1/3 of the game I teach with catchers is how to receive pitches, how to frame, how to catch pitches correctly, how to know where the umpire is, and that's that gray area you were talking about earlier where these kids nowadays have no clue what the game inside the game is. Yeah. Pitchers need to learn to start the zone and expand the zone, and if anyone says that's not baseball, they never played baseball. You know, we're so hyper-vigilant on these small things. Second baseman on a double play, he was 1 centimeter off the bag. He's clearing the bag. That's baseball. To me, that's an out. So I don't know your thoughts on that, but
no, Todd, stay with me. Todd, stay with me here because you work in the umpiring world and you work with youth baseball, which is why this is such an issue to me. The way that the numbers have been commodified at the lower level between Game Changer and Rapsodo and all this stuff, kids are so obsessed about numbers on a travel ball level. This just plain bothers me. From the level you see the game at, do you feel that kids have the connectivity to the fun part that you want them to have versus the production that numbers can show?
Can I take 15 seconds if you don't mind?
Please do. Go ahead.
So I started umpiring. I'm from D.C. I started umpiring in southern West Virginia 6 years ago. 3 years ago, a couple of coaches approached me, and they were like, these things you're saying to these kids, like, where do you get that from? Where is this? And I'm like, I got it from Bill Brown's baseball camp at George Mason. I got it from Mark Harris and Dan Rayleigh out of World of Baseball out of Manassas, Virginia. I got it working out at Catholic University in the summer. So they asked me to join these kids. I don't have a kid on the team in high school. I have two daughters. They played softball. One's 6 now, one's 21. But, I talk to these kids, and they have no clue what's going on. They don't even know how to keep a scorebook. They look at Game Changer. Last week we were in a tournament, and I'm yelling into the home plate umpire. He calls Tom. He's like, what's going on? I said, who is 22? He goes, well, they updated it on Game Changer. They didn't report it to the book. And, I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but that's the purity of the game, I think, that you were alluding to that people need to get start getting into.
Yeah. Thanks for the phone call. I appreciate it. Catholic University of America. Ross Natoli is the head coach. That's the first place I ever learned how to play baseball. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE because it probably can be.
The 2025 Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
The Stars are going to shine on a stage unlike any other.
Home run! Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge.
Mythic feats happen on an almost nightly basis.
Coverage begins Tuesday at 7 Eastern with first pitch at 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Tim Kirkton joins us here on the show, ESPN MLB analyst and friend of the program. Timmy, I've been preaching all morning about how the institution of the ABS challenge system at the All-Star Game for Major League Baseball is one thing, but my larger philosophy about how numbers and the exactness and all of this stuff is taking over baseball really just kind of hurts a part of my heart because I see how it trickles down to the lower levels and how kids are just obsessed with exit velo, spin rates, and so forth, and just playing the game has gotten so far away from making sure that we get every single thing exactly right, otherwise we got a problem, you know?
Yes. Before we get there, Clinton,
You know my brothers went to Catholic University, right?
I do know.
You know
this,
both of my brothers are in the Hall of Fame for baseball at Catholic University. My brother Andy might be the greatest player ever to play at Catholic University, and I've known Ross Natoli for almost 50 years, and nobody teaches the game on that level better than he does. He's a dear friend of mine, and it was just so refreshing for you to say that's where you learned how to play the game at a Catholic University summer camp. So
absolutely cool. Right. It was a winter camp, too, and then we got to the summer. Imagine my feeling when I saw that we got to play on grass as well, so that was great. But, yes, that's where I learned at that
your
level.
Question, Clinton, I am worried where the game is right now because too many of our players on the major league level and our 12-year-old kids are absolutely paralyzed by the data and the numbers. Years ago, I was at the Little League World Series, and there was a kid there named Cole Wagner, who's still the greatest 12-year-old hitter I've ever seen, and what a great kid. But I asked him back then, so this is almost 15 years ago, I said, do you use a wood bat also? Because he hits every single day as a 12-year-old. He goes, yeah, I use a wood bat every day just to get me ready for pro ball. And I said, can you tell the difference? And then he said, yeah, the exit velocity with my aluminum bat is, 89.2, and with my wood bat, it's 83.6. He knew the exit velocity as a 12-year-old using a wood bat and an aluminum bat. And this is a great kid, but I'm just not sure we should have 12-year-olds concentrating on something like that as opposed to this is how we play the game. This is how you play first base. This is how you run the bases. This is how you hit the cutoff man, and you're not going to do all of that just by looking at the numbers.
I heard you mention before the athletics report, and just from your own reporting and knowledge as well, that a lot of players don't love this system for a whole host of reasons that aren't even existential. It's just confusing and creates a lot of problems from a consistency standpoint. Can you expand on that a little bit? Because for me, I'm thinking if even the players don't enjoy this for the most part, why on earth would we be getting closer to it?
Yeah, well, I've found that the players feel like I just talked to Nathaniel Lowe the other day, really smart guy, plays for the Nationals now. And he said, look, it's a human game, human beings play it, human beings should umpire it, and he doesn't like the idea of the automated ball strike system. He wants the umpires to make the decision. I also talked to a manager the other day who said an interesting thing that, he doesn't think the players want the responsibility of having to do the challenge by themselves. And I had another manager tell me in spring training, his takeaway on the ball strike system was the umpires are actually better than we think they are. You say that's not a strike. Then they run the replay, and it is a strike. So I think this is still a long way away from being perfected, and we can't put this into Major League Baseball until this system is close to perfect as possible.
Tim Kirkland joins us here on Clinton and Friends. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm probably going to stay on this subject because it touches on so many different things. And I'll ask you next, what do we know about what that process is regarding how quickly this could happen? There's meetings that have to happen. I'm intrigued about it on one level for the game itself, which we can talk about later. But how long would this take if it were to be supported by the people who need to support it to get to the bigs?
Yeah, I know there are people who have told me they think it will be in place. The challenge system will be in place next year. I don't believe that. I think that is too soon. I think this needs another full spring training to make sure it works. And, of course, you need the approval of the union, which means the players have to say, yes, this is something that we want. And I just don't think we're there yet, that the players are solidified that this is better for the game. So my guess is 2027 at the earliest that we'll do this. But again, there's a real problem when we go to more technology, and because more things can get fouled up when you go to more technology. At least as a tired old man, that's how I feel sometimes.
We might have to have a personal pool as to who's going to be the first person to do it in the All-Star game. I can't think of anybody, but I'm trying to figure out who I might bet on were that to be on the board.
Well, in a game that I did this spring, I saw the Dodgers, and Dave Roberts said, "Well, the first guy on our team that's going to challenge it is Max Muncy. I can promise you that." So I'm at the game, and Max Muncy comes up in the first inning, and the second pitch he saw, he challenged it. So Dave Roberts was absolutely right. The second pitch that Max Muncy saw, he said, that's not a strike, and he challenged it. So this is how it works. There's some guys who are really finicky about it and others who aren't quite the same. That's why we need to just make sure this works in the minor leagues beautifully. Let's try another spring training before we implement it on the major league level.
Last thing I'll ask you, do you have any favorites for the home run derby at this point? I know that's something that we've enjoyed quite a bit over the years. When you're looking at the field, who do you like?
Well, I'm going to go with a personal favorite just because I'm going to go with James Wood for this reason. I may have told you I used to play basketball in an old dog league with his dad, Kenny Wood, who was a great player at Richmond, okay? So we played into our 60s, all right? But James would bring his son, Kenny would bring his son James to these old dog leagues once in a while. And he was like 5 years old when he showed up. And he was taller than me, by the way, when he was 5 years old. Not the point. Kenny says to me, he said, James could be a great basketball player if he wants to be, but he wants to be a baseball player. And then 15 years later, after I met him for the first time, he's in the big league. And now he's tearing it up. He's 6'7", 6'6". He's got unbelievable strength and athleticism. So I'm going to go with the hometown favorite, Kenny Wood's son, James Wood, to win the home run derby.
Bowie, Maryland's own. I love it. Thank you, Timmy. Appreciate you, sir. See you soon.
Okay, Clinton. See you.
Later. Tim Kirkchin with the family vibe today. Talking about brothers and sons and dads and people who just plain love baseball. Coming up, we're going to take more of your calls next. Y'all are pretty hot on this topic, which is good because baseball matters. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Saturday on ESPN Radio.
A home run for Aaron Judge.
The NL Central leading Cubs face Aaron Judge and the Yankees.
Saturday is game day, yeah.
Coverage begins Saturday at 12:30 Eastern with first pitch at 1:05 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Postman Law is used to winning. That's why with every home win by Chicago's Southside baseball team, They're adding $100 to the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship Fund. More wins, more scholarship money. Because at Postman Law, they win more for you. Visit postmanlaw.com/scholarship to see how much your city has earned and apply today. After an injury, you could use a win. Call Postman Law today. This is attorney advertising.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
No, it's Schaumburg Boomers Baseball. Friday night is Superman night, featuring post-game fireworks, and the first 1,500 fans receive a Superman bobblehead thanks to Amazon Fresh. Saturday night, the giveaways continue with another fireworks show. Plus, the first 1,500 fans receive a replica Schaumburg Boomers jersey thanks to Wintrust, Chicago's bank. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Hey, it's Kap, and now I'm a Chicago window guy's guy. Why? Because Russ Armstrong makes it easy. No sketchy deals, no long-winded sales pitch, just great windows, expert installation, and the best price I could find, guaranteed. And get this, Russ himself came to my house. No subcontractors, no nonsense, just honest work and a lifetime guarantee. So yeah, I'm a Chicago window guy now. Join the club, 847-881-3060, or check out the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else. But it definitely feels like your soul is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital. I knew that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how amazingly and completely they take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Hey, excuse me, Carmen Joe, where's the principal's office?
What? No, it's been forever since I've been here. I totally forgot. Oh, my God. Did you just call me Carmen Jello?
Yeah, what's your name, right?
No, it is not my name, man. Did it ever occur to you that it might be the name of the janitorial service I work for?
Oh,
Yeah, my name is Steve. You just assume that all black people got crazy-ass names, huh?
I don't assume anything about black people. It's written on your shirt.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The ABS system makes me feel some type of way. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Talking about the All-Star Game using the automated balls and strikes system, challenge system this season as a way of getting it towards the testing and potential implementation of the larger system in Major League Baseball more grandly. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Coach Doc in Houston. Welcome to Clinton and Friends.
Yeah,
Hey, guys, how y'all doing today?
Pretty good, brother.
Yeah. Man, I was listening to you guys, man, and I'm going to tell you, I was calling the last couple of days. I was angry before the last coach came on, and he summed it up for me, but with just a little bit more of what I got to say. What I'm trying to say is this. You guys have got to realize that we got to, as adults, we got to teach the game. We got to keep teaching the game. We got to make the kids learn the game.
Yeah.
Quit moving the rules so they can, in order for them to compete and try to make things different. That's not what baseball is. That's not what basketball is. That's not what football is. I was a basketball coach before I started coaching football. Baseball.
Yeah.
And what I did was I said to myself, hey, we got to start, going back to teaching instead of everything being about winning. The winning is supposed to come along with the teaching.
Thanks for the phone call. I appreciate it. He's exactly right. That's even a more Z-axis level of the extensionism of that situation, and I agree with him. That's part of the problem. Everything is so results-based that the process gets taken out in the middle. And then you wonder why nobody's good at the process. You wonder why when the umpires are getting berated by parents who only care about results, by the time things trickle up, nobody wants to be an umpire. How about that? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Nolan in Pittsburgh, what's up?
Hi, fellas. Hope you guys are having a good morning.
Appreciate it.
I come from Pittsburgh, right? Pirates fan. We struggle, and we stick with baseball, and it's in the soul, right? You never lose that. You're talking about losing the soul of the game. Mm-hmm. If it's in you, you never lose it. We have losing seasons how many years in a row, man? I'm still a baseball fan. So born and raised, named after one of the greatest pitchers on earth, Nolan Ryan. My dad watched basically some of the best players that ever graced the field growing up, in the 50s, 60s, 70s. I don't feel like if you were at a game with somebody that was complaining about balls and strikes, this would actually fix that for you, and you could end up having that second date because realistically, they're not going to have anything to complain about. It's going to make the game honest, eliminate that. Then you don't have those people that are complaining about balls and strikes. It makes the pitcher honest. Yeah, sure, framing's great for a catcher, but it's old school, man. You can't fight change. It's undefeated. It's these things, and it doesn't have anything to do with the statistics that you're talking about, like coming off the bat, blah, blah, blah. I watch O'Neal Cruz, right? He's like leading the league and all that stuff. It's great to see. He's a young player. He probably gets off on that stuff. But, that's different than what you're talking about.
No, it's not. I hear what you're saying. It's different at that level. But it's all part of the same mindset. That everything has to be quantifiable by a number that's a data point. And that data point can be used to further analyze things beyond just what the human eye or the human heart can feel. They are in the same boat, even though they are different statistical categories. And the idea of the robot eliminates the need for arguments, what did we do? Why are we alive? I'm not saying that you need to argue, but again, the point of the game is the interpretation of the humans doing it. This is like saying that every single thing we create through art should be done by AI because what? It knows what it's doing. No. Please, people, understand that we're human beings. We could do it just fine on our own. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Lloyd in Florida, quickly.
Hey, how's it going? This is Floyd. Yeah.
Floyd, sorry.
I love your show. Thank you. Hey, it's okay. I love your show, man. I love watching. I love listening all the time. I have to disagree with you on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I umpire out here in Florida for high school. And one thing I don't want to be is a problem in the game. I don't want to be the reason that things are going wrong. So if I can be accurate, I want to be accurate. There's a difference between a 1-2 count and a 2-1 count for a hitter and a batter. They're going to approach it differently. Same as a 3-1 count versus a 2-2 count. And anything that we can do to make the game accurate, that's what we should do. This isn't velocity or nothing like that. This is making the game accurate.
Thanks for the phone call. I mean, yeah, but that depends on the definition of accuracy. If the fundamental point of what a strike zone is up for interpretation, by standardizing it, you've changed the fabric of the sport. Fundamentally. There's not something that we've all just been kind of missing out on. I mean, that's what the game is. You get up there in the box, you see a couple pitches, you might have a discussion with the catcher about what they're probably doing or what they've gotten away with. The umpire may or may not let you know. You go back and you tell your team. That's like half the game. This idea of the ABS is just it's not the tip of the iceberg. That's the wrong analogy. But it's a window into the soul of a type of baseball mind that I just don't want to breed as the next generation. 12-year-olds worried about their difference in exit velo from a wood bat versus an aluminum bat 15 years ago, as Timmy said. We're moving in the wrong direction in that point. And shoulders, helmet taps and all that, I think, they don't add to it for me. I don't need perfection. I'm a human being. Coming up, more on this. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos. Go touch grass.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you were injured and needed an operation, you wouldn't go to a doctor who had never performed a surgery. You'd want to go to a doctor who would perform the operation you need time after time with the most success. If you're injured, the same should hold true for choosing a lawyer. Ask your lawyer how many cases they've won, how much they've recovered for their clients. Ask your lawyer how many times they've litigated cases in front of a jury. When was the last time they tried a case? What was the offer before the trial? What was the verdict after the trial? The Verdoliak Law Group has been taking personal injury cases to trial for over 55 years. We've recovered over $9 billion for our clients through legal representation and consulting. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we've been rejecting insurance companies' lowball offers since 1963. If you're injured and want a law firm with the knowledge, experience, and tenacity to get you what's fair, call 844-4VLG-LAW.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Unlock big savings while adding style and security to your home with Schlage door locks from Menards. High-quality Schlage Wi-Fi compatible entry locks allow you to lock and unlock your home from anywhere with your phone. Get peace of mind and save big money on all door locks at Menards. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money.
Whiskey University is back in session, and this time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. Join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye Whiskey, Wednesday, July 16th at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Sagamore is 100% Maryland-made, blending high rye and low rye barrels.
You know what? You don't need to hear this now.
I can explain it all at Whiskey U. And best of all, you can taste what I'm talking about. Whiskey me? No, Whiskey you! Wednesday, July 16th at 6:30 at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Study hard, sip responsibly.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion. And he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Getaway Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN, where you can see James Steele on the con, and Sam is on the board. Devin has the day off. I'm just using my normal parlance, and that's the name that came out of my mouth, and that is not the correct one. But we are here. We are talking about baseball. I say it's Getaway Day because I'm heading down to ATL, Shawty, for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, where I will be for the end of this week and into next week. So for those of you who enjoy this program, you will be getting live programming from the site of said game, which is, of course, Truist Park in Cobb County in Georgia. Now, the reason why the Major League Baseball game is at the top of the news is because MLB will be using the Automatic Balls and Strikes Challenge System, also known as ABS, during the 2025 game in Atlanta. Continuing the same rules tested in spring training, for those of you who have been paying attention, each team will have 2 challenges to contest balls and strikes, with challenges initiated only by the pitcher, the catcher, or, of course, the batter immediately after the pitch by tapping their hat or their helmet. The trial at the All-Star Game is seen as a potential step forward in making ABS a permanent part of MLB starting in 2026, which is way too soon for my personal enjoyment. That's an aside. But it's pending a decision based on the league's competition committee later this summer. Fans like it. Players don't like it. We're talking about it. I think it's a larger discussion than just what happens in the strike zone. I think that the soul of the game is going away a little bit too much to numbers, and you can see it in the youth game all the way on up. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mike in Virginia, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you for taking my call, Clinton.
No problem.
I had a different perspective. We're paying players, I say we, the public, are paying players anywhere from $1 million a year to $25-30 million a year to hit the baseball. And if they only do it 1/3 of the time, 333 batting average, they're at the top of their game. So if the umpires were at 50%, making anywhere from $150,000 to $300,000, they would have to be at the top of the game if we use the same perspective. I think the umpires are getting a bad rap, and the only time I don't like the umpires and what they're doing is when they make a bad call. And I was an umpire for 10 years. Mm-hmm. You know when you've made a bad call and you got it wrong, and you got to kind of stand there and take your medicine, not give the guy the thumb.
Let me ask you something. What level did you umpire at in your career?
I was at the recreation league and high school.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because what we've been talking about more largely about sort of kids getting away from the love of the game and getting too much towards production because, frankly, a lot of these parents who have them in it, that's all they care about. What did you see on that front in terms of where the game is developing at that lower level?
Oh, sure. I refereed high school basketball as well, and we had a gym that was set up where they had seats at the end, and the other official didn't show up, so I'm working a game by myself, and I got this chatty parent underneath the basket, so I threw him a whistle when I was down underneath the basket one time. I said, "You got underneath, I'll take the outside." And when I came back down the court the next time, he said, "You made your point. Thanks. Have a great day," and threw me my whistle back.
I love it. Thanks for the phone call. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm getting at. Let people play. It's a game. I understand the value of accuracy. I understand the desire for correctness. What I don't understand is eliminating human minds for the sake of effectively creating a simulation. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Lenny in Missouri, what's up?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. In regard to this ABS, if you give a major league batter, if he knows where the strike zone is, they're going to tee off on it. It's going to change everything about the game. The nuances of the game, like you mentioned earlier, they're going to be gone. You give a professional hitter the strike zone, he knows where it's at. It's just it's going to be a free-for-all. That's really all I got to say. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Thanks for the phone call. That's a whole separate point that nobody seems to want to address either. The Major League eye knows full well what they can hit. And if you've got a situation where you've standardized the strike zone based on a computer, the type of players you're going to see are all eventually going to start to look the same too. Never mind the type of pitchers you're going to have. This is why it's an issue. 888 say ESPN, 888-729-3776. Last one, Tony in Montana, a.k.a. Tony Montana. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Say hello to my little friends. Hey, anytime you come to someone's house, man, you got to come correct and come with a compliment, man. You always are just bringing heat, and today it's like electrical fire.
Appreciate that.
You're absolutely right. Baseball is a symphonic display of balancing athleticism and strategy. And the biggest part of that strategy is managing deception and judgment. I love that Timmy K came on and talked about Max Muncy. As a lifelong Dodger fan, I love that he can watch that box and monitor it so well. Even though I hate that box, I love seeing how these guys are able at the highest level be able to compete. And guess what? Part of that competition is managing the perspective of a catcher, of a pitcher, of a batter, and of an umpire. That's the whole game. You're going to take a marathon runner and take the heat, or take the shoes out, or take the gravel out. Like, it's a part of the game.
Yeah, thanks for the phone call. I mean, I feel that there's some people that just understand this and others that don't. And not because there's some big whole, oh, you're wrong. It's just like, if you don't like baseball for the reasons that have to do with all of the things that in my mind like make baseball cool on a fundamental level, then to me, that's just why you probably just don't like baseball that much. If you're willing to eliminate so many things that are like a core element of how the competition works and not just a means to get to a result. But that's just me. Anyway, enough baseball talk. You know what time it is. You know what season it is. It's summer camp, and let's go to Camp CNF to check in on the punks.
This summer, we're headed to camp.
This one time at band camp.
And like any good camp competition, there'll be winners and losers. But everyone will have fun.
Everyone had a great time.
Welcome to Camp CNF.
Welcome.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, joining us here for the first time in a while, basically since the bunk draft, Sam of the Monmouth University bunk is present and in the building. James Steele, please take it away. You are the score announcer for the day. We'll see how this goes. And Sam actually here to defend himself.
All right, so let's get through these quick. I got a few of them. We'll start with Sam's bunk, the Monmouth University bunk. Headline, Steelers Aaron Rodgers faces harsh doubt from former coach. Eric Mangini was on First Things First and said, quote, I don't know if it's me being cynical, but you had a lot of time to make a decision to come to Pittsburgh. You could have come in a little bit earlier. You could have gone to a few OTAs. You could have gotten much more thorough understanding of the system, so this becomes that much more impactful. I think this is a -1. What do you think?
This could borderline be a -2 because it's Eric Mangini.
Who cares about Eric Mangini?
Nobody. That's why it's so funny. These randos are popping out of the woodwork to make their points. Guys are taking pot shots from lost NFL graveyards. It's incredible.
Oh, man. Nobody cares what Eric Mangini has to say at a time like this. How is that minus points? Like, come on. Nobody listens to Eric Mangini.
Bad headline.
I'm just saying, bad headline. It's not -2. I was just piling on there, but that's definitely -1.
Here's a pretty good headline. Kevin Durant offers up advice for Jason Tatum after Achilles injury. Durant said, quote, of course, JT and Damian Lillard hit me up. I feel like I'm the Achilles guy. Durant told LeBron and Steve Nash on the Mind the Game podcast. I think both of these dudes have shown time and time again they're going to continue to elevate as individuals and players. It's a grind, man.
See, if I was being really mean here, I would say, no, you're not the Achilles guy. The Achilles guy was actually named Achilles. That's why it's called the Achilles. But I'm just messing around. Yeah, we'll give a +1 for that.
So we're even here.
I should have got a lot of points for KD on the Mind the Game pod. Well, I'm requesting ABS for Clinton and Friends. I've had enough. I need to look up at the screen. There's no clear picture of the strike zone. I'm tired of these calls.
Well played point. We'll give you, +2 for that. +2 for defending the Kevin Durant with the ABS example. Well done.
We had talked about every time Stephen A. wasn't on First Take that he got -1. But I guess
that's a little harsh at this point. You're already so far behind. That would be unfair.
All right, we'll forgo that then. Okay, let's go to
debt is forgiven. Yes.
Let's move on to Big Dumper Cove. With Devin. Headline: Deion Sanders brushes off the Athletic at Big 12 Media Days. Quote, y'all be on that bull junk. I think that's a -1 for a bad headline, yeah?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's a lot of – Deion likes to brush off the media a lot, so he's wont to run into problems with the people of my ilk. Bull junk in general, though, is just kind of a funny old man word that makes me laugh every time.
It's a really good word. Yeah.
I love bull junk. Like, what?
Like, why not just say BS? You know what I'm saying? Like, people know what you're getting at. You know?
All right, on to my bunk. This headline, John Cena and Eric Andre filming Little Brother movie in New Jersey. Eric Andre and John Cena are brothers in an upcoming Netflix movie filming in New Jersey. Everything in the professional life is turned upside down when his little brother shows up. Matt Spicer, director.
Sam, what do you think? What's
I don't know.
What's
Maybe
the
it's just
point
nothing.
here?
That movie sounds whack.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just nothing then. All right. Sounds good. We'll move on then.
Like that it's being shot in Jersey, though.
Okay, I was wondering what the connection is here, but that's a no-pointer for me. That's just a thing happening in the world.
Okay.
All right.
No problem there.
Okay.
Let's go to Ryan Matlock, the Cup Check bunk. He posted the first pictures of his son, Miles, on social media today with the caption, quote, 3 weeks early, but not a moment too soon. As of July 3rd, Miles Christopher Matlock is officially on the roster.
Nice.
Weighing in at 6 pounds, 7 ounces, our year, with the leaf emoji, because it's always our year. Happy and healthy. Mom is an absolute nail gun, muscle emoji. From the nurses and doctors to our friends and family, we're grateful for all the love and support we have received, with a blue heart and a white heart emoji. I think this is plus something.
This is a +5 for me.
Agreed.
-1 for the Maple Leafs reference. You got to keep the Maple Leafs out of the birth announcement to prevent yourself from cursing the child for life.
So
overall +4.
Do we bring up the fact that he left the group chat?
That's reasonable. That's completely reasonable. Yes.
I think so too.
You can't have the notifications pinging all over the place. That's just not necessary, and that's a stressful situation. But yes, +4 overall for me for that.
All right, let's just move on to Emily's bunk.
Yeah.
Camp Walden bunk. Caitlin Clark returns from injury. Fever Star struggles with shot and blowout loss to the Valkyries. That's a negative headline, -1. Also a bad performance. Only had 10 points on Wednesday.
All right. Yeah. I mean, there's an outside argument that was worth -2, but we'll say -1 for that just for the sake of time. Yeah.
Then the tweet from Andrew Filipponi on Twitter about Paul Skeens. Pirates GM Ben Sherrington on 93.7 The Fan said that the Pirates altered Paul Skeens' pitching calendar to allow him to pitch in next week's All-Star game, which explains why he was pulled after 78 pitches on Sunday. Sunday he had 10 strikeouts in 5 innings, and they
this
pulled
is
him.
Completely Bush League. Like, what are the Pirates care more about this nonsense than they care about putting up runs to support this guy? They are bandying him about like a show pony, and they can't even manage to get anybody on base when he's on the daggone mound. Definite -1. Absolutely. All right, what's the last thing we got?
All right, Courtney Cronin hosting First Take this morning.
I'll take that point. That's an easy one. And
so these Jeopardy contestants don't really know who Paige Beckers is. Take a listen.
This UConn star had an intense spring in 2025, playing on her first national championship team and being picked first in the WNBA draft. Rahul.
Who's Caitlin Clark?
No. Scarter Sarah? That's Paige Beckers.
Ouch. I think that's a -1.
Now, I'm going to ask for the congregation's feelings on this here, Sam. But, Sam, whenever let's say we're watching Jeopardy and a topic like, I don't know, Black history comes up, how many things do people actually know from the Jeopardy camp? Not many, am I wrong?
You're not wrong. I actually agree with you. I'm not mad at that sentiment.
I'm just saying, just because people on Jeopardy don't know who you are
doesn't mean it isn't important.
Thank you. So you can take what you want from that. That's an ABS check for me, because I'm looking at them like I need to see.
We don't have that system.
We don't have that system. I need to see the people who were on that panel to know whether or not I would have known that they were going to guess Caitlin Clark or Paige Beckers. But I'll take the -1 for that. That's my stuff.
So that's our check-in.
Okay, all right, that's our check-in. We'll get back to the final results.
Yeah, we can update the scores
at
here
the end of the show. Coming up, which NFL coaches are on the hottest of seats? We'll rank them next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We're winning back 50 states in 50 days. We're coming to your state, all 50 of them.
I'm Randy Scott in North Pole, Alaska.
Hello, I am in Rapid City, South Dakota.
The last time they let us out, it was here in Vegas.
Sports Center, live from the World Police and Fire Game. Let's go!
An incredible celebration of everything that this country loves about sports.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
For over 20 years, Purple Wave Auction has been the trusted leader in online auctions, offering the easiest way to buy and sell equipment. From bulldozers to backhoes and combines to cranes, we host multiple weekly auctions in construction, ag, and fleet equipment. With our no reserve format and sell where it sits approach, you can bid on local equipment without waiting for far off auction dates. Get registered for free and start bidding today at purplewave.com.
The legends of sports are celebrated daily on ESPN Chicago.
The legends of rock and roll.
They come to life once again at Paramount Aurora's new immersive Stope Island Theater. Make plans now to see $1 Million Quartet. A step into their theater is a step back in...
It's a step back in time to Memphis' Sun Studios in 1956. Sit back and experience the night Johnny, Elvis, Carl, and Jerry Lee
shook up the world of music. $1 Million Quartet at Paramount Aurora's Stope Theater.
Now extended through January 2026.
Visit ParamountAurora.com and look up events.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, our family has been helping Chicagoland bring the fun home with the best products for your backyard fun. And right now, during the Great American Sale, we're celebrating 4th of July. For 10 days only, get special financing for 60 months or cash rebates. But hurry, it's 10 days only and it ends July 13th. And you'll get free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why, this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of the nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
In 1979, the first words spoken on ESPN weren't just an announcement.
If you're a fan,
they were a sports prophecy.
What you'll see in the next minutes, hours, and days to follow.
Glad you're with us tonight.
May convince you you've gone to sports heaven. And right now, you're standing on the edge of tomorrow.
This fall, the next era of ESPN begins. Sports Forever.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
From the top 5 offseason editions.
Mike Vrabel, a guy who is a proven
Bringing in Ben Johnson could be one.
You can hate him or love him. Aaron Rodgers.
To the top 5 quarterback wide receiver duos.
Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb.
And everything in between. This is ESPN Radio's NFL Rank 'Em. Top 5 coaches on the hot seat.
All right, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Let's get right to it, James. What do we got?
All right, it's the top 5 coaches on the hot seat.
Okay.
So we're going to rank them 1 to 5, 1 being the hottest of the seats.
Sure, of the seats.
Yes,
right.
correct.
Okay.
So let's start in Indianapolis, our good friends in Indiana. And
Sure.
Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. The key challenge for him will be proving Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones could be a franchise quarterback and leading the Colts to the playoffs for the first time since 2020. Where would you rank Shane Steichen, if at all, in the top 5?
Honestly, if we're being real, this one's not even on the list to me because I genuinely think that the passing of Jim Irsay is going to affect that franchise to the point that canning the coach is just not something that's going to happen. I understand that the quarterback situation is major, and I'm not implying that Irsay's daughters who have taken over for him somehow can't handle the situation, but I just feel that would be weird football energy in a season in which you're kind of honoring somebody who obviously kept that thing going, to turn around and can the coach. That doesn't feel right to me. I don't think that's close to happening.
All right. So moving on, we'll go down to Miami and Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins head coach, where his key challenge will be getting back to the postseason and having success, not being a one and done, and proving the Dolphins can compete in the AFC East against the Bills, who have won the division, I believe, 5 years in a row.
This is pretty high for me. This is reasonably high for me. I'm going to put it at number 2 because the way that they've gotten popped in the playoffs, and I'll never forget that game, and was it Cincinnati, that cold weather game, where they just looked like little boys out there, literally only due to the weather. That kind of thing can't happen. You can't be legitimate all year and then all of a sudden show up and it's like a little cold and all of a sudden your entire offense is just completely unmanageable as a result of the conditions. That to me really shone poorly on him, and I like him the most probably out of all these guys we're going to name. I think he's good for the NFL. I just feel like the Dolphins might be a little bit over it if that happens again.
All right, moving on. Second-year head coach Brian Callahan and the Tennessee Titans. His challenge, they just drafted Cam Ward, number 1 overall, developing him into a franchise quarterback and improving the Titans' offense to avoid another bottom-tier season. Where do you have Brian Callahan?
So Brian Callahan is a guy who I'm just not sure I understand what all he did to become the head coach of the Titans. I mean, I know he was the OC for the Bengals, but, like, he's also a dude that I kind of look at him like, where did you come from? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is your actual claim to fame? So this is probably going to be reasonably high. I'll put him in number 3 just because, what do the Titans have to lose? They've got a quarterback situation that they're trying to figure out. If it doesn't mesh well, you're not going to get rid of Cam Ward right off the rip. Callahan is the guy that they took a chance on after a couple hot seasons and making it to a Super Bowl that they didn't even win. And so that's, for me, makes him probably reasonably dismissible for a franchise like the Titans, who know a thing or two about head coaches.
All right, moving on. Devin not here to defend his coach, Brian Dable, with the New York Giants. His key challenge, they drafted Jackson Dart. And, I mean, basically stabilizing the quarterback position. They have a bunch of guys there, Jameis and Russell Wilson, and improving their record and roster. Where do you have Brian Dable?
I got Brian Daboll at number 1. Do we remember when he got this job? People were like, why did you hire that guy? Who is that dude? Once again, this was at a time when guys were getting jobs out of nowhere, and the New York Football Giants hired Daboll, and I don't think that anything really worth it has come to show yet. And now they're in a put-up-or-shut-up season, him and the GM, if I have that right. Am I wrong? They're not on the same situation where they both could go if this doesn't happen?
Very true. Yes.
That puts him at the top for me. Never mind that you now have a quarterback room where all eyes are on everybody. Jameis in the building. Jackson Dart, number 1 guy. Handsome Man community member. The Giants could low-key be a mess this year. But they could also figure it out a little bit. I think Dayball, if it doesn't happen in a major way for them, I think that the die is cast for him and the GM, whose name I'm forgetting right now.
All right, Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. Obviously, Tomlin has not had a losing season in 18 years as the head coach of the Steelers. They had a pretty crazy offseason. They brought in Aaron Rodgers. They traded for DK Metcalf. They traded George Pickens away, robbing us of all-team crash out.
Yeah.
What do you think about Mike Tomlin? Where do you rank him?
So this is number 4, but only because I know who the next person is, and I will explain that when you bring them up. I know the Steelers are not in the business of getting rid of their coaches. I understand that Tomlin is the longest tenured coach in the NFL. But the Aaron Rodgers situation and the fact that they just extended their GM as well leads me to believe that if there's going to be a year in which Tomlin, don't get me wrong, I don't think he's going to get fired. I don't think the Steelers would ever do Tomlin that way. But he says, you know what? I'm going to walk away. I'd like to go out on my own terms. Number 1, I don't want to deal with Aaron Rodgers anymore. Number 2, it's been long enough. Number 3, I'm just ready to go. I could see that happening. That puts him at number 4 for me.
All right, and last but not least, or maybe least, Zach Taylor, the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow had his best season last year, led the NFL in both passing yards and passing touchdowns, but the Bengals missed out on the playoffs after starting the season 0-3. Even though they ended the season on a 5-game win streak, it was the second straight season the Bengals have started 1-3.
Now, the Bengals have had quite a few, or not very many coaches for very different reasons than the Steelers. Namely, that the franchise is too cheap to want to be paying multiple people at the same time. I don't know what Zach Taylor's contract situation is, but I do know that Marvin Lewis was hanging around that daggone franchise forever because his buyout was crazy. And the Bengals were like, guess what? We'd rather stink with a coach that we don't have to pay to not coach than be decent with a guy that we've got to pay a premium for to be an NFL head coach at arguably one of the worst-run franchises in the NFL. That's why Zach Taylor's got job security. Because when dealing with the Bengals, they're not want to throw people out of the door. Which is good for Zach, but not necessarily good for all Bengals fans personally. I happen to like Zach. I just don't think that the Bengals are going to do that. As for going back to the Tomlin thing real quick, I do wonder how much of a headbutt situation that could end up being if him and Aaron Rodgers, for whatever reason, don't get along. I know he's your boy, Sam. You got him in his bunk. But how good do you honestly think that Aaron Rodgers is going to be this season for the Steelers?
I think he's going to be just as good as what they had last year, maybe slightly better. I still think he throws the ball better than Russell Wilson at this point. I think he got banged up early. I think he can still spin it. He's just it's not going to have them more than 10 wins in a maybe playoff team first-round exit. It just doesn't make them better than that.
Injury is a factor with him, too.
Very true.
He's not a Tom Brady type.
No.
I don't care how much ayahuasca he takes or how many black holes he wants to descend into. He's not the same guy in terms of the injuries. I mean, he just blew his leg out, a couple of years ago. So that's a tough situation. Anywho, Shane Steichen, not on the list. I don't see the Indianapolis Colts canning their guy after they're dealing with the loss as a franchise. And I don't know. That would be a very weird situation overall. All right, we want to go through the top 5 here. Number 5. Zach Taylor. You want to read them off?
Zach Taylor.
Yep. Go ahead.
Number 4.
Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Tomlin-Rodgers fight will be fun to watch all year. I could see him walking away at the end.
Number 3.
Brian Callahan and the Tennessee Titans.
Kind of a no-name guy who got an off-brand shot. If they can't figure it out after all this quarterback turnover, I'd be understanding if the Titans said, thanks, no thanks.
Number 2.
Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins.
Can't win a game in cold weather means you can't win a Super Bowl title in 2025. That's a problem for the Dolphins.
Number 1.
And number 1, Brian Daboll of the New York Giants.
Arguably was a dead man walking last year. They decided not to can him. Him and the GM have to put up or shut up. Otherwise, that just ain't going to work for the New York Football Giants. Clinton and Friends is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you need to hire for your business in 2025 and want an easier way to find qualified candidates, use ZipRecruiter. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. When you hear that music, it means that we are efforting good times, easy credit, rip-offs. You like the fact that I actually know that lyric at that time. Tim Bontemps, part of the Hoop Collective, obviously NBA basketball writer. Timmy, where on earth are you at this exact moment, sir?
I'm looking at the ocean in Lisbon, Portugal, talking to you, Quentin.
Really?
I'm only doing this for you.
Really? Lisbon, Portugal?
Yeah, really.
How about that?
Really.
What took you there?
Yeah. My brother-in-law is getting married in a week, but I'm flying to Vegas for the podcast on Saturday, tomorrow, which is a brilliant maneuver by me. So it's going to be a long weekend.
I hope you got it direct.
Well, there's not a lot of direct from Lisbon to Vegas, Quentin. So there'll be an East Coast stopover on the way each way. But we
very well.
It'll be a long weekend, but a fun one. So it should be good.
You. Well, you do Summer League pretty much every year, and obviously the Cooper Flag versus Bronny. I mean, there's one element of that in terms of a matchup, but more largely, I'll start with Bronny. You know, he's talked about how he thinks he's going to be able to make a team. He had a nice little, strip and dunk. It kind of looked like his dad, to be quite frank. Taking aside everything with the Lakers specifically, what does a Summer League moment like this mean for a player like a Bronny, if you can even take his name out of it, to try to make a team and make an impact on a franchise that's obviously very well known?
Well, I mean, look, if we're being honest, he didn't have any impact at all last season, right?
Yeah.
Which isn't really a surprise for a guy that's drafted at the end of the second round. So, this summer would be the time to start to see if he's got any chance to be any kind of impact player in the league. He would come out in Summer League and have a really productive couple of weeks. Now, it doesn't mean that he can't be a productive player if he doesn't have a productive couple of weeks, or he can't become an impact player in time. But, if he was a normal second-round pick, which obviously he's not for obvious reasons, he would start to show some things this summer. So, I think it'll be an interesting couple of weeks. Hopefully he plays a bunch of games with the Lakers, and we get a chance to see what he can do.
One of the people that he will be facing off against is Cooper Flag. And I think for the average NBA fan, you're pretty aware of Summer League for what it is from a competition standpoint. But I use this example a lot. But for the average sports fan who maybe doesn't know anything about the way the calendar year works for the NBA, Summer League is just kind of a thing that happens that you probably miss. What should that fan expect to see from a Cooper Flag out of this? Are we expecting the highlight dunks everywhere? Or what do you think his productive level is going to be at this stage?
I mean, the basic thing I would say to a fan who doesn't know what they're talking about or looking at when they go to watch Summer League is, if you see a top pick like Cooper Flag, basically, unless they're awful, it doesn't really matter, right? He'll probably be awfully good because he is awfully good, but generally, more often than not, Summer League is about seeing guys that either really don't belong, that are supposed to, or guys that come out of nowhere and impress that you don't know anything about. So for a guy like Cooper Flag, who's the number one pick in the draft, I suspect he's going to show up and put up some pretty big numbers and have a pretty good performance. To go back to the prior question, it's more about second-round picks like a Bronny James, whoever that equivalent is this year. Guys like that who sort of show up and you go, oh, wow, that guy's pretty good. He's making a name for himself, as opposed to guys who you already know about. Because, Summer League is probably a watered-down version of the G League, really. I mean, it's pretty chaotic, and it's not exactly a high-level organized product. So, like I said, it's more about seeing guys that pop unexpectedly, either in a good way or a bad way, than you think.
Tim Bontemps joins us here on the program, ESPN NBA senior writer and member of the Hoop Collective podcast that will be taping in Las Vegas this weekend. So go out and get your tickets. We'll put that link out on the ESPN radio Twitter feed. One of the pieces of news from across the league that I thought was interesting was about Devin Booker. He signs an extension with the Suns. And, look, I don't want to say that Devin Booker doesn't care about winning, because I don't want to be that guy, but it just kind of feels like this guy's one of the dudes who doesn't mind just playing ball and making a lot of money doing it and living his life. I mean, where do we look at the Suns right now in terms of where they fit into the West with this particular roster change, or non-change, rather?
Well, look, I give Devin Booker credit for wanting to stay in Phoenix and wanting to try to make this work, right? Like, it would be very easy in the situation the Suns are in to say, I would like to go play somewhere else because this is a complete disaster.
Right.
And to this point, he has not, which I do give him credit for. However, we are, I think, starting to get to the point where if you're Devin Booker, like, if you want to spend your whole career playing for the Suns, like, I find that a very admirable thing. Sort of the same thing with Giannis, right? Everybody's in this endless debate about what's going to happen with Giannis.
Right.
And if Giannis decides he wants to play his whole career with the Bucks, be like Kobe and Dirk and Tim Duncan, et cetera, great. If Devin Booker decides he wants to play his whole career with the Suns, great. Like, I think that's fine. I think there's a lot of I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, if he does want to have a chance to really win, he is starting to get to the point where he's going to have to make that decision pretty soon. Right. And by signing this extension, he can until at least January or February of this year, which is before the trade deadline. So it's worth keeping that in mind. But, you know, he's getting to around his 30th birthday, and the Suns are nowhere near competing. I don't think they have a chance to be near competing anytime soon. And so I'd say within the next 12 to 18 months, if he doesn't decide, you know, I think I'm ready to go try this somewhere else and see if I can win, then he probably should be prepared to be on a mediocre to bad team in Phoenix for his whole career. And if he, like I said, if he decides he wants to try to make it work there and be a one-team guy, I don't think that's necessarily something to look down on, but I do think that's the reality that's heading for him if he doesn't change his mind here pretty quick.
Last thing I'll ask you is about another guy who has won with his team, and the future is, I don't want to say in question, but we heard some weird remarks from the Nuggets GM talking about how if the apron hits, they might have to trade 1.5, and now he's looking at a contract situation where he might wait to try to get more money. Is there smoke and fire here regarding Jokic's future in Denver, or is this just a basic transactional move to line himself up for a bigger payday?
I mean, I would say it is totally a business decision because there really isn't any actual evidence to say otherwise. It doesn't actually make financial sense for him to extend now. It's better to wait another year and then extend. So I don't think it's something to be alarmed by if you're a Nuggets fan. That being said, the best player on the planet said, I'm not going to extend for at least a year, right? So by nature, that is something that requires examination and requires focus on if you're a Nuggets fan or a Nuggets employee or a observer of the league like myself. So, you know, we'll see where this sits a year from now, and I think then we'll have a better sense of it. But look, Denver, you know, has made, you know, arguably made some improvements to their bench this summer. If they go on to win the title next year, which is very possible, I'm sure Nikola Jokic will turn around and extend his contract and everything will be fine. If they lose in the first or second round and he doesn't extend his contract next summer, you know, then I think it's fair to start looking at the situation and going, is there a possibility that this guy is actually going to try to play somewhere besides Denver at some point in his career? So I think at this point it's more of a monitor and see than a panic-inducing situation. But, you know, it's something to pay attention to for sure. And, you know, for a guy that's had no drama surrounding him really at any point in his 10 years in the NBA, certainly the fact that this has come up now, it's going to require us all to pay a little bit more attention to his situation going forward than we have over the past decade.
He's Tim Bontemps. He's currently in Lisbon, but he'll soon be in Las Vegas. What a life you lead, Timmy. Appreciate you, brother.
Anytime, buddy. Talk to you soon.
No doubt. Good times joining us here on the program, from a wedding all the way back to a podcast. Coming up, you know what time it is. We're going to the watering hole, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The 2025 Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
The Stars are going to shine on a stage unlike any other.
Home run! Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge.
Mythic feats happen on an almost nightly basis.
Coverage begins Tuesday at 7 Eastern with first pitch at 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. While you're resisting.
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash, injured on the job, sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you. College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005.
Whiskey University is back in session, and this time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. Join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye Whiskey, Wednesday, July 16th at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Sagamore is 100% Maryland-made, blending high rye and low rye malt.
You know what? You don't need to hear this now.
I can explain it all at Whiskey U. And best of all, you can taste what I'm talking about. Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey you!
Wednesday, July 16th at 6:30 at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Study hard, sip responsibly.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Transform your home with Shaw Vinyl Plank Flooring. The Hillcrest series is waterproof and offers superior protection to stains and foot traffic. Save big money on all Shaw Vinyl Plank Flooring at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy. And from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Double Tim Day. Double stuffed Tim Oreos. Tim Kirchen joined us at 10:30. ESPN MLB analyst at Kirchen_ESPN. We talked a lot about baseball and the ABS system and what that means for the core of the game. We'll get to more of that later because a lot of you online are sticking your feet directly in your mouths. I'd like to thank Tim Bontemps, ESPN senior NBA reporter, who joined us from Lisbon, Portugal, where he's apparently gallivanting before he goes to Las Vegas to help tape the Hoop Collective live podcast that they're doing there as well. So I want to appreciate him for jumping in to talk about
+4 on the day with the announcement of the birth of his son.
Absolutely.
Which gets him into the black, and he's +2 on the day.
Okay.
Emily was -2 on the day, so that takes her down to +5. And you were even on the day, and that takes you keeps you at +12.
Keeps me at 12.
So you're in the lead. Devin, 3 behind at +9. I am at +6, 3 behind Devin. Emily, 1 behind me now at +5. Ryan Matlack at +2, and Sam bringing up the rear.
I'd be killing it if this was golf.
I hate to say it, Sam, but it's been tough. It's been tough. Let me read some tweets. At Clayton Yates,
Masters if it was golf.
My question is how can he control how the team performs in colder weather? They're committed to running the ball, and it should be on the players to perform. Talking about Mike McDaniel, he's not. That's the problem, though. It's the NFL. If you can't get it done, you can't get it done. I'm not saying he's responsible for that. I'm saying if I'm an owner, I'm still looking at that as a lack of success in a specific space. That's what I'm saying. Antonio DR, frequent contributor, says, see why with the HOA energy. I was leaning towards the rules led by the likes of a DMV council. I don't know why they didn't exercise the ABS in college or the minors at least. Probably because it's too expensive. And lastly, not lastly, but this is the one I want to read the most of. Guy named Dan Parrish at Dr. Dan MD says, could you sound older or more out of touch? Keeping the computers out allows for strategy. That's literally the opposite. If you can't anticipate the outcome, you can't strategize accurately. If I throw a strike, I want credit for my strike. Number one, tell me you know absolutely nothing about the game of baseball without telling me you know nothing about the game of baseball. If you can't anticipate the outcome, you can't strategize accurately. The whole point of baseball is anticipating multiple outcomes and what you are going to do in that situation. Quite literally a collection of ordered pairs from a math context, not simply directly translatable predictions. And secondly, if I throw a strike, I want credit for my strike. What league have you ever played in where you had a review system or a K-zone? How is this possibly that personal to you? Explain that to me. When the guys who actually play are the ones who don't like it. How does that add up? He follows up and says, ask the players, are you serious? What did NBA players think about the three-point line, hockey players about helmets, and ask Ronnie Lott about the lane and hitting rules? I know you don't have a good argument when you have to leave the very sport we're talking about to discuss this. The whole point is that baseball is literally different. That is the entire fundamental basis of what I'm talking about. It's not the other sports. It doesn't have a clock in the same way. No, all of the playing surfaces are not uniform in their design. And neither is the strike zone. That is the cool part. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Last time I get to talk to you, Sam.
Last one, best one.
That's a bummer, dude.
It's been real.
It's been real. I appreciate you. Walrus was in here talking about you. He didn't know that today was going to be your last day, which means we might have to retire Freestyle Fridays to some degree.
Wow.
We only had one.
Just to be a part of it. I will call in.
Okay, we'll see. Is there anything people need to know? Do you want to throw out your handles out there?
You can follow me on Twitter at NoChill57. Just a lot of
NoChill57.
stuff.
What type of stuff do you post?
Stuff where I'm not chilling. Just know I have no chill, and I can say stuff that I cannot say on these Disney Airways.
Very well. Well, I appreciate all you've done, and you've certainly been a light as far as this show's short history has been concerned. So I appreciate that very much, Sam.
Miss you guys.
Good luck in everything else you do. I am headed to Atlanta. If you see me in the streets, holla at me. We will be doing the show live from there tomorrow and next week as well. And I will be calling it my baseball home, and home is where the heart is. Joe and Q is coming up next. I will see you in ATL, kiddos. Have a good one.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. Full 3-hour ride today, and we're going to have some fun. The Cubs lead is down to a game and a half. They got a day game today. Brewers are off, but the Brewers did it again. They swept the Dodgers. Talk a little bit about what's going to happen here entering the weekend and the unofficial end of the first half of the baseball season. But it's getting tight again, Jurko. The Brewers, I guess, just aren't going to go anywhere. Get used to it.
The first time in forever they swept the Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers have like their longest losing streak in about 6 years.
6 games now.
Yeah, 6 games.
6 games.
Even good teams go through it in baseball. The Cubs have had a tough time scoring. We'll see what today holds. We got some great NFL stuff, including offseason grades from ESPN's Seth Walder. Will tell you what he thinks about the Bears offseason. We got a list today. We got Immaculate Carmen. We got the lunch rush. We got tickets to give away. Adam Johns will talk Bears with us at 2. We'll see you coming up at noon.
Schefter here. Typically, you don't associate speed with quality. For example, you don't go through a fast food drive-thru and expect a gourmet meal to go. Well, here's an exception. If you're hiring, you can find candidates fast who also are extremely qualified for your job. Just use ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can proactively find qualified candidates in minutes. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Vaughn brings his back, that's going to get down. Here comes Collins, he will score. Down in the third, Andrew Vaughn delivers in the clutch. We're tied at 2. Here's a 1-0. Churio, base hit. Ball game. Freeland scores. And the Brewers win. They sweep the Dodgers.
Comes a 1-0. Liner out towards right center. Kiersey is there. He's got it. And that is the ball game. And the Twins have taken the first 2 here at Target Field.
Brewers just don't want to go away. Cubs struggling to score, struggling to hit in the first couple of games against the Brew Crew, the Twins, but the Brew Crew has made it a little winning streak here that has shrunk the lead in the NL Central down to just a game and a half. Milwaukee's off today. They've got the Nationals this weekend to wrap the first half before the All-Star break next week. The Cubs coming up with their final game in Minneapolis before they head on to the Bronx. Getaway day at Target Field. They can give themselves a little breathing room and pick up a half game with a win if they make sure they don't get swept today. But such is baseball and those pesky Milwaukee Brewers, Jurko. And wouldn't you know it, Andrew Vaughn just back up in the big leagues. And in each of the games against the Dodgers, he had a hit. He had a 3-run home run. He drove in 4 runs. He drove in a big run yesterday to tie it late.
Interesting.
I think he's got 5 hits since coming back to the bigs.
He's got the stench of the socks off of him.
I can't tell you how many times I saw after the trade in my just going through DMs and mentions. I hope Andrew Vaughn doesn't somehow come back to haunt the Cubs. I'm like, don't worry, Andrew Vaughn.
The White Sox.
No, because he's in Milwaukee now. You know what I mean? They're like, Cub fans are like, please don't tell me that Andrew Vaughn, who stinks, is going to somehow
revitalize the Milwaukee
and I was like, I don't know. I don't think you have to worry about it. The Brewers sent him right to the minors.
He's got a new lease of life, though. He does have a new lease on life.
I don't worry. I don't think it'll. Don't worry, Cub fans. I don't think it'll continue. But he's had 2 big hits.
He was like Andy Dufresne with the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, I think so.
And the rate was like Shawshank. I mean, that's what it was.
He's just like, how do I get out? How do I tunnel my way out?
He got out. I don't know, by bad play, by whatever, by them giving up on him. Either way, he's out of there.
Combination of both.
Yeah, he's happy camper now.
And he's had a couple of big hits for them. He just got called up. He just played this series with the Dodgers. The Brewers extend the winning streak. The Dodgers have lost 6 in a row. It is the longest losing streak for the Dodgers since before COVID, since 2019. How about that? And they struggled to score in that series just the way the Cubs are struggling to hit and score right now in Minneapolis. The Dodgers got outscored 15-3 in that 3-game series. They hadn't lost back-to-back games since the first 2 days of June, let alone a 6-game losing streak. And I know Cub fans are thinking, why couldn't you have done us a favor, LA? But such is life in the NL Central, and that's baseball, and even good teams go through droughts. And the Cubs are, I heard that, the Cubs are going through it right now, too.
Turn my mic off.
I still heard it.
Yeah, it echoed.
Matt Shaw got the day off yesterday. The Cubs have scored just 3 runs in the first 2 games in Minnesota before they play the final game coming up today. Matt Shaw got a day off yesterday. He continues to struggle at the plate. I'll tell you, he brings a lot of value defensively. He really does. He can pick it over at third, but the struggles on offense continued after, it looked like maybe he figured some things out when they sent him down to the minors there early in the season. He came back up. He was good for a while, but it's been a struggle. His OPS plus is down to 66. He's just 1 for 22 in July. If you're going to point to something positive, it's that he doesn't swing and miss a lot. Even though he's not getting on base and he's just 1 for his last 22, he's punched out just 1 time. So he puts the ball in play a lot. It's just been a little bit of a grind for him right now. We'll see if the day off can kind of get him going offensively. Maybe the All-Star break does too. Otherwise, the Cubs are going to have to search for other answers over at third. It's Carmen and Jurko. Hope everyone's having a great day. Beautiful outside today. We're back with the full ride. The White Sox are on later tonight, starting a 4-game series against Cleveland. 6 o'clock will be the pregame after Waddle and Sylvie a little bit later on. Tomorrow, we're live at the ballpark pretty much all day starting at noon. We'll do our show live on the concourse. Bleck Abdalla will be in for Waddle and Sylvie. They will follow. They're going to be live, getting ready for the reunion of the 2005 Sox and the unveiling of the Burley statue. By the way, Bleck and Abdalla are in today and tomorrow for Waddle and Sylvie, so we'll crosstalk with the guys in a few hours. But the lead's down to 1.5, and I feel like you're just going to have to get used to this, and they might nip at the Cubs' heels all season. I still think the Cubs are the best team in the division. I think they'll win the division.
It'll be fun.
The Brewers can pitch, Jurko, and that's one thing that can take you a long way, obviously. And they're better offensively than I thought. They did this last year. They're doing it again this year. They can pitch. Quintana had another good game again yesterday. The Brewers have the 4th lowest starters ERA in the majors. They've got a top 10 strikeout rate. They're middle of the pack in fielding independent pitching and in whip, so that might give you an idea that maybe there's a little randomness and a little flukiness and some luck that's gone their way amongst how good their starters have been in terms of ERA. Some of the adjusted numbers aren't quite as good, but I think they can really pitch, and they got guys that can strike you out. Peralta could strike you out. Mizrowski can obviously strike you out. Woodruff's back. He was pretty good in his debut. And they've got guys in their bullpen that can strike you out. So that's probably one thing that's going to maybe keep them in this a little bit longer than I was giving them credit for most of the offseason and even most of the first half of the regular season.
We'll see if they do anything.
Yeah, they probably will.
Will they do anything before the trade deadline? That might make them a little bit better.
They could.
You know the games. We've already 8 more games against the Milwaukee Brewers. 5 of them here in Chicago, 3 in Milwaukee.
Yep.
So, isn't it boring if you just run away with it? Don't you want to have a little bit of heartache? Don't you want to have a little bit of agita? Don't you want to have a little bit of a struggle? Go ahead and sharpen that steel.
Maybe.
Isn't that what it's all about? You don't want to be out there floating 6, 7 games out there all year. Really kind of being able to operate in a relaxed atmosphere as you go about your business.
Yeah.
At some point, the sphincters are going to tighten, and then what do they say? You're gripping the bat a little hard. You can see it smoldering a little bit.
maybe good to do it.
This is the way
through
it
the
is.
second half.
Yes, you've got to be
This
able
is the
to
way
keep
it
it
is.
tight. Yeah.
You asked, will the Brewers do anything? Jeff Passan wrote an article today at ESPN.com. He wrote the perfect trade deadline edition for all the top contenders. And I'll read you what he wrote about the Cubs in a minute, but obviously the Brewers are one of the teams you'd say is a contender right now.
Yeah, you'd have to.
43.
Yeah.
They have a wild card spot right now, and they're just a game and a half behind the Cubs. He writes their weakness is power, even though they do continue to be a better offensive club than I thought they would be at the start of the year. And the best match, he writes, is Ryan O'Hearn from the Baltimore Orioles. With just 88 home runs, the Brewers rank 21st in MLB. While that hasn't impeded their production, they're 8th in runs scored. That's amazing. Another big bat could do their offense wonders. Nobody will mistake the soon-to-be 32-year-old O'Hearn for Aaron Judge, but he punishes right-handed pitching. And in a lineup without any boppers, O'Hearn also could serve as the strong side of a first base platoon and pick up outfield and DH at bats. So he's writing it could be a power addition like Ryan O'Hearn is probably going to get traded from.
A little thunder? They need a little thunder?
They need a little thunder in that lineup, yeah. Look, with Yelich coming back from back surgery and they lost Adames, I know Churio's awesome. But
is Baltimore selling?
Oh, yeah, I mean, look, they're dead last.
Weren't they a team that was good last year?
Very good, and expected to be good this year, but they're 10 games below York. They're buried in that division. And in the wild card, they're 12.5 out in that division with a bunch of good teams, and they just haven't been able to pitch. They've had all kinds of injuries. Like Grayson Rodriguez hasn't been able to pitch, and their acquisitions in the offseason just didn't fire on that pitching staff. And their manager got fired, and they're gonna sell. For the Cubs, he writes this. Weakness for the first place Cubs, starting pitching, best match, Sandy Alcantara. But just when it looked like Alcantara was turning the corner, he's been brutal again over his last 3 starts. And I mean brutal. He's got his you-know-what kicked in his last 3 starts. So I don't know what to think here about Alcantara. This is what Passan writes. The market for Alcantara might not reflect his resume. A former Cy Young Award winner, the 29-year-old, has been arguably the worst pitcher in baseball this season with an ERA of 7.22. That's right. You're talking about an ERA north of 7.
It's going to be tough to maximize the value on him right now.
Some teams, even the ones that could desperately use starting pitching, see the remaining 2 years and nearly $40 million on Alcantara's deal as an impediment to any trade, particularly with Marlins GM Peter Bendix asking for a haul in return. Whether it's Alcantara or another starter, the Cubs are a good starter away from having one of the top teams in baseball. Their offense is undeniable. Their defense is magnificent. Their bullpen has been a pleasant surprise. Adding a playoff-caliber starter, even if it pushes Chicago past the $241 million luxury tax threshold, would reward a team that has brought excitement back to the north side. So summed up well, I just don't know what to expect once a team gets Alcantara. Will he be rejuvenated and revitalized, and he's pitched in the playoffs, and he's been a Cy Young Award winner, or is he going to pitch like the pitcher that's had his brains beaten all year? I mean, a 7.22 ERA,
that's massive. That's bad.
His fielding independent pitching is 4.59.
Yeah.
So, you see a disparity in there that might tell you, okay, he's not nearly as bad as a 7.22, but a fielding independent pitching at 4.6 is nothing to write home about. The whip is nearly 1.5. The strikeout to walk ratio is non-existent. It's less than 2-1. So he's given up the most earned runs in the league. I don't know. Where is it here? It's a negative 1.6 win pitcher.
Who's number 2? If you don't get Alcantara, who you get? Who's the second pitcher of value?
I think it depends on what Arizona's going to do. And it could be Alcantara's teammate, who Jesse's wrote about a lot. It could be Edward Cabrera, who's been the much better pitcher this year. It could be available, and he's a little bit younger. He doesn't have quite the skins on the wall, but I think you look at the Arizona guys after that and see what Arizona's going to do. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us today. I know the Cubs game is starting. If you want to talk Cubs here a little bit early on, we're going to shift into a lot of football as the day goes on, just what the Cubs should be targeting, who they should add. And if you think Alcantara just needs a fresh start, or would you worry a little bit if the Cubs went out, acquired all that salary, traded a good prospect? Maybe if they take on a lot of the salary, the prospect haul is not as good going back. I think that's usually the way it works. But do you think that he could find something that would make him look more like the pitcher he was a couple of years ago. But there just are not a lot of good numbers here. Good old-fashioned ERA and counting stats and some advanced analytics, too. There's just the ERA plus right now, the adjusted ERA is 60. I told you the fielding independent pitching is 4.6. So at least there's enough of a disparity where you think he's been maybe a little unlucky and things can settle back for him. But I don't know, man. A strikeout-to-walk ratio below 2, a whip at 1.5. Like, there's just not a lot that's good there. But maybe he just does need a reset and a fresh start. Hey, Andrew Vaughn just experienced it over the week, the last few days.
Reset.
Sometimes the reset from a bad team really helps.
No reset for DJ LeMahieu.
No, poor DJ got designated. I saw that for assignment.
And New York Yankees sat him down and said, nope, let's go. They owe him $22 million.
I guess they said it was a tough conversation.
Yeah.
Look, he's been a very good player, very good hitter, anyway, I should say, over the course of his career. I mean, he's stuck in the big leagues longer than most people probably thought. He's been a batting champ in this league.
Both leagues.
Yeah, in both leagues.
Yeah.
He's been a batting champ in both leagues with the Rockies.
2 times with the Yankees, yeah.
But he's really struggled the last year and a half or so, and they said that was a tough conversation. Yankees have kind of gotten back on track here the last couple of nights. This is what happens, man. They had a bad June,
so
did a little bit better in July.
Who plays the Yankees coming up?
The Cubs go to the Bronx after today.
And the Yankees are starting to play well again.
You got to deal with that Aaron Judge guy.
Oh, boy. Well, this is what you get when you play so well early on. You build yourself a little bit of a cushion to where if you have yourself a little bit of a hiccup, you talked about the Dodgers going through a little bit of a streak.
Lost
the
6 in a
Yankees
row.
just went through a streak.
They did. The Yankees did not have a great June. You're right.
Right. They're coming out of.
You're right.
And at some point during the year, did somebody not expect that the Cubs are going to go through something that's going to be a little bit dismal? Well, guess what? That was going to happen. Here it is. You know, you'd hope they'd drive into the, they'd really kind of charge into the into the All-Star break. Sometimes you limp in, then you regroup, and then you get focused for the second half of the season.
Have the Cubs been swept in a series this year? I know they lost those first 2 games in Tokyo.
I don't believe so.
But I don't think the Cubs have,
so.
Other than that, in that first series, I don't think the Cubs have been swept in a series this year. Right,
I don't
Justin?
believe so, yeah.
Yeah,
no.
I don't believe
Hasn't
so.
happened.
Other than dropping those first 2 games in Tokyo, which still feels like forever ago, back in mid-March, they haven't been swept in a series. So if they can win today, they'll have that 2-game lead going to the Bronx this weekend for that final series. What a series that should be. It's one of the marquee series going into the All-Star break for Major League Baseball as the Cubs and Yankees will battle in the Bronx. Tim is in Denver. I think Tim called yesterday. We had a short show. We didn't get to him, but he had a story for you about Scotland, I believe.
Yeah.
What's up, Timmy?
What's up, fellas? Love the show. Love how you cover sports. Jurk, I was actually in Scotland at the same time you were, and on Sunday the 22nd, I was on the old course when it shut down and everyone can use it as a park.
Right.
I was walking the 17th with my dad and my brother, and we actually bumped into Liam Cohen, head coach of the Jags.
Nice.
He was out there with his
what?
his dad and his father-in-law. They're all decked in Jags gear.
Somebody told us that he was there.
That he was there?
Yeah, that he was
That's
there
awesome.
the week before, yeah.
Yeah. So, you think you get like a wave, a little nod. We talked to him for 15 minutes
on
the 17th hole. And he was hilarious.
That's pretty
He
good.
gave us his take on Baker, how he thought of Trevor Lawrence. And he actually had some thoughts about his interview with the Bears with Coles and last year. So he was an open book.
Well, that's pretty cool to hear.
How did he hit it on 17?
I have no idea. We were walking the course because it was shut on Sunday.
Oh, that's right. You're walking the course. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably had played it earlier.
I didn't get a chance to play the old course, but I did go play Golan, number 2.
Nice.
And I just had an absolute blast.
That's
so
awesome.
It was a great trip.
Good stuff. Thanks, Timmy. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, as I was leaving.
You heard that Liam Cohen was there?
No, but I left the 23rd. He was out there on the 23rd. The 22nd was the day before. Yeah. No, we had heard, that he was out there. And then if any of the guys from the States come out there and they play, they let you know. There's another NFL guy that was out there playing. Really? And this guy was out here from this team.
Summer break for NFL teams and coaches. James in New Lenox. What's up, James?
Hey, I was listening yesterday, but I worked kind of late, so I had to catch it on the app, so I didn't have a chance to call. And today I'm extremely busy playing college football 26, but I figured I'd call in.
Thanks.
I can't believe nobody said Don Zimmer yesterday.
Don Zimmer for favorite manager, favorite coach.
Yeah, 89 Cubs were that's going to be like my all-time team. Like, I know they didn't win it all, but that team was so much fun. Like, he was so aggressive.
Yeah, fair enough.
If nobody's ever checked it out, there's a movie they did. It's called The Boys of Zimmer instead of like Boys of Summer.
Yeah.
It's great for any Cubs fan. They should check it out. So I just wanted to call and pass it along.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, guys.
Have fun with NCAA 26 today. He's very busy.
Yeah, he's busy. Right, he's putting his team together. Putting a squad together.
And Don Zimmer's definitely a memorable one.
Oh yeah, love Zim. Well, I had Lasorda. I didn't have Zim.
You had Lasorda. Yeah. Zim is definitely a legend. Poor Zim. You can't think of Don Zimmer without seeing Pedro throwing him to the ground.
Tossed him to the earth.
Come on, Pedro. I mean, Zim did charge at him, in fairness.
Yeah.
But, man, Zim was like 80 or something at the time.
He's trying to kill him. I don't know what was going on.
It was like the fight on the golf course. You know? He did charge at him. Pedro was like the hockey player throwing him in the lake.
Now I've seen that fight everywhere.
I've seen it everywhere.
Everybody analyzing it, too.
It's the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't. There are so many good things about this video. First of all the Canadian accents. And the one do you catch the one guy? I got the whole thing on record. They call it record? I got the whole thing on record.
And it was about pace of play.
Yes, it was about pace of play.
Get moving. And the one guy that got his ass kicked was drunk.
Oh, you could tell.
Oh my heavens,
and I think
he was hammered.
His friend was drunk.
Yeah. The friend was trying to be the pacifist, like, hey. But his buddy just wouldn't shut his mouth.
He wouldn't shut his mouth.
And he charged him.
Yeah. And then the hockey player throws him in the lake.
Yeah.
And you hear one guy on the record say, "Nice start, pal," or something like that. Nice start, pal. He comes crawling out of that lake.
Yeah.
He was launched. What's his name? Tarnowski? I don't remember.
Tarnowski.
He grabs him. He starts calling his shot. Bang. Bang. Yeah. He's calling it out.
Yeah.
He's got the jersey like he's in a hockey fight.
Right,
he does
he's got
it
his
again.
golf shirt.
He's got him 3 times. He got his golf shirt. My favorite part is the Canuck with the thick accents, and I got the whole thing on record. Great. Then I saw another
So nobody
angle.
can lie about it.
Nobody
can lie about what happened. Who charged who? Who invaded somebody's space?
It is the greatest golf course fight video ever. Obviously, I don't know how it's ever going to be topped either. And then it's a former NHLer just pummeling this drunk guy who was playing too slow. I keep seeing it everywhere. And I stop and watch it every time. I'm like, I can't get my fill. I keep getting a kick out of it.
Then he chucked him not in the lake again. He just kind of threw him for a little fly, Hey, I'm flying, and he hits the ground and he slides a little bit.
Threw him 10 feet.
Yeah. Just incredible. 312-332-3776. We'll talk Bears with Adam Johns a little bit later today, Bears Insider. We'll do that at about 2 o'clock. I got some other Bears stuff for you, too. Seth Walder wrote his recap of every team's offseason in the NFL. I mean, we're days away here from some teams going to camp. Bears are about a week away. It's crazy. The list will continue as we'll count down the days to the start of the NFL season. We'll have the lunch rush. We got Immaculate Carmen today since we had a short show yesterday. So plenty of fun stuff. Talk a lot of Bears, some NFL. If you want to talk about the Cubs, just thoughts going into the Bronx for the weekend after this game in Minneapolis today. The dwindling lead, how you feel about it, what you think they should do at the deadline in a few weeks. You can ring us up at 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, Whiskey U is back for July. This time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. Join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye. I love the stuff coming out of Sagamore. I love what they've been doing here. Starting to release their own juice, too, that they've been distilling and aging. We're going to be at Anyways Pub, the Bloomingdale location, next Wednesday, July 16th, 6:30 to 9:30. Sagamore is 100% Maryland-made, blending high rye and low rye mash bills. And you can come out, and we're going to learn all about it and taste some delicious whiskey at Whiskey U next Wednesday night. Again, Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale with Sagamore Rye. Study hard, sip responsibly. See you next week.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox won their 7th one-run decision in 28 tries with a 2-1 victory over the previously hot Blue Jays on Wednesday. Adrian Hauser went 7 innings to end the Jays' 10-game win streak. Edgar Quero had 2 doubles, the game-time RBI, and scored the game-winning run. Tonight, the Sox host Cleveland at 6:40. Sox fans celebrate 05 reunion weekend with us at the ballpark. Don't miss this Sunday, July 13th. The Sox play the Guardians at 1:10. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive a combined Southside Legends bobblehead featuring Burley, Garland, Garcia, and Contreras. Presented by United, Chicago's hometown airline. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Sounds of summer.
An accident about to happen.
Coming through. Whoa. Come on, it's a freaking slip and slide.
You mean slip and fall?
Water may sound seemingly harmless to you guys, but anyone who's experienced a slip and fall injury at work, in a store, or at their apartment building knows just how serious they can be. If you've been injured, call 312-6-million.
Howard is our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard, whether it's protecting equipment or storing yard tools. Suncast's durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of styles and sizes to suit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 42424. That's HOT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated with the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Coming up in about 10 minutes, read you what Seth Walder from ESPN Stats and Analytics wrote about the Bears offseason, how he grades them. He graded all 32 NFL teams. Chase is on the south side. Wanted to talk about the Cubs with us for a little bit here. What's going on, Chase?
Hey, Carl, what's up, hey, Jurko? What's happening, bro?
What up, kid?
Yeah, not much. Hey, so, listen, I'm not concerned right now because we got to understand it's a long season. Everybody's going to go through, funks. I mean, it just happens. It's just you'd rather get it done now rather than having this losing streak around September or August, So I'd rather them just get this out the way now. It's still an all-star break. You come back, and what's Kap saying? You grab a cup of coffee, find a way to win a baseball game.
Something like that.
Yeah, so it's just you just gotta get through it. It's just every team's go through these things. I mean, it's not like it's football where you lose one game, it feels like you lost 3 games in a row. Unlike baseball, you lose one game, it happens. So it's just I just don't understand how is it that when the Cubs lose 1-2 games, it's almost like they act like the season's over. But then they win 2 games, everybody like we win in the World Series. It's like why can't we just have a middle ground? Why is it just everybody just overreacts over a loss and a win?
I hear what you're saying, Chase. It is like baseball is too long of a season to do it. I mean, I think it's just like it's the way things are now. You're on social media a lot. You see things, you hear things. There's discourse. I mean, but it is a grind of a season to get wrapped up in every win and loss. I wouldn't be too concerned. I think the Cubs are an excellent team with maybe one glaring weakness that they're going to try to address, but I think they're an excellent team. And, this is like it is you tie yourself in knots. I think some of it is just because the Brewers are pesky and they're like just right there and they keep nipping at their heels. I think fans remember last year, and you thought maybe they'd put them away this year, and they just haven't, but they will. I think at some point the Cubs will stretch their legs a little, but you got to give Milwaukee credit for how they do it. And they've got a lot of impressive pitching, and that's obviously going to help. And Mizrowski's been a huge story and a great success too. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday because of the performance he had against the Dodgers a couple nights ago. The 12 strikeouts, 17 swings and misses. 21 of his 91 pitches registered at 100 miles an hour or faster. That is a staggering number. As a whole, the Brewers threw like 30-something pitches, but after he left the game, all they bring in is fireballers. They threw like 30-something pitches at 100 miles an hour or faster. That's
what they do.
That's what they do, Jurko. It's what a lot of these guys do now. I did notice one thing about Mizrowski. He joined some pretty impressive company here. So he became just the 26th pitcher ever in his first 5 starts to have more than 30 strikeouts, and allow fewer than 10 earned runs. So it's 31 strikeouts or more and 9 earned runs or fewer. Only 26 guys in history have ever done that through their first 5 starts. And there are some guys from the Wayback Machine, like the early 1900s. There are a few names that you probably wouldn't recognize. There are some busts on that list. And then there are some impressive guys, like King Felix is in that group. Don Sutton, who's in the Hall of Fame, is in that group.
Yes, he is.
Jared Weaver, Yu Darvish, Steven Strasburg, Doc Gooden. Paul Skeens did it last year when he came up. And then, wouldn't you know it, Jacob Mizrowski's teammate, Freddie Peralta, did it when he first came up from the Brewers. So, pretty impressive list. How it ultimately translates to the kind of career you don't really know, but there are some impressive guys on that list. But only 26 big league pitchers have ever done that through their first 5 starts. And he's done it, and he looks like the real deal. And you documented when the Cubs go back up there, and we'll see if they catch him if they catch his turn next time. That'll be marquee television for sure. I hate to use that pun. I'm sorry. Not a pun.
Marquee television on marquee? Is that what you're telling me? You're doubling up the marquee squared?
Marquee television on marquee.
Jeez.
Forgive me. I want to play something from John Gruden real quick. I know that seems weird, like out of left field, but...
Do you see that?
This is great.
Yeah.
This is great. Gruden everybody does unboxings now, right? He gets a bunch of...
Well, he gets them from a bunch of the universities.
Right.
I've seen him over the course of the year now that university will send him some stuff, and he'll talk about him a little bit.
Like kids do this on YouTube, and it's a sensation.
Our coach is Chris Wilkerson now down there at Eastern Illinois University.
Chris Wilkerson.
Yeah,
Wilkerson. EIU. And so he sent Gruden a bunch of EIU stuff. And Gruden's over at the Barstool offices unpacking it. And, of course...
Eastern Illinois Panthers. When I was coaching for the Green Bay Packers, we had this nose tackle, number 64. Big old block of a nose tackle named John Jurkovic. He's right now a big-time announcer out there in Chicago. You've heard of him, right, Jake? Mm-hmm. He went to Eastern Illinois. In Charleston, Illinois, man. Right here.
Did he call you a big old block of a defensive lineman?
He did. And I always wonder if he's mistaking me for somebody.
He's a big-time announcer in Chicago now. You know who he is, Jake.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
No, it was good. It was mentioned. You mentioned a lot of guys. You mentioned Burl Ives. You mentioned a lot of different people.
Yeah, he mentioned Burl Ives.
He's the snowman in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Burl Ives was the voice of the snowman. Had no legs and just kind of shuffled through the snow.
Yeah, Burl Ives is a pretty accomplished actor. Burl Ives was Big Daddy in the film version. Well, maybe the Broadway version, too, of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof.
Yes, he was.
Burl Ives is pretty accomplished.
Yeah, you mentioned all the coaches that we have, the quarterbacks that we have.
A lot of guys.
Other guys that are in the league that have played. I think Hughes, he mentioned, he's one of the first UFC fighters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had Matt Hughes, I think his name was. Yeah. That's what we do, kid. All we do is produce.
It is a pretty impressive list.
Yeah.
Especially all the NFL guys.
Don't be so upset.
I'm not upset one bit. I think it's quite impressive, actually.
Don't be upset. That's a place, it's a breeding ground for excellence.
It really is.
Charleston, Illinois, just in case you didn't know. A breeding ground for excellence. You don't want to get sad, although he mentioned Malkovich, too, but Malkovich went to Illinois State also.
He did.
John Malkovich went to Eastern Illinois for a couple years, and then he settled in at Illinois State. Yeah, so he went to actually both of them.
I think ISU for Malkovich. I don't think I knew he went to EIU, too.
Both of them.
Pretty good, though. Still claim him. Why not?
We did.
Isn't that where he met, like, that crew where he met Sinise and those guys? I thought it was at Illinois State, right?
Well, that's why I said he went to
And
Eastern and then went to Illinois State. See, that's the process where you'd meet those guys.
Yeah, that's how he met them?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't. I could have been at EIU. I was asking.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I just know that he was, and then he wasn't.
Okay.
So he was there, then he was not there. So if Illinois State people wanted to grab him, like Hannah, who went to Illinois State, and she's probably wearing her shirt today.
Roll Birds. Yes, I am.
Yeah, she's not very happy at the football program. My guy Brock Spack that runs the program down there.
Not so happy?
Yeah.
They suck at all their sports. Like, I'm sorry.
Don't be so harsh.
Sorry.
I mean, Yurko's over here pumping up EIU. Hannah Lamada.
I mean, I know it's a long time.
My alma mater sucks.
I know it's a long time that Doug Collins was there, but let me tell you, Doug Collins was there one time.
Do you know Doug Collins, Hannah? Do you know?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean?
Well,
of
I don't
course.
know.
He's the only relevant thing that was ever at ISU.
Okay. Do they have a plaque or something for Doug?
They have his name, a jersey, something retired in the
gym.
stadium.
All
But
right. Yeah, there's not that many. You're right.
Well, that's because
Illinois
the
State
breeding ground of excellence is
Illinois.
Charleston, Illinois.
Yeah, it really is.
I keep telling you, name something from Carbondale.
Other than the announcers?
Something from Carbondale. Anything
A lot
from
of announcers.
Carbondale.
A lot of great announcers. You have to give them that.
Who?
Well, like, think about all the people here locally alone.
Oh,
Sylvie,
I'm talking
Peggy.
about breeding ground of excellence, not breeding ground of mediocrity. If we want to talk about Sylvie, put him in there where he belongs.
There's not
the breeding ground of mediocrity.
Brandon Jacobs went to Southern,
Excellence.
right? Brandon Jacobs went to Southern.
Brandon Jacobs went to Southern after he transferred out of where?
I don't know. Did he transfer?
I'm thinking he did.
He might be
The
right.
Big Sofa went to Southern.
The Big Sofa.
Damon Jones. Tight end for
yeah.
Jacksonville.
He went to Southern?
He transferred out of Michigan, went to Southern, graduated at Southern. We drafted him down there in Jacksonville. You know why we call him the Big Sofa?
Why?
Because that's all he did. Was laid in the sofa, didn't move. The Big Sofa. That's what we called him.
That's great. You know, when it comes to the directional schools in the state, you guys pretty much have it licked.
I told you. Even Northern Illinois, they want to claim something.
Northern's got a few good ones.
Yeah, whatever.
But, like, you guys really have it licked.
LaShawn Johnson. They had LaShawn Johnson.
They did have
I told you what the
LaShawn
scout said about him, right?
No, I don't think
Couldn't
so.
juke a tree stump in a 10-acre field.
He played in
Straight line runner. That's
nice
what he
career,
was.
though.
Yeah. He had a decent career.
He had a good career in the NFL.
Yeah.
All right, I've got where did I put it here?
Somebody just texted me, Matty Betkowski, a.k.a. Digger.
Digger.
Yeah, my guy with the funeral home.
He's an EIU guy?
He went to Southern.
He went to Southern.
He goes, something exceptional came out of Southern. I don't think so.
EIU's got it licked, man. Seth Walder gave out grades to all the NFL teams as we get closer and closer to training camp. He graded their offseason in its entirety, all the moves that were made, whether it was across a coaching staff, free agency, the draft, and things like that. We'll read to you what grade he gave the Bears and what he wrote about the Bears. Some things he liked, some things he really didn't like, and he went in hard on the Bears for one move they made this offseason. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, this is Adam Abdalla from the Bleck Abdalla Show. We're here weeknights 6:30 to 8, or you can catch up with our podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app. We are proudly supported by Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Yuengling is legendary, and now they are here in Chicago.
Insurance companies spend millions of dollars each year convincing you that they're your neighbor and that you're in good hands. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. When you're involved in an accident, an insurance representative will call within a few days, assuring you that you have nothing to worry about. Shortly after that, they'll offer to pay your medical bills and maybe even give you some money for your troubles. It sounds like they're looking out for you, right? But here's their real motivation. They want you to accept their offer quickly before you've received proper medical treatment and before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. Because once you settle, you can never receive any more money, even if you need additional surgery. The insurance company is off the hook, and they'll leave you high and dry. Does that sound like you're in good hands, neighbor? That's why when you're injured, you need to call the Verdoliak Law Group before the insurance company plays their game. We've been fighting insurance companies since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works.
For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home?
We're back in the office.
Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, your Chicago, listen to this. The Premier Lacrosse League. The Premier Lacrosse League is back for the first time since 2019. And things kick off here in town July 11th at Northwestern Medicine Field at Martin Stadium. It's Throwback Weekend presented by Gatorade with old school jerseys, rivalries, and a full house ready to see the best lacrosse players in the world. Tickets will sell out. They are moving fast. Do not wait. Head to PLLchicago.com right now and grab yours before they're gone. That's PLLchicago.com for Premier Lacrosse League. Back for the first time since 2019.
It's back, Carm.
It is back.
PLL.
I told you my nephew.
He loves lacrosse.
Well, he's playing football. He's really gotten into football in high school. My nephew was the gymnast who, but it's like I said, you're 13. That's it. It's over. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll go play football. He's built like a tank. He loves football.
Loves it.
He'll be a junior at Naperville Central. He's playing linebacker. But then in the spring, he wanted to do something. So he's like, I'll go try lacrosse. And he likes lacrosse. I don't know how good he is, but they say he's, what do you call it? They call it a face-off? I don't know anything about lacrosse. He's got like this little niche.
Yeah, so you get there.
He gets put in for the face-off.
So he gets there, and they're like root hogging right there with their sticks.
And they're got like their head.
And then the guy says the ball's there, and it's go. The whistle blows, and then they got to maneuver to get the face-off in the middle.
Like he's got this niche for it.
Yeah.
They put him in on these face-offs. If they even call it that, I don't know.
That's what they call it.
Yeah.
After a goal scored, they come back to the middle and they do it. Yeah.
He loves lacrosse.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I know nothing about lacrosse.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But it's okay. I got a correction. Brendan Jacobs went to Auburn.
Oh, that's right.
And then transferred to Southern Illinois.
That's right.
Damon Jones was Michigan, and then he transferred to Southern Illinois.
But I think you nailed that. I thought you said Damon did leave Michigan.
I did, but for Brendan Jacobs, I had a different school.
Yeah. It was Auburn.
Auburn is the school we want. And Mike Pryor from Marion Catholic High School, former safety in the league with the Indianapolis Colts, is out of Illinois State. So we've got to give them a little bit of credit, guys.
I also forgot former White Sox Paul DeYoung.
Paul DeYoung is an ISU guy.
ISU baseball alum.
Ooh. Yeah. Paul DeYoung had a nice...
What do you mean who?
He had a good big league career.
I thought he was on sticks.
No.
Didn't he get traded last deadline?
Wasn't he the guy that sang?
He did, Hannah. He got traded.
Yeah, he got traded. We got someone for him.
That's Dennis DeYoung.
Dennis DeYoung? That's not the Paul. Oh, my fault.
Paul DeYoung. Yeah, good.
My bad.
Paul DeYoung had a nice
My
career.
bad. I thought he was the lead singer for Styx, Paul DeYoung.
You're funny. Here's what Seth Walder writes about the Bears in their offseason. York. He handed out grades. Gotta love grades, right?
Well, I got to apologize, too. Lou Stefanovic. Lou Stefanovic played for Illinois State, too, with Doug Collins back then, back in the day.
What grade would you give the Bears offseason?
What grade would I give the Bears
we
offseason?
don't always like doing grades, but I don't mind reading.
B.
He gave him a B-.
Well, we're in the neighborhood.
You're in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Biggest move, he writes, hiring Ben Johnson. Move I liked, he writes, hiring Ben Johnson. Move I disliked, signing Grady Jarrett to a deal that includes significant 2026 guarantees. That's not even the move. I
That's not I don't mind that move. I'm sorry, but I don't mind the Grady Jarrett move.
I feel like he disliked something else they did even more.
Yeah, I think the Grady Jarrett move helps legitimize it. I mean, to me, this is more legitimate than bringing Mercedes Lewis in to be a leader. Grady Jarrett's still got some
juice.
He's got some gas in the tank. Okay? There's still gas in the tank with Grady Jarrett. And Grady Jarrett is a legitimate guy in the middle.
So it's funny because he writes that the signing of Dayo Odangbo on a deal that averages 16 per year with $32 million guaranteed was solid because the Bears need some help opposite of Montez Sweat. Also because Odangbo has shown he can rush from inside. He had an impressive 14% pass rush win rate when doing so over the last two seasons.
Right,
then he writes, on the flip side, the Grady Jarrett deal was awful value. They gave him a 3-year contract averaging $14.25 million with $28.5 fully guaranteed per roster management system. That includes a full guarantee on his 26 base salary when Jarrett, who has been steadily declining, will turn 33. So he kind of rips that deal. This is what he doesn't like. Here, in addition, he talks about rebuilding the offensive line. He was fine with the Tooney trade, likes the Dahlman deal a lot. Actually said that they could have contemplated not signing Tooney because of you would retain some flexibility and maybe receive a compensatory pick next year if he walked and they don't have much cap space. I see like the analytic big picture view Seth's taking. I think it would have been kind of crazy for the Bears to trade a 4th-round pick and not sign him. I like the idea of still keeping Joe Tooney in the fold and having him here, not only for what he brings to the locker room, like you were saying, the aspect that Grady Jarrett could bring and some professionalism and some leadership. He's still playing at a pretty high level, man. And I guess that could fall. I understand that in the NFL, you could go off the cliff pretty quickly. It's a brutally tough sport, especially the position he's playing. But he's still playing at a really high level. He was still an All-Pro last year. So I don't mind trading for Tooney and then extending him. I think that's a good part of the deal. That's just me personally. He writes, the Jonah Jackson trade is the most inexplicable move of the offseason for the Bears. And he writes, a year ago, Jackson signed a 3-year, $51 million free agent deal with the Rams, and then he had a wildly disappointing 24. And we know a lot of this. We've dissected this. The Rams tried him at center. He got hurt in week 2. He was placed on IR. When he returned in week 10, he was benched before playing again because they were just desperate in week 18. He writes, in short, he couldn't get on the field at any position last year, and he dealt with an injury. So he does not like what the Bears did to acquire Jonah Jackson. He also goes on to write that despite the Rams owing him a guaranteed $8.5 million on the $17.5 million he was owed in 25, Chicago gave away draft capital to take on the contract. To make it even wackier, the Bears made $7 million of Jackson's 26 salary fully guaranteed, adding another year to the deal. So he really goes in hard on the Bears on the Jonah Jackson trade. Hopefully, from a production standpoint, it helps solidify some of the problems they had on the interior. And he writes their biggest win was obviously getting Ben Johnson.
That's on Ben Johnson, though.
Yeah, he wants one of his guys.
He wanted one of his guys. So that one, if you want to assign anything to it, that signing is attached to Ben Johnson and Ben Johnson only. That's one that Ryan Pohl said, okay, I'll appease you.
Yeah.
We'll find a way to get this thing done. But this one is on Ben Johnson.
Yeah. All right, Robin Schomburg. Who we missed from NIU? Who'd you want to mention? Who'd you want to shout out, Rob? Go ahead.
What up, buddy? I want to say Jason Hawkins was Michael Turner's backup, but he was the starting running back. And he should have been, minus the car accident. And I don't know. I'm just saying, like, he could have been Michael Turner.
Michael Turner. Yeah, we forgot to mention Michael Turner.
I forgot to mention
but
Michael
the backup.
Turner, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
At
Michael
that point,
the Burner Turner.
I was just chiding everybody.
Remember Michael the Burner
You
Turner?
notice I didn't pick up. I didn't pick on Western Illinois.
Well, because he had Rodney Harrison, right?
And
who else from
Frankie Winters.
Frankie Winters.
And Brian Cox.
Whoa, that's right, Brian Cox. Duh.
Notice I didn't say nothing about
pretty
Western
good.
Illinois. I just kind of shut my mouth about Macomb.
That's a pretty good 3-pack right there. Frankie Winters, Brian Cox.
Yeah,
and
that's
Rodney
pretty
Harrison.
good, don't you think?
They all played in the league a long time.
Yes, they did. They also had some receivers. I think Kenny Shedd. Maybe Kenny Shedd came out of Northern Iowa.
Sam Hurd.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, but they had
Sam Hurd got in some trouble here.
Western Illinois. I remember. Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about NIU. Sorry, not Western, but
yeah.
Sam Hurd was an NIU guy. The directional schools have done well, just not as well as EIU.
Well, but we're 1AA directional schools. That's a little bit different than the 1A directional school. Northern's a 1A.
Amen to that.
Yeah, they play in the MAC, or they used to play in the MAC. I don't know where they play anymore. Everything's so bastardized nowadays. I don't know who's playing where anymore.
Man, the small schools, it gets tough to track, doesn't it? 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, our family has been helping Chicagoland bring the fun home with the best products for your backyard fun. And right now, during the Great American Sale, we're celebrating 4th of July. For 10 days only, get special financing for 60 months or cash rebates. But hurry, it's 10 days only and it ends July 13th. And you'll get free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Whiskey University is back in session, and this time we're headed east for a taste of tradition. Join us for a lesson in Sagamore Rye Whiskey, Wednesday, July 16th at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Sagamore is 100% Maryland-made, blending high rye and low rye malt.
You know what? You don't need to hear this now.
I can explain it all at Whiskey U. And best of all, you can taste what I'm talking about. Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey you.
Wednesday, July 16th at 6:30 at Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. Study hard, sip responsibly.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Don't forget, tomorrow we're at the ballpark. Bleck Abdalla will be there as well. You stop by and see the guys once the gates open. And if you're going for it, I expect a very good crowd for tomorrow. It's White Sox and Guardians, but it's the Burley statue, and so many of the 05 guys are going to be back. Sure, a lot of them will be thinking about Bobby Jenks. The sad news from last weekend about Bobby's passing. The Sox wearing the patch in honor of Bobby for the rest of the season. I think John Rooney's going to stop by. John's coming to town. The former voice, who John Rooney still, of course, calls Major League Baseball for the St. Louis Cardinals. But John Rooney's coming to town. I think he's going to jump on tomorrow. We're efforting Burley. We talked to Burley, when was that, in January, before the thing they did at the theater?
Yes.
So Burley might be like, I already talked to those knuckleheads. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the spotlight. That's why getting a statue is hilarious.
Right. It's
for a
kind
guy
of funny.
like Burley.
It's kind of funny.
It's hilarious.
Hey, the pigeon's got to sit somewhere, you know?
He's not comfortable with the spotlight, but man, he was good.
I noticed the list of the guys that were here. Aaron Rowan, not on that list.
Is Rowan not coming back?
Not on the list.
I was hoping he would. I like Aaron Rowan a lot.
I went through it. I was looking.
Meller had asked, Jeff Meller and I were texting earlier this week. Meller's pregame at 6 o'clock tonight. He was asking for he goes, hey, we're doing stuff all week about 05 and memories. And, he's like, shoot me a few of your favorite things. And you said Rowan, so I was thinking about it. Because one of the things I said to him, I'm like, not that I can give you like a specific thing about Rowan other than that series in August of that year in Yankee Stadium. Remember? And like Rowan put on this defensive clinic in center field, and it was like, you do that in New York on that stage, and then everybody starts talking about you. Everybody starts knowing about you. Rowan became even more of a national household name, I think, after he moved on. He went to the Phillies. Remember, he made the catch goal. He was like the Bump Bailey, remember?
Yeah, smashing into
the fence and like blowing up his face.
He had to have facial, I think, surgery after that, didn't he?
He was something, man. Just like fearless. He was such a good outfielder. But one of the things I texted Meller was just that 3-game series in the Bronx. And the Sox won that series in August that year against the Yankees. And just like Rowan he made like 3 unbelievable plays out in center field.
The thing I always remember, they're first to 10, first to 20, first to 30, all the way to 99 victories that year. So they got out of the gates hot. They always had the best record in the league.
They were first to every marker.
Every marker.
10,
every
20,
marker.
30, 40, 50, all the way to 90.
Correct. That's what I remember about that baseball team. The A.J. Przinsky third strike that in the playoffs.
Yeah, that too. I mean,
and they credit his base running skill, just his
heads up.
Yeah, his unwillingness to give in on anything. I mean, that's basically what it is. I'm just running.
Here's an opportunity.
Make the call. There's no replay.
Yeah,
make
no
the call.
replay back then.
Let me put some pressure on you to make the call.
It was great.
Yeah.
I mean, that I put El Duque, obviously, in Boston. I'll still, that moment probably on its own is like the most. Podsednik's walk-off because like it's unlikely that Scotty Pods is going to do that.
Yep.
That's up there. PK slam. We were in the stadium for that game. There's so many things from the regular
How
season.
about Ozzy when he used to call for Bobby Jenks,
the
too?
best.
He'd come there and he'd go, I want the big fella.
The big guy.
Yeah.
Ozzy would come out and he would do like this for Bobby. Ozzy got emotional the other night.
I'm sure.
On Monday. I think it was Monday's game. Chuck brought up Bobby. They talked about the patch, and he wanted Ozzy to say something, and Ozzy started and just, couldn't finish.
Yeah.
He got really choked up. Yeah, but Ozzy used to do the for Bobby. It was
Right. Bring in the big fella.
It was awesome. The El Duque, it's just, you're on the road in Boston against the defending champs, and it's he can't get out of this jam now. And, to get out of it, and then to strike out Damon, to have the courage to throw a breaking ball like that in the dirt with the bases loaded on a 3-2 count, just to trust it, and it was phenomenal. Those are the good old days, Jurk. It's forever ago. PCA's hit a home run in Minnesota. He's up to, I think that's 24 on the year for PCA. One fun thing to track for the second half here will be PCA's, can he do 40-40? He's going to do 30-30. Can he do 40-40? So that's home run 24. I think he's at 27 stolen bases. So that'll be a fun part of the second half of the season.
Sure.
You realize how few guys have ever done 40-40?
Give me that total.
It's happened 6 times. That's it.
Jose Canseco.
Canseco did do it.
Ricky Henderson.
Ricky never did it because he never had the home runs. Never had 40 home runs. Canseco did it.
Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mantle never did it just because they didn't run, I feel like. He could have,
back in the day.
But they just didn't run. He didn't steal bases. Not Mickey.
Well, no.
Everybody else has done it. Canseco was the first guy to do it. Everybody else has done it since.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds did it once. He did it in 96.
Yeah.
You're forgetting a former Cub. He did it right before he came to the Cubs. Not with the Cubs, but right before he came to the Cubs.
You got to give it to me.
Alfonso Soriano did it.
Okay.
Shohei obviously did it last year. Acuna did it 2 years ago. And A-Rod did it in 98. That's it. Shohei, Soriano, Bonds, Canseco, A-Rod, Acuna. That's it. 6 40-40 seasons in the history of baseball. Maybe PCA does it this year. He's definitely going to do 30-30. Even those are rare. We got the list coming up after 1. We'll play Immaculate Carm during the 1 o'clock hour, the lunch rush, and then Adam Johns an hour from now talking Bears with us. It's Carmen and Jurk back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Save big on everything for your next outdoor project at Menards. Shop the largest selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and decking, all easy to load into your vehicle in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy do-it-yourself deck design program. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all pressure-treated lumber and decking at Menards. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
There's been a development. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to see an agitated Jurko, and I understand why. YouTube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Like and subscribe while you're there. I mean, we just looked through the glass. We see getting on the elevator, Joe Aurelio.
Yeah, with like empty boxes, containers where you could carry multiple pieces.
The hot boxes.
Yeah,
the
hot
box.
boxes. Yeah.
So
I'm like, do we got pizza here? And they go, yeah.
Joe.
I'm like, what are we doing?
Joe dropped off pizza, and Jurko's like, what, now we're coming back from break, and now there's pizza?
What's going on here?
He's a little annoyed.
I go, but there's a shake at the stick.
All of a sudden, I look out, I'm like, wait, is that Joe?
Yeah.
Joe Aurelio.
God, and now there's pizza here. Hot pizza, and we're not
now
enjoying
there's Aurelios.
That's crazy.
Sent some to the Pope.
Yeah. El Popa. El Popa.
Bob.
Sylvie's in Italy. I don't know that he's going to Rome, though.
I don't think so. I think he's staying on the Amalfi Coast.
I think he's there I think they're staying by the water.
Yeah, they're staying by
he's
the
up
water.
north. I think he loves being. Oh, you know who else is in Italy right now? Our buddy Todd Furman.
Is he in
In
Sardinia?
Italy.
Where's he at?
No, he's in Lake Como.
Is he in Sicily?
Like a big shot, Todd Furman. Oh, wah wah wee wah.
I think Robert Mays is there too.
I heard
What? Every football guy?
I heard he rented out Clooney's joint at Lake Como over there.
Listen, Todd does well. I don't know if he does that well.
I don't think Furman's there. I think he's just posting pictures of the Venetian.
He's there. Funny guy, smart ass.
Yeah,
I know he's there for a fact.
I've seen that gondola before.
Because Todd and I were texting last week, and he's like, I'm off to Europe for like 10 days or 2 weeks. And I'm like, oh, you bastard, I'm jealous. He's going, I think he went to London, Switzerland, and Italy with his lovely bride. So Abdalla ducked in. You just going to give us the list?
I'm just going to give you the list, and then Chris and I will give you our 5 at the during crosstalk.
Okay,
wonderful.
So we'll talk about that when we get there.
A clean page here. Okay,
I like it.
And bring some pizza in for Jurko, please.
Yeah, someone else do
Somebody
that.
bring in some Aurelios for Jurko.
I'll do it.
I got you, Jurko. I got you, man.
I'll walk out right after the list. I don't care.
I'm going to be.
You guys got the wrong guy.
Some Aurelios, man.
Go ahead.
We are Ponder. How many days did I send you an email?
56.
56.
Olin Cruz.
Spin.
56 days. Spin.
Wait a minute. Olin what?
What was Olin?
It's not Olin Cruz. 57 was Olin.
57.
Come on.
All right, Thayer and Olin. 57. That's right. 56. Any good 56s you can think of?
Back in the day?
Any.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor. Not a bear, but Lawrence Taylor. There's a 56.
That's a good 56.
I'll smack you in the eyeballs with a 56.
That's a pretty good
there.
one. All right, we're Lawrence Taylor days away.
It has landed on number 73, and number 73 is
it a things thing?
It's not a things thing. It is shows or movies you wish you lived in.
Oh, boy.
Shows or movies you wish you lived in.
Shows
All right.
or movies you wish.
Interesting.
That is interesting. Shows or movies you wished you lived in.
All right, I like this list.
All right, I'll be back for crosstalk.
I already have a
like an hour
bold
10
take
or so.
for a show.
Or movies that I
All right,
lived in.
Adam.
Or
See you
movies
crosstalk.
that I lived in. Shows or that I lived in. Oh, that's easy. Okay, that's a good one right there.
I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with this.
This is kind of where I wanted to, like, in a perfect world where I would have lived. If all things worked out perfectly, but they didn't. So that one right there is it.
Holy cow.
Boy, it's like, it's difficult because I got to, why did you want to, I think it'd be cool is the answer to a handful of these. I just thought it would be cool. Oh, boy. I don't know.
This is a hard one. I'm not going to lie.
I got my first one and my fifth one. After that, I'm stuck. After that, I am stuck. Places that I would want to live in.
My favorite part's the silence.
Yeah, well,
The
it's here
thinking.
for you, kid.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like Brady Bunch. You know, I don't want to live in a house with 6 siblings. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to be. The one I have is perfect. That's exactly where I'd want to be. So, and movies. My heavens. Only because I want to be married to her for this
that's
one
like
right
so. One
here.
of mine is like based on that.
Yeah, it's based on exactly that. Oh man, we got some chicken too. Wonderful. 3. Okay.
I got to start over. Hold on.
Because I mean, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. But I'm going through my favorite TV shows and just wondering, Cheers. I didn't want to.
for sure.
I didn't
though.
want to
Hang
live
out
in
at
that
the
bar. I
Why
didn't want to
not?
be hanging out over there.
I
No,
would love to hang out at that
That's
bar.
not what I wanted.
Really?
Yeah, not at all. Mm-mm.
I've got all shows. Why can't I think of any movies?
I've got one here.
I'm both here.
Okay.
Movies and show. I need a fifth though.
I think I have it. And I'm going to go with it. All right, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm coming down, and there's going to be like a theme, and then my number 1 is going to kill you.
This one's crazy.
All right, number 5, Magnum PI.
Oh, that's good. Hawaii.
Magnum PI. I want to live in Hawaii, flying
really
helicopters, driving a Ferrari. Magnum PI.
That's really good.
Number 4, only because Margot Robbie, Wolf of Wall Street.
Thank you.
That's where I'm at. Number 3, Baywatch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lifeguard, along with all the female lifeguards.
Excellent.
The whole slew of them that ran through 20
that's
years.
a great
I'm
pick
verklempt just thinking about it. Excellent.
Baywatch.
Excellent.
Beverly Hills 90210.
Ooh.
Beverly Hills 90210.
Jurko's nailing this
You
list.
really needed a heartthrob there because I don't know if Luke Perry gave it to you or Jason Priestley or Ian Zierling. I think what you needed was John Jurkovic there.
Really?
And the girls really would have had something to fawn over.
Who was your favorite of the girls?
Not the dark-haired girl.
Not
and
Brett-
not,
not
the
Doherty?
one that was related to Ian Spelling. No Tori Spelling.
No,
So it
Tori
was the other
Spelling.
one.
Yeah, I think
It was
I know
the other
who
one.
you're
And then
talking-
the
blonde.
nerd, and the nerd was the nerd. She just was by herself.
Okay.
I didn't care for the nerd.
All right.
All right. And number 1 on this list.
Like, what are you in high school?
Yeah.
I didn't care for the nerd.
I didn't care for the nerd. I'm sorry. Don't blame me for that. Number 1 on this list, and I'm trying to Robert Conrad.
Robert Conrad.
Black Sheep Squadron, or AKA Bob Black Sheep. World War II fighter planes.
Okay.
Making it happen.
Yeah.
Getting there, flying, and then his Navy Corsairs, the Navy Blue Corsairs. Absolutely beautiful. If nobody's ever seen it, look it up. Black Sheep Squadron.
I haven't seen
Bob
that.
Black Sheep. That's the list.
Bob Black.
Notice most of those are thinking about beautiful places, beach, all that kind of stuff, and then World War II.
And then World War
That's
II.
how do you like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
And that's my list.
That's
I
a
gave
really
you
good
5.
list. The first one's a little strange. I
like it,
agree.
Yerk.
But it's a really good list.
Thank you.
All right, I can go.
You can go?
Yeah, I got 5.
Thank you.
I can't.
Yeah. I needed a
I'm
fifth
having
for
a
a
tough
while,
time.
but I landed with Star Wars. I've always been a Star Wars guy.
Really?
You know, living in that whole universe, outer space.
yeah.
That would be me.
In and out of,
I would do that.
Yeah. In and out of time travel and jumping
Yes.
galaxies. And
Exactly.
through wormholes and hyperspeed. All right. That's
No-
not bad. I always wished I was a Jedi as a kid.
Right?
I mean,
Exactly.
the two coolest things when I was a kid,
The
this is
lightsabers
right in
and-
my wheelhouse, obviously. I'm 48 years old. There were the two coolest things you could have been were a Jedi or a ninja. Basically, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You're Jedis or ninjas.
You're using the Force.
Yeah. That's it. Like I wanted to be one of those two things.
There we go.
Very good. All right.
Number 4 for me, I put Shrek. You know what? Living in far, far away town, I would love that.
With Fiona?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, man.
That is
Shrek
awesome.
Swamp.
What about Donkey?
Donkey?
Donkey.
Yeah.
Oh, that is awesome.
Come on. Number 3, I got Space Jam.
Space Jam's
I mean,
good.
like Looney Tunes in general, just Space Jam, though. Maybe hoop with Michael Jordan, play a little ball with
pretty
Bugs
good.
Bunny. I'm down. Number 2, I have The Simpsons.
Yeah,
I feel like everything's just off limits in that universe. I would love to be Bart Simpson living in the Simpsons universe.
Never age.
Never age. And number 1 for me, it's Harry Potter, man. If I could live at
Whoa. There you go.
Hogwarts, that's my number 1. Yup.
Dumbledore.
Justin.
Yeah.
Whoa. Potsy.
There he went. See?
Harry
Not that
Potter.
difficult for him, was it, Carm? You're over here stymied right now.
I am kind of.
Jeez,
I was overstimulated, man. I had too many options.
Yeah, that's another problem. Too many options.
I got mine.
All right, let's hear it,
Hannah,
Hannah.
ready to
All
go?
right,
Hannah's bringing the funk.
So you said 90210.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that. But like the 2000s version, I don't know if you said that one.
You like the more the recent version.
Yeah, because that's one I watched, and everybody just seemed rich, so it seemed fun. I don't know.
Yeah.
To be there. And then I am like a bit of a Disney adult, unfortunately. So I said Cars, because Cars Land. If you've ever been to Cars Land, it is so cool.
Cars Land is at what?
It's
Magic
at
Kingdom?
Disneyland in California.
Oh, it's Disneyland only?
Yes, only Disneyland. But it is so cool, and it looks the same as in the movie. And then I said Toy Story, especially like as a toy, because like everything is just giant, and you're just surrounded by all that. And then gonna throw it back to Wizards of Waverly Place, if you guys heard of that, because it's a Disney Channel show with Selena Gomez from when I was growing up, and they're wizards, so they have this really cool lair, and they can use all their powers in the lair, and they just do anything that they want. They use the powers. So
the
it's
age difference here is
it's the Disney Harry Potter.
Yeah, it's awesome. And then I put Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana, favorite show of all time. That beach house, if you watch Hannah Montana, it looks so fun to be in. Los Angeles, they got everything there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought she was going to fire Magic Mike at us or something like that.
I mean, that's what my list is based on. Like just the other way. Like I'm thinking mine's got all like girls that are cute that I could maybe get lucky with.
Finally,
I know. Hannah said she's a Disney adult. Like, is Hannah going to? Hannah, are you going to like Orlando as an adult by yourself? Maybe at some point.
No, I go to Disney every year with my family, and
So you're with your family.
Yes, but like we're me and my dad like obsessed.
Oh, that's
Disney.
fine. Would you and your boyfriend be like, "Hey, let's go to Epcot Center together"?
100%,
Oh,
100%.
boy. We were just making fun of you. We were making fun of you a couple weeks ago, Anna.
No, I mean like I'm totally Disney adult because I grew up going, so it's more of like a nostalgia thing with our like the family.
I had two friends that got married, went on their honeymoon.
I was gonna say like if I ever got proposed to in front of Magic Kingdom, I would do that.
Would you freak out?
Yes,
Right.
but like in
I
a
hope
good
your
way.
boyfriend's listening.
Well, no, that doesn't exist.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, here's my list. Number 5, I went with, you guys are going to make fun of me for this one probably. I went with The Sandlot because that was like kind of reminds me of my youth, and it was fun, like just hanging out with your like at that age,
having a ball,
playing baseball and going to the pool. Like
not
that's
quite
all we
thinking
did.
about the ladies right then.
Not yet. You know,
Wendy
like,
Peppercorn. Only one of your buddies was advanced, right?
Yeah, like I was a late bloomer for sure. But there's always like one or two of the friends that are already like, wait, you did what?
Yeah.
And you can't even like, for us it was Sean.
You can't fathom it.
For us, it was Sean Frazier. Like, he was like, by the time we were 13,
He was
14,
ahead. He was ahead.
Yeah, and we were like, wait, what did... I don't want to say it. I don't want to get in, but like, it was...
Yeah, you don't want to indict nobody.
Right, I was like, and we were like, our minds were blown.
And you're like, warm apple pie?
Yeah, like, yeah, exactly.
What?
Like, our minds were blown.
Yeah.
I was like years away, and I was like...
We get you. We get you.
Wow. Number 4, I went with I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh, Barbara Eden.
Because Barbara Eden is like maybe the hottest woman ever in the history of
You old
television.
sailor, you.
And like you had the whole genie aspect of it and the way she dressed and
oh yeah.
Number 3.
You wanted to be Major Nelson.
I mean, I wanted to be Major Nelson, absolutely. And I only saw that show in reruns, but
I saw it when it was happening.
Number 3, I did go with Cheers. You said no. I went with Cheers, like being at the bar with the fellas.
It's my mother's favorite show.
With when Kevin McHale would just stop into the bar or Wade Boggs would come into the bar. I mean, like, there's athletes coming and going and Mayday Malone. Like, I love the crew at Cheers. Number 2, even though I didn't love this show, Friends. I mean, you might, who knows, one night.
Everybody seemed to be dabbling with everybody.
That's what
on
I mean.
that show, right?
If you live next door, maybe
Good
one
times.
night Monica wants to get frisky.
That's right.
Fun fact, they actually have a Friends themed in the Bronx, an Airbnb I went to. If you ever are in New York City and want to stay at a Friends themed place, it's really cool.
I don't know if I would do that, but the idea of just like maybe living next door to Rachel and, one night.
Never know.
You're both bored.
Yeah.
And then based off of that same philosophy, number 1 for me, because she's like my biggest TV crush ever, is Christina Applegate in Married with Children.
Oh, yeah.
So for me, it's got to be Married with Children. Like somehow I was the next door neighbor that, she never really paid much attention to until we got into or out of high school. And then I don't know, it's my weird fantasy. And then Christina Applegate just fell in love with me and I lived happily ever after. Because she's like my number 1 TV crush
You
ever.
really opened up here, Carm.
Yeah.
You've showed another side of yourself.
That's my
I think
list.
I'm happy you're willing to share with the group.
Well, I mean, you knew Christina Applegate. I had a thing for Christina Applegate.
Oh, man. Who didn't?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Just think if she was a real estate agent.
Oh,
man.
Forget about it.
Oh,
It'd be the all-time.
Look at me. And she wore high heels.
I mean,
hello.
Christina Applegate, man.
Can't
Married
contain
with Children
myself right
days.
now. Wow.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
All right, that was an interesting
What do we
list.
got? What do we got, Carm? What do we have?
Viking Scott.
Go to him. Go to him.
Viking Scott. Go ahead.
Well, there was another one. I'll save my best, the one I have up there for it because I see you laughing on Twitch. But 2.5 Men to beat Charlie Sheen's spot would have been great.
That's not bad.
But
That's a good
I'm
one.
going to say Boogie Nights. How could you not want to be in Boogie Nights?
Oh, my God. The debauchery happening in Boogie Nights. Scotty, my Lord.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I could have been one of the cameramen. I would have been happy as a man, happy as a lark, right?
All right, Scotty. Boogie Nights.
Well, could have been Hoffman. Philip Seymour Hoffman.
So stupid. Why did I do that? I'm so stupid. Lewis is in Lyle. What's going on, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, guys. Honestly, these lists have been the highlight of my days. So thank you for these.
You're welcome.
I'd say I might be cheating a little bit with 5 and 4, but 5 I'd say Star Trek, specifically under Picard. 4 would be Orville. Same thing at reason as you get to be under Seth MacFarlane as a captain, but with the same rules as Star Trek.
That's funny.
Star Wars. However, I heard everybody talking about wanting to be a Jedi. I would highly disagree. I want to be a Mandalorian over a Jedi. They're way too dogmatic.
Oh.
2 would be Arcane. I don't know if anybody's watched that show on Netflix, but it's a steampunk show, and steampunk is one of my favorite forms of sci-fi. And number 1, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Far and away one of my favorite shows growing up.
Wow.
And the whole concept of being able to either bend any form of rock, create fire, bend any water around you, even the blood in someone's veins, or any molecule of oxygen, is one of the coolest, most universal concepts I've ever heard or seen.
Lewis, I love it. You're like a happy nerd and a happy dork. I love it. God bless you. God bless Lewis.
Well, it's the Big Bang Theory. It's allowed all the nerds to kind of have themselves a nice little format.
He wants to be an airbender. All right, and
They made him normal. They made the nerds normal.
He's
like
going
good people, good normal people.
He's going Mandalorian over Jedi. That's cool. When I was a kid and I wanted to be a Jedi, I didn't know what dogmatic meant.
Right.
So, that's why I went Jedi over Mandalorian.
Yeah.
But you bring up a fair point, Lewis. That's an excellent list. Anthony's in Niles. Go ahead, Anthony.
Hey, what's going on? KCD, ¿cómo se va?
KCD.
Gotta go Bronx Tale, Casino, Goodfellas, all 3 of them.
Oh, like it.
You want to be with those guys? I don't know, Anthony. They got nothing but
100%.
trouble.
Originally from Elmwood Park.
I love
100%.
I love it, Anthony.
My buddy Chris Rossi says Caddyshack.
Yeah,
How can you not have fun down there?
So I thought about Caddyshack because I caddied as a kid, and that I like that world. I like that life. It was fun. I thought about Caddyshack. I didn't think about Anthony. I didn't think Bronx Tale and Goodfellas too much. You're tied in with too many degenerates. Let's put it that way. Like Viking Scott going with Boogie Nights. That's amazing. All right. Any other good ones on Twitch? I can't see the Twitch chat from here. Can you see the Twitch chat?
Oh yeah, it's over here.
Any other good ones on there?
Hold on, let me check.
Check out a few more good ones on Twitch.
Let me get over here.
On the YouTube and the Twitch chat.
They're yelling at Komet.
Why are they yelling at Komet?
I don't know.
What happened to Cole?
Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That's Phoebe Cates walking out of the pool.
That's a good one.
Game of Thrones, I'm seeing a few times.
I see that's
The Godfather.
That's surprising me, though, Game of Thrones, because your chances of surviving that world are they seem slim to none.
So I got Entourage here, and then, of course, the great Hawaii 5-0.
Yeah.
Hawaii
Entourage is a pretty good call. Like, if you're hanging with Vinny and the guys, if you're in the inner circle, that's pretty good.
Oh, boy. We got an adult film on here that I can't talk about.
Figures.
And it has to do with Dallas.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
And a young lady named Deborah.
Leave it to the YouTube and the Twitch chat.
Hello, how are you? Well, yeah, I mean, it's flying up and down. I'm trying to catch it. There's a lot of activity here.
Yeah, there's a lot. That's an interesting, fun list. That one's a little different. I like that one.
Ted.
Ted's
not a bad one.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
Who would I want to be with Ted? I'd rather be Ted.
Really?
Yeah, you can get away with everything. He's a cute little teddy bear. And he did.
Yeah.
When he was working at the supermarket.
Thunder
Did
Buddies.
someone say Avatar?
Somebody said Avatar.
Yeah, that's a few.
Thunder
you brought
Buddies
up
for
here.
life. All right, fun list. Adam and Chris will give us theirs when they come in for Crosstalk there and for Waddle and Sylvie today. We'll do the lunch rush in about 15 minutes. Immaculate Carm, a day late because we were off early for the White Sox yesterday, but we'll play next. Your chance to win a fabulous prize. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer apply arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with 2 of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
All right, Bub City's bringing the heat this summer and the brunch. Get down to Bub for the brand new brunch menu every weekend. It's got your favorite brunch staples and a lot of the classics, but how about the new golden fluffy pancake? It is light and airy and delicious and out of this world, plus the breakfast tostadas and much, much more. Get ready for expanded live music as well, Tuesday through Saturday in River North downtown here, and then Thursday through Saturday in Rosemont. It's always fun at Bub City. Make your reservation and reserve your spot now. Go to bub-city.com. That's bub-city.com.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
In 35 minutes, we'll talk to Bears insider Adam Johns. We haven't talked to Adam in a while. See him at training camp here coming up before I know it. But we'll pick his brain about the Bears offseason, talk about some of the new stuff he's going to be doing and where he's going to be doing it, talking Bears and covering the Bears for the 2025 season. Play Immaculate Carm right now, and then we'll do the lunch rush in about 10 minutes or so. The Cubs, by the way, have a 6-0 lead in the 5th inning on the Twins. So we were saying earlier, they haven't been swept all year, other than that first two-game series.
Well, August of last year.
Well, I mean,
technically
technically, are we counting the 2 games in March, right? I mean, those were regular season games against the Dodgers. I know it wasn't a 3-gamer, but the last time maybe in a 3-game series, Potsy, was it last August?
I believe so, yes.
That's impressive. So they got a good start here today as they try to build that lead back up. The 2 games with the Brewers being off. The Brewers just swept the Dodgers, as we talked about. All right, let's play Immaculate Carm. Here we go. First correct caller is going to win. And today, where's the gift card to today, guys? Did they let you know? It's one of the great places in the village of Elmwood Park. Abdalla let us know real quick. He's here. He's walking around the halls. He and Bleck are going to be in an hour for Crosstalk there and for Waddle and Sylvie. But Immaculate Carm brought to you as always by the great folks at the village of Elmwood Park.
And it's timely.
It is. It's always timely.
It's timely. That's the way we're going to do it.
Experience. Get some breakfast right there on the circle. Delicious.
Beautiful.
Experience. You get a $50 gift card to Experience just by winning today's Immaculate Carm. I don't know if the Twitch chat has already. Yurko doesn't know the answer. He's going to.
I don't know the answer. But
guessing. It is timely. You guys ready?
Yeah.
We need music, Potsy. We need a little game show music.
Give us a little something, Pots.
I don't know what Chris uses. That's whatever that.
I don't know
it is
either, but it's exceptional.
Yeah, it's just like your
whatever it is,
your
it's
standard
exceptional.
game show music. Like Wink Martindale's going to come on. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking.
Perfect.
You can't beat
right
this.
There, that's ideal.
This is iconic.
What a choice.
Yes, excellent. All right, here we go. Clue number 1.
Clue number 1.
Cardinals fan. Clue number 1.
Cardinals
fan.
Cardinals fan.
Your first clue.
All right, I got a guess.
Yurko's got a guess.
I got a guess.
No, that is not it.
Great guess.
That would have been impressive.
Yeah, well,
that's a great guess, though.
Not a bad guess.
And then I'm asking baseball or football. That's what I would ask.
You're playing 20 questions.
Yeah, but we're not.
Here we go. Clue number 2.
Clue number 2.
38th round. 38th round.
Oh, I got it.
Yurko's got it now.
There he is.
Nope.
Yes. 38th round, right? There he is.
No.
Yeah, amore. No.
Mike Piazza.
Not Mike
it is
Piazza.
not Mike Piazza.
All right. He loved to play catch with no glove and no mitt.
Mike Piazza.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what made you think of Mike Piazza. By the way,
Chat has it.
He was a
Chad's
late
got
round
it?
pick.
Mm-hmm.
He was a late round pick.
Mike Piazza was are you ready for this?
Yeah.
It's almost hard to believe that they once had this many rounds. In 1988, out of Miami-Dade College in Miami, Florida, the Los Angeles Dodgers selected Mike Piazza in the 62nd round.
Wow. 62nd round.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts.
All the way to the Hall of Fame. All right, clue 3. Yurko, I'm a little surprised by this. Come on.
Yeah.
Cardinal fan.
38th round. 38th round.
214 career wins, 1 career save. 214 career wins, 1 career save. Who are you hiding it from? I mean, I know the answer.
I'm hiding it from you.
Yes, Yurko's got it. Nicely done, Yurko. Good job. And your 4th and final clue, we do have a winner. 05 White Sox, that would have been your final clue, but we already have a winner, and the guys on Twitch were pretty quick with it, too. Of course, Joel is in Crown Point. We love Crown Point.
I'm not surprised.
All right,
Crown
Joel,
Point, Indiana.
Who is it? Did you put all the clues together? Who is it?
Hey, number 56, Mark Burley.
It is number 56, the one and only Mark Burley, getting the statue this weekend. Joel, nice job. Hold on, make sure they've got your info, and they'll send you a $50 gift card. Joel's not all that close being in Crown Point to experience in Elmwood Park, but when he is around in the area,
I'm
now
sure
he's
he
got
gets
somewhere
up
to go
that.
for breakfast.
He's up in that neck of the nape. That's not a problem for
Nape of the
him.
way?
I'm sure Joel's a traveling man.
He might be a traveler.
Sure, he's been around and about.
38th round pick.
Big
Mark
things
Burley.
happening in Crown Point, too.
Yes, that's what
I didn't know if you knew that.
I did know that.
Big things happening.
That's what I've heard. Can you believe 38th round pick for Mark Burley?
I
What a
can.
career. What a career.
I can. Yeah. Hell of a pitcher. And
tremendous.
Works quick.
And he worked quick. He
Works quick.
like lightning.
In a bottle, baby.
Yeah. What were you watching over there? What piqued your interest? The Wimbledon?
No. The racing up at Saratoga. Oh. I remember a handful of years ago where we entrusted a horse player to go up there to take our money from what it was to take it to something very special.
Well, were you part of the good year or only the bad year?
I was part of I wouldn't call it the bad year. I would call it the unsuccessful year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you part of the good year or the
I was
unsuccessful
not.
year? Yeah.
I was not.
It's still one of the all-time great stories when
The pick six?
The first day of the Saratoga meet. This had to be 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
The first day of the Saratoga meet, we pooled some money. It was, I think, me, Bleck Abdalla, Danny Zetterman. I don't know who else was in on that. It might have just been
Meller.
Maybe Meller.
Meller was in on it.
We pooled. We all took.
You guys had about $9,000 going down there.
Yeah, and we gave it to someone who you all know and love. And when I say you all know and love him, you
in the
all
horse
know
racing
and love
industry.
him.
Yes.
Oh, not only is he in the horse racing industry, but he's one of the all-time guys. He's a Hall of Famer. And we first day he hit a pick six.
Yeah.
And it was glorious. And I said to the group, that's it. End it.
Stop it now.
Cash it out. And I was outvoted. We did set aside a little bit of money where everybody
You put a
was going to make
small
some profit.
stipend for yourself.
We put a small stipend, but I said, you guys, it ain't happening again. They're like, it just got started. He already hit one. He's going to hit
He's
again. I was
hot.
like, he's not. He's not going to hit again. And we would have each walked away with about $12,000. Instead, we walked away, not that I'm complaining, it was about
Sounds like it.
It's about $5,000. But
do you remember what happened the
there's
next
a
year?
difference between $5,000 and $12,000.
Do you remember what happened the next year when we did the pick six?
We missed by
a nose.
A nose.
A nose. We literally, the picture went around on how much we lost by.
It was
and
sickening.
it was tragic.
Sickening.
It was tragic.
It was sickening.
But that money dissipated quickly.
It did. And
half the meet wasn't over before it was done.
I think it was like maybe me and Bleck were the only two advocating for it. No, this is it. We just did it.
Yeah.
Like he hit a pick six. We're all going to win $12,000.
Yeah.
That's it. But no, they don't listen to me.
No, they
It's
don't.
like playing parlay.
No, they don't.
You see what I'm saying, guys? Yeah. It's just, when you got the winnings, take the winnings. And the $5,000 hit was still nice. Don't get me wrong, but
I'd say it was.
It was epic. We'll do the lunch rush coming up next.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Users apply in app only.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
All right, this summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. The ultimate offshore high-speed powerboat race on Lake Michigan. Boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, lunch rush time. We'll cross-talk in like an hour with Bleck and Abdalla there for Waddle and Sylvie today and tomorrow. Live at the ballpark tomorrow, both shows starting at noon with us. And for Burley Night and for the celebration of the 05 White Sox 20 years ago. Oh, my goodness. So the guys are in for Waddle and Sylvie today and tomorrow. We're all live at the park mañana, and we'll cross-talk at 2:35. Adam John's coming up at 2 to talk Bears. Let's lunch rush it now, though. Potts, are you doing this?
I'm here, fellas.
All right,
I'm here.
let's go. Where are we starting?
All right, we're going to start a little bit NBA talk today.
NBA?
NBA. You know what today is?
NBA.
Or tonight?
Summer League.
Summer League, and it's Cooper Flagg's first appearance tonight. He'll be taking the court 7 p.m. against Bronny James.
Against Bronny.
Yeah, so my question, you guys going to be watching this tonight? I mean, it's Cooper's first action on the court.
No. It's not his first action on the court. We watched him play at Duke for 6 months.
Yeah,
the
watch
first
play at
action on the NBA summer court?
No.
All right, Potsy, this is the way it goes. The NBA playoffs are something to behold, and they're absolutely fantastic. The NBA regular season at times is barely watchable.
I like
NBA
it,
Summer League.
I'm such a Summer League nut.
NBA Summer League. There's got to be 1,000 other things that you'd rather do.
What is it that you love about
it?
What is it that you love about
I love college basketball, so watching Summer League, man, it's just a college basketball all-star game. That's what it is for me.
That's fair.
Did you guys not tune in last year to watch Buzelis in the Summer League?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not 1 second. Did you?
Yeah, it was very exciting.
Absolutely not.
Die hard over there. Watching Buzelis in the Summer League.
Boy, I tell you.
It's July. We barely got anything on.
Well, there's baseball. Are you going to watch?
There's places to go. Go walk on the beach.
Wait, is Senge
Go to a
playing?
local pub.
Don't live on the beach
Is
here.
Senge playing for the Bulls?
Man.
He should.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would imagine.
I know the Aussie's there, I think,
yeah.
right? Is he Australian? He's Australian or New Zealand? Where's he from? The kid, I think he's Australian, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. The kid they drafted in the second round. Not for me. I Cooper Flag, Ronnie, it doesn't matter. I heard Adam was telling us the other day the get-in prices were high for this game. In
Really?
Yeah.
For Cooper's game.
For Cooper's game.
Interesting.
Tonight.
Yes, because my buddy, he went to a few Jazz games, and those were only like $30.
The get-in was like $80, and some of the court sides were going for like $1,000.
Whoa.
No. Pass. Hard pass. If I was there and you offered me a ticket, I'd probably go. But will I watch it on TV?
Yeah.
Nah, I'll pass. All right, what else?
So I saw this yesterday. So Giannis was going on a live stream with influencer Speed, and he was asked if he plans to stay in Milwaukee. Now, Giannis replied by saying, probably. We'll see. I love Milwaukee. I mean, is that just taking all chips off him leaving? Is he staying?
Well, he's not leaving now. He's not leaving this offseason, right? It's like the middle of July almost. He's not going to, at some point, be like,
he's just too nice of a guy.
I love it. So wait, what was his response?
His response was probably we'll see.
We'll see.
I love Milwaukee.
There you go. I mean, what's more darning, that response or Jokic saying he doesn't want to negotiate his contract till next year?
I'd say I'd be a little bit more worried about
Jokic?
The Nuggets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit more
right. I mean, that's more of I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So talk to me later.
Oof.
Yeah,
they've got to be sweating a little bit on that one.
I think so.
Because does Joker want to like test the water somewhere else at some point?
That'd be the intriguing guy.
Both of those guys.
Both of them. Either one of them.
And does Jokic play the kind of game? Because he's not physically, you know what I'm saying? He's not physically dominated, plays with the brain.
Yeah.
Can his game translate when he physically starts to break down a little bit?
Yeah, because he could shoot, too.
Yeah.
Giannis can't. So Giannis won't age quite as well. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe he's still dominating at 38. But you've got a lot of good years of Giannis left. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you got a lot of good dominant years of Giannis left. Joker will probably age a little bit better because he can shoot. All right, what else?
Yeah, so I was listening this morning, and I heard Jack say this, that Michael Jordan's house in Highland Park. Did you guys hear about this?
Airbnb.
Is this the Airbnb thing?
Airbnb.
Yeah. I mean,
somebody had bought it, and it's now turned into an Airbnb.
Nobody's going to Airbnb.
So you got to put down a whole safety deposit of $25,000. You got to sign a waiver. But for the next couple of months, it's an Airbnb.
Do we all want to chip in and just spend a few nights there?
No.
It's like $120,000 a night or something, isn't it?
It's really expensive.
It's something obscene.
No.
What is ever going to happen with that property? It's just.
I grew up in Deerfield, so I would pass this house all the time.
Yeah.
And it's just seeing this now. How could you not want to spend the night at MJ's crib?
Not for $100. But here's the thing: the people that can afford that, I don't think are impressed. Potsy, they're just like, why are they going to go spend?
I mean, it's not on a beach. There's no lakes surrounding it. You got high tension wires passing through it.
What does it do for them?
I mean, what are we doing
for the person that can afford that? They got their own mansion that they live. You know what I mean?
Airbnb.
But there's a big 23 in the gate when you go in.
You take a picture by
17 and a half bathrooms.
Yeah, that and $3 get you a cup of coffee over at Dunkin' Donuts, guys.
That's a lot of bathrooms, man.
17 and a half.
A lot of entertaining. What do you do with all those bathrooms?
You
7
can't
bedrooms.
even, if you stayed there 3 days, you couldn't use each facility once.
There's no way.
Yeah.
17 and a half. I love how there's a half bathroom there somewhere, too. Like, I guess you got to have just one, like, little powder room by the foyer.
Yeah, a little pedestal.
By the foyer.
Yeah.
17 and a half bath. All right. Okay, what else?
Have you seen what Lucas Giolito has been doing in Boston?
I have not.
I know he started last night, and my buddy Brian was there with his family.
Let me break it down for you
Go
guys.
ahead.
In the last 38 innings pitched, he has a .7 ERA and 37 strikeouts. Now, my question, is this the new hot name that the Northsiders should start looking at?
Is he going to be available? Are they talking about that? First of all, I mean, Boston's like kind of in it.
Giolito.
Yeah, he was good again last night. That's what I thought. He had 6 strikeouts.
Yeah, he was great.
Did not give up a run in 6 innings. That's an impressive run he's on.
Rockies, though, right? Maybe?
No, they're playing Colorado.
Okay,
yes. It is an impressive run he's been on. His ERA plus this year is 124. His ERA is 336. His fielding independent pitching is 362. You don't love that rate.
Imagine his price is that high. Maybe a couple medium prospects. I don't know.
I haven't heard anything about Lucas Giolito being tossed into any conversation at the trade deadline. Well, and the other thing is you got to think about, like, Boston's back above, a few games above 500, and like, is Boston going to be looking to unload? I don't know when the hell they're getting Bregman back. Bregman's still not back, right? I don't think he's back.
I don't think so.
They are tied for the last wild card spot. So is Boston selling anybody off? Something to track. I would expect no. Maybe they believe Giolito's now fully back from injury and he's turning a corner. So let's say no. All right, what else?
All right, last thing here. Ian Happ, man. He is 3 for 42 in his last 11 games. Now, my question is simple.
Jeez.
Is it time to bring up a little switch at the top of the order here for the Cubbies?
Oh, that's a good one.
Because he got hot at one point. He was hot. He was hitting, I think, 3 homers in 4 games? It was something like that. He was hot at one point, back to cold.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm not a fan of the Cubs, so it's easy for me to weigh in on these things without being like, I can't tell you what's right or wrong.
But I kind of like hearing that opinion better sometimes. Because for me, I love Hap, man. I love him. And hearing a non-Cubs fan opinion on this.
Would having Kyle Tucker lead off be the worst thing? I like having Kyle Tucker at second, too, in case the leadoff man does good on and he can do some damage. But Shohei leads off for a reason, you know? I mean, is it the worst thing to have Kyle Tucker leading off or PCA leading off at this point? PCA doesn't have the big on-base percentage that you'd necessarily like up there, but he's got the slug. If you could just start the game 1-0, or if he gaps one and he's standing on second base with Tucker and Bush and Seiya and Hap coming up after him. I don't think it's the craziest idea. I feel like Jesse's kind of pushed back on it a lot, though. Every time we've talked about it.
That's because of the pitches that he and Hap sees, right? We went over that. How many pitches does he see per bat?
Yeah, well, he does see
per at bat. Yeah. So that's why I wouldn't mind it.
What am I moving him out of there?
Yeah, just shuffle it up a little bit. I'm not against shuffling it up a little bit.
I don't think I realized it was 3 for, what was that? 42?
Yes.
227. He still has the very impressive on-base percentage because he walks a lot. I mean, he's got 50 walks on the year.
But he is 80 points under his career OPS.
Yeah, he is.
80 points under his career
You're right,
OPS.
80 exactly. Yeah. But the slug is so down, too. Look at this slug. He's not even slugging 400.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 12 home runs.
His on-base percentage, even with the struggles, is still like 20 points higher than PCA's, though.
Yeah, 326.
I wouldn't be totally opposed to it. I don't think it's the craziest thing to lead Tucker off. All right, anything else, Potts, or is that it?
That's it.
All right, there you go. There's the lunch rush. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
$9 million the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure. And the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with one-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
About a half hour from Chicago sits one of golf's best-kept secrets, Seven Bridges Golf Club. Daily fee play with a private course field, immaculate fairways, championship greens, and golf passes designed to reward you, your clients, or your team. Every round includes a GPS-equipped cart, because at Seven Bridges, golf should be as seamless as it is rewarding. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your round today.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close, personal, and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. To get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livegolf.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Did I say soundtracked?
I believe you did.
Sorry, soundtrack.
Like Eintracht Frankfurt, the soccer team that's out there.
I think I said soundtrack.
Tracked.
Forgive me.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was reading what Jeff Passan said about the Red Sox. I got caught up real quick. I'm going to read some copy. I got confused. Soundtrack.
It happens every once in a while.
Potsy was asking in the lunch rush about Boston. Would Giolito's name come up? I mean, I know Chapman's name has come up, but he's got him as potentially adding here. Passan wrote about the teams that are in contention in the one move that they should make to solidify their roster going into the second half. And for the Red Sox, he writes, the weakness is relief pitching, and they should go out and get Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals. Helsley hasn't had a great year, but a big strikeout guy, big arm. He has been a very good closer in the league for a few years. St. Louis is not really in it. We never thought they would be. He writes, Red Sox relievers walk too many hitters and don't strike out enough. Take away Aroldis Chapman, the best reliever in the AL this season, which is amazing that Chapman's still doing that, Yerk. And the Red Sox have a middle-of-the-pack bullpen. Getting Helsley from St. Louis would give Boston arguably the top setup-closer combination in baseball and go a long way towards supporting a rotation that has been among the game's best over the past month. And he talks about some of the position guys. I mean, they called up Roman Anthony. He's been very good.
Right.
One of the better young players in the game, was the best prospect in baseball. He's been very good. And they got a few other young guys. At some point, they're going to get Bregman back, too. Bregman's been out forever, though. I mean, it was before Memorial Day.
I believe so, yeah.
Bregman's been out for a considerable stretch. Speaking of young prospects, did you see Jack Caglione in Kansas City last night?
I did not.
466-foot home run.
Oh, big one. Them are the ones I like.
You like those?
Got to be over 450. Get my attention.
466.
Where'd it go?
Basically straightaway center.
Straightaway center? That's a bomb. 466.
That is a bomb.
Not like the day Kingman was hitting 500-footers.
Remember that?
Back in the day. That's a bomb. 500-footers are a bomb, kid.
Well, you don't see many 500-footers, though. Come on. How often does that actually happen?
I didn't say you did. I said, but every once in a while, we used to see the big boys. What was Glenn Allen Hill's shot that went on the rooftop?
On the rooftop. Unbelievable.
That's shot right there.
I hope the White Sox don't come back to be haunted by passing on Jack Caglione, because he went one spot after the White Sox took Hagen Smith.
Knowing them, they probably will. Will come back to haunt them. I was thinking that the whole time.
Their greatest
you can be
choice.
quiet over there.
Yeah, their greatest draft choice of all time, of course, is Nick Madrigal.
Stop it.
Nice job there. Who's the Wizard of Id that made that choice?
Their best was Andrew Vaughn.
He's coming back to haunt.
At least Vaughn was like
Cubs.
Vaughn was kind of a no-brainer where they were drafting. It just didn't work out. It doesn't always work out. But they took Hagen Smith, who could be awesome. Like, he's making his way through the minors, could be up at some point this year. You love dominant left-handed pitching when you can get it, right, Yerk?
Absolutely.
But I hope it doesn't come back to haunt them that they passed on Jack Caglione. Last year's draft class is shaping up to be quite good because Chase Burns, Nick Kurtz, Caglione, Christian Moore, and Cam Smith have already all made the big leagues. These are guys that were drafted in July last year.
Right.
They're all in the big leagues. Was Mizorowski a draft pick last year or 2 years ago? I'd have to go double check.
No more artificial suppression. What's going on, Carm? Guys are getting to the big leagues right away.
Well,
they're not alienating their players like they used to.
Look, a lot of them still came up as the season went on. You could still control service time by stashing them down there at the start of the season. I don't know when Mizorowski was drafted. He wasn't a first-rounder either. I understand that. But just like of the top 14 picks last year, you got 5 guys that are already in the big leagues, and I believe somebody else from last year's draft just got called up. The draft, by the way, I know, Jurko, you're very in to the MLB draft, but it does start Sunday. It does start Sunday.
68 rounds?
PCA just hit another home run, by the way. 68 rounds? No, there are not that many rounds. They've really truncated it. There are 2 Chicago kids that might get drafted in the first round, too, so keep an eye out.
Are there?
Yep. Do
you know their names?
I do know their names. There is Jack Bauer, the kid from, I want to say Lincoln Way East.
From 24.
Yeah, it's not 24. He's a lefty. He throws 102.
Okay.
He's in high school.
Lefty throws 102.
Just graduated high school.
Yeah.
And then Jaden Foskey from LaGrange Park, who goes to Naz.
Okay.
Good young kid who is center field / catcher, could be a first rounder. So both of them could end up going in the first round. 2 Chicago area kids. How great would that be?
It's fantastic.
Could end up going to the first round. PCA's gone yard again. That's 25. I was telling Jurk earlier in the show, like, you know, one of the fun things to watch in the second half here is going to be his chase for a 40-40 season. There have only been 6 of them. And right now he's on pace for like 42 home runs and I think 44 stolen bases. So, like, through 90 games, like, he's on it, Jurk. I mean, it's going to be right there.
He's trending.
No Cub
he's trending nicely.
Yeah, no Cub has ever done it. Look at Pottinger, can't contain himself.
I just love him so much.
It's
days
himself.
like this where we're like, he's going to hit the 40-40. When he hits 2 in one game,
he might.
He's at 25 and 27 right now.
It'll definitely be worth tracking in the last 60, 70 games of the season. He's going to, if he continues at this pace, he's going to get close because he's right there. We're going to talk Bears coming up. Our friend Adam Johns, great Bears insider, will join us to talk about the offseason and look ahead at the season and talk about some of the new stuff he's going to be doing covering the Bears in 25. Adam Johns joins us when we return in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Safeties are back deep. Snap to Caleb Williams. Good protection. Lines it up for DJ Moore to the end zone. Perfect throw. Perfect catch. Touchdown Bears. Trio right, one to the left, single up top of the field. Snap is back. Caleb looks to the near side, throwing in the back of the near side end zone corner. Cole Kmet, touchdown Bears on Darnell Savage. 4-man rush, back to throw. Caleb zips it down the left side, inside the 5, over the shoulder. End zone touchdown, DJ Moore. Touchdown Bears.
Well, we hear a lot of that from Jeff Joniak right here on your home for the Bears for another season coming up in 2025. Oh, it's right around the corner. It's Carmen and Jurko. Hope everyone is having a great day. Cubs have a healthy lead in Minneapolis. We were talking about their ability to avoid sweeps, especially these 3-game sweeps. They've been very good at that this year, second half of last year, and they're well on their way now before they go to the Bronx for the weekend. This would give them a 2-game lead in the Central as the Brewers are off after sweeping the Dodgers. Crosstalk in 35 minutes with Bleck and Abdalla. They're in for Waddle and Sylvie. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline and talk Bears with one of our favorites. We'll see him over at training camp here in a matter of weeks. And a veteran scribe of the Bears beat at this point across a few different platforms and publications, I guess you'd say. Adam Johnson, I think he's on the move again. He's been writing over at The Athletic for the last couple of years, and he's been doing great stuff. But we always like catching up with Adam Johnson. He joins us on the Yuengling guest hotline to talk Bears. How's your summer been?
What's going on, Carm? Jurko, what's going on, fellas? It's a lot of baseball.
Yeah, I know.
We're been a little busy with some personal stuff, going from The Athletic to the HGO and All City, which I'm excited about. But I'm also a crabby youth baseball coach most of my time.
Yeah, I know what it's like.
You and Carmen share that.
Our season ended last night in the playoff with a playoff loss, so it's always bittersweet. But I'm ready for a few weeks off. Actually, now it's not the worst thing, right?
Yeah. So we got one more tournament. We actually played Danny's team one more time on Friday, tomorrow. Wow, nice. Friday. These days are flying by. And then maybe next week, depending on how the LSFBL playoffs go.
Nice. Love it. So you're moving from The Athletic over to CHGO. Is that right? That's where you're going to be? People can see you covering the Bears, podcast, stuff like that for the 2025 season. Is that right?
That's it. That's the move. Totally pumped about it. I'm taking all my stuff there, all the stuff that you read on The Athletics, the behind-the-scenes stuff on, I don't know, Eberflus's firing, the yelling in the locker room. That type of stuff is all going to be now on allchgo.com.
All right, good to hear. Adam's been at this for a while. He's very plugged in over there, obviously, covering the Bears and breaking stories and things like that over the years. As far as the Bears offseason, we were reading earlier from ESPN.com, Seth Walder wrote some stuff about how he graded every team's offseason. He gave the Bears a B-. He was complimentary about a few things. He went in on them pretty good about a few others, the Grady Jarrett signing and the trade for Jonah Jackson primarily. But just like your big picture takeaway from the entirety of the offseason, starting with the hiring of Ben Johnson to where we are now.
Yeah, it starts and ends there, right? Going after the most coveted offensive mind on the market and then paying him, guys.
Yeah.
Paying him. It's still kind of unbelievable to me. This isn't taking a swing on Mark Trestman. This isn't taking a swing on Matt Nagy, who at that point was just starting to get out there as a name. This is going after the play caller of one of the best offenses in the league over the past 3 seasons. Playoff experience, tons of play calling experience, this seems so unlike the Bears. So for me, that's it. That's my biggest takeaway, how the Bears went out and got one of the biggest fishes on the market and then paid him to be their head coach.
I love that. You're right. And I've admired Ben Johnson for a while, and I've been saying his name and talking about him and thinking this is who the Bears should be targeting. I thought they should have done it a year ago. He told us that he wouldn't have taken the job at that time. Maybe he's just saying that. I don't know, but I'm all in on it, Adam. I also know we have been here before. I remember having people at the Bears, talk to me on the campus of Olivet Nazarene University, John Fox's first training camp, about what a difference. Oh, this guy. Oh, the skin's on the wall, and it's already all changing, and this is going to be so different. I mean, we have been here before with this. And I was talking to someone at the Bears off the record about a month ago, and I was expressing that same sentiment. And they didn't just say, listen, stop being such a pessimistic jerk. They said they truly feel this time Ben Johnson and the people he's brought with him are going to be too good to flop. Do you agree with that?
You know, it's kind of funny. Let me start with John Fox there. He said that so many times, Carm. I got skins on the wall, where you almost literally thought that maybe he actually had literal skins on the wall.
Like Buffalo Bill.
Somewhere. Yeah, it was one of his lines. He used it all the time. But I kind of get what they're saying now. Like, I get kind of the buzz after seeing him coach. There is a whole other side of Ben Johnson.
Did we just lose Adam?
Hello.
I mean, like right.
Some of that. To see him yelling at Caleb Williams to go through his reads faster, get to that check down faster, to see him yelling at Cole Kmet. Like, these are two of his best players, two players the Bears need to improve to have success this year. To see him do that in the spring when it's still kind of cold outside and rainy, like, that is something that I haven't seen. I never really saw Nagy do that with Trubisky. We definitely didn't see Cutler get that type of treatment from Mark Trestman. And as tough as things got later on in that tenure with those two together. So it looks different. It sounds different, too, just seeing the head coach have this level of profanity sometimes. I think it's kind of a good thing. Like, I started covering this team when Lovie Smith was the head coach, and there was none of that. He had his own sayings,
right,
and he had his players in line, but to see a first-year head coach do this with his offensive players, that to me is something new that I'm covering.
As far as you can tell, how have Caleb and some of those guys adjusted to that, or maybe welcomed it? Maybe they don't like it. I mean, like, what do you think their response to that style has been?
No, I hope it's good. I hope it's positive. I hope it's even better behind the scenes, because let's face it, I think Cole Kmet put it best, not too long ago. Like, they haven't won. Yeah. Like, they should not feel threatened by this. They should appreciate this level of coaching, this level of tenacity, this level of detail that Ben Johnson is demanding from them every second that they're out there. Because let's be honest, guys, the Bears haven't found what works. They haven't found consistent success. The splash in the pan was 2018, and that turned out to be exactly that, splash in the pan. Like, so you need some consistency. You need something different, something with some more fire, something where the details mean everything. So all those players, DJ Moore included, hasn't been on a winning team. Like, this should mean something to them just in terms of the next steps in their careers and where they want to go individually.
You talk about the tight end that was drafted here, and you talk about Cole Kmet. Only so many footballs end up going to the tight end in this offense. Who do you think ends up with more catches this year?
I would say, Jurko, it's Cole Kmet, at least this year, just because
really
I haven't seen Colston Loveland at practice. I want to see how this personnel grouping, this 12 personnel, kind of shakes out. You could see that the tight end will be a focal point, but to your point about the one ball, you still got Roma Dunze, you still got DJ Moore, you still have some great options out there. Luther Burden, if he gets up to speed after being out during the entire offseason program with his injury. So for once, there's a lot of good options for an offensive mind and Ben Johnson to work with here in Chicago. But I think it's going to be Cole Kmet just because tight end can be a tough spot to learn. You hear from coaches all the time, just the transition from the college game to the pro game, although they do think him playing at Michigan will give him some help.
Interesting. Adam Johns is our guest now of CHGO, covering the Bears going on many seasons. As he said, he was going all the way back to the Lovie. Which Lovie campaign did you cover? Was it towards the very end?
That was the last year, 2012. So I covered a team that, guys, that season, Bears fans drank Nashville out of Miller Lite.
Yeah, that's right.
Beer.
Yeah.
And it was a special year. That game was wild. And then I think they finished 10-6, and they fired Lovie Smith. They're just wild.
They were 7-1.
They were 7-1. Yeah, and then they kind of.
And then they lost a bunch of games, and then they won their final, I think, 2 games to go.
They have been spinning their wheels since they fired Lovie. Hopefully it finally corrects itself now. So Adam's been on the beat a long, long time. Who's got the beat on the starting left tackle job as you see it?
I think it's the rookie. I think it's Ozzie Chapillo. I think when Braxton Jones is healthy, him being the incumbent, him being a multi-year starter, him having the confidence of Ryan Poles, I think that still means something. But at the same time, Ozzie Trapillo is the one drafted by Ben Johnson and his coaching staff, and that carries so much weight. You know there's going to be some ups and downs. He's a rookie. He's going to be a left tackle in the NFL. He's going to get beat up by Montez Sweat. I'm sure he'll lose more than his fair share of reps in training camp, especially when the one-on-ones are going on. But he's got to have the inside track. And, guys, he looks the part. He looks like Kyle Long out there. He moves like Kyle Long. Yeah. And it's not just a number. He physically seems to look – he resembles him on the field.
He does. The resemblance is kind of striking. And he might have that little nasty side in him, that Kyle Scott. That's what you need.
Who's your double-digit sack guy on this team?
Good question.
Oh, I don't know if they have one.
That's a problem, Adam.
Yeah. You would hope it's Montez Sweat. Maybe he has a bounce-back year. I know Dennis Allen's scheme is going to be a bit different. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the linebackers combine for 7 and 8 sacks, and that's how maybe they make up for the lack of a double-digit sack guy. Maybe Montez Sweat hits 9, and you get 4, 5 on some of these blitzes, and they're able to make up some of the difference there. But I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. That's definitely one thing we'll be watching in training camp, and especially in the preseason games and these joint practices with the Dolphins and Bills.
What kind of step back you think the Lions might see here with all that they lost from their coaching staff?
You would think, right? You lost one of the best defensive coordinators in the league. You lost Ben Johnson, one of the best offensive minds in the league. And I think they did a good job filling those holes. You just start to wonder how long their shelf life is. Maybe they got one more good year. How many good years does Jared Goff have in him? I know they're committed to him. I know he's had a lot of success there, but Ben Johnson was his play caller. They had a lot of chemistry there. You know, they got to start paying guys down the road. So a lot of tough decisions there. You would imagine they're still competitive this year, but at some point that drop's going to hit just because those changes are hard to make up for.
8.5 is the Bears total in Vegas. They going over or under?
Over. It's the middle of July. I'm celebrating a new job, so I'm optimistic. So maybe that's it. Got a doubleheader later today. I feel good about that. So this team on paper looks very good. It's one of the best rosters that I think, again, on paper that I've covered since maybe 2018, and I would say it's even better than that if you take into account the coaching, just the balance of experience, former players, guys like Eric Bieniemy. It's a good coaching staff. And it feels a lot like 2018 because you have the defensive veteran coordinator and Dennis Allen combined with the young offensive-minded coach. So, but on paper, it looks as good, if not better than 2018. We'll just see where it goes, guys. We should know better. We know not to get too excited because things tend to fall off a cliff here.
You are right. Did it last year. Fell into the trap. Will Luther Burden be there for the start of camp? Like, what's going on with these second-round picks? Only the first 2 have signed. Everybody else kind of in limbo as, like, those first 2 teams gave out fully guaranteed contracts. Bears have 3 second-round picks. So, I mean, you talk about Trapillo being important, especially if he's got the inside track on that starting left tackle job. What about Burden, too? And is all that going to work itself out here over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, he better be. But this isn't the first time things have come down, well, to the final weeks or even to the final days. I've seen players come in the day of training camp when they report. And the rookies, I think this year, report on the Saturday. What's that, the 19th?
Yeah, I think that's next Saturday, right?
Yes. So sometimes they report, they come in that Friday or that Saturday morning, and they sign and the deal gets done. I've seen that a few times. But really, with all these rookie contracts these days, there's really not much to argue about.
I know.
There just isn't. To me, you would think the rookie would want to get on the field and really show off what he could do, given his draft selection and how he kind of fell during the draft.
All right, so for all of you that have been following Adam for a long time, it's on to CHGO for the year. He'll be bringing all of his Bears coverage there. Congrats on the move and the new gig, buddy. Good luck at the doubleheader tonight. We'll see you at camp in a few weeks, all right?
Yep, come find me.
We will. All right, boy. We'll talk to you later, Adam. There's Adam Johns. Yeah, we will definitely see him up at training camp. As we got like 3 shows on the books, I want to say, for training camp here.
Yeah, I know. They're on there somewhere.
I think you're going to be more excited this year because they might actually be practicing.
That'd be nice. It won't be a complete waste of time.
Right?
Yeah.
We'll do that right here, Potsy. Give me 1 second.
It'll be fun. Yeah. It'll be fun. Only because there's new energy.
Right.
And maybe a new culture.
Well, it definitely sounds like they're trying to establish that. There's a new set of ground rules, that's for sure.
Hopefully they're holding players accountable.
Ben Johnson doesn't sound shy about like getting on guys. He's gonna get up.
Good.
You know what? Like if you're not doing it right.
That's right.
So good is right. Hold on, I want to grab John in Libertyville. This is going to be an exercise here. Hello, John.
Carm, how are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. So before the break, you were talking about Mizorowski and when he was drafted.
Yeah, it was 02.
So, 22, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
22, excuse me. 22, yeah, excuse me.
Yep. So it's lunchtime on Monday, and my kid's over, and I'm like, hey, Kershaw versus Mizorowski, we got to go see this game.
Oh, man.
Okay, and we see the game, 38,000, every seat's filled.
Oh, my God.
And we're like, when was this Mizorowski kid drafted? We thought the same thing. So we pull it up, and in 22, he was the 63rd pick in the draft. Now get your puke bucket ready, because with the 62nd pick in the draft, the White Sox took a different right-handed pitcher who, like their 29th rated prospect, who's 5-15 in the minors.
Peyton Pillay, I think was his name. Is that right?
Yeah,
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Out of Arkansas. Oh, you did it to me, Johnny.
Painful.
Yeah.
Carm, this was a game you didn't look at your phone. You were just transfixed.
Unreal.
I think it was yesterday, the day before, Jurk said, you're watching baseball, you watch the highlights. I can see that at sometimes. This was an awesome game.
That's pretty great that you went up there with your son. That's very cool. I love it, John. Thank you, John. Yeah, I was just saying, I hope the Sox don't regret taking Hagen Smith in front of Jack Caglione, and hopefully they won't. Like, I think Hagen Smith is, you can get what they're going for there, right?
Yeah, you're
left-handed
hoping.
power like
Sure,
that.
Sure.
Pitched at a premier program, pitched on a big stage. You hope it doesn't come back to haunt the team. Caglione's already in the big leagues and hitting 470-foot home runs. Peyton Pillay's in Double-A. He's another Arkansas kid. I didn't realize that. Jacob Mizorowski went next. Jacob Mizorowski out of Tiny I'm sorry. Let my eyes. Hold on. Crowder College in Nehosho, Missouri.
Nehosho, Missouri.
Nehosho.
Hotbed of baseball activity.
It's a real hotbed.
It's a hotbed, kid.
It's a real hotbed.
Yeah. That's where you want to go, Missouri, for your pitchers.
Pick after the White Sox.
Your flamethrowers.
Let's hope Peyton Pillay at some point, or Pillette. I can't remember how you say it. If it's Pillay or
Crowder
Pillette.
College?
It looks Crowder.
Crowder
College.
Beautiful.
In Missouri. We have a 4-pack of Premier. Move your head for 1 second, York, just so I can thank you, my friend. Move that big blockhead.
Do you remember the teams? It's the important thing. Do you remember the teams?
Let me try. All right, we got the 4-pack of Premier League Summer Series
Don't
tickets.
print it up there.
Don't print it up there. We've been doing it every day. This is at Soldier Field at the end of the month. Doubleheader. It is Everton and West Ham.
Everton and West Ham United.
And then after that game, it'll be Man U versus Bournemouth.
100% correct.
Oh,
yes.
There you go. How about I did a trivia question, and there was a weird technicality, so God forbid we try another Premier League trivia question. Oof. The Hive was mad at me. I mean, geez. One little technicality.
Why don't you go with...
don't ask. You know it for sure. They're going to come after you next.
That wouldn't bother me.
Doesn't bother me much either, but I'm just saying, brace yourself. They're going to come after you.
All right, well, you just do it. I'll tell you what the question would have been.
Maybe we'll save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll save it for tomorrow.
Let's just do caller 10 right now. You'll win.
It's interesting. My answer bore that number. And he played for both Everton and for Manchester United.
Oh, can I guess?
Yeah.
Wayne Rooney.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Bam. I knew he was a 10 for Man U, so I just figured, why not take a guess?
See?
We'll go caller 10 right now in honor of Wayne Rooney. 312-332-3776. You'll win the tickets. Crosstalk with Bleck and Abdalla is coming up there, and for Waddle and Sylvie, we'll do that in about 15. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
entertainer will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Wisconsin is almost here with Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Cole Swindell. Plus Gavin Adcock, Ashley McBride, Tyler Hubbard, Zach Top, and many, many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. Save up to $46 at participating Walgreens and Menards.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pump-a-thon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, CASA Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Whiskey U is back in session. Yeah, July Whiskey U is headed out to Anyways Pub, the Bloomingdale location, next Wednesday night. We're headed east for a taste of tradition. Yeah, we're going to be drinking Sagamore Rye. Love it. Some really cool stuff coming out of there. 100% Maryland made, blending high rye and low rye mash bills. And you're going to taste it and learn all about it with me and everybody else who comes out to Whiskey U next Wednesday night, July 16th, 6:30 to 8:30. Anyways Pub in Bloomingdale. See you there. Study hard. Sip responsibly.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, crosstalk coming up. Cubs in the 9th with a 6-run lead. They get out of Minneapolis with one win and a 2-game lead on the Brewers before they go to Yankee Stadium for the weekend. What a marquee matchup that is. It's Yankees and Cubs from the Bronx. Yankees wrap their series tonight against the Mariners. They've taken each of the first 2 games. Judge didn't hit a home run last night, but he had another monster game. Like, his numbers are just insane, Yerk. We were talking about PCA, who's got 2 home runs today, and he's closing in on 30 stolen bases. Now he's got 25 home runs. I mean, like, he's going to push for a 40-40 season. There aren't a lot of those in baseball history. There are 6 of them. That's it. And I scaled this back to 30-30 seasons, which he is most assuredly going to do, let's face it. Unless something very bizarre happens.
Right.
There are only 72 30-30 seasons in baseball history, Yerk. So even those, I mean, that's, playing this game for 100-something year, 125 years, more than that. If you go all the way back to the old days of the National League, I mean, you're talking 140 years worth of history and guys playing. It just doesn't happen a heck of a lot. You know who's got the most 30-30 seasons in MLB history, if you had to guess?
Most 30-30 seasons.
The most 30-30. By the way, there is a Cub that's done that. Sammy's done it a couple of times.
Barry Bonds.
You nailed it. Barry Bonds, if my count is right here, looks like he did it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And guess what, Yerk? His pappy did it 4 times.
Yeah, Bobby.
They've got the 2 of them have 10 of the 72.
Yeah,
but
Bobby.
it looks like Barry has the most.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just scrolling through real quick. Soriano did it 4 times.
How about Canseco? Jose Canseco.
Let me find it. I mean, he definitely did it once because he did a 40-40. Canseco did it just that one time. He went 40-40, Yerk, and that was it. For Jose, that was in 1988. He was the first guy to ever do it. Cubs on the list. Let's see. I know Sammy did it. Any other Cubs that have done it? I can't think of one that would have. Nope, just Sammy. Sammy Sosa is the only
Any White
Cub.
Sox that have done it?
Good question. And it looks like no other than, here's a technicality. So in 78, it looks like Barry Bonds was split between the White Sox and the Rangers.
Bobby Bonds?
Bobby Bonds, excuse me, Eric. Forgive me. Yeah, Bobby. We were just talking about Pappy. He did it in 78 across those 2 teams. So one little technicality there, but no, nobody's ever done it for the White Sox. How about that, playing a full season with the Sox? But in 78, Bobby did have 26 games in a White Sox uniform.
Robert did have a 3-30 season for the White Sox, where he had at least 3 home runs and 30 stolen bases.
He's going to do that this year.
So he's got a 3-30. So, I mean, that's not bad.
Isn't that?
I wonder how many 3-30 seasons there have been.
Well, I'm not going to put that in the filter. It's going to take too long to generate all the names.
Too many answers.
Of players that have done 3-30. There's plenty of them. We need a White Sox on that list. You're right. I would have thought maybe Robert would do it someday, but it just...
never happened.
No,
it never materialized.
It hasn't happened, White Sox baseball's on tonight. It is a 6 o'clock pregame for White Sox and Guardians. Jeff Meller will have that for you. Remember, tomorrow we're live at the park from noon until 3, and then Bleck and Abdalla will follow us in for Waddle and Sylvie live at the park as well.
I'll meet you up there.
I'll meet you there. I'm coming here in the morning. We're gonna Mike and I are gonna tape Odds Couple.
We're gonna be in right field.
I think we are.
Remember that. We'll be in right field.
Yep.
Underneath.
Yeah.
Getting it done. All right.
Yeah, I can't wait, and hopefully we'll get a few.
We've done a show there before. You and me.
In right field?
Yeah, in right field. We have done a show before.
When?
Oh boy.
Like we broadcast live from right field? Why don't I remember that?
8 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember. You know what I do remember? I was watching Chris Bassett pitch against them the other day when the Jays were in town, and I was thinking, man, we were at the game with listeners like in
might have been
the year
after
head? COVID when Bassett got hit in the face.
Yeah.
Remember, we were at that game.
We were at that game.
It was scary.
And
he was pitching for Oakland.
My first thing was like, boy, this game's going to take long now. That was my first reaction. Really? This guy laying down?
It was ugly, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we were in right field doing like a patio party with listeners.
And we can hear the sound.
Jurko is so right. Like, you heard the crack, crack. You heard it. And we were in right field, in the right field bleachers, and it was scary.
It sounded definitely different.
Oh, my God.
Definitely different than when, what's his name, got hit on the mound for the Cubs. Pryor. Remember when Pryor had that double off the thing and then went off
hit like in the elbow, didn't he?
Yeah, but it still smacked.
Yeah, it does. Oh,
but it hit in the face is a different type of bone crushing going on.
It was scary.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
Higher pitch, thinner bones, higher pitch, I believe.
I don't know if that's true. But
Yeah.
You might be right.
Goodbye, orbital ball.
The science of that might make
Yeah.
sense, Yerk. We're going to crosstalk coming up next. Bleck and Abdalla are in for Waddle and Sylvie to get you home on this Thursday, this beautiful Thursday afternoon. We'll be right back. John Gruden has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, did you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
When I was coaching for the Green Bay Packers, we had this nose tackle number 64. Big old block of a nose tackle named John Jurkovic.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005.
Still dealing with knee, hip, or shoulder pain? Tried the cortisone shots, and now surgery's on the table? Before you go down that road, hit pause. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and as someone who's taken a few hits over the years, I know what it's like to live with pain. But I also know there are better options. QC Kinetics is leading the way in regenerative medicine using advanced treatments like cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma to help your body heal itself naturally. No pain meds, no surgery. This isn't just about masking symptoms. It goes after the root of the issue, helping repair and restore tissue through your body's own healing power. And here's the stat that stood out to me. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's real people getting real relief. Consultations are completely free. They'll review your x-rays or your MRI, and they even offer weekend appointments. Before you commit to surgery, give QC Kinetics a call. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Get back to moving your way.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy. And from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Thank you to Adam Johns, now of CHGO, for joining us today. Thank you to
Chungo.
Yeah. Chungo.
It's all the same.
Chungo.
Thank you to Hannah Lamada and to Justin Pottinger for producing the show. Bleck and Abdalla are in for Waddle and Sylvie today and tomorrow.
Nice job.
So they're here now for Crosstalk, brought
Really-
to you by
really
the
good.
Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years.
Good show, Yerk.
Welcome
Good show.
aboard.
Good show.
I said, good show. I said, really good stuff. I can't wait to hear it on my way home. It's going to be top notch. I know it is.
Be fantastic.
boys?
What do you call it? The New Zoo Review?
New Zoo Review coming on board.
We'll get some news review.
Yeah.
Of course. What's going on, fellas?
All right, I've got my list for you, Carl.
Yeah.
It's a really good
ready.
list today.
Yeah,
it's a fun
I'm ready.
topic.
We have some thoughts on the list that we heard during the 1 o'clock segment
All
there. Carm, your list sounded very horned up.
It is for the most part.
I don't know if you understood the
Three of the
assignment.
five are very horned up. Like 60% of it is very horned up.
I don't think you understood the concept, though.
I guess not.
Because you said one of them was friends. Like, you're not going to be Chandler.
Which
I know. I said I live next door.
You'd come into
And
it.
like
You'd be
Monica
hard
might
up.
one night get
He wants to
frisky.
be the next door neighbor.
I would be
you are
Magnum. I
horned
would
up.
be Magnum's buddy.
Right.
Yeah, right,
I would
right.
be Thomas'
You'd be-
buddy, the
you're
guy
on
that
the
flew the
periph.
chopper. I'd be Rick's pal.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I knew we weren't taking a character.
I
That's
could say
correct.
Yes.
I could take care of
Yes.
the Dobermans on the show.
I just
Yeah.
liked
Yeah.
I liked
Oh, yeah.
the rationale was I'll pick this show because so-and-so is who I would want to get with.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because Christina Applegate is so
Yeah.
hot, Married with Children.
Margot Robbie.
And you
Yeah.
said
Margot
Baywatch.
Robbie. I
Great,
said
great
Baywatch, too.
selection. Baywatch.
I would just want to be a male lifeguard.
I'll throw this
yeah.
out there. There was there were better things, but one of the few things that just hit right, a summer afternoon, USA Network and Baywatch would come on TV.
Yeah.
Like the way it was awesome. And I don't think younger people understand how awesome Baywatch was.
There's no way they understand it.
No,
right?
of course not. But it's not that it was like a great show.
No.
It was just mindless.
Yes, mindless.
It was perfect.
Yes, kind of like Entourage.
Yeah.
It was just mindless fun. That's
Yes.
all it was.
It would be
Mindless fun.
Jurko beefcake up there. You know?
Jurko beefcake. All right, so you guys want to drop your lists?
Yeah,
Let's do
yeah,
this.
yeah, go
It
ahead.
was a really
You want
fun
me to go?
category.
Yeah, you said you were ready. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I would go number 5, The OC.
Okay.
Remember that show?
Yeah, Orange County,
The OC.
right? OC.
Number 4, I'll go with Mad Men.
Oh, that's a good
I think
one.
that would be
yeah.
fun to
I like
live in that era, right? To be a
That's a good one.
That's the 3 martini lunch here.
Yeah,
Cheating
exactly.
and boozing.
Yeah.
Sexual
Cheating
harassment
and
was just
boozing.
part of the job description.
all in the office.
All in the office. It was like a
Cheating and
free-for-all in there.
I will go number 3, Top Gun. To be a fighter pilot like that would have been so cool.
Or a
right?
mechanic.
excellent.
You might have been a mechanic.
Yeah, maybe I'm
No,
a,
that's excellent.
I'm a
He would
mechanic.
you'd just be the guy that the guide.
The
That's
semaphore.
kinda like, yeah.
The semaphore flags.
My last two kind of have a theme because I think it would be a lot of fun to relive this period of life. Number 2, I'll go with Saved by the Bell.
Okay.
Go to Bayside High
Good one,
School
Bayside.
to be a
Mid-'80s,
And
late
yeah,
freeze
right.
every once in a while when he said timeout. You'd
Yeah,
be
right.
like,
Right, exactly at the max.
Yeah.
Number 1, Dazed and Confused.
Oh, good.
To be
Matthew McConaughey.
That's a good
yeah,
idea.
to be one of those like high schoolers
right,
who's
all right.
at the
Yeah.
party.
In the
And
70s.
I'm not the
Yeah.
guy, but I'm just there and around at the high school. And,
Yeah.
and that whole era, I think that would have been cool.
That's
a
what I
good
grew
list.
up
all
in.
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The Top
Right?
Gun is great. I mean, yeah, you
You used to
imagine.
get a cake party. Nobody, cops never bothered
Yeah,
you.
keg
They didn't
party
care.
out in the woods.
Keg
no
party,
one cares.
not a problem.
We're just
Today-
having a great time.
Today, everybody's got
every kid's got
liability.
Every kid's tracked.
The kids don't drink anymore either.
I mean,
yeah, they do.
No.
Carm, your kids drinking yet?
No, they're too
Boozing
young.
up? What's he drinking? A little bourbon?
They're too
What's his
young.
bourbon of choice?
He doesn't have bourbon.
Come on.
choice.
He's got to
too
have
young.
one already.
But I
Old
know
Fitzgerald. I bet you he's an old Fitzgerald guy.
Stop it. I don't have a ton of Old Fitzgerald in the house, unfortunately.
When did you start drinking?
Bourbon? When I was 21.
No. When did you start drinking?
Drinking. First drink.
I mean, I had a
cocktail?
beer senior year of high school. It was the first time I ever had cocktail. I didn't have a cocktail till I was, I don't know, out of college probably.
Last game senior year of high school is when I cocktailed it up.
Yeah.
We beat Hillcrest. We qualified for the playoffs.
And
I got
Hillcrest. What would you have, 7 and 7? What were you drinking?
7 and 7.
7 and 7?
The whiskey.
Whiskey sour?
Canadian whiskey.
Yeah.
Canadian Club.
Canadian Club?
Canadian Club was
I
big
think
back in the
mine
day.
was the summer in
sure.
between junior and senior year on Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I got hammered.
That sounds right. All of those like
Make your
mixed.
teeth hurt.
Those,
Next day of
those
practice
like
was-
what was Zima? Do you remember
Zima,
Zima?
Sure I do.
Sure.
Zima
Yeah,
means
Zima.
cold and
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah, Zima.
Zima.
Ice. Do you guys remember Ice House?
Yeah, Ice
House.
House. Yeah.
We
Rolling
used to
Rock,
get,
Ice
Rolling
House.
Rock.
Red Dog.
Someone would procure us a 30-pack of Ice House in the back of the Dairy Queen.
Ice House.
I hope. I mean, I guess statute of limitations. Ben can't fire me anymore.
No.
In the back of the Dairy Queen.
Oh,
Are you
yeah.
planning on going back?
You never know.
What was Ice House doing at the Dairy Queen?
Well, you drop it off.
They
You get
dropped
ice
it
cream
off.
out
Dropped it
the
off.
front.
We
you
keep
get
it in the
beer
cooler.
back.
We go back in the
wow.
cooler, chug an Ice House.
Oh,
made the
my.
night go by a little faster.
Yeah, you should have seen the splits by the end of the night.
I'm really.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Those
I mean,
cones were a little
when-
tilted by the end of the night.
Like something new. They became fig splits instead of banana splits.
In the dazed and confused era, they were all okay.
Nobody cared.
It was okay. They were
As a
all
matter
okay.
of fact, we got caught with beer one time. This is Calumet City a long time ago. We got caught with beer. They confiscated it, put it in the back of their trunk,
Of course. Where do you think that
and
went?
made us pour out what was open,
Yeah.
and said, "Be on your way, young men." And then they had themselves a case of beer.
sure, of course.
That would be my
Yeah.
guess.
Of course.
Yeah.
Free beer for the officers. All right, Adam, give
Okay.
your list.
All right, so contrary to popular belief, I don't want to live in Jurassic Park for obvious reasons. I'd
Yeah.
probably be dead.
Yeah, probably.
So number 5, I hate this movie, but I want to be in the time of Almost Famous, of
Okay.
like the
There
early
you go.
70s
Yeah,
music
see?
scene.
That's a good one.
And then maybe
Really
I,
good one.
you know.
Sure, you can be the reporter.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be there.
You
I
ain't
just-
gotta
I just-
be
You
him.
want-
I want to be one of
Abdalla
like
will
the
be
side band
no,
members.
he'll be a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Band-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect for him.
Yeah.
Right?
But it would be for like, the band would be like Joan Jett and the Black Hearts.
Yeah, of course.
Right,
Yeah.
you'd
Just
be
hang
there
with
that
Penny
day.
Lane. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Push her off of something.
Oh, my
Number
God.
4,
Whoa.
the Jetsons.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I want to be able to just go on a conveyor belt and be showered and
My
clothed
boy Elroy.
as I go through the day. Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Number 3, Ghostbusters.
Oh, excellent.
Like, there's no like the ghosts never really hurt anybody.
They never
No.
really hurt
yeah,
anybody.
you're
Yeah,
just
that's
there
true.
living
You just
with
got
ghosts.
slimed.
Yeah,
They
you
might
got
scare
slimed every
you.
once in a while. Yeah,
Big
that's
deal.
cool.
It's a good one.
Number 2, in the vein of Dazed and Confused, but like I think Chris and I's era, Can't Hardly Wait.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that's a good
The
one.
like the high school
High
house
school
party.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't hardly wait. And number 1, I mean, I would love to be a side capo on the Sopranos.
There you
Really?
go.
Yeah, just like a no-name guy.
Dangerous
that,
life, though.
that Tony's yelling at. Yeah, whatever.
Right.
That's a life you sign up for, Carm. I don't know if you know this.
This is the
When you
business
get-
we've chosen.
Hey,
Yeah.
when you got to go pick up some gabagool.
Yeah,
that's a
exactly.
tough
yeah.
life.
I'm out
Guy-
making collections like that.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
I don't know, Adam. That means
I'm
you got
fine
to
with
rough
that.
some
Sure.
people up.
That's okay.
And, you never
That's
know who's
okay.
going to be coming for
I like
you.
that.
Yeah, but I'm just a side guy, though. They're not like the Rico's not coming for me.
You never know.
Speaking about the high school party movie, Project X.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
great one.
Yeah,
That's good.
yeah.
It's probably
Love
the
that
last good
I
one.
thought
Love
about
that movie.
having
Yeah.
it like American Pie, but I think Can't Hardly Wait would be better than American Pie.
Project X, I think, is the last great high school
Probably
party
is.
movie.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
There hasn't been another one since
And
then.
even that's got to be 10, 12 years
Oh,
old.
it's got to be
right?
older than that.
Oh,
kid.
sure.
It's,
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be older
There's a
than that.
More than that
documentary
even?
too about a real life Project
2010,
X.
I'm thinking.
Is that right?
It's over. I forget what country it's in. It was
2012.
overseas,
Yeah.
and some
2012.
kids basically through a real life, and it
real-life
got that
Project
out of
X?
control, and
Oh, my
like,
God.
yeah,
I mean, the
riots
whole
and
thing
everything.
about the gnome and
Yeah.
what was
Yeah.
in the gnome.
Yeah,
and
right.
The way it just spreads like on social media and stuff like that.
That was your guy's one of his first roles, wasn't it?
Who?
Your guy.
Was it Miles?
Miles
It
Teller
might
was
have
in it.
been.
Yeah.
It might have been.
He's the one that busted the gnome open.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Mhm.
It probably was one of his first movies. That movie's old.
Good movie.
That's a good list in its own right, like the great high school party.
Hey, whoa.
That might
Stop
be on
saying
there.
list.
This guy already.
That might be on there.
Stop saying list.
Because now I'm thinking in my
We
head.
might have to think of
great-
some coming of age tales here, okay?
It's a
come on.
great conversation piece, though, because everyone has their own generation, but then also because they all have the same theme. Like, I think you can appreciate Dazed and Confused just as much as you appreciate Superbad or Project X.
Yeah. Yes.
And
I
there's
think you're
great.
right,
Can't
because
hardly wait.
Well, because the theme is relatable. You're right. So, like, you can doesn't matter which era you're in. Like, you can understand what's happening, what the mood is like, what the feeling is like. So, that's pretty good.
Especially when it's like from the point of view of like the loser guys, because I was a loser guy, right?
Oh,
Like we're all loser guys.
we're a bunch of loser guys.
We weren't football players,
Right,
So
we didn't all play
it's a
football.
different.
Didn't matter.
High school's a different world.
Didn't matter 'cause
when
when
you're
you're
a runner
Right.
compared to a football
But
player.
when you're a freshman going into a party filled with seniors,
For sure. Oh,
you're
yeah.
still that.
Yeah.
You are still in that position where you are
Yes.
out of school. You are
Yes.
out of context in this realm.
Seniors will always
They're
run it.
always looking at you like, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
Even though somebody invited you, and said, "Come on along," you're still a little bit of the outsider.
Yeah,
so.
and God forbid
No, I'm
the,
with you. I'm with
the
you.
freshman gets hit on by the senior girl,
Yeah,
and then that's
'cause
going to be
she's
a
a little
whole,
drunk.
Yeah, well, then you know
I
that's
want
a
to make
whole
her
thing.
boyfriend a little jealous.
Yeah,
Next thing
but
you
it
know,
is Jurko, so
little Johnny's starting to sprout. That's no.
Well, like that's what I was like. We did the list of things that Gen Z will never have to deal with, right? And
Yes.
like one of them was
I love
one of
that.
mine was buying trying to get weed, I guess.
Right.
You know, so
You
like
never
what
have to, like, call a guy
what
to buy
happens
weed.
now? Like I know there's still drug dealers out there. Like obviously it's still a profession.
Well, a kid in high school can't go buy.
Right.
From,
No, but if you have a fake,
It's the same thing about buying beer. Now they just
it
use
works.
a
like
fake,
you use
I
a fake
guess.
to go get.
How old do you have to
go
be
a
to purchase?
dispensary? 21.
21?
Yeah.
Because tobacco's 18, so I was wondering.
Yeah.
But it's,
No,
but
it's still 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get a fake, I mean,
Can you still
it's
go
the same
into?
thing.
Yeah, you just have to you're sweating as they're scanning it.
Oh my God! Remember those days trying to
We had a guy, Dwayne Gray, had a beard when he was a freshman.
So
The
they made it
seniors
easy.
used him to go buy beer.
Anytime you were like,
And it
the
was River
bouncer
Oaks
would look
Liquor.
at like a fake ID that you had, you'd
Yeah.
like freak out.
River
Like,
Oaks
am I going to
Liquors.
get caught?
One time he got kicked out of the basketball game at TF South, TF North, TF South. He got kicked out of the basketball game. He had a full beard. Went home, shaved his beard off, paid his entry fee, walked right back in. They didn't know it was him. And then one of our teachers ratted him out and said, "Hey, you just kicked him off. He went home and he shaved."
Are you serious?
Yeah. And then the cop came up. He was a Serbian cop out of Lansing.
Went
He goes,
home and
"You had me." He goes, "You had me for
And now
a little
get
bit."
out.
Now
He
get out,
goes,
yeah.
"You gotta go." And the cop was laughing about it because he went to the trouble of shaving off his beard and came back.
Like Bobby Valentine in the
Yeah.
dugout, crying out
Yeah.
loud. So what do you guys got cooking for today? The Cubs game is over, I believe, right? Did they
Yeah.
hold on? Yes.
Yeah, they won 8-1.
2 more home runs for PCA.
So they're what? 2 games up on Milwaukee now.
2 games up. We were saying he's gonna put a serious.
No, he's not.
You don't think so? For 40-40?
Oh, for 40-40, yes. I
was saying for 40-40.
MVP.
No, no, show it.
40-40
He's going to put a
they're talking
serious
40-40. What are you doing?
effort towards a 40-40
if
season.
he puts up 40-40 and the Cubs,
He's still not winning. I'm with you. There's no
but
chance.
but he's putting up better
That
numbers
would be
than
the seventh.
Otani.
That would be the seventh.
It would be the 7th. You
Seventh
guys, it'd be
all
only
time.
the 7th 40-40 season
those
ever.
six.
That's my point.
Of
How
the
is he
six.
not winning
No,
MVP?
he's still not winning it. You're
Of
so
the
right.
6, how many have won the MVP?
Well, Shohei did last year. Acuna did the year he won it. I'd have to go back and look at the full list.
Okay.
I mean, Soriano didn't win MVP. Did Canseco ever win MVP? I don't think so.
There's a bias against Jose.
So Canseco didn't.
He's a basketball.
Soriano didn't. Did Bonds win the year? Like Bonds may have. Shohei and Acuna definitely did the years they did it.
His WAR has now moved past Cal Raleigh.
Has it really?
He's number 2 in baseball behind
This is
Aaron
what I'm
Judge.
talking about. This is what I'm saying.
Judge is at 6.7 on ESPN, and
Judge?
Pete Crow is at 5.0.
This is what we're talking about.
6.7.
Like I know Tyler has one too. I have a ticket
PCA?
at 55-1.
Wow.
For him to win, I have $20. They're offering me a cash out of $70 right now.
No, not yet. No.
But before it
Well,
went down,
but-
it was
but-
100. It's gone down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Shohei's been
Aaron
so...
Judge stubs a toe. And
No,
No,
just
Ohtani.
Shohei. He's got PCA. He's
Shohei.
got to worry about
I got
Shohei.
you.
Yeah.
Shohei.
I don't know, Adam. I mean, they're
Ohtani's
offering you about just less than 3 times his money.
No,
just
they're
more than
not.
3 times.
It's 20. His 20's
Well, his
getting paid
20's
back
in.
to
Yeah,
him.
I'm sorry. You're right. So
They're
he's
going to pay him 70,
$30.
just 70. They're not giving him 70 plus the 20 back.
Or
Their buyout is 70. They're giving him
$50.
2.5
Excuse
to
me.
1.
They're giving him 2.5 to 1.
Ohtani's minus 1,300 right now, and PCA is 10 to 1.
Well, he could eat like the intestines of a blowfish or a sea urchin and get sick, and something good will happen.
Yes, he could do that.
Right, you know?
You're right about that.
I'm not rooting for anybody to get hurt, but like it would benefit.
Say he
my
could
life.
eat the intestine of a blowfish?
The blowfish or the sea urchin.
That's not good.
The blowfish, if you don't
dangerous.
cut it the right way, yeah,
Right.
it's poisonous.
And there's a piece of the sea urchin on the inside that's no good for you, too. Got to remember that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
we might have to send some sea urchin to show.
The problem is there's
How about that?
there's
Call
a pretty
Starkist.
big gap between the market value of that and like what they're offering him. I mean, they're offering him 2.5 to 1. The market value is 10 to 1 right now.
Yeah.
Like that's a pretty big.
And it's gone down from 55 to
But
10.
it's
a pretty big
Here's
gap.
the problem. For the rest of the season, Shohei's going to pitch.
Yeah, and he's getting better.
So
I know.
no matter how good Pete Crow is throughout the rest of this season offensively, you're still going to have voters who then say, well, Shohei's also pitching, so he's the MVP.
I know. Even if he doesn't, it seems like he's going to hit another 45 or 50 home runs, and like it's just stupid what he and Judge are doing, and there doesn't seem to be as much fatigue for those two because they're just otherworldly.
I just need him to get hurt for like 2 weeks.
That would be
Get hurt for like 2. Like I don't want to see Ohtani miss the rest of the season. That's no fun.
But even
Just
last
give
year, he
me,
missed
like-
the last 6 weeks.
Give me
didn't he?
like 2 weeks or something.
Well,
I
no,
just
he stopped
wanna-
pitching.
He stopped pitching.
Or,
Yeah,
he
was
didn't
hitting.
pitch at all last
He
year.
didn't pitch
But
at all.
2
but
years
did-
ago.
but didn't he also get shut down at some point last year before the playoffs? Or am I mistaken? Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong about that. I might be thinking.
What's
2
your
years ago.
payout right now?
Right now, they're giving me 3 to 1.
Okay.
So they're
I
giving
have
you
65
3 to 1.
I have 65 to
and they're
1,
giving
yeah.
him to. But again, you're not even really close to like what.
No.
I don't know. I guess you just.
I think you got to like hold
I
on to
think
it
you
till
gotta-
at least.
yeah.
Like Shay was saying, you should hold on to it till at least August.
He went through a slump and it was
Yeah.
down to like 20. Like they were going to give me $2 as a
Yeah.
payout. And it was like, okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he went through that like week where he didn't hit very well,
You-
and
oh,
it just it went down.
I think the cash outs doubled for me just from this game.
Yeah, from the last couple.
Oh,
games.
has it really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and it
check
was-
every other day.
It was 2 years ago. I was thinking when he hurt his arm and then they shut him down. He played 130 games, 135 games. He still won the MVP that year because it was just he was
But
so
he still
good.
hit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he only played 135 games though that year, Tyler. That's what I'm saying. I feel like they did shut him down like the last month or so.
Because he was like already back in Japan before the season was over.
yeah, I feel like
remember that
that's
was a big
right.
deal.
He did play a full season as a DH last year.
All right, here's a baseball question. Maybe
Okay.
it's a research project.
All
When
right.
was the last time? Because it's now, we're going on, 3 consecutive years where it's no question we know who the best
Yeah.
player in both leagues
Yeah.
are. It's Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. When was the last time we had that? Because, like, when Bonds was by far the best player in baseball, was there someone in the opposite league
in
that
the
was
AL?
hands down the better player?
So think about
at the
like the
time?
years from like 2000 to 2004 or so when Bonds was winning all those MVPs and dominating. I don't think there was.
I don't think so
It was
either.
A-Rod in Boston.
Like,
I mean, it was A-Rod and the Yankees, anybody from the Yankees, and then Boston. In 04,
Yeah, at that
Boston
time.
was winning
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe Texas.
He had a young Pools coming on. He was in the same
Michael
league though as
Young,
Bonds.
Michael
It's like we're going on 3
Yeah,
to
you're
4
right.
straight years
Like,
where
this
these
is-
two are
Bonds
by far
won-
the best 2 players in
Yeah.
baseball.
Bonds won 2001 through 2004.
Yeah, so he won
What
4
about like
straight.
Manny?
So
Manny?
that year it was starting in 2001. It was Ichiro, Tejada, A-Rod, Vlad Guerrero,
moved it
A-Rod again.
It's maybe
And that was-
A-Rod.
A-Rod again won that year when Pujols won in 2005.
The closest you're going to probably get is like it was like Bonds.
A-Rod and Bonds.
A-Rod and
2003.
Bonds, which is a long ass time ago.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
It
there's
was.
anything quite like it right now.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's like the numbers that Aaron Judge is putting up, it's just insane.
It's insane. Like you read it, and when you read the disparity in WAR between he and the next closest guy in the league.
Okay, was there... We knew Chris Bryant was going
He
to win
also,
in 2016,
he's batting 360.
right?
It's insane.
He's batting 360.
Like it's.
I mean, Shohei's batting what right now? He's
287 maybe? 280?
279.
279.
Was it a question that Bryant was going to win it in 2016? Because that was the year Mike Trout won. And that seems pretty...
Yeah, but I'm not talking
his
about
point
a
is
one-off.
like
I'm saying we're now
years.
going through years where we know
Yeah.
in each league who the best player is, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
Like there's Cal Raleigh is having one of the best catching years we've ever seen offensively.
Yeah.
And he's nowhere close to Aaron
It's
Judge.
not even. That's the amazing thing. That it really is that everybody else feels light years almost away. I mean, Bobby Witt's incredible. He feels like a light year away from Aaron Judge, and he's incredible. It's kind of insane.
Oh, what about the
level
year
they're
in
playing.
'93 when Frank and Bonds won it?
Yeah, they were both pretty good that year too.
Pretty
And
good.
then the next year, Bagwell and Bonds too. But
Yeah.
I know
Oh,
what Chris is
Bagwell
saying.
and
Like
Frank
you've
won it.
got
Yeah, Frank won it
you've
again.
got like a. This normally doesn't happen where it's the same two guys, going on a 3-year run or maybe even longer, a 4-year run. All right, boys, what else is coming up today?
We're going to talk some football. We're 9 days away from the start of training camp, so we got some football on deck. I've got a movie thing for Abdalla and Tyler because Tyler loves movies.
Oh yeah, sure he does.
Abdalla's in charge of Waddle's World today, so there's going to be a new zoo review in there.
We're going to celebrate a birthday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Joan Embry. I'd like to hear her name mentioned today.
I don't know if it's really.
It's all coming up on the show today.
Sounds good.
It's all part of the mix.
Bleck and
It's all
Abdalla.
part of the
Marlon
mix.
Perkins.
Bleck and Abdalla
It's
are
all
in
part of
for
the mix.
Waddle and Sylvie. They'll get you home next. We'll see you tomorrow live on the South Side.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago.
Welcome in. It's Waddle and Sylvie here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chris Bleck, Adam Abdalla filling in for the guys today. We will take you up to pregame coverage of the White Sox and the Guardians starting at 6. Jeff Miller has the pregame show later on this evening right here on ESPN 1000. Len and DJ will be on the call. Sox and Guardians tonight right here on ESPN 1000. Bleck Abdalla, usually you can listen to our show weeknights, 6:30 to 8 right here on ESPN 1000. You can also like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. When the Sox play during the summer, we get bumped over to the YouTube channel, Abdalla, and you can also find us on our podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. It's all brought to you by Yingling. And we're hanging out with you at 312-332-3776. Let's start with the Cubs. They beat the Twins today 8-1. They moved to 54-38 on the season. They are 2 games up on the Brewers. And Colin Ray today was very good. 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts. He only walked 2. And Pete Crow Armstrong, 2 more home runs to add to his fantastic season. And we were just talking with Carmen and Jurko about Pete Crow's chances at MVP, and it's a major point of conversation for the second half because it's going to be something to pay attention to and how good he's been to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's obviously the catalyst of this team so far. You know, he's been playing like their best player. Like, obviously, Kyle Tucker is still probably their best player, but this is what you want to see from the Cubs going into the All-Star break. You've got 3 games coming up here against the Yankees before you go to the All-Star break. You didn't want to go to that series being swept by the Twins, so getting a win today. You lost the series, but it's still really important. And, you know, we've talked about it a few times, Chris, leading into today and into the All-Star break, and more importantly, into the trade deadline, that, like, I still believe that struggling right now is good for the team to put some pressure on the front office to say, hey, we're still not good enough yet. Like, we need to add a few key pieces to this team. Like, they came out of the gate really hot, and then they had a so-so June. They had a 500 June, and now in July they've kind of gotten back to form a little bit. But the Brewers have kept pace so far in June and July. So it's going to be a good race heading down the stretch. You still face the Brewers a bunch of times before the end of the season. Those games will be very important, obviously. But this team should look a little bit different after the trade deadline. You need to add a starter. You need to add some bullpen depth to this team. It didn't show today, but it's shown the last 2 games against the Twins that this team is still, I'm not saying they're not ready to win. This is one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, right now, this is one of the best teams in baseball, and you have to take advantage of it. It's not one of these situations where it's like, okay, maybe add a little bit because next year is going to be the year. They have a chance this year, and you need to take advantage of it when you have a team that's playing at this level.
You know, the thing that I would push back on your kind of statement there, that this is good for the team because it puts pressure on the front office, I don't know if I agree with that, because it felt as if Jed Hoyer has been upfront and honest with the fan base that they will make moves to add to this team if this team was deserving of it. And it's kind of the way they've handled their business when they've had good teams and being able to add later at the trade deadline. And I think that the Cubs have shown that they are good enough and worthy of some moves at the deadline to add to the bullpen, go get another starter, and to be able to make a championship run. So I don't know if struggling is what would indicate showing the front office that they have to make a move. I think playing good baseball and, being the second best record in the National League at this moment tells Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins that this team needs some more to get over the hump, because the Dodgers always have something cooking, and they're going to be there in the end. But in reality, when you look at the rest of the National League, the Phillies are at 54 wins, the Mets are at 53, the Brewers are sitting at 53, and in the West, you have the Dodgers at 56, the Giants at 51, and the Padres, who I think a lot of people will be a little bit better, are only at 49 wins. This Cubs team is just as dangerous as anyone else in the National League. And I think ending here on the, quote, first half of the season with a nice series in New York against the Yankees will only push them closer to making those moves to helping at the deadline, because I don't think they needed to struggle. I think what happened is you got 5 of 6 at home against the Guardians and the Cardinals. And then, you dropped the first 2 against Minnesota. You get the final game today, 8-1. The offense shows up. Colin Ray pitches well. And now you get a 3-game set against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium, and then the All-Star break next week. This team is one of the better teams in the National League.
Oh, I understand that. But my point is that as soon as you got Shota Imanaga back and he's pitching well in his return, I didn't want this team to look at that as adding someone at the deadline. I wanted them to still say, hey, we still need, because their rotation was pitching well, their starters were pitching well, and then you add Imanaga back. That's, you're getting another arm back, your top pitcher comes back at the top of your starting rotation. So I didn't want them to say, hey, well, now we don't need to give up a bunch of prospects for a starter because we've got Imanaga back. And that's like getting a guy back, because there are a bunch of teams out there that want to add starting pitching more so than there is starting pitching out there. Right? And how deep into the farm system and how high up into the farm system, as far as prospects goes, will Jed Hoyer be willing to go to add? Like a game like today, you're like, okay, the offense is there. And when the offense is there, it makes everybody look better. But you see the previous 2 games, and it's like, hey, we need better starting pitching. We need we need some bullpen help. The bats have been silent too. Maybe you go out and you add a bat to this lineup. So maybe you take some of the pressure off Matt Shaw, who's been struggling lately at the plate. So there's still time to add. The question is, do they have enough prospects and are willing to give up the prospects to add all of those pieces in one, not free agency, but trade deadline situation?
Well, yeah, I think one of the big thing that I wouldn't do, and I think with the Cubs, hoping for the future and then using these prospects to acquire stuff to try and get it done this year, it's a fine balancing act that Jed Hoyer has to kind of deal with. Cade Horton is staying to me. I'm not moving on from Cade Horton no matter what. I'm keeping him. Now, whether or not you're going to move Owen Casey here at the deadline for some pitching, it all depends with Casey. Do you expect him to be the replacement if you don't sign Kyle Tucker long term? Right? I think it all kind of plays together. If they're planning on signing Kyle Tucker long-term no matter what, then Owen Casey is dispendable. You can move him at this deadline and get back starting pitching or relief help, because you know that you're going for it this year, but you also know for the next 10 years you're locked in with Kyle Tucker to be there. So I think a lot of this stuff, I wouldn't look at. I think this team is good enough to get it done. So I don't know if I'm moving heaven and earth and prospects to bring in players as a short-term rental when this is what you have right now. You see what I'm saying? That's why I wouldn't move Cade Horton.
No, not necessarily, but I don't think.
But Owen Casey, if you know, and I think they're going to sign Kyle Tucker long-term, if that's the case, then you don't need Casey.
See, I think you keep Casey, because I disagree with you. I don't believe they're going to sign Kyle Tucker long term. I think that you heard Jed kind of start with we got it, there's a cap on everything, and making those comments last week about how everybody has a breaking point when you're offering free agents money in years. Of course. And that's fair. You can have that. But it just seems like we've heard from Jesse Rogers too, who said that there's 2 different plans. There was the plan to trade for Kyle Tucker, and then now you start the other plan of re-signing him. It wasn't one in the same. It wasn't, hey, we're going to trade for him and automatically sign him. That's not what they did, and that's not what they had planned on doing. So now it's a different animal. I think you keep Casey, and if you give up Horton and you get a cost-controlled starting pitcher, I don't think this rotation is good enough to go deep into the playoffs right now. I don't think that the offense can, but you can't rely, like the last month into July here, the last, whatever it is, 40 days, you can't rely on this offense every single day. We just saw it in this 3-game series. They came up today, not the last 2 games. I just don't think they have enough pitching right now, so you might have to give up those guys.
Yeah, okay, yeah, pitching, but the hitting, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. The offense is there.
Yeah, the offense is there. The pitching, you're right. Starting pitching, they're 19th in ERA in baseball. The relief pitching to this point this season has been very good. Could they use an additional arm in the rotation? Absolutely. I'm with you. It's a top-line starter. The question is that guy out there? Is he worth it? And are you willing to give up all the prospects to go after a guy? Because it feels like, I know I saw this earlier today in Atlanta, that it's saying that the report is that the Braves are keeping all of their players who are under contract through next year. Mm-hmm. Like, they're not blowing it all up because they're having a bad season this year. So Chris Sale is off the table.
Yep.
Like, they're keeping him. And it's something that I thought of the entire time. Like, when those loose rumors to the Cubs like a month ago bubbled up, it was like, don't the Braves think of themselves as a team that's going to compete every year? Why would they start a rebuild? Like, that seems like very small market thinking. And the Braves to this point have been a team that's been at the top of the National League for the last couple of seasons. So if you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. The Cubs beat the Twins today 8-1. They now have a 2-game lead on the Brewers. Abdalla, let's also talk about this. We are 9 days away from the start of Bears training camp. 9 days away. On the 19th, rookies will report, and then later in the weekend, you'll have the vets report, and then the following week, training camp begins for the Chicago Bears at Hallis Hall. So we're 9 days away. When you look at this team, where they're sitting right now getting ready for training camp, what is the biggest concern you have for the Chicago Bears? There's a whole list of items that we can kind of look at. And quite honestly, I think one of the things that I'm looking at as far as a concern goes is like it could go for every team in the league. It's health. It seems like this team is pretty much set as far as starting positions go, but I'm not sure if the depth is there to take on huge losses throughout the season. So I'm looking at health. I'm looking at pressure off the edge on the defensive end. And then I'm also looking at the offensive line. Can they live up to the hype from this offseason? Everyone's talking about how great the offensive line is. Pro Football Focus had the report this week, or the ranking that they had them in the top 10.
They have fourth.
Fourth overall. Comparatively of what we've seen with this Bears offensive line for the last couple of seasons, can the Bears offensive line gel, come together quickly, and live up to the hype? Some of the things that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the defensive line. I know that Andrew Billings is coming back healthy. You signed Grady Jarrett, but if you look at Grady Jarrett's production, he's old and it hasn't been good. Like, he's going to be a very vocal leader in the locker room. Okay, cool. But his play on the field up to this point, the last couple of years, has not been good. And he's getting up there in age. You gave Dio Dengbo a bunch of money. You gave him $30 million guaranteed as a guy who didn't really produce well in Indianapolis. Now, can he come here and in Dennis Allen's system and thrive? And that's obviously what they're counting on. But as of right now, you don't have anybody opposite Montez Sweat. And you're right about depth. If you've got Austin Booker, okay, fine. You've got Dominique Robinson, okay. But there's not, like, if you weren't going to trade for Trey Hendrickson or someone like that, I wanted another elite pass rusher opposite Montez Sweat. Even if it's a guy who, like, I just want a better, well-known defensive end.
Someone that's done it before.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying.
Exactly. And those guys were available. They were out there, but they gave the money to Odengbo, and he could prove us wrong. But I think that is going to be the biggest issue for me. And look, I know that we've been talking about how great Ben Johnson is and all they added to the offense. Like, I'm still wondering if there's still going to be some growing pains in the first year, right? Like this all not coming together right away as soon as we want it to. Like everyone's going to be so excited to face the Vikings on Monday Night Football. And like we're going to have watched football from Thursday night on, and it's going to be the last game of the week. And like it's going to be nuts to get ready for that game. And we're going to be so excited for that game and the hype around that game. You're facing one of the best defenses in the NFL. Like it might not look great game one. You know, it might not look great game two. Like there's a lot of stuff that needs to come together for this offense to work well. You mentioned the offensive line. It starts up there. You could have 4 new starters on this offensive line. If Braxton Jones loses his job, you've got 4 new starters on that offensive line. How well are they going to play together early in the season? This is a very tough schedule. You play some good defenses, and a lot of things have to click on both sides of the ball for this to go right because of how hard the schedule is.
You say 4 new starters as if it's that's a negative connotation on the situation. I mean, that to me, that's 4 upgrades.
It is.
I mean, when you're upgrading at least 3 of those positions, and whether or not Ozzie Trapillo can step in and play as a second-round pick as a rookie and take the spot at left tackle, that could also be an upgrade. If you got a kid that goes in there who looks the part and is able to do that immediately, that's an upgrade. So, yeah, my concern isn't that it's not going to work. It will take time for an offensive line of new bodies to gel together.
That's what I'm concerned with. Yes.
That would be mine. It's not that, like, I don't think just because they're new players that this is going to be a problem.
No,
it's just Tooney, Dahlman, Jackson, and then if you add Trapillo, that's 4 on the offensive line that are new. Braxton Jones is going to be in the mix. If he doesn't win that job, he's going to be a really good depth piece. So I think that kind of mixes into the conversation as well. I'm not concerned about the quarterback. I'm not concerned about the weapons the quarterback has. I'm not concerned about the secondary. I'm not concerned about the backers, the linebackers. I think they're solid there. Up the middle, I am looking at it. I know that the Bears paid Grady Jarrett. I know Javon Dexter's back in the fold. Billings is healthy. I want to see them stop the run this year. That was something last year that really irritated me, was the lack of integrity in the middle. The ability to stop the run. Teams just ran all over this Bears defense, a defense that I think they thought of themselves as a top 10 defense, and the stats would absolutely disagree with that assessment. 312-332-3776. Bleck Abdalla, we're in for Waddle and Sylvie today. What do you think? What's your biggest concern? We're 9 days out from the start of Bears reporting at training camp at Hallis Hall. Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, Bleck. Afternoon, Abdalla.
What's up, man?
Hey, so I kind of agree with you. I wish that we had gotten Trey Hendrickson. I know it would have been costly. I know that everybody wants to have 2 elite pass rushers. That said, I don't think I'm as concerned about it as you. I know Odegbo hasn't really contributed all that much, at least in Indianapolis. That said, Dennis Allen is known for putting together elite defenses. He has an eye for talent. I know everybody hasn't been as thrilled with Poles lately, but I think he was definitely influenced by Eberflus and what he wanted to do. I have a belief that Dennis Allen knows has a good eye for talent and sees something in Odegbo that a lot of people don't see.
Right.
And I think he's going to live up to that contract.
Okay, Lewis.
That's my prediction.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the phone call. I think the one thing with Odegbo is he's going to be the name that everyone points to because of the free agent contract, and everyone's going to be watching what his production is and how much that he can get early. You know, if he gets off to a slow start, he's going to be the player that Bears fans are going to point to and say, see, they wasted money in free agency. They could have gone after this guy or that guy, but right now he's not producing. And I think, quite honestly, I want to see someone on the opposite side do something because I want to see the most out of Montez Sweat.
Yeah.
If there's anyone that needs to prove something this upcoming year, is you're getting paid as one of the best players on the team. You have to be one of the best players on the team. Montez Sweat was not that last year.
No.
And so I want to see what he was when he was traded to the Bears from the Commanders. When he showed up, he was a difference maker. It didn't feel like he was quite that last year.
Well, he also had a veteran pass rusher on the opposite side of him when he was traded here. So that helped a lot. When you have a guy on the other side that people are worried about, that the offensive line has to worry about every single play, then yeah, it helps everybody. Can Adengbo be that guy? I hope so. Can he find new life in this system? I hope so. Can all these guys in the middle stay healthy? They got bit a little bit by the injury bug, but for the most part, they had a quarterback that was sacked, 68 times and stayed healthy. Didn't miss a game.
Yeah.
Played every single game. So they've stayed generally healthy. I know Billings got hurt. You had Montez Sweat was banged up as well. So you had some injuries, but you don't really have a lot of depth at some of these positions. You might have it on offensive line now. You probably have it on at the defensive end position. You've got it somewhere in the middle there too. But you've got weapons for days, it seems, on the offense. But I hope that this team can stay healthy. But as of right now, yeah, you're right. The biggest concern is defensive end because we just haven't seen Adengbo prove to anybody that he can play.
We go to Matt in Streamwood. You're on ESPN 1000 talking Bears. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Matt. Hey, guys. Thanks for long time no talk. Thanks for taking my phone call.
No problem, man.
You guys, my word is the first 4 picks of this draft, especially Colson Loveland. Like I said before, I didn't like when Ryan Post took the pick. The guy's hurt. He got an AC shoulder surgery. I don't know. Hopefully, you guys said that he's going to be ready for training camp. I don't know if he's going to be able to take a hit or when he's going to be able to be tackled on that shoulder, surgically repaired shoulder. And the other concern is you guys is all the second-round picks. We got 3 of them. They're not signed. They're going to wait for that guaranteed money, which I know this organization is not going to give to them, especially like Luther Burden, who I need to be out in the field because I'm tired of seeing Tyler Scott, who's not a solution for this organization.
No.
And as well as Ozzie Trapillo, because I don't know about Donar White or, some of the offensive line that I just need all these second-round picks, especially because it's the offensive line, a wide receiver, defensive tackle position that just for this organization – they just need to be the picks to be healthy and to be in helping this organization out, especially with the first 2 games of the season being against the division. So that's my take is that I'm worried about all the first 4 picks of this draft.
Yeah, and that's a fair way to look at it, Matt. Thanks for the phone call. The situation with the second-round picks, there are 2 that have signed. They signed like a month ago. Everyone else in the second round is still waiting. And both of those players got guaranteed contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that everyone's just going to wait and get their guaranteed contract. The Bears have 3 second-round picks. So it will be interesting to see if they're all ready to go on the 19th.
I mean,
when the rookies are to report.
Yeah, if they report, I think obviously it'll figure itself out. If you see other, Luther Burden, one of the players that has signed is a wide receiver, so Luther Burden can be like, well, he got one. Why can't I get a
exactly?
And I think maybe they're leading some form of change here where second-round picks get guaranteed contract. And I don't necessarily see a problem with it because if you draft someone in the second round, they should at least, if not be a starter, be productive at some point on the field. You're investing a lot of money into a second-round pick. That draft capital, giving up a second-round pick for somebody in a trade to move up in the first round, whatever it is, second-round picks have a lot of value. I have no problem. Obviously, it's not my money, so I can say whatever I want to. Giving second-round picks guaranteed contracts because you need them to work out. You expect Luther Burden, Trapillo, Turner, all these guys to play well and to produce for you. And if not, start at some point in their careers. Like Trapillo might start this year.
No. Second-round picks, those need to be stars.
Exactly.
So if your team's going to be good.
So why aren't you giving them guaranteed money? I think
it's overall the league. Everyone's like banding together.
I know, but I can absolutely see every second-round pick saying, we're stars in this league. We're starters in this league. Pay us guaranteed contracts just like you do the first rounders.
That will be the story to keep an eye on as we're 9 days away from the rookies reporting. That will definitely be a story because the 3 second-round picks have not signed.
Mm-hmm.
So do we get to the 19th and it's Colson Loveland hanging out?
Healthy, maybe?
So we'll keep our eyes on that. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. It's Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie, taking your calls. What's your biggest concern for the Bears as we head towards training camp? We'll get your calls coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time, a 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is in Chicago. That's right.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer. We're talking about the whole dang lineup.
It's a great lineup. Let's start with the legend, the Yuengling Traditional Lager. It's smooth. It's rich. It's been around longer than Abdalla.
Yeah,
by a lot.
By a lot.
By a lot.
I'm
by
old.
almost
I'm
150 years worth.
I was going to say.
It's pretty good.
I'm old, but I'm not.
Pretty good for
I'm
Yuengling.
not that old. You've got the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, crisp and easy drinking. You've got the golden pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you want a little extra flavor, the black and tan is the perfect mix of dark and light beer. And make sure you check out the beer of the summer, their newest addition to the lineup, Flight. It's delicious. I don't know if I can legally say it's nutritious, but it's good. It's very good. It's great.
Fantastic.
It's excellent.
Love Flight. So next time when you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Guys, it's time to get the best night's sleep on a new Tempur-Pedic mattress from Steinhoffels. Discover Tempur-Pedic's advanced pressure-relieving power, making aches and pains a thing of the past. Right now, Tempur-Pedic Queen Hybrids start at just $52 per month when you use Steinhoffels 60-month financing. Plus, you get $300 in Steinhoffels cash. Add in an anti-snore adjustable base, and you get the best sleep ever. Steinhoffels is your mattress destination, and it's where we go for all of our furniture needs. Shop in-store or online at Steinhoffels.
Still dealing with knee, hip, or shoulder pain? You've tried the shots, and now they're talking surgery, right? Before you go down that road, hit pause. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to tell you about QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine. They use advanced treatments like cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma to help your body heal itself naturally. No surgery, no meds. This goes beyond masking pain. It targets the root cause and works with your body to repair and restore damaged tissue. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. And that's not just a number, people. It's people getting back to moving and feeling better. There's no cost for a consultation. They'll review your x-rays or your MRI, and they'll even offer you a weekend appointment. Before you schedule surgery, call my friends at QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955, 312-809-5955. Again, that's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, a better way to treat pain.
Hi, it's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. If you own a business or manage a building, now's the time to upgrade to LED lighting and actually save money. We're an official 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and they may cover up to 70% of the project. We make it crazy simple from install to paperwork. I'm not kidding. You get better light, lower bills, and we handle all the hard stuff. Call us or visit ulasaves.com. I'll come out and show you what's possible. Let's light it up.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live.
The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
$9 million the Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bleck Abdalla filling in for Waddle and Sylvie today right here on ESPN 1000. We're taking your phone calls at 312-332-3776. Let's talk about it, and it's brought to you by BetterHelp. Mental health is health. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month of therapy. Taking your phone calls on the Bears, 9 days away from training camp, Abdalla. The things that we are concerned about heading into this football season. Also, a little baseball conversation as the Cubs beat the Twins earlier today, 8-1. They are now 2 games up on the Brewers. We go to Andrew in Grant Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Andrew?
Afternoon, guys. How we doing today?
We're great. What's on your mind?
So I got a name to throw at you guys, and I just got in my truck after work. Don't know if you talked about him. He's not one that I've heard a lot, but one that I think makes sense. And that's Jacob deGrom. With the Rangers kind of, I feel like, being in a different place in deGrom, looking at himself. I wonder if they're in a position to sell high on him. And with his contract, I think he has 2 more years of control. And then, obviously, a lot of money. I think it's north of $40-50 million a year. Mm-hmm. But maybe if the Cubs would be willing to pick up all that, they wouldn't have to give up as much for prospects. Just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on that one.
Yeah, it's a fair question. Thanks for the call, Andrew. Jacob deGrom.
Jacob deGrom has pitched 18 games so far this season. Last year he pitched 3. The year before, so he's pitched the most games since 2019 when he pitched 32.
I mean, he was lights out in June.
Yeah,
he had an ERA of 1.41.
He's pitching great. Don't know how long it's going to last because he is 37 years old. He's also due $40 million this year, so you have to pay whatever's left on that. 38 next year and 37 the year after. You think they're going to sign Kyle Tucker? I think if they make a move for a pitcher that's getting this much money, that's out the window. If you're taking on an extra $40 million a year in salary, Tom Ricketts is not going to shell out whatever Kyle Tucker wants over the next 10 years.
I don't have the numbers in the comparison in front of me. Is this would this remind you of when the Cubs could have gone after Justin Verlander, or was Verlander younger at that time? you remember that when they had a chance to go after Verlander?
Yeah,
he wanted to be here.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to Houston?
Yeah.
And he was a Cy Young candidate.
But I don't think
that.
Verlander was pitching as well as DeGrom is right now. I think the biggest holdup with the DeGrom trade is that he's got a full no-trade clause, and he signed that deal with the intent of, I'm going to stick it out in Texas. So that's the snag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
but if he didn't
and probably
have that,
why the name hasn't come up.
Wouldn't you be worried that, as a Cubs fan, if they make a move and add that much salary, they're not going to add in the offseason by adding, they're not going to pay Kyle Tucker in the offseason.
But I don't even think the Dodgers would take on that contract.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
I don't think any team wants to take on that much money.
No.
For a guy whose arm could fall off today.
No, but he's pitching well this season.
He is pitching well right now.
This
but again,
season.
He's had more innings on his arm than he has in the last 5 years.
No, I know that. And he's 37, but he's 9-2 with a 2.29 ERA this season.
That's great. We're only halfway through, though.
No, I get that. He's a top-level ace, though. Something that you need.
Yeah.
Something that I don't think they need to get to a World Series and to win it. But they do need an additional starter. I'm not sure if it's someone like Jacob deGrom, if they'd be willing to take that money on. Probably not, based on the way that they operate.
Mm-hmm.
And as you point out, if you're planning on giving Kyle Tucker $550 million this offseason, if not more, then you're definitely not going to do something like this.
Well, you could. You just wouldn't end up giving him that much money. Like, you just wouldn't be able to do it. Like, it's one or the other for me.
Well, I also don't think it's going to be, if they don't sign Kyle Tucker, that they're going to go out and spend that money in the other parts of the team.
They should.
I don't think that's how that works.
I know it's not how that works. Like, they've done it where they've told you that's not how it's going to work. When they were in the mix for Ohtani, they didn't go out and spend that much money elsewhere on the team. So they might add a few players here and there, but I don't think they're going to add another $500 million worth of players to the team if Kyle Tucker goes and signs with whatever team he ends up signing with.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think with the Kyle Tucker thing, to me, the reason why I think they do sign him is because you don't make that trade, send Cam Smith to Houston for a 1-year rental. And you can't do that. And I think that you know what you're getting into when you make a trade for one of the 5 or 6 best players in all of baseball. Tom Ricketts has to know that going into it. When you sign off, let's make this deal, let's make that trade, you have to know what it's going to cost to keep a player like that.
Good luck with that. He's never done it. I'm just going off of what I know.
They have signed big name free agents in the past.
Not like this. This is different.
Oh, it's more, but
it's
Jason Hayward,
dude,
John Lester.
They've done this before. This is so much more money.
Of course, it's more money.
So many more years than that.
This isn't the White Sox.
The
White Sox have never signed
get that.
someone to a huge contract.
I get
Andrew
that.
Benintendi is the largest contract they've ever given out.
I understand that.
That's a team where if you said they've never done it, so I get it, that makes sense. The Cubs have spent before.
Not like this. Not like this.
And they're 6 in payroll this season, so it's not like they're not spending.
You keep saying that, but what's the gap between 6th and 4th?
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Okay, so it's not like it's a couple $1 million.
But they're not bottom of the barrel. They spend.
They do, but they don't spend what they make. They're 3rd in revenue. They don't spend like a 3rd in revenue team.
Oh, it's not my fault that they went up and they bought every property in Wrigleyville.
It might be.
They're playing their own game of Monopoly out there.
You told them to.
Well, I'm just saying, like they flipped Wrigleyville from an area that had awesome character into the streets of Woodfield. Like it's not my fault that they did that. They took on all the debt on purchasing all those properties and rehabbing the area,
starting their own network.
Yeah, hotel network, the whole thing.
I get that.
That's not my fault that they did that.
They could
also spend that money on the ball club because they make the money.
They've also been like 3rd or 4th in the running for every major free agent the last couple years. So why now, all of a sudden?
Well, because you traded prospects and good prospects to get this player. So you already have them. You have the opportunity, a leg up on the negotiations. Make sure that he's signed long-term and that he's here. The worst thing that could happen is if we get to November and December and, there's the stove is trying to turn on because you know how people always say the hot stove, but the last few years, the hot stove actually isn't hot whatsoever.
Yeah.
You could take a nap on top of the stove. It's so cold. But if we get a little flicker of the hot stove, and there's a Kyle Tucker sweepstakes, and here come the Yankees.
Yeah.
Here come the Phillies. Here come the Mets. Here come the Dodgers.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if you let it get to that point, you might be in trouble.
That's what's going to happen.
You might be in trouble.
How do you think that that's not what's going to happen?
Because they could go to him at any point before then and offer a huge contract and get him locked in.
And why wouldn't he test the market? Why wouldn't he go out and say, I'm one of the best players in baseball, having a great season, a healthy season so far, and in November, December, go to the Mets, go to the Dodgers, go to the Yankees, go to whoever and say, what are you going to offer me? And if the bidding goes higher and higher and higher, and I still believe that the contract is going to start with a 5 and not with a 4, if it gets to $525 million, $550 million over 10 years, there is no way that I will ever believe until I see it, until we get the alert from Jesse Rogers and he goes, hey there, buddy, I got breaking news, buddy. And he does that, I am not going to believe that it's going to happen. The trend is the trend until it's not. And the trend is that they will not sign that kind of a player for that much money and that many years.
All right, let's compare this scenario, though. Which big-name player did they trade for and then let walk out the door?
But this is different.
I know it's different. That's why I'm saying you can't say it's the trend when it's a different situation.
But I don't think that they look at it that way. I think that they look at it as, we got Kyle Tucker for this year. Let's make a run at it this year. And whatever happens after that happens.
We go to Andrew in Bartlett. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Andrew?
What's up, boys? How you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Great stuff, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
No problem.
First off, I completely agree with Abdalla. Like, listen, I was literally having this exact same conversation you guys are having right now, you and Bleck, about re-signing Tucker, and it's 100% true. Like, the trends are the trends, man. Like, until it's proven, it's not going to happen. I literally feel the exact same way. I'm a diehard Cubs fan. My dad is the same way, and he used to go to like games every other day, and he's like, oh, we're definitely re-signing him. I'm like, well, what do you mean? What do you have to prove off of that? So I completely agree with you, Abdalla. We better re-sign him, though, especially with the amount of stuff that we gave up for him. And then second off, I want to hear you guys' thoughts on the recent fight on the golf course with the former NHLer.
Okay, the video that went around. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Andrew. So in the video, former NHL player, there's a group in front of them, slow playing group.
Yeah.
A little chirping going back and forth, and then a fight ensues.
Yeah.
Dude gets tossed into the pond. He comes out of the pond like a swamp monster. He wants some. People are warning him that guy played in the NHL.
Doesn't matter.
Don't try and fight.
Yep.
And then he gets his ass kicked by the NHL player.
Yeah.
And the video is everywhere.
Yeah.
Dude's getting pummeled.
I have a few thoughts on this.
Yeah.
First of all, you and I play a lot of golf.
Try to.
Yeah. Like, you can look and see what the problem is, right? If a group is playing slow, but it's because the group in front of them is playing slow, or the group in front of that is playing slow, like, what are we doing here? Don't get into a fight over that.
Why are we playing slow?
Also, if there's a Ranger,
let's speed it up. What's going on
that's
here?
the Ranger's job. That's not your job.
I mean,
that's the Ranger's job.
At a certain point, you gotta.
At a certain point, you can send a message.
Well, you gotta keep the pace up.
Oh, send a message.
You can
Abdalla
send a
wants
message.
to send a message.
I say that. How many times do I say that when we're golfing?
I'm honestly,
come on,
I'm
guys.
with you. Like, sometimes you got to send a message.
Listen, if you're walking off the green, and I fire my shot onto the green, and maybe you just see it behind you as you're walking off. Yeah, okay, that's sending a message. Also, my other philosophy is this: stop fighting. Stop fighting people. You don't know what people do for a living.
Well,
and in this case, they warned him. You never know who is a Brazilian jiu-jitsu fighter. You never know who is in the MMA. Like, you can tell by the cauliflower ears most of the time. But you don't know what people do in their spare time or have done. You never know if you're going to get into a fight with a dude who, like, boxes on the side. And you're just going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't fight, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, we're adults. I'm not fighting.
But some guys want to bro out and they want to fight.
Good for them.
You've seen the guy that wants to get into it.
Yeah,
They're
of course
out there.
I have.
Those guys want to fight.
And then you just go, okay, dude, I'm not doing this. I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you.
Well, of course, that's what you say, but I'm telling you, people get chesty. And when Abdalla's hitting into you,
I'm not
I
hitting
would get a little
first of all,
chesty.
I'm not hitting into anybody. I'm not skillful enough to send the message.
I think you sent a message to Bleck one time.
Well, he
just hit me.
That's why we don't stand in
Send
front.
a message.
Don't stand in front of me when I'm hitting a golf ball.
I was off to the side.
Don't stand.
I was not.
There's there's 90 degrees on my right and 90 degrees on my left. Don't stand.
The hosel shank right at me.
This area, okay?
Off of a 4-iron, right into the meat of my forearm.
You're lucky it was a 4-iron.
If it was anything with loft, I would have been dead that day.
7-iron, and this would have been the Abdalla and Aki show.
Dead.
Filling in for Waddle and Sylvie.
Chris Bleck, dead.
As we have this picture would have been a memorial to Chris.
Can I have a bench?
The owl would have been an urn.
Like a golf course. When I die, can you guys just put a bench in here with a little plaque on it?
You don't want the seat?
No, I don't want a seat. I want a little bench.
We'll get someone wants to take at Countryside.
Yeah, well, that too. But I'm saying, get a bench
you
in
want
here.
2 benches.
Yeah, two benches.
What do you think you are over here?
Well, you know how you can
2 bench Bleck.
You can turn ashes into anything.
Of course.
You can turn ashes into. So what if I turned your ashes into a microphone?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm
What if I
good.
turned your ashes?
I've listened to enough sports talk radio in my life. I don't need to do it
You
when
want a
I'm
bench
dead.
that's here.
Well, I want to be there. So if Jurko
You wanna
wants
be
to take
sat on
take
for
a
the rest of
break,
your life.
if Jurko wants to take a break during a long 3-hour Carmen and Jurko show, he can take a seat.
I feel
I think
like
it'd be nice.
I
Put
think
a little
that-
plant next to it. It could really spruce up the place.
I think it'd be better that instead of the owl, we had an urn.
Well,
and
the
you were just
owl.
there.
We're gonna put cap sashes in the owl.
Yeah, that's where Cap's gonna go.
In 50 years,
Mm-hmm.
because Cap's a Highlander. He's gonna be here for a long time.
Have to cut his head off.
Jeez,
That's how you
That's
kill.
morbid.
That's how you kill Highlanders, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
I've seen
Is
the
that-
Highlander.
Is that the only way?
The Highland. That's how you kill Highlanders in the Highlander. You have to cut their head off. Have you not seen the Highlander?
Doesn't matter, buddy. I've got a recap for you. Here we go.
He just reanimates like the dude in Men in Black. Just the same tan head. Just reemerges. But it's not tan though. It's white. But the rest of his body is like brown tan.
He doesn't fake tan, does he?
No. That dude just lives in the sun.
Okay. All right. Did you? Okay, I didn't want to get into this right now. I was going to actually save it for later, but it is the Waddle and Sylvie show. Did you hear what Cap said earlier today? He's out on leftovers, but namely on French fry leftovers because you can't put them in the microwave. Dude,
amateur.
We're living in an era. Everyone has the air fryer.
Air fryer, yeah.
Toss them in the air fryer.
Yeah.
Boom, they're good to go. French
feel,
fries in the air fryer are great.
I know Cap. First of all, Cap's not eating French fries, so.
No, but he said that, like, if it was a part of a meal, he would never take it to go because they'd be soggy. It's like, what are you still putting French fries in a microwave for?
Maybe he doesn't
There
have.
are 2 things that should never go into the microwave. It's French fries and pizza.
Yeah.
You've got an air fryer.
You got an air fryer.
You got an oven.
Yeah.
You really
Do it
shouldn't
that
use
way.
the microwave for anything anymore.
You could. The microwave is good if you're using steam to cook something.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're steaming
if
something.
you're cooking, but reheating, I would never reheat anything in a microwave anymore.
For the most part,
Mhm.
it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
I get it.
I just eat the pizza cold, not the fries, but the pizza really doesn't need anything.
Oh, next day fries cold, they're great.
Well, yeah, it depends on the fries.
Yeah,
depends
I have
on the
no
fries.
problem. Yeah, for
Depends
sure.
on the fries. Depends on the. There's certain.
I love leftovers.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
one of the treats to life.
Who's not getting a box? I'm
Yeah.
not going to the bars
It's
afterwards.
great.
I'm getting a box to go home.
And Tyler, the best part about being married is that their food becomes your food. Because for some reason, it's like she doesn't want anything to do with leftovers. So she brings it home, and that's second meal for me.
Wouldn't know.
What a win. One day you should come over and just enjoy some leftovers with me.
I'm awaiting my invite.
Yeah, one day.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Are you ready to take charge of your finances? Want to move your homeownership journey forward? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that. We offer next-level classes, free expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. It's all here at nhschicago.org. Learn how to boost your credit, understand estate planning, dive into real estate investing, keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how. NHS has classes on these subjects for you and so much more. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule. It's time to invest in your future with knowledge that pays off. Register now. Click the education tab at nhschicago.org. That's nhschicago.org/education. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Are you one in a million? Country Thunder Wisconsin is excited to be welcoming its 1 millionth fan in 2025. It could be you. The 1 millionth person to walk through the gate will win 2 reserved seats, camping, festival catering, and access to artist hospitality for life. Plus, awesome festival merch and prizes from our awesome partners. See Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, and Cole Swindell at Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. You can't be the millionth fan without your ticket. Visit countrythunder.com.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast-Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast-Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4-million.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy 1 window, get 1 free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bleck Abdalla filling in for Waddle and Sylvie today here on ESPN 1000. Hey, Chicago, the Premier Lacrosse League is finally back for the first time since 2019, and it kicks off July 11th tomorrow at Northwestern Medicine Field at Martin Stadium. It's Throwback Weekend presented by Gatorade with old school jerseys, rivalries, and a full house ready to see the best lacrosse players in the world. Tickets will sell out. They're moving fast. Do not wait. Head to PLLchicago.com right now and grab yours before they're gone. That's PLLchicago.com. Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie today. And Abdalla, we do have sad news out of the world of baseball. The Phillies have just announced that they're mourning the loss of Lee Elia, the manager who managed the Phillies in 87 and 88, and he was a Cubs manager in 82 and 83. Lee Elia passed away at the age of 87 yesterday.
Also played for both the Cubs and the White Sox, and is most obviously known for his rant that is celebrated here at the radio station throughout the city. He even, used to sign baseballs with quotes from the rant and go down and print it. He would print that on baseballs. So I would say very famous for one of the most, what's the word for it? Colorful rants?
Yeah.
Most
colorful.
Most colorful rants.
Of course.
Of any manager or coach
it's back
of all
when,
time.
Back when rants were rants.
Yeah, back when rants were a thing.
When rants were rants. Okay.
Well, because now everything is an explode. Everything is a goes off on. Like everything is so big. This was worthy of that.
So are we playing it today?
Yeah, we have to.
But you and I at the radio station, we've been the two that have pushed back on those who are a bit older than us, who always tell us about how great this rant is.
Well,
of trying to avoid having them play the rants on the shows.
I think that it is overloved. I think it's good. I think it's a fine rant. I just think that it's kind of like Waddle with the Ryan Sandberg game. Yeah, it was a good game. Okay. Yeah, it's a good rant. Not every single show on the radio station needs to play it on the day of the rant.
I'm telling you right now, if you're going to listen tomorrow, it's going to be played on every show.
Of course,
I'm telling you right now.
Well, it's worthy. Now it's worthy.
Do we need to have Danny decide on this? Should we play it?
I think we should play it. Yeah, we should play it.
Does Tyler want to play it? No. Jake, do you want to play it?
I want to play it because I'm new to this place, so I'm trying to hear this. All
right,
there you go.
All right.
You can blame me later, I guess.
Lee Elia passes away at age 87.
Now, to be fair, is this one of the clean ones?
I don't know.
There's 5 versions to break down the fourth wall here, pull back the curtain. There's 5 versions in the system, and 4 of them have swears that are unbleeped.
Yeah,
so we're playing swear word roulette here.
Yeah, there's been some shoddy production at times.
Well, that's why I said colorful, because there's a lot.
All right. Lee Elia passes away. We will honor the rant. We'll play it. Usually we try and get our hosts to not play the rant, but I know it's meaningful to a lot of people who cover and who are sports fans in the city of Chicago. Lee Elia passes away at age 87. We'll be back.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Guys, for years I've been telling you about Window Nation. I have new energy-efficient windows, and on these hot summer Chicago days, the cool air stays in, the hot air stays out, and that lowers my energy bills. I've saved 30% year over year with my windows from Window Nation. Call them now for their best deal of the year, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. My guy Alan Favato will come over, give you a free in-home estimate, and now there's even more reason to buy. 50% off all window styles, and how about this? 0 interest until 2030. That's 5 years with no interest. So what are you waiting for? 1-day installation turnaround as well. 866-90-NATION, A+ rated from the Better Business Bureau. 5-star reviews across the board. They're the absolute best. Find out why so many people call 866-90-NATION for Window Nation and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. High-speed powerboat racing and non-stop action, showcasing the world's fastest and most powerful offshore boats. Free week-long events include the Boat Parade, Block Party, Brewfest, live music, breathtaking flyovers, and heart-pounding thrills on the water. Just an hour from Chicago. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
$9 million the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Welcome in to Waddle and Sylvie. Bleck Abdalla filling in for the guys today. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Get back to some football conversation in a few moments. The Philadelphia Phillies announced that Lee Elia passed away yesterday at age 87. Elia was a manager for the Cubs, for the Phillies. He also played for the Cubs and the White Sox. let's see, 87 years old. He almost got to his 88th birthday, days away from his 88th birthday. But Lee Elia passes away. And so the first thing that came to mind that we were talking about with Elia passing is that the epic rant that people have talked about here at the radio station for years. If you're a listener, if you've enjoyed Chicago sports talk radio at any point, I'm sure you have heard someone on the air in this city reference this rant.
Yeah.
And it happened in a day and age where you kind of had to be there to get the recording of it. And there was famously the video recording that Mark Giangreco always talked about that doesn't exist anymore.
That's gone. That's missing.
That's gone. And it was
Les Grobstein.
Les had the recording on audio tape.
Yeah.
Cassette tape. And that's the famous audio that you hear when you'll hear it is coming from the Les Grobstein cassette tape.
It was April 29th, 1983, after losing a one-run game to the Dodgers. He was talking to Lee Elia. There were 4 reporters there. 4 reporters. Les was one of them. He was working for WLS at the time, and he had the microphone, and the fans were booing them. The fans were booing the Cubs as they were losing this one-run game to the Dodgers. And then they asked him about the fans booing the team during and after the game, and it led to a rant that I counted it just now because there's a transcript of it.
Okay.
He says the F word.
A lot.
In some form, whether there's an M in front of it or not.
Oh.
22 times. 22 times. So it's, like I said a few minutes ago, it's the most colorful rant I can think of. And it has been, he celebrates it. Like, he owned it. He signed when he would sign baseballs, whether it was at these autograph shows or wherever, he would sign it because it ends with you can go down and print it. Like, he's talking to the reporter saying you can go print this in the newspaper. So he would sign baseballs, Lee Elia, and print it. And so, or just print it. And so, like, this is what he's known for. This is the thing.
All right, so here it is.
Do we know the version?
Tyler?
Are we going to work tomorrow?
Well, that's what the dump button's for.
Well, there's a lot of them in this. We only get a few dumps.
All right, it's a three-minute rant.
Okay.
So you just want us to cut it off.
It, man.
You just want us to cut it off if it's no good. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Lee Elia, we go to April 29th, 1983. This is a real rants rant. This is back when rants were rants, and we'll put some hair on your chest. It's the type of rant this is. All right, Lee Elia. Here's his epic rant that has been played throughout Chicago sports radio history. Here it is.
I'll tell you one thing. I hope we get hotter than just to stuff it up them 3,000 people that show up every day. Because if they're the real Chicago fans, they can kiss my ass right downtown and print it. They're really, really behind you around here. My ass. What the am I supposed to do? Go out there and let my players get destroyed every day and be quiet about it? For the nickel-dime people that show up, the mother don't even work. That's why they're out at the game. They want to go out and get a job and find out what it's like to go out and earn a living. 85% of the world's working. The other 15 come out here. Playground for the suckers. Rip them rip them suckers like the players. Got guys busting their ass and them people boo. And that's the Cubs? My ass. They talk about the great support that the players get around here. I haven't seen it this year. The name of the game is hit the ball, catch the ball, and get the job done. Right now, we have more losses than we have wins. The changes that have happened in the Cub organization are multifold. All right, they don't show because we're 5-14. And unfortunately, that's the criteria of them dumb 15% that come out to day baseball. The other 85% are earning a living. Still take more than a 5-13 or 5-14 to destroy the makeup of this club. I'll guarantee you that. There's some pros out there that want to play this game. But you're stuck in a stigma of the Dodgers and the Phillies and the Cardinals and all that cheap all these mother-f***ing editorials about Say and the Phillyitis and all that shit. It's sickening. It's unbelievable. It really is. It's a disheartening situation we're in right now. 5-14 doesn't negate all that work. Got 143 games left. What I'm trying to say is don't rip them guys out there. Rip me. If you want to rip somebody, rip my head. But don't rip them guys because they're giving everything they can give. But once we hit that groove, it'll flow. And it will flow. The talent's there. I don't know how to make it any clearer to you. I'm frustrated. I'll guarantee I'm frustrated. It'd be different if I walked in this room every day at 8:30 and saw a bunch of guys that didn't give a shit. They give a shit, and it's a tough National League East. It's a tough National League, period.
So there you go, Lee Elia. There's the epic rant. It's an outstanding rant.
Yeah. There were more than 22 there because normally it cuts off at a certain point. There was like 30 Fs I counted.
Okay. Well,
there's a lot, man.
Well done. Lee Elia passed away yesterday. The Phillies announcing it today at age 87. So rest in peace. And there you go. There's the rant. Whenever I hear of someone passing away, I always think of this. Do you think of the same thing I think of here at the radio station? Do you remember when Billy Packer passed away and Kap, after Hood announces it?
So, Kap, a longtime broadcaster of the Final Four and college basketball for CBS, Billy Packer, passing away at age 82.
Sympathies to the family. He was an ass. He was an a-hole. And because he died does not change my opinion of him. He was a jerk. He was a grade A ass. I dealt with him. I did not like him. I threw him off the air on this station when it was its first iteration, when it was WMVP, AM 1000 back in the 90s. Rest in peace, but you were a jerk.
Dude, just say nothing. Just say nothing.
I think if we stacked them up, best piece of audio in ESPN 1000's station's history.
That's great. Yeah.
This might be the best.
That makes the track listing for sure.
It is absolutely the funniest one that we have.
The point is that he just kept going.
Kap, a long time
he doesn't just say he's an ass and stops.
Of the Final Four and
you can hear him laugh and smile before he says it.
Oh, yeah. He reveled in this.
Here, listen.
Sympathies to the family.
Right
He's
there.
laughing.
He was an ass. He was an a-hole.
How great is that?
He's reveling in it.
There's an alternate universe there where, like, you can tell he's debating or whether or not to say it.
Yeah,
There's an alternate universe where that clip no longer exists.
I know. I agree.
Man.
Because he cracked. He started smiling and
don't
laughing.
say anything.
You could tell. You could hear it in his voice.
So, Kap, a longtime broadcaster of the Final Four and college basketball for CBS, Billy Packer, passing away at age 82.
Sympathies to the family. He was an ass. He was an a-hole. And because he died does not change my opinion of him. He was a...
I mean, it's incredible.
Just say nothing.
It's incredible. That's Kap at his best.
My God.
His absolute best.
Shay.
Thank you, Kap. So there you go. Lee Elia passes away, age 87. 312-332-3776. We go to Dean downtown. Hello, Dean.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to be on the show. Great to have you guys on the air today.
Thanks for having us.
So thanks for having us. I mean, thank you for having me. And one of my favorite things Kap does, like, it's great that he did that and it's a great clip, but he was gearing up for that. I like it when he just contradicts himself. Like, he'll be like, I love him dearly, but he's a jag. And that's great when he does that. And, tell someone that they're not going to tell them how to fan, but in the same breath tell them that they're a moron. But I digress. Can you remind me, listen, Downtown Dean's been on the road for a while. I forgot I was on hold. Can you tell me, what does it say on my little call log? I was going to tell you, I had two things for you. One, I was going to say I did think it was funny earlier when you texted Kap, and you guys, they were talking about leftovers, and you chimed in and were like, oh, I do the 24-hour rule also, just like Jay Moore. But,
hell yeah.
I mean, come on, let's be honest. Like, you just live with your beautiful wife, and you can take her food whatever she wants because she probably eats like a quarter of it when you guys go out. And then the other thing I was going to mention was, like I said, I'm on the road. I had to go all the way from, like, Buff Grove, Wheeling area, all the way out to Orland Park. So it's taken me, like, 2 hours. And at one point, I was on the side, and it's not like I invented this. I saw some guy on social media do it. And I have a question for you, but also wanted to see what you guys thought of this move. I was playing, like, I was blocking the ambulance police lane from these, like, whatever you want to call those people that are going to abuse it. Like, is that a good way to get shot, or am I doing the Lord's work? Because I was doing it for a while, and some angry lady in a Subaru, I saw a cop, and I was like, all right, I'm going to get out of the way and let her speed up and get pulled over by the cop. It did not work out as planned. She went ahead of me, saw the cop, then took a glass bottle out, threw it at my brand-new car, and then I went up to the cop and told him, hey, this lady just threw a glass bottle at my car. He was like, oh, you got to go to the district for that. I was like, all right, this is what I get for trying to this is what you get, guys. What do you think? That's all I got for you. Take that.
I agree. This is what we get. Mm-hmm. There it is. He got the wife mention in.
Of course.
You got to get that in.
Have to.
Absolutely.
That's that.
Bleck Abdalla here in for Waddle and Sylvie today. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. The Athletic has a Bears fan survey out.
Okay.
Tyler Aki has it from Aki's A-List and the Golf Show, and Waddle and Sylvie, and Tyler and Shay.
Yeah.
Tyler Aki has the list.
All
the
right.
fan survey. Let's go through it.
You ready for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we'll start with number 1 here. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being very confident, how confident are you that Caleb Williams will be a star?
I would say very confident. I think he's going to be a star.
You're going full on 5.
I'm going 4.
Yeah.
4.
I'm going
4.
5.
Because I think there's a difference between good and a star. Like if Caleb Williams will be good, I think I'd be 5. But like a star, we're talking about one of the 5, 7 best quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah.
I'm confident he'll be that.
I'm still going to go 4. Because I think that to be a star, you have to be like elite. You know, like, I mean, even Justin Fields had commercials when he got into the league.
Well, are we talking about off the field, or are we talking about on the field? I think on the field.
On the field, I'm still at a 4.
I'm a 5. I'm very confident that he will be a star player, one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
I'm confident
Will he be top 3? Probably not, but I could see him getting to the 6, 7 level.
I'm confident he won't be a bust. I got to see what this looks like this year for me to say that I'm a 5, that he's going to be a star.
All right, let me create my own survey question for you off of that, Bleck. All right?
Yeah.
Because we know how like the quarterback rankings, they'll fluctuate year to year. On a scale of 1 to 5, how confident are you that he will, at some point, we'll be looking at him and be like, oh, he's top 3?
I'm a 4. Top 3?
So you're a 4 that he will have at least one season where he's a top 3 quarterback.
Yeah. Yes. He's that talented. If the coaching and he stays healthy, and again, just his rookie season, he was a good quarterback.
Yeah.
He's not great. He has a lot to improve. I could see a world 4, 5, 7 years from now where Caleb Williams is one of the better quarterbacks in football. I could see that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he's got to jump guys that are like Burrow.
A lot of young guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of young dudes.
Yeah, of course.
And so I don't know if he's going to be able to be good enough to jump some of those guys. Like at a certain point, Burrow might be the best quarterback in the NFL because Patrick Mahomes will start getting old.
Well, Burrow's already there.
That's what I'm saying.
He's already in that category.
I know. And I don't know if Caleb's going to be able to jump those guys.
But in 5 years, will Patrick Mahomes still be the best player in football? I don't know.
I mean, Tom Brady was still one of the best players in football until he retired. So,
yes.
He could be. He very well could be.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm more of like a 2 or 3 on that he'll be like a top 3 in his lifetime.
Just one season.
Yeah, right. Like,
One
that's
season.
what I'm saying. Just one season.
Okay. All right. 3, 4.
I mean, how about a little definitiveness out of you.
My God.
I feel like definitive is saying 5 or 1. Anything in between is kind of wishy-washy.
You can just give me one of the numbers. You said 3, 4.
3.5.
Pick one.
I'm giving you 3.5, so round up.
What will help Caleb most in 2025? Ben Johnson, an improved offensive line, new weapons, or other? Fill in the blank.
I will select Ben Johnson. I'm going to go with Ben Johnson. I'm tempted to say improved offensive line, but Ben Johnson will help Caleb the most because I think what he's going to tell him to look for in each and every play and just like the how and why between what he should be doing, I think is going to be what takes him to the next level.
I also put Ben Johnson. I think what you saw with him and Jared Goff, he can, I think he's more equipped to scheme around a bad offensive line, too, if this doesn't work out with these 5 guys. Like, if the additions are good, but they're still, allowing pressure to get through, I would say that Ben Johnson has the offensive mind to figure out a way around that. And so it's got to be Ben Johnson.
Is there something to, like, in 2025, it might be the offensive line, but, like, beyond that, it's Ben Johnson?
I could see that. I think that's
Just
a way
that
to
he's
look
not
at it.
getting flattened on every single drop back.
Yeah, and I think playing behind a good offensive line will then allow him, like, in the future to then grow faster than what we saw last year. Last year, he spent half the time running for his life.
Yeah.
All right, next up, what can Caleb improve on most from his rookie season? Big playmaking, pocket presence, situational awareness, or chemistry with his targets?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I'm going to go with my selection here will be chemistry with his targets. It felt like last year he was off base with DJ Moore and sometimes Cole Kmet, and it really felt like he was only comfortable with Keenan Allen. And then at the very end of the season, it seemed like him and Rome started to have a connection. I think if he has better chemistry with all of his weapons, I think it will help everything in the offense.
I picked situational awareness because I think you're already starting to see it with Ben Johnson and what we've heard from OTAs and mini camps and stuff, that even though like a pass was completed, like Ben Johnson wasn't happy with it and like the flow of that play and how it went. I think also when you're sacked 68 times, not 68 of them aren't on the offensive line. Like, get rid of the football, dude. Like, no, like how many times did he take a sack and get them out of field goal range? Right? Like, know the situation.
Yeah, it happened.
Throw the ball away.
Yeah.
So I think situational awareness will be is the thing that he needs to improve most on.
Okay. All right. Next up on the Athletics Bears fan survey.
Scale of 1 to 5, how confident are you in Ben Johnson as a head coach?
5. I'm in. I'm all in on Ben Johnson.
Yeah. I'm pretty.
I jokingly said to you guys before the show.
You want to share with the class?
I said,
yeah.
Wouldn't it be the funniest thing ever if he's just terrible?
No.
I mean, like in hindsight, after the anger and the outrage and woe is us Bears fans once again.
No, I'm tired.
Like down the road, wouldn't it be funny to look back and be like, "Wow, we were totally taken again."
I'm tired of being an ass team. This sucks, dude. It sucks. Being a Bears fan has been the worst. Okay? I want to be decent for a little bit of time at least.
Oh, but I get what Bleck's saying. Like, it would be kind of funny.
No,
it would be funny.
It would be kind of funny.
I'm never the one that's
remove your fandom as far as comedy goes. It would be funny if he's terrible.
It's not funny.
It would suck.
Because I'm sick of the people that are like, oh, the Bears are just cursed. The Bears, it's never, ever going to work out. No, if this doesn't work out, it's never going to work out.
Yeah, but then, like, you can believe in the curse.
Yeah.
There's comedy
There's something to believe in that.
No, but I'm a 5.
All right. What excites you most about the Ben Johnson era? His play calling, his demeanor, that he's not Matt Eberflus, or other? Fill in the blank.
Can I do all of the above? Like, I think it's both, right? I think it's both his play calling and his demeanor, because he's got the play calling down, but we also had questions of, can he command a room? Can he instill a culture? That's why I think people were not necessarily split. Maybe it was like 80-20 between Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson, because Mike Vrabel is going to come in and set a culture and demand a certain level of competency and urgency, and you knew that, like, going into games, even if they didn't have the talent with Mike Vrabel and the play calling ability and that kind of stuff, that they'd be ready to play a football game. Like, they were never going to get just completely outclassed on the field because of Vrabel. I think that we've now seen in the short amount of time that we've spent, or reporters or whatever have spent with Ben Johnson on the field in these mini camps and OTAs, that it is both. That it's the play calling that we saw with the Lions, and this dude knows what he's doing and is ready for this moment.
Yeah, I would say I think I have to answer with his play calling, but his demeanor has pleasantly surprised me, and it's making it a toss-up between the two. The fact that he's not Eberflus, anyone would have been better than Eberflus, so I'm not going to go with that. But the fact, that we have to have a conversation for someone who's one of the best play callers in football to say maybe it's his demeanor. He seems like the perfect guy at the perfect time for this franchise. I'm going to select play calling, but I wanted to take demeanor.
All right.
I rolled both.
Next up, we've got what was GM Ryan Poles' best offseason player acquisition? Is it trading for Tooney, trading for Jonah Jackson, signing Grady Jarrett, signing Drew Dahlman, or drafting Colston Loveland?
I'm going to go trading for Joe Tooney.
Yeah.
Joe Tooney is the best player that was acquired, and he's proven it, and he should help solidify the offensive line, a pain point for the team in the last few years. So I'm going to go with Tooney.
I'm torn between Dahlman and Tooney because Dahlman is the anchor of that offensive line. He's going to, that center to quarterback exchange has to be there, identifying all that kind of stuff. Like, he's going to be that guy. But I think it's Tooney because even if he's getting up there in age, and even if he's not as fast or the same, all-pro that he was, like, even if it's a fraction off, right, and he's going to continue to lose a fraction of that as the years go on, the knowledge that he's going to impart upon Trapillo and Wright and any other offensive lineman that you bring in between now and the time that he retires or signs whatever he does after this, I think that's going to be, you're not going to be able to measure that, like the outside of the box score type of stuff that he's going to instill in these guys moving forward. So, yeah, I think I debated between Dahlman and Tooney, but I think it's Tooney for sure.
I think this next one will help clear things up for you a little bit there. Which new veteran will make the biggest impact in 2025?
Oh, yeah,
Dahlman, Jackson, Grady Jarrett, Odengbo, or Tooney?
That's Tooney.
I think it's Dahlman.
Yeah, I'm with Bleck because I think your thought process there, Abdalla, would lead you to this answer being Dahlman.
Yeah, and Dahlman's ability to call the protections and to be on the same page with Caleb, and the fact that he's done it before and he's very good at it, I think that's going to go a long way into some of the questions that we were answering before with Caleb Williams.
Let me ask the question master a question, and Chris also. Is it best case scenario if the answer at the end of the year is Odengbo? Because we spent the first part of the show talking about our biggest concern, and that edge rusher is the biggest concern.
Yeah. If Odengbo turns out to be a guy that gets 14 sacks, then sure.
If he's a double-digit sack guy, and we do this again, and you're like, Dio Odengbo was the guy, and the other guys can have an impact, but not as much as he had, that's probably best case scenario.
Because I feel like of all those guys there, you've got 2 or 3 guys who the floor is relatively high on.
Yeah.
So if we're at the end of the year and saying Odengbo's the guy, then he must have really excelled, not, he was the best of a bad bunch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Agree.
What's next?
Which rookie are you most excited about? Loveland, Burden, Trapillo, Shamar Turner, Hippolyte, Za Frazier, Luke Newman, or Kyle Monungai?
Oh, it's definitely the 7th-round running back.
It might be. For some, it might be.
Yeah.
I will go. I'm most excited for Luther Burden. I want to see if he has the skill set that draft experts thought he had last year going into the last college football season. If he has the ability to be a number 1 or 2 wide receiver, that to me could be pretty exciting. I'm going to go Burden. Off the board. I feel like Loveland is the obvious answer.
Yeah. But to me, I know it's not exciting because he's an offensive lineman. But if Trapillo
it's exciting.
is your starting left tackle, then that can be very exciting because you have your answer. Like, you have your answer at your right and left tackle moving forward for the next. If he turns out to be like a stud that you don't have to worry about for the next decade, that's exciting. So I'm going to say Ozzie Trapillo.
And if he wins the job, like, he must have really won the job because Braxton, like, tie goes to the incumbent.
Sure.
And they love Braxton Jones, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Which 2024 draft pick are you most excited about entering year 2? Caleb, Rome, Amagaji, Taylor, or Booker?
Should we both select the punter?
Yeah, I think
Tory
we should.
Taylor?
Yeah, I'm
No,
going to mess up this
Come
survey.
on, it's Caleb Williams. Caleb, hands down.
I see.
Caleb Williams.
I wish that they didn't put Caleb on here.
Your answer is
Right,
Caleb
take
Williams.
Caleb off.
It's Rome
Rome.
Odunze.
It's Rome. Yeah, it's Rome
Take
Odunze.
Rome off.
Then it's Tory Taylor.
It's Austin Booker.
Not Amagaji, huh?
No, the guy can't play.
Amagaji, yeah. Go read a book.
Read a book?
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
What?
He's a smart
The
guy.
Yalesman.
Yeah, he's from Yale. He's Ivy League, bro.
Go read a book.
Nerd.
Go read a book. Okay, all right.
No, the obvious answer is Caleb, but I feel like they should not. I'm not going to tell them how to do their survey, but I would have taken Caleb off.
Bad question.
No, not necessarily. I mean, it is the question.
You can send it to the Athletic for their surveys that they have a bad question.
I can leave a comment for you.
So
Leave a
Want me to
comment.
leave a comment for
Abdalla
you?
says bad question.
they don't acknowledge it. So anyway,
What'd you say under your breath?
you heard me.
I don't see an option to vote for that.
We already talked about this one out of the gate, so I'll move on to the next one. Which position concerns you least on the team?
Position that concerns me the least would be the corners. I think the corner depth is really good, and then they obviously have Jalen Johnson, who's one of the best corners in football. So the secondary and the corners, to me, are the least of my concern.
I was going to say corner or wide receiver. Like, you got 1,000 wide receivers now. Like, you've got 2 guys that can be both number 1 wide receivers, and then you just drafted Luther Burden in the second round. Like, I'll go corner, but I'm going to make a case for wide receiver.
What's next, Tyler?
What letter grade would you give George McCaskey for the past year?
B?
Yeah.
I mean, A's go to teams that win championships, right?
Well, this is the past year. So you have to give them credit.
Yeah, I'm
for,
giving. They landed Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
They drafted Caleb Williams.
But also in that year, they didn't let the Eberflus stench last the entire year. Like, they did something that they never do. And whether that was Kevin Warren convincing McCaskey, that's ultimately McCaskey's decision. And they chose to do that. And he chose to do that.
No, I get that. But at this moment, the franchise is pointing up.
Yeah.
And I feel like the head of the franchise should be able to get credit for that.
But they also let Eberflus get another year.
And they only won 5 games last year.
Yeah.
Now you're talking me out of my B. I mean, I guess a C. That sounds like...
I'm going to give him a B for Bears.
Okay, all right.
Same question, Kevin Warren.
Ooh.
Okay, so...
how's the stadium going?
That's the problem. But again, like, I don't care.
Are you giving points for the private jet to woo Ben Johnson?
Yeah, yes, because I think, and I said this after
George would get credit for that as well.
I'm saying that's why I upped it to a B. I've said this right after they hired Ben Johnson. If Kevin Warren isn't here, they hire Mike McCarthy. Like, they do. They make a Bears hire, they make a Bleck signing, and we're just like, okay, whatever. Sure, a guy who's never done any, like, he's got some accolades, sure, but he's never actually done anything. You went out and you spent top dollar for the top guy, and you fired your guy in the process, which is something they don't do. I don't think that happens if it's Kevin Warren. Like, the stadium doesn't affect me because I care about the play on the field wherever the field is. So I'm giving him an A.
But the Kevin Warren grade is partially, in the majority of it, on the stadium.
But I don't care. But
at this point, last year at this point, we were in the same exact spot that we're in today.
But I don't care.
There is no information, no movement. Every day that passes, the price of building a stadium goes up.
But I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me.
I think it kind of has to be a C.
I feel like he has brought good change.
Professionalism to the franchise?
Yeah. They're a real franchise now.
I'll give you that.
You went out and you spent real money on a coach.
But you still haven't won anything, and you don't have a new stadium.
I understand that. They won more than they did the year before.
Well, at least we're understanding on both sides.
Yeah, I'm still giving him an A.
Wow, very civil.
An A?
Yeah, I gave him an A.
What?
Yeah, I gave him an A.
Yesterday,
An A?
I gave him an A+++.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler.
What?
Ball knower.
What in the hell?
Yeah, I
Are
gave him
you
an A.
guys serious?
I gave him an
I'm
A.
with Abdalla. I don't care about the stadium.
The stadium doesn't affect me at all
Okay,
whatsoever.
it may not affect you, but it's something the franchise needs to accomplish.
Not-
they need
not
to
for
build
me.
a new
Not
stadium.
necessarily.
Not for me.
Yeah, they do.
I don't care where they
Re-up
play.
the lease at Soldier.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I
What
don't
is
care
wrong
where
with
they
you guys?
play. It doesn't matter to me.
Wow.
Who
All right.
cares? You got Ben Johnson, A.
Well, then George gets an A. You can't not give George the A.
Oh, fine.
No,
I'll-
but George didn't fire Eberflus at the end of last year.
Well, you
true.
don't know if that was all on him, or maybe Kevin Warren had something to do with that. Who
Fine.
knows?
Guess what? I just changed your B to an A, George.
Jeez, easy grading system here. All right. I'm gonna go C. What's next, Tyler? Before we wrap this up.
All right. I'll skip to this one. How frustrated are you by the current stadium saga?
-1. Negative.
1 to 5.
Negative. I don't care. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. If there's grass on the field and they're playing, cool. I don't care where that field is.
I'm
if it's in
gonna say-
Arlington, the lakefront, the hospital, wherever, Northbrook, I
Where
don't
it's
care.
located is not the frustrating part for me. The lack of them getting started on it is the frustrating part. So I'm going to say it's a 4. Because the fact that we have been through years now of talking about it, and they're trying to shove it into the lakefront. It's not going to work. The Michael Reese Hospital site, the 78, and all of that kind of blew up on them, and it's always going to be Arlington Heights.
Yeah.
So let's get to it. Let's build the stadium.
-5.
4.
Don't care.
Hard 4.
I cross that
A
question off.
solid 4.
I cross that question off because I don't care.
All right. Is that it, Tyler?
Yeah, it's all the productive
All right.
ones.
All right. All the productive.
Yeah,
ones.
there's
Thank
some
you.
other ones that we don't.
Well, what's the problem with the other ones?
Who is your favorite Bear of all time?
Oh,
Please type full name.
Please type full name.
my favorite Bear of all time, probably Charles Tillman. Yeah. I love Tillman. I had his jersey.
Yeah.
Favorite Bear of all time. That's a good question.
All time. Yeah, that is good.
Devin Aroma should do. Is that on your list?
No.
No?
Waddle and Sylvie
Nice guy.
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community during their annual Pump-a-thon event. With every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Wisconsin is almost here with Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Cole Swindell. Plus, Gavin Adcock, Ashley McBride, Tyler Hubbard, Zach Top, and many, many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. Save up to $46 at participating Walgreens and Menards.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season. And it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with one-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
That's right, John. He did. Waddle's World is brought to you by Wintrust Community Bank, Chicago's banks. To find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank, visit wintrust.com/find us. Member FDIC.
Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie today. We'll get your calls in shortly here at 312-332-3776. But first, it's Waddle's World.
It's Waddle's World.
With Abdalla at the controls. And how about this? We have breaking news out of Hollywood, Abdalla.
Well, you said it, so give me the breaking news. This is breaking news to like 3 people.
To you and I.
Yeah.
So I don't care about anyone else because sometimes being specific and caring about something matters in life.
Yeah.
Scrubs reboot gets a series order at ABC. Zach Braff, Donald Faison, and Sarah Chalk all returning to the show.
All right.
Bill Lawrence will produce it.
All right.
The original Scrubs group getting back together. More stories.
All right.
That's breaking news.
I'll watch it, I guess.
I would imagine Tyler's never seen that show.
Scrubs is great, man.
I don't think I have.
It's
I'm
nice.
I'm a TV show watcher, though.
It's a nice show.
I'm not a movie watcher.
It's fun.
I'm a TV
it's a
show
good
watcher.
show.
Yeah, it's a
Although
decent
the
show.
I could see the problem for Tyler in this situation is the early years of Scrubs are
Standard
before,
definition.
Black and white.
before HD. So
That's basically black and white.
yeah,
It
so
is,
it's
yeah.
like it's
We
not
are-
as crisp.
Yeah. We were going through like the greatest clips and stuff like that today, and I mean those they don't even have.
He had to pull a clip from '92, and
They
it
don't
was
even have score.
yeah.
bugs
He was
on the screen.
he was struggling to try and find the highlight.
Oh.
I knew where it was.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Is that it for the breaking news?
But it's a very big situation
It
here on the
is.
program.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe not on the Waddle and Sylvie show, but
No,
Bleck
it's
and
not.
Abdalla,
Yeah.
we are very
That's night
interested
stuff.
in
That's
Scrubs.
That's stuff for next week when we're on full shows next week because the All-Star break.
We have a full show tomorrow too.
We do too.
In for Waddle and Sylvie.
Yeah.
How about that?
At Rate
Scrubs.
Fields, celebrating the 05 White Sox.
Scrubs back in the mix.
All right.
What year was the last
Burley's
season?
back. Scrubs is back.
What year was the last season? 06? 7? 07?
Let's see. I can.
So isn't this going to be ass? Like,
well,
no.
it
'cause,
depends.
Like, they're
if
still.
they're just making
now you're
new
like clinging on to
episodes.
stuff.
Well, of course, it's all anyone does is cling on. 2010 was the last
wow.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was on for 9 years.
Yeah.
All right. I'll watch it.
See, it was a comedy. It was funny, but it had heart.
I'll be the
That was the key. It had heart.
Yeah,
Abdalla.
it did. Yeah.
All right, what do you have for Waddle's World?
Chris, are you okay? Are you in mourning? Number 1 ranked Ariana Sabalenka
Oh yeah, she lost her
today at Wimbledon
to an American.
I know your fondness for Ariana Sabalenka. Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, she has had a run in the last 2 years where she's, I think, made every final.
Well, not this year.
I think I saw earlier today that she has played in 100 straight matches without losing straight sets.
No.
Sabalenka is outstanding.
She didn't lose
she's
straight
an
sets in this
incredible
one
player.
either,
No, I
actually.
know. She
Yeah.
battled back.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Did you watch her in Breaking Point? Or
No,
Breakpoint?
I haven't watched Breaking
It's
Point.
so good. That's
Is she
where
awesome?
She's awesome. She's
Yeah.
in 2 seasons of it.
Yeah,
That's where I
she's-
found out.
She's
who
got
she
like
was.
a funny personality. So she's and she's the best women's player in the world. so.
Yeah. Did you see this? Did you hear this?
Well, what about? Do you have any notes about the American who won, who last year wasn't even in Wimbledon?
No, I was just trying
Okay.
to get you to
All
talk about Ariana Sabalenka. Have you ever fallen asleep at a sporting event?
Yeah.
There's video of Hugh Grant falling asleep yesterday at Wimbledon. He's behind Queen Camilla during this match, and he definitely fell asleep. Have you fallen asleep? I mean, you're pretty close to the action.
Yes.
I would imagine that it's kind of hard to fall asleep. I know people say that tennis is boring, it's easy to fall asleep. Like, you're really close to the action. I can understand if you were at a stadium and you had a bunch to drink and like you were up in the nosebleeds and all of a sudden you nod off a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I've done.
Yeah.
It's called the third quarter nap.
Yeah, it happened to me one year when they used to race at Chicagoland Speedway.
Oh, yeah.
And we tailgated
Yes.
like all morning, and
that was rough.
Gone.
Yeah.
And I definitely took a little nap
Well,
in
it was
between
also-
laps like 60 and 100.
The challenging aspect of the Joliet Speedway is it's not long enough as far as a NASCAR track goes. So almost immediately the leaders catch the back of the pack, and then you have never-ending cars circling, so you can't tell where the lead pack is because there's cars on the entire track. That makes it very difficult to watch and pay attention to.
Yeah, that's why I fell asleep.
Have you guys fallen asleep at a sporting event?
No, but I had a friend who fell asleep at a concert once.
At a concert?
Yeah.
You paid money to see that band.
Brownie and boom.
Oh, yeah, that'll happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah. That'll
Never
happen.
fell asleep.
That'll happen.
We just made fun of him.
When you get
Yeah.
seats, yeah. Been there, done that. I mean, that's it for sports. I think we got a break. And then come back and I'll give you the weird stuff.
Is that how it works?
Isn't that how it works? Yeah, see?
Oh, all right.
You used to produce this show.
No, but I listen every day, and I feel like sometimes Waddle gives us a little taste of something
All right,
before
I'll
we go
slip
to
something
break.
in there for you.
Pardon the expression.
Would you use? I know you don't use a phone case.
Shay.
On your phone.
Yeah.
I also don't use a phone case on my phone. I got a screen protector, but I don't use a phone case.
I haven't had a phone case on my phone in like 8 years.
And it's held up well?
Well, I've gotten new phones, but
Okay.
yeah,
All
of
right.
course, it's worked great. No.
All right.
No.
Strong
A
hands.
beautiful
Bleck over
Apple
here.
product. Love the design. I don't want to put some clunky case on it.
Because you used to work
What
at
do you
Apple.
think I'm going to do? Put an OtterBox on it?
Well,
No, you don't need an OtterBox.
you could put a human box on it.
What's that?
A weird silicone phone case feels like human skin, and
Nope.
it can even get sunburns.
Ew.
It looks and feels and burns just like human skin. They are doing this to promote how damaging the sun can be for your skin and when to apply sunscreen.
Okay. All
So
right.
if your phone's getting burned, probably means you're getting burned as well.
Yeah, okay. All right. It has a medical benefit. I can
guess.
see that.
It's weird looking, man.
I'm still not going to put it on my phone.
Yeah, I'm not going to put it on my phone either. That's kind of gross. All right, I got more weird stuff coming up next.
All right, more Waddle's World with Abdalla in the driver's seat coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A three-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox won their 7th one-run decision in 28 tries with a 2-1 victory over the previously hot Blue Jays on Wednesday. Adrian Hauser went 7 innings to end the Jays' 10-game win streak. Edgar Caro had 2 doubles, the game-tying RBI, and scored the game-winning run. Tonight, the Sox host Cleveland at 6:40. Sox fans celebrate 05 reunion weekend with us at the ballpark. Don't miss this Sunday, July 13th. The Sox play the Guardians at 1:10. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive a combined Southside Legends bobblehead featuring Burley, Garland, Garcia, and Contreras. Presented by United, Chicago's hometown airline. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005. This has been your White Sox Minute.
You know what's wild? Yingling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yingling quality.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
D.G. Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Your business needs an edge. To grow, you need strong local connections. The Arlington Heights Chamber of Commerce is your home team advantage. I'm John Riddler, Executive Director at the Arlington Heights Chamber of Commerce. Boost your visibility, gain new leads, and join a winning lineup of professionals who support each other. 80% of consumers are more likely to support local businesses that are chamber members. Now that's home field advantage. Don't watch from the sidelines. Get in the game and join the Arlington Heights Chamber. Visit arlingtonhcc.com today to learn more.
Save big at Menards and be prepared for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Quickly and efficiently cool your spaces with auto and eco modes to maximize performance and save on energy costs. Featuring 3 fan cooling speeds and a remote control, allowing you to control the comfort settings from anywhere in the room. Save big on Denali Air. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
$9 million the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home, we're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie. Waddle's World, Abdalla style. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Let's try to get Chris suspended. Can you do any accents?
Can I do accents?
Yeah, can you do any accents?
No, I'm really bad at that stuff. I'm also bad in, at impersonations.
A third of Americans think they could pass as British.
British.
I don't know if that's good British or not. 27% felt somewhat confident they could nail the British accent. 26% admitted they regularly struggle to understand it's like you put subtitles on when you're watching Peaky Blinders.
Well, we have subtitles on no matter what for every show.
Yeah, so do we.
Every single show that we watch,
Do you
subtitles
find
are
yourself
on.
reading them more than watching the show? Because sometimes I feel myself like I'm not even watching the show. I'm just reading the subtitles.
Yes. Yeah.
Even though I can hear just fine.
Is it you guys, or is it because your wives need the
No,
subtitles?
sometimes I mean they're just on.
She started it.
Yeah.
And now it's just I've grown to watch TV that way.
But it now takes me away from actually watching the actual show and movie.
Yeah,
I blame her for all of it. It always
and then it's annoying because then whenever you turn on sports, you have words all across the screen and you got to turn it off.
You have the TV subtitles on?
Yes. What do you think we're talking about?
I'm talking AI generated.
No, I'm
as
talking
it's happening.
within Hulu or something. You know how you can turn them on just inside Hulu?
Yeah.
You have them for your TV?
Yes.
No, I have them on inside the app.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the inside of the app.
But YouTube TV, they're just always on. So anything we watch on TV has it on. And then I have to turn it off for sports, and then it gets put back on for Bravo.
Yeah, it totally takes away from actually watching the show.
Yeah, but I like it. And it's what's weird is if you are used to that and then you go, see a movie, you definitely notice that you can't read during the movie anymore because, you're at a movie theater.
Yeah.
So you can't do that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Question for the class. Can I give you some zoo news?
Oh, we got zoo news in Waddle's World?
Always.
Can I give you guys a little bit?
Wow.
Well, hello, Mr. Lion. Here's the latest edition of the Zoo News.
Oh, what do you have over
Two
there?
pieces of zoo news. First off, happy birthday, Moo Dang. That little slippery hippo turns 1 today.
Oh, Moo Dang.
Shout out to that oily beast who took over the internet for 2 months last year.
Moo Dang was
Hot in the
definitely
streets.
Yeah, everyone was about it.
Whose fall off has been more precipitous, Moo Dang The Costco guys or Hawk Tua?
Oh, thank God that the Costco guys are no longer
They're
around.
gone. Rizzler's still alive.
I've seen him.
is the one that's probably going to go to court. So probably
I think
her.
they let her off.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I think so, but she disappeared.
Did she? Never
She
mind.
disappeared. But the Costco guys, the fact that they are no longer in my feed or anyone's
I'm
feeds
so
anymore,
glad.
that's awesome.
I'm so glad. All right, second piece of zoo news here. We go to the water zoo once again. Shout out to the Shed Aquarium
You didn't
for
answer
making
Tyler's
history.
question.
I did. I said it. Hawk Tua.
Okay, all right.
Shout
Hawk Tua.
out to the Shed Aquarium for making history. Kamalu, a 12-year-old female beluga whale, is resting comfortably following a historic procedure at the Shed Aquarium right here in Chicago, Illinois. On July 1st, Kamalu, who was born at the Shed Aquarium, underwent a first-of-its-kind surgery to remove a growing network of cysts near her blowhole. In the process, Kamalu became the first known whale in the world to recover from general anesthesia. How about that?
That's awesome.
The Shed Aquarium
That's
figured out a
great.
way to put a whale under.
A beluga whale.
A beluga whale under, and then wake it up.
Good.
So shout out to the water zoo that is the Shed Aquarium. And we hope that Kamalu is resting comfortably.
Still with us, though, right?
Yeah, still with us. Yep,
This
still
last
with us.
week on the
Nope,
show, on
still
Bleck
with
Abdalla,
us.
we had a Zoo News story.
Still with us.
That you gave us.
Still with us.
The animal is dead.
Still with us.
Still with us.
Still with us.
Okay.
And that's Chris is what's new at the zoo.
All right.
That's what is new at the zoo.
Did you cross-reference other sources, or did you just
I
go
got
on one
everywhere.
source
I got
on this
everywhere,
one?
man. I got this everywhere. The GN, the TT Dub, the CBS, the ABC, the Fox 3-2, all of them.
Coming up next, Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie. We'll continue with some Bears conversation. Also, something returned today. I think a lot of people are very excited about it. I want to tell you guys about this coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, I have a question for you. Why are you still paying full price to light up your building? It's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. We're a 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and we make it easy to upgrade to LED. We handle everything, install, paperwork, and best of all, your utility company may cover up to 70% of the cost. You get brighter light, lower bills, and no more changing bulbs. Call us or visit ulasaves.com, and I'll come out personally to show you how to shrink your energy bill.
Are you one in a million? Country Thunder Wisconsin is excited to be welcoming its 1 millionth fan in 2025. It could be you. The 1 millionth person to walk through the gate will win 2 reserved seats, camping, festival catering, and access to artist hospitality for life. Plus, awesome festival merch and prizes from our awesome partners. See Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dirk Bentley, and Cole Swindell at Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. You can't be the millionth fan without your ticket. Visit countrythunder.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome into Waddle and Sylvie here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chris Bleck, Adam Abdalla filling in for the guys today. Hanging out with you until 6 o'clock. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. We are on today. We are also on tomorrow. In for Waddle and Sylvie. We'll be live from Rate Park as the statue for Mark Burley will be revealed tomorrow before the game. So we will be live from Rate Park. Getting ready for the White Sox and the Guardians tomorrow night. White Sox Guardians coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. Jeff Meller will have the pregame show. Lennon DJ will have the call of the game. First pitch at 6:40 right here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. So Bleck Abdalla in with you today. The Cubs earlier today, they beat the Twins 8-1. The offense showed up. Colin Ray pitched 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run with 5 strikeouts. And Pete Crow Armstrong hit 2 home runs. He now is 25 on the season, Abdalla, as the Cubs entering play tonight go into with their lead with the Brewers. 2 games up on the Brewers after the win today against the Twins at 8-1.
Yeah, it's nice to win the final game of the series. You lost the series. You know, you've got a huge 3-game set here against the Yankees to end the season, or to end the midway point of the season, before the All-Star break. But I think that, you know, this is still a team that has holes on it in order to... They are one of the best teams in baseball. But I think to make a deep postseason run, you've seen in the last month and a half, you know, whatever it is, 40 days from June until now, that this team still has holes on it. They could probably use another starter in their rotation. They could use a few bullpen guys. I would say that you should add another bat because, you know, I know that every baseball team is like that, but going into today's game, you'd scored 3 runs against the Twins in this series. And then they put up 8 today. So, okay, cool. Like, I saw Kap put up a video and is like, is everybody stop worrying now? Can we stop worrying now? It's like, no, you can't stop worrying now. You're only 2 games up on the Brewers.
Why were you worrying in the first place?
I'm not worried.
No, I'm just saying to the
the royal we?
Yeah, it's one of those things I always find funny about the baseball season is baseball is a sport that leads to very difficult sports talk radio takes because it's a lot of wait and see.
Well, yeah.
That's what baseball is because it's every day. It's 162 games, and not one game today will decide the outcome of the season. Where when we all talk football or we talk about other sports, you can have an opinion that is very one way or the other, very drastic, right? Very emotional. It's like there's nothing that you're going to learn out of today's game that's going to say whether or not the Cubs are going to win or lose the World Series.
No.
Today was a good win.
Yeah.
You lost 2 in a row. You didn't get swept, and now you head to New York.
But I can tell you that they've
won
won
the first half.
I can tell you they've won 6 out of their last 9 games. So like there shouldn't be panic in the streets over the Cubs. Okay, have you let your 7-game lead evaporate to 2? Okay.
It was a tough month that has bled into the start of July. June was tough. The start of July has been shaky at points.
That's fine.
You had the homestand where you win 5 of 6, and then you lose 2 against the Twins. But, like, I think that's where I hear something, Cub fans, we're all out after this loss, or are we back in because of this win? It's like, that's not really how baseball works.
No. And I still think it's beneficial that they're only 2 games up on the Brewers. If they were 8 games up in the lead right now at the halfway point, I don't know if they add that much. I don't think they give up prospects for a starter or for a bullpen or for another bat if they need to. I just don't know if they add any more salary for the next couple of years at those positions if they had an 8-game lead, because they were like, we're good. Like maybe add one bullpen arm or something like that. But now you look at this team only 2 games up and you're like, yes, they do need a starter. They need 2 to 3 bullpen arms. Do you need another bat to maybe help Shaw, who's struggling right now at the plate? So I would say that this team is definitely going to make additions. They're one of the best teams in baseball. You have to make additions because you are one of the best teams in baseball, because you can make a run at a World Series now, and because you don't know what's going to happen in the offseason, whether or not you have to take advantage of your Kyle Tucker window. Your Kyle Tucker window may be the next 10 years. It may be the next 3 months. Like, you don't know exactly what is going to happen in the offseason. So you have to take advantage of it while you have him now. So you have to go all in this trade deadline and try to get as much as you can to make a run while you still have him, because there's still a chance that you don't re-sign him this offseason.
Yeah, there's a chance. If it were up to me, you sign him. You make the long-term investment to a player like Kyle Tucker, who's one of the best in baseball. You trade away prospect who is playing great baseball for the Astros, Cam Smith, and you get back Kyle Tucker. That's a fair trade. You just got to sign the guy long-term, and I can't fathom the idea that they would allow Kyle Tucker to just walk. I get that it's not up to them at the end of the season if he becomes a free agent and they are bidding against the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Phillies, the Blue Jays, all the teams that like spending money. I just can't imagine that they let it get to that point. You have to, and Jesse Rogers has reported here on the radio station, they do have the exclusive situation right now until the end of the season to approach Pete Crow Armstrong. They haven't done that. He's reported that they haven't done that. But you know that it's on the horizon. You know that Kyle Tucker is there and that you have the ability now to come to an agreement before he hits the open market. Now, on the other side of it, he absolutely, for his benefit, should wait and hit the open market. You'll get the bidding war. You'll get the best offers in that situation. I don't know him personally. I don't know if many people do know him personally who talk about this stuff. I don't know if enough is enough. Some people's happiness is good enough. But then the moment of happiness that you need more happiness always comes around the corner, right? And I butchered the madman line, but you get the point.
Man, did you?
You understand the point? How much is enough money?
Well,
you obviously want to get the most.
Yeah.
But who knows what type of person he is? Maybe he likes settling in here.
That's fair.
He wants to live here. I don't know. He's not from here, so I don't think it's wild to think that that's not really that important to him to be in Chicago. He's not from here.
No, I understand that. But it's also, it's not like he's going to go to Pittsburgh. He's either going to New York, LA, like he's going to real city. Like he's not going to some small market. It's not like, Chicago or, Pittsburgh or Cincinnati or something like that. He's going to Chicago, New York, LA, like a real, top 3 market. It's wherever he goes, it's going to be fine living and all that kind of stuff. So if he's happy here, sure. Maybe he takes a little bit less money to stay here. Like you said, he's not from here. It wouldn't be a hometown discount. And also, I think you just want what you're worth. And if someone's willing to pay you $550 again instead of $500 or $475, you go with the team that's going to pay you an extra $50 million, and that's how you go about your free agency. I think that they shouldn't worry about that. Don't worry about what's going to happen in November and December. Worry about what's going to happen in October. And what's going to happen in October is hopefully this team makes the playoffs and they go on a deep run. So focus on that if you're the front office right now. If you're Jed Hoyer, you got 2 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks until the trade deadline. Go out there, make some deals for a starter, bullpen arms, another bat, whatever you need to think you can go deep. Because I think it's more likely the deeper they go that he's like, okay, this team is very close away from being a team that we can keep together. We can go on an extended run. They can be in the playoffs for a while. And maybe he does stay because of that. But if this is a team that gets swept out of the first round, maybe he's like, I don't know. They're not going to put the resources into this team. I'm going to go somewhere where they're going to spend, like New York or L.A. So it's in the most benefit to the Cubs right now to do whatever you can, even if that means moving high-profile prospects and gutting some of your farm system to go for it this year, because you never know what's going to happen next year. You've stayed very healthy so far this year, besides Shohei Imanaga missing the few weeks ago, and now he's back and should be fine. It wasn't an arm injury, it was a leg injury, so he should be fine. And other than that, this team has stayed pretty healthy, and they're one of the best teams in baseball.
312-332-3776 is our phone number. The Cubs beat the Twins 8-1 earlier today. They moved to 55-38 on the season. They're up 2 games on the Brewers in the NL Central. We will have White Sox baseball coming up at 6. Pregame show starts at 6 o'clock with Jeff Meller. Lennon DJ will have the first pitch at 6:40. Guardians and White Sox. Coming up in the next 15 minutes, we will give away 3 pairs of tickets to Fish Sunday, July 20th at the United Center. So stick by the radio. Keep listening to the stream. In the next 15 minutes, we will tell you when to call for the Fish tickets Sunday, July 20th at the United Center. Something returned today, Abdalla, and I wanted to talk to you about this. Are you aware that today the snack wrap returned to McDonald's?
Yes, I am aware.
The snack wrap is back at McDonald's. Mm-hmm. People are very excited.
People really like a chicken strip in a tortilla.
Yes, with a little sauce drizzled on. The snack wrap is back at McDonald's.
Yeah.
And so it was a big deal. I saw a lot of stuff on social media about it. People are going to McDonald's, getting their snack wraps. They're rating the snack wraps. There's lots of videos online about it. I want to ask you in the team, Jake and Tyler, what is your favorite discontinued fast food item?
The Arch Deluxe. Without even thinking, I don't even need to think about it.
I didn't tell you that we were going to do this.
It's the
you just had that ready to go.
It is always and forever will be the McDonald's Arch Deluxe.
The Arch Deluxe. Explain the Arch Deluxe. I don't remember it.
It's basically, hold on, let me pull up the exact, ingredients on here. And it was marketed specifically to adults, and because it wasn't like it wasn't for the for kids, because it was a little spicy. So you had it was a quarter pounder with lettuce, tomato, cheese, onions, ketchup, and Dijon mustard. So it had Dijon on it, so it was a little spicy. It was great. It was like this Dijon mayo like mix. It was awesome. It was delicious. It was in 1990. I remember it was like the mid 90s, like 96, 97. I'm looking at it right here. It says in 1996 on Wikipedia. So the year was 1996. We ate quarter pounders with cheese that had this weird Dijon mustard mayo on it, and it was delectable and it was awesome. And it was so good.
Like a Déjeuner's?
Yeah. I loved it so much.
Which every burger place in the city now puts on every single burger?
Essentially, yeah. But for some reason, it hit different when it was from McDonald's. And it was like $2, and it was great.
The pictures, is there not bacon on this?
It says bacon, but I get the bacon.
Okay, all right, just clarifying. I just want to make sure.
Bacon.
Gotcha moment.
No, not for me, because I said no bacon.
Number one thing's the Arch Deluxe with bacon, and you can't have bacon. I'm just making sure.
I believe they marketed it with bacon or without bacon.
Was that in the marketing campaign?
I'm serious. They've done that before. So yeah, a piece of, and it was circle bacon too. I remember it in the.
That's why I'm saying
it was like it looked like
a bacon patty.
It was like a piece of bologna that was bacon. It was great. I didn't have it, but it looked great. I had it without bacon because I don't eat pork, and it was delicious, and I loved it. even in 1996 when I was a 12-year-old and it was marketed towards adults, I thought it was the best thing McDonald's has ever done.
It was a new secret sauce for, quote, grown-ups.
Yep.
Hickory smoked bacon, the juicy quarter-pounder patty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a bacon sandwich with a different sauce.
Yeah, it wasn't anything, like none of this stuff is revolutionary. We just said the snack wrap is a chicken finger wrapped in a tortilla. That's all it is.
All right, here's mine. So discontinued fast food items that I wish were still around. At Wendy's, they used to have a chicken Caesar pita, and it was unreal.
Okay.
Tyler, you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
No, I just don't remember it.
You had to be there, man. It was awesome. It was so good. The chicken Caesar pita at Wendy's was the best.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. And then if I had to place a second thing, Burger King used to have the rodeo burger. You guys remember that?
Yes, I do remember the rodeo
barbecue sauce
burger.
and onion rings on the burger.
Yeah.
That was good. But I would go with the chicken Caesar pita from Wendy's. That was an all-timer fast food item that does not exist anymore.
Great.
I'm going to go with the Taco Bell double-decker.
The double-decker taco? Okay.
They sometimes will bring it back, I was just reading.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it every time I go. So that was so good.
So the Taco Bell, they just brought them back, but it was discontinued. Their nuggets are incredible.
Yeah, they are.
Have you had the nuggets from Taco Bell?
I have.
They may be the best fast food nuggets that are going right now. I have another one. It's not fast food, but it's like a candy. Do you guys ever have those sour Altoids?
No.
It was sour Altoids?
It was like they did an orange one and they did a lemon one. And it came in like these round tins.
Yeah.
And it was just like an Altoid, but it was like more candy.
It wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't meant to be a mint or anything.
Well, it's like, do you remember the orange Tic Tacs?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it
I
right
used
now.
to just eat those like they were
like they're
candy. Like I wasn't eating them to freshen my breath.
That's what these were too. And these were just like straight candy. And like the only places you could get them were at Michael's and I think at Target you could get them too.
Michael's.
Which is so weird. Like they were fantastic, but they didn't sell them like anywhere.
That's awesome.
It says, I'm reading an article from September of 2024. Altoid Sours are back. Here's what we know.
They're back.
This was September of last year, though.
But
so
I
maybe
haven't seen them anywhere. Like
time.
I saw that same article too, and I haven't seen them anywhere. You would not see me again if I got my hands on those.
Tyler's gone. Where is he? They have the sour Altoids back at Michael's.
He's
getting
taking them out.
Some crafting items.
Getting some popsicle sticks and some sour Altoids.
We go to Bill in Boulder, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Bill?
Hey, I just want to mention chicken selects from McDonald's.
Chicken selects.
Those.
Oh yeah,
oh, that's great.
I remember because I never liked the burgers from there, and my brother and my dad, they would get Big Macs, and I'd be like, "Give me the chicken select."
They were just chicken strips.
Yeah, but they were filling and nicely breaded.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
All right, good call, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill, I'm not done.
Bill's not done.
Bill, also, if you're ever in the UK, they still sell them, apparently.
Well, I can't go there because I believe in free speech, Adam. But hold on.
Go. Well, that has to do with anything, but sure.
Okay, but just go Buffs, go Brewers, go Badgers, go Bears.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we got you locked in. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
All right.
Can you get it at the international McDonald's?
You probably could.
I don't know.
Hamburger U?
Yeah.
You might be able to.
Does Burger King still sell? I'm just looking it up right now. Oh yeah, it was they brought it back. Okay, in 2021. Okay. Do you remember the Burger King has the long chicken sandwich?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Remember the
the chicken parm.
Remember the Italian one?
Yeah, the chicken parm.
Do they still have that?
Yes.
It says they discontinued it for a while.
I think you can still get it.
It was a 7-year hiatus in the 2010s, but then they brought it back in 2021.
Can we all have a moment here? I don't know if you guys know this. If you go to BK, the mozzarella stick fingers fry things that they have are like crack.
Top notch.
Okay.
They're skinny mozzarella sticks, and you get like 8 or 12. They're outrageous. They're incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Next time you go by a Burger King,
okay, get that.
Pull in, and get them.
All right.
You will not be disappointed.
All right. I just want to find a place to get an Arch Deluxe.
Ross in Yorkville, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ross?
Yeah, I just wanted to call in and let you guys know they still have the rodeo cheeseburger at Burger King.
Do they
Get it all
really?
the time. Yes, sir.
Oh, hell yeah. Today just got better.
Yeah, and that the original chicken sandwich, I remember living off of those. They have those still.
Yeah. They definitely have them. All right, good call, Ross. Appreciate you.
Yep.
This is obviously they still have these, but I remember when they used to do it was on tax day. Do you remember on tax day on April 15th? McDonald's used to do 10-cent hamburgers and 20-cent cheeseburgers.
Yeah, but they would only let you buy a certain amount.
Yeah, and then you just pull around to the drive-thru again.
They would cut you off.
And no, they didn't. They didn't. You pull through. I would
Captain
stock,
will follow over here.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we can only have two.
Hall monitor over here. I would fill my freezer with hamburgers and cheeseburgers. I'm not kidding you, like 25 of them just in my freezer, and would thaw them throughout like 2 weeks' time.
I'm not going to lie. That is one of the fattest things I've ever heard.
That's wild, man.
No.
What
you know
are you doing?
It's not one of the fattest things in the world. It's one of the brokest things in the world. When you're only running Sunday Night Baseball, that's what you do to survive, my friend.
I would say, do you guys remember when the steel base steel taco promotion started for Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
I would go to like 6 or 7 different Taco Bells just to get my one free taco at each place. And just like drive around and find new Taco Bells and get the one free taco. Because, you know, Sean Figgins stole a base in the World Series. And now now we get our one free hard shell taco.
Mm-hmm.
John in Phoenix, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, John?
Yeah, this one still irritates me. Like, I actually refuse to eat at Taco Bell because they took away the volcano taco.
Oh, the
and
volcano
burrito.
taco was so
Then
good.
you could get the volcano sauce on the side
Yeah.
and dip other stuff in it. Anytime they bring it back, I'll go back and eat it. But then they take it away, and I get upset like a scorned ex. No lie. Thanks, guys.
Good call, John. Appreciate it. Jack in Oakbrook, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jack? Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, how's it going? So the Chicken McBites, I don't know if you guys remember those.
I don't. When was that from?
2012 is when they, I believe they might have
they're all tiny.
them. Yeah. Those are really good.
Chicken McBites.
So they came
All right.
in. They came
Thank
in
you,
like
Jack.
it looks almost like a fry container, and then it had the sauce in the container, and it was like popcorn. It's like popcorn chicken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I always
They were
hated popcorn chicken.
They were created to compete with KFC's popcorn nuggets.
Yeah.
Give me
Popcorn
a full
chicken.
nugget.
Yeah, popcorn chicken to me is lazy.
Yeah.
It was lazy. I mean, why not a full nugget or a strip or the sandwich?
It's more of an appetizer.
Yeah,
it's not a bad
it was for
appetizer.
kids. I feel like it was
Yeah,
always
but when
just
you
for
were
kids.
when you were at someone's party and they brought out the chicken like little bites,
Yeah.
and not nuggets, that stunk.
Yeah.
That party sucked.
That party sucked.
You know what I'm talking about.
I
you know
do.
it's true.
Yeah, I
Dave
know
in
you're talking
Shorewood,
about,
you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dave?
What's up, guys? I guess nobody brought this up, but how we're getting Jack in the Box back in the Chicago area.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Where at?
We got one opening by us in Plainfield, and I know there's one in New Lenox, and I think Tinley Park coming.
All right.
All right.
Do you when you order, Dave? Do you always get the 2 tacos for like $1 on the side?
Yeah, so growing up, I'm a little bit older than you guys. I guess when my parents were young, that was like their drunk food, Jack in the Box. So my old man, when he would get laid off from work, he would drive to St. Louis and buy like dozens of them and bring them back for us. So we got to get the tacos just for that reason.
That's great. Thank you for the call.
like that.
Appreciate
I like
it.
that.
Yeah.
Hold on. There's Jack in the Box in the city?
Where? Why are we going?
Dude, there's one on Chicago.
Oh yeah.
Is that real?
I'm looking right at it. Yep.
Like right here in River West.
Yeah. Jackson and what street is this? Green. Jackson and Green.
That's a
or
different
Chicago
that's
and
a
Green.
different one.
Chicago and Green. Sorry.
Yeah, there you
Chicago
go.
and Green.
Chicago and Green.
All right. I'm there.
I didn't know there was a Jack in the Box in the city.
I'm there.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're getting some
All
tacos
right.
after work.
What a day. We find out that the rodeo burger's back. We have the snack wrap back in our lives. We find out that there's a Jack in the Box in the city.
Next thing someone's going to tell me and say that Wendy's is bringing back the salad bar.
Well, I mean, Jack in the Box, they have the curly fries. They've got all the different sandwiches. It's great. The salad bar. Do you remember that, Tyler?
No.
Wendy's used to have a full salad bar.
Wendy's packaging used to be all yellow, have a salad bar, and a chili. You could scoop your own chili.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
The chili was in the salad bar.
The best.
All right, here we go. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. We have 3 pairs of tickets to give away for Fish.
Yeah.
The show is Sunday, July 20th at the United Center.
I'm going to be at that show.
Congratulations.
Come say hi if you win the tickets.
Callers 9, 10, and 11 will win a pair of tickets to see Fish Sunday, July 20th at the United Center. Callers 9, 10, and 11. You will win a pair of tickets to see Fish at the UC. It's Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder, Wisconsin is almost here with Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Cole Swindell. Plus, Gavin Adcock, Ashley McBride, Tyler Hubbard, Zach Top, and many, many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder, Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. Save up to $46 at participating Walgreens and Menards.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, our family has been helping Chicagoland bring the fun home with the best products for your backyard fun. And right now, during the Great American Sale, we're celebrating 4th of July. For 10 days only, get special financing for 60 months or cash rebates. But hurry, it's 10 days only and it ends July 13th. And you'll get free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Evan Cohen here. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. If you're one of these employers, add ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, to your hiring plan. It does most of the work for you, so you save time. Just pick a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. You can even meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
$9 million the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Waddle and Sylvie are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Sylvie and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Chris Bleck Abdalla filling in for Waddle and Sylvie today. And now we go to Aki's A-List. Hello, Tyler.
Hello, gentlemen. All right,
good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Just like old times.
Just like the best times.
What else?
The
like
best
riding
times.
a bike.
Yeah, the greatest.
Let's start with, so ESPN's been doing their top 10 lists of positional NFL preview stuff. Mm-hmm. And today they did safeties. No Bears made the list of top 10 safeties in the league. Mm-hmm. And if you've looked at all of the different lists that they've done, they did running back, they did interior defensive line, they did edge rushers, and now today was safeties. The Bears have not had a single player crack the top 10. And I know there's a lot of optimism around the franchise right now, but what % of your confidence in this upcoming Bears team stems from Ben Johnson?
A lot of it comes from Ben Johnson because I am assuming that he will get the most out of this roster and that when we see these lists next offseason, there may be a couple more names because they had, quote, career years with the new coaching staff next year when we get there to this time. So, like, when you say that they don't, at this point, have anyone in the top 10, well, for corners, they will. Mm-hmm. And I think if we're looking at guards or offensive linemen, they will as well with Joe Thuney. I think those might be the only two that crack a top 10. Like, is Montez Sweat going to crack the top 10 for edge rusher?
He got
others
also
receiving
received votes.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's going to be Jalen Johnson and Joe Thuney.
Okay, so I would say
maybe a TJ Edwards for an off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, he plays like it.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
I would say that here's how I'm 60% Ben Johnson, 20% Dennis Allen, 20% new players. Because I don't we're talking a lot about Ben Johnson, but Dennis Allen is a hell of a defensive coordinator. And the fact that Ben Johnson has someone who's also been a head coach and been successful as a defensive coordinator, like he's coordinated some great defenses. So, and then the other 20% is the new offensive line, Colston Loveland, like bringing in players that I think would have improved this team, whether they hired Ben Johnson, Mike McCarthy, or Mike Vrabel, right? Like, if you brought in all these offensive linemen, the team is going to be better no matter who the coach is.
Sure.
So I have to take some of that account. It's majority Ben Johnson, but I still think that, we got to talk about Dennis Allen and we got to talk about the new players that they brought in, too.
Yeah, my confidence is high in Ben Johnson, getting the most out of this team.
All right, Michael Jordan's home in Highland Park that sold last December is now going to be available for rent on Airbnb.
Sweet.
17 and a half bedrooms, or bathrooms, I should say. And you need a minimum 7-night stay, limited to 12 guests.
A week.
You must sign a waiver, an NDA, and pay a $25,000 security deposit.
What's the NDA for?
Well, okay, so
you don't know what goes on there.
The first thing that I thought of with that is a part of the appeal for people wanting to stay there is they're going to want to take photos. I'm guessing an NDA would disqualify you from being able to post photos from within the house or at the estate. Wouldn't an NDA, because if you're posting photos of what you're doing there, isn't that talking about what you're doing?
Yeah,
there?
Probably. Yeah.
And you know how you see things on TikTok and stuff about how you got to check for cameras and that kind of stuff. I guarantee you there's cameras in the place making sure that you're not throwing massive parties or
it's only 12 people. You can't have more than 12 people there.
Filming content.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying is I think that's why you have to sign an NDA is that you can't publicize or benefit from any content that is created within the gates, the 23 gates.
Do you remember this? You and I believe you and I were producing the show when I thought this happened before, or maybe it was Pippin's house or something. It was something like this. And I caught a lot of flack for saying what I wanted to do in all 40 of the rooms.
No, it was the Jordan house.
It was the Jordan house,
It was the first time it was on the market.
The first time it was on the market. You could rent it. You
could rent Pippin's house a couple years ago, I remember.
Okay, so maybe it was Pippin's house. It was one of the houses. And I was talking to Waddle and Sylvie, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that where Jordan did. And maybe where Pippin did.
A crossword puzzle.
And they're like, that's weird. And I'm like, why is that? How is that weird? How, of all the things that you guys talk about, that's where we're drawing the line? Is the fact that I want to go hard in the paint where Jordan did too? How is that weird? That's the first thing I thought of.
Abdalla's looking for an and one.
Is you can have up to 12. So that's the first thing I thought of. It was where's the master bedroom, please?
He's looking for the continuation.
Yeah, come on. That's the first thing I would do.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why you would want to stay there?
Why not? I'm not good. You think I'm getting up hoops? I'm playing a pickup game?
Yeah, you have a full game. You got 12 people that can go there. You got full squad. You got subs.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 man.
That's a game.
Yeah, and we'll do that 30 seconds after I get to the house.
I'm bringing the guys, so I don't know what you're...
So
I'll bring 10 guys.
Your wife's a sub?
And my wife will be there. And that's 12 of us. And they'll go play basketball, and then we'll just they're
gonna play basketball while you keep the bench warm.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not playing basketball in that house. It's the last thing I want to do in that
the
house.
Gatorade.
Think I want to play basketball in Jordan's house?
Yeah,
Who
it'd be
cares?
sweet.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Hoop it up, man.
Who cares?
The all-time greatest player ever. You'd want to play basketball on his court.
Is he going to be there to play with us?
No, but he's played there.
Then who cares? He's played at the United Center. I've been there before, too. What difference does it make?
Have you played there?
Hooped?
No, I've never hooped there.
Well, that's our point.
I've stood on the courts.
Jeez.
But have you hooped?
No, this isn't the Jersey where I'm all of a sudden going to get his ability.
All right, so let's say we got a station-sanctioned sleepover.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. I've got some superlatives that we're going to hand out.
All
So
right.
anyone at the station, anyone. All right.
Love it.
Who's going to be the person that eats too much sugar on the first night?
Carmen.
Sylvie.
All right.
He's a dessert man.
Who gets asked to be picked up early?
Cap.
Calling his parents to get picked up early?
Cap. I'm not sleeping in this bed.
They're making fun of me.
Cap.
Come get me, Mindy.
They froze my bra.
Okay.
Froze his bra? What?
Blah, blah, blah. And it spits out a paper to you.
All right. Cap is a funny one. I like that.
All right. Who is the best at Guitar Hero?
Best at Guitar Hero? I'm going to go with Shay Norling.
Yeah, probably Shay.
Snorbore.
Yeah, probably video game Shay. Yeah.
Volunteers to sleep on the floor.
That's you because you've done that before.
I have slept on the floor before, yeah.
At station-sanctioned events, you slept on the floor.
Yeah. Shout out my trip with Jonathan Hood and Jeff Dickerson, Indy, the Final Four. Shout out to that situation.
So that's you.
Get one hotel room for 3 people with 2 beds.
3 dudes.
How's that going to work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the floor.
You slept on the floor.
Noble man.
But I can also fall asleep anywhere. So that I'll wear that. I don't mind that.
Mm-hmm.
Who tries to rally the troops to play a little truth or dare?
Ooh, that's all you guys.
Truth or dare?
It's weird.
Yeah.
Potsy.
If it was if you would replace Truth or Dare with like drinking games and stuff, I would say either me or Potsy.
Okay.
Like I'm not playing Truth or Dare as a 40-year-old.
Yeah, we're not like
13.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to bring out the childish nature of the
In the
sleepover here.
Twitch chat, Jason Honeycutt said Jesse. Come on, buddy. Let's play Truth or Dare, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Come on, buddy.
What do you think? Dare me to do this,
Dare me
buddy.
to do something. Come on, buddy.
Jesse may apply for the next one here. Who pisses the bed?
Whoa. Could it be a late night Yerk?
Yurko's. Who's gonna drink too much and
Yeah,
pass
that's what
out
I'm
and
saying.
pee the bed?
Like a overserved
It
situation.
might be Yurko. It could be Waddle.
Chardog?
Oh yeah.
Forgets to go.
Yeah. Who was it recently that got down bad and ended up like sleeping in there?
Potsy.
It was Potsy.
Potsy
Yeah.
fell asleep didn't fall asleep, but he was like curled up, fetal position in his bathtub.
In his bathtub? Yeah,
He
maybe
threw
it's
up in the
Potsy.
bathtub,
yeah,
right?
In the
maybe it's
bathtub.
Potsy.
Yep.
Chunks
Yeah.
in the drain?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Mhm.
Potsy.
He had to clean that out.
Stomping him down with his foot.
Gets lost in the house.
Ooh, gets
Waddle.
lost in the house. Yeah, Waddle.
Waddle.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Although he does know how to navigate a mansion. So.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Yeah,
He's used
maybe.
to it.
Yeah.
Home court advantage
Exactly.
there.
Yeah.
Maybe us city people will be like,
There's too many rooms.
this kitchen's bigger than my house.
Oh, I guarantee you that kitchen is bigger than my apartment.
Look
I
at
guarantee
the
you.
pantry's bigger than my apartment.
The entryway is bigger than my apartment. One of the closets is probably bigger than my apartment.
I feel like that's a layup for Chardog.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, all right.
Guys.
I can see it.
Hello?
I can see it.
Hello.
Draws on others while they're sleeping.
Sylvie.
Yeah, he's an original prankster.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, he's an original prankster.
You know, Carmen's asleep.
Yeah.
Jurko's asleep. Cap's asleep. Here comes Sylvie with the Sharpie.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to draw right there, right
Yeah.
on Cap's forehead.
Yeah.
What would he draw?
We had a buddy who just was passed out in college, and he had his shoes and socks off, so he just drew a Nike shoe on his
That's funny.
his foot.
That's funny because that's good because that's in good spirit because you can cover that up and it's not like you're walking around with a mustache with a permanent marker mustache on your face. You know,
It's probably not good. Or something else.
Yeah, or yeah. So I tried to keep this a family show.
Down the side of the face.
Yeah, this is a family show. So
I didn't say what it is that you're drawing.
That's all.
Sylvie would do it. I
Yeah.
think. I think that's good. Oh, that was great. I love that. That
I
was
like that.
fantastic.
That's
All
good.
right,
Thank you.
Aki's
That's good.
A-list. Great stuff. All right, coming up next, before we get to White Sox baseball at 6 o'clock, Guardians, White Sox, Jeff Miller has a pregame show. We have the 13th greatest clip, brought to you by Great Clips. That's next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Hey guys, we all know the feeling. We're all working hard, but workplace stress is a real thing. And it's one of the top causes of declining mental health. So do what I do and seek therapy. I've talked to my therapist for years, and I want you to go to betterhelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com. Guys, for years it's been a stigma for many men out there, but it shouldn't be. Go out and get the help you need, whether it's around the family or it's the workplace stress I spoke about or you're feeling depressed. Right now, BetterHelp has over 30,000 therapists that will see you on your time. You don't have to go to their office. You talk to them online. It is so easy, and they have a 4.9 rating based on 5 from over 1.7 million client reviews. They're making it easier than ever. Mental health is health. That website again, betterhelp.com/timeout. That's betterhelp.com/timeout.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Tired of all the bugs in your yard? Enjoy your backyard again with Cutter Backyard, ready to spray bug control at Menards. It kills mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and other insects fast, controlling them for up to 12 weeks. A 32-ounce ready-to-spray container covers up to 5,000 square feet and is on sale now through July 13th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This July, let's drive for the troops. All month long, Chicagoland's new car dealers will be raising money for the USO and our troops. Barbecues, bike rides, family fun, and more all month long. Visit drivechicago.com for more details or to make a donation.
From championship calls
3 seconds at midcourt. Gives it to Jenkins for the championship.
to the soundtracks of summer.
There's a drive. Deep left center. Cubs win. Oh, baby.
And everything in between.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
Waddle and Sylvie count down the greatest clips of all time. Presented by Great Clips. Number 13.
The greatest clips of all time is brought to you by Great Clips. Great Clips stylists use clip notes to know the details of your haircut. Download the Great Clips app today at Great Clips. It's going to be great. Caller 10 right now wins a 10-pack of haircuts from Great Clips. Waddle and Sylvie, Bleck Abdalla in for Waddle and Sylvie. It is now time for clip number 13.
Here's Jordan for 3. Yes! Did you see that look? Michael indicating he can't believe it.
And just let us know that, hey, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good. It's my game.
Marv Albert, Magic Johnson on the call, NBA on NBC. That was 1992, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. the Chicago Bulls beat the Portland Trailblazers, and in the first half, the Bulls put it on the Blazers. They went on a run. They were up 57-23.
Oof.
And the key here was Jordan, not known for being a three-point shooter, hit 6 3-point shots in the first half. And after the sixth one, he turned to the scorer's table.
Shrug.
He turned to Marv, to Magic, sitting there calling the game, and he gave the famous shrug. So the shrug game is clip number 13 on the list.
Now 6 is like, that's it? Only 6?
Only 6. Yeah, I mean, he scored 35 points in the first half.
Yeah, I mean,
An NBA Finals record at the time, and it was also the 6 3-pointers and a half was a record at the time in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, great game, obviously. Great moment. Very gifable and memeable moment now that people use. It's always amazing to me that it took so long for people to figure out that 3 is more than 2 in basketball.
I think now it's just that everyone shoots it is why, because, you and I, we're 40. When I was a kid, when I would play against older kids, so I was the little shrimp on the court, I knew that my only chance of beating older kids who were better and stronger than me was shooting 3-point shots.
Yeah.
So, to say that we didn't know that, we did, it's just now every player on the court shoots 3s.
Yeah.
Where back then, it was just the short people in the...
That's my point, is that during the offseason, these guys didn't
all they
go
do
and
now.
Perfect their 3-point shot and to give them that advantage that teams have now.
Yeah, right. It definitely, since Steph Curry entered the league and the 3-point shot has really become the only thing that teams try to do, that is certainly something that has changed the game. But you're right. In 1992, Michael Jordan didn't shoot 3s. He was a 33% 3-point shooter.
Which you'd think for Jordan, if he would have worked on it, he would have been great.
Of course. He would have been amazing. So clip number 13, the great clips, greatest clips, Michael Jordan, the shrug, 1992, Game 1 in the first half of the NBA Finals. Thank you to Tyler Aki and to Jake Santos for producing today's show. Bleck and Abdalla filling in for Waddle and Sylvie. We will be in for Waddle and Sylvie tomorrow as well.
Hey.
We will be live from Rate Field. Get ready for the Mark Burley statue. Coming up next, White Sox baseball. Jeff Miller has the pregame show coming up next at 6 o'clock right here on ESPN 1000. We'll talk to you tomorrow.